Sicil stood amid a vast open field, surrounded by a hazy mist that obscured her vision. She looked around and saw Sebastian and Ethan standing side by side, their expressions unreadable yet tinged with a sense of urgency. "Sicil!" Sebastian's voice echoed through the mist, his eyes searching hers with a mixture of longing and determination. "I have waited for so long, but I cannot wait any longer. It is time for you to choose." Ethan's voice joined Sebastian's, his tone gentle yet firm. "I love you, Sicil, but I cannot continue like this. It is not fair to any of us." Sicil's heart pounded in her chest as she struggled to comprehend their words. She reached out, desperate to hold on to them, but they began to fade away, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. "No, don't leave me," she cried, her voice echoing into the surrounding emptiness. But her pleas fell on deaf ears as Sebastian and Ethan disappeared, leaving her alone in the mist. Alone and uncertain, Sicil felt a sense of loss wash over her, mingled with a newfound resolve and a heavy heart. She knew that she could no longer keep Sebastian and Ethan in limbo. It was time to decide, to choose a path forward, even if it meant breaking her heart and leaving one of them behind. The weight of such decisions is deep, knowing that whichever path is chosen, hearts will inevitably break. Why, she wondered, must one endure such a painful choice? But then, what is ever fair in love? What will she do? Will she heed the call of familiarity and security, or dare to chase the whisper of a long-lost dream? Let's explore the dynamics of true love, friendship, and more from first to forever. 4 years, 7 months, 20 days back, in a bustling university classroom, amidst the hum of students' chatter and the anticipation of a new semester, Sicil entered as a latecomer. Her arrival sent ripples of curiosity among the male students, each trying to decipher ways to initiate conversation with this new entrant. Sicil's aura exuded confidence and an air of nonchalance as she settled into the unfamiliar surroundings. Her spirited demeanor and quick-witted replies were unmatched, leaving many in awe of her charm. Meanwhile, Ethan observed her from a distance, intrigued by her lively presence and the effortless way she navigated the room. He could not help but notice the spark in her eyes, a reflection of her spirited nature. Whispering to a friend behind his desk, "Newcomer alert, Sicil, right?" Nodding, his friend said in a laid-back tone, "She is not your type, so keep your fashion critiques to yourself." As fate would have it, the professor assigned Sicil to share a desk with Ethan. Their seating arrangement marked the inception of a remarkable friendship, an alliance between two kindred souls. Ethan, with a friendly smile, welcomed Sicil. "Bonjour, I am Ethan. I hope your French is better than mine." Returning the smile, she said, "Salut, I am Sicil. And don't you worry, my French is passable. I can survive." Playfully, he acknowledged. "Survival is all we need in this class. So, what brings you to our little slice of academia?" With a smirk, she replied, "The pursuit of knowledge, of course." And then she whispered, conspiratorially, "Or just escaping boring lectures. Take your pick." "A seeker of wisdom, I see." "Well, you have landed in the right place," said Ethan laughingly. Sicil raised an eyebrow, leaning in slightly. "Is that so? Are you the wise sage around here then?" she teased, eyes sparkling. Ethan chuckled, feigning modesty. "I wouldn't say sage, but I do have a talent for napping in the back without getting caught. A skill, if I may say so." She laughed, clearly amused. "Ah, the survival tactic of the truly enlightened. Maybe I am in the right place after all." "You'll be an expert in no time," Ethan replied, grinning. "But hey, if you ever get bored with wisdom seeking, we do have a class competition for the most creative daydreamer." Sicil crossed her arms, pretending to consider. Daydreaming, you say? I might just give you a run for your money." "Oh, a challenger! Well, we do need new talent to keep things fresh around here," he winked. "But in all seriousness, if you need any tips for surviving this place, I got you." "Appreciated, Ethan," Sicil smiled. "I'll take you up on that. Maybe we can swap tips for avoiding boredom and not getting caught." Ethan grinned. "Deal. Who knows? We might just make it through this semester with some dignity intact. Or at least some entertaining stories," Sicil added, a playful glint in her eyes. "Definitely entertaining." "Looks like I've found my partner in crime," Ethan replied, his smile growing warmer. One day, while settling into his usual desk next to Sicil, Ethan noticed Sicil's chaotic corner. He leaned in and said, "So Sicil, what's your take on people who organize their sock drawers by color?" Sicil grinned. "Oh, that is easy, total perfectionists. They are the ones who color-code their notes and have a Pinterest board for their life goals." Nodding, Ethan said, "True. Now, what about those who think a messy desk is a sign of genius?" Sicil, raising an eyebrow without missing a beat, declared, "Creative minds, obviously. They thrive in chaos, finding inspiration amid a paper tornado." Smirkingly, Ethan said, "By that logic, you must be a creative genius." Playing along, Sicil said, "Naturally, disorder is my muse." Then she paused with a nostalgic, distant look in her eyes and said, "You know, there is this guy I know who always has his world perfectly organized, color-coordinated tidy notes, almost like he has a life's manual." This revelation intrigued Ethan. "Someone special?" he asked. Lightly shaking off the nostalgia, she said, "Just someone I used to know. Anyway, what about the ones who eat the same lunch every day? Creatures of habit, predictable, but hey, there's beauty in routine," defended Ethan. Teasingly, she said, "You sound like you've defended your lunch choices before." "Well," Ethan grinned and said, "Guilty as charged. I am a proud sandwich enthusiast. What is your lunch style?" "Spontaneous. I let my taste buds lead the way," said Sicil after a hearty laugh. "It keeps life interesting, don't you think?" As they strolled down the hallway toward the university cafe, their conversation continued to flow easily, banter slipping between them like second nature. "Spontaneous lunches, huh?" Ethan teased as they reached the food trays, grabbing one for each of them. "So you just live dangerously, trusting whatever's special." Sicil smirked, taking a tray. "Exactly. Cafeteria roulette. Keeps me on my toes." Ethan laughed as they moved toward the counter. "Yeah, well, good luck with that when the mystery meat makes a surprise appearance." She nudged him with her elbow, grinning. "Come on, Ethan. Don't knock it until you've tried it. You might discover something new." He raised an eyebrow while picking up a classic turkey sandwich from the selection. "I'll stick to what I know won't betray me halfway through a lecture. Some of us have to protect our digestive systems, Sicil." Rolling her eyes, she scanned the options and reached for a random pasta dish, the label too vague to predict its contents. "See, this is what makes life fun. You never know what you're going to get." Ethan shook his head, amused. "I don't know if fun is the word I'd use, but I admire your bravery." As they approached the dessert section, Sicil pointed to the row of identical-looking cupcakes. "Now, these, Ethan, are non-negotiable. Always room for dessert. What's your take on people who skip it?" Ethan pretended to be horrified. "Monsters, absolute monsters." Sicil laughed, walking towards Cafe and grabbing one of the cupcakes from the open muffin box that Ethan offered. "Finally, something we can agree on." They made their way to a table by the window, trays in hand, settling in. Ethan watched her as she inspected her pasta. "So, tell me, does the mystery meal live up to the hype?" Sicil poked at it with her fork, then took a bite. She paused dramatically before breaking into a grin. "Not bad. Definitely not life-changing, though." Ethan smiled, biting into his sandwich. "See, that's why I stick with what I know. Safe, reliable, no surprises." She narrowed her eyes playfully. "One day, Ethan, I'll convince you to step out of your sandwich comfort zone. Try something wild, like curry." He pretended to consider it, nodding slowly. "Curry, you say? That is pretty bold for me." Sicil laughed, shaking her head. "You're impossible." Ethan leaned back in his chair, his gaze softening. "And yet, here you are, sharing a meal with me. Must mean I'm doing something right." She rolled her eyes again, but a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "Or maybe I just enjoy the challenge of trying to loosen you up." Ethan grinned. "Good luck with that, Sicil. I'm a creature of habit, remember?" Sicil took another bite of her pasta, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "We'll see about that, Mr. Predictable. You might surprise yourself one day." Ethan met her gaze, his smile lingering. "Maybe. But if I do, you'll be the first to know. You know," she added with a teasing grin, "I'm starting to think you were the inspiration for Greg McCown's essentialism." Ethan paused mid-bite, raising an eyebrow at her. "Oh, yeah?" he said, setting his sandwich down carefully. You think Greg McKeown based an entire book on my legendary sandwich-making skills? Sicil laughed, shaking her head. Well, more like your minimalist. Everything in its place, no room for chaos lifestyle. You're the poster boy for essentialism. Ethan leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with a proud, mock-serious expression. Ah yes, I can't take all the credit, but it's true. Greg did secretly research me for that book. He would call me late at night asking for life advice. I told him, Greg buddy, the key to life is less but better. And voila, he wrote a bestseller. Sicil snorted, clearly amused by his dramatics. Well, you should have asked for a co-author credit. I mean, come on, less but better. That's basically you in a nutshell. Ethan grinned, tapping his temples as if to say, all in here. He then leaned forward, suddenly more engaged. But in all seriousness though, essentialism is pretty spot on, don't you think? The idea of focusing only on what truly matters, cutting out all the excess noise, it's kind of freeing when you think about it. Sicil nodded, twirling her fork through her pasta. Oh, totally. I mean, life these days feels like we're constantly juggling 1,000 things, especially with school, work, and everything in between. The idea of stripping all that down to just what's essential, it sounds like a dream. Imagine not having to stress over the unimportant stuff. Ethan gestured to his neatly organized tray. See? That's why I keep things simple. You focus on the sandwich. No surprises, no stress. It's all about efficiency. Sicil smirked. Okay, Mr. Minimalist, but what about spontaneity? Life's not always about cutting down to the bare minimum. Sometimes it's about experiencing things fully, even if they're a little messy. Ethan shrugged, a playful glint in his eyes. Hey, I'm not against a little chaos every now and then, but I think the book's right when it talks about being deliberate with your time and energy. If you're not clear on what matters, you end up spending your whole day doing things that don't add any real value. Sicil raised her fork, pointing it at him. True, but I think that's why you need balance. Not everything has to be productive or efficient. Sometimes the unplanned moments, the spontaneous lunches, the random conversations, those can be just as essential. It's not all about trimming down, but about choosing the right kind of more. Ethan leaned in, his expression thoughtful. I like that. Choosing the right kind of more. So, you're saying you can have it both ways, live simply but still embrace the unexpected? Sicil nodded enthusiastically. Exactly! You need structure to keep you grounded, but you also need room for the fun, messy, unpredictable parts of life. Otherwise, you might miss out on things that bring you joy. Ethan chuckled. Look at us, having a deep philosophical discussion over cafeteria food. Sicil grinned. Hey, food is essential. Therefore, it's the perfect setting for this conversation. He raised his cup in a mock toast. To essentialism, and the right kind of more. She clinked her fork against his cup with a laugh. Cheers to that. Ethan then sat back, his expression softening. You know, I think you're onto something, though. I've always been a bit of a planner, but you do make life more interesting. Maybe I should let myself embrace a little more chaos, occasionally. Sicil raised an eyebrow. Occasionally? That's the best I'm going to get out of you? Ethan laughed. Hey, baby steps, all right? Greg McKeown would approve. Sicil rolled her eyes, smiling. Fine. But one day, Ethan, I'm getting you to fully embrace the unexpected. You won't know what hit you. He winked. I'll be ready. After all, I'm a master of essentials. I'll just make sure to plan for it. And then he leaned towards her and fondly added, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, starting with adding you to my life permanently as a little spark of chaos, making Sicil blush red. She admired how Ethan never ceased to amaze her with deep thought and open confession of their admiration. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Sicil and Ethan's friendship deepened, flourishing in ways neither of them had anticipated. What had started as casual banter and playful teasing soon became a constant in their everyday lives. Their shared bench in French class became more than just a seat. It turned into a sanctuary, a place where their personalities could shine, free from the formalities of the lecture hall. Under the golden canopy of the oak tree, Sicil and Ethan sat cross-legged on the grass, textbooks spread between them as they half-heartedly prepared for their upcoming French assessment. The crisp autumn air wrapped around them, but Ethan's focus was elsewhere. Honestly, Ethan sighed, flipping his French notebook shut, The entire education system is a joke. We spend all these years learning theory, but no one ever teaches us how to actually face life after uni. Like, what are we even doing here? Sicil glanced up from her notes, intrigued. Okay, Mr. Cynical, what do you mean by facing life? What would you want to do after uni? Ethan hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting toward the horizon. If I had my way, he smiled, his expression softening. I'd open a cafe. You know, a small, intimate place downtown where I could cook, experiment with food, and just create a cozy space for people. Something personal, something real. Sicil's eyes widened, surprised but curious. A cafe? I didn't know you had a secret chef dream. What's stopping you? Ethan let out a small chuckle, but there was a touch of frustration in his voice. Well, my father, for starters. He's set on me joining the family business. Hardware tools of all things. He doesn't get it. He thinks the cafe idea is just a phase, something I'll grow out of. Sicil leaned back against the tree trunk, a teasing smile forming on her lips. You, a chef? That's hard to picture. I mean, considering you never risk your lunch and eat the same sandwich every day, how adventurous of you. Ethan grinned, shaking his head. Hey, I like what I like, okay? But you're missing out. My cooking skills are way better than my predictable lunch habits suggest. Oh, really? Sicil raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying the moment. I'll believe that when I see it. What are you going to serve at this cafe of yours? Turkey sandwiches with extra predictability on the side? Ethan laughed, nudging her playfully. For your information, it'd be more creative than that. Think gourmet grilled cheese, fancy soups, maybe even some pastries if I get ambitious. Gourmet grilled cheese? Now we're talking. Sicil leaned in, eyes twinkling with mischief. But seriously, Ethan, you should go for it. Forget what your dad thinks. It sounds like something you'd love. Ethan's smile softened. Yeah, maybe one day. I just don't know how to break it to him that his son wants to cook for a living instead of selling hammers and screws. Sicil nudged him gently. You'll figure it out. And when you open that cafe, you better make room on the menu for my spontaneous food choices. Ethan chuckled. Deal. Just promise you'll be my first customer. Only if you name a sandwich after me. Sicil grinned. Something unpredictable, of course. Ethan laughed, the tension easing between them. All right, unpredictable it is. One Sicil special coming right up. Out of nowhere, a football came hurtling through the air and struck Sicil squarely on the side of her head. Ow! Sicil yelped, grabbing her head in surprise, wincing in pain. Ethan immediately snapped into action, his eyes flashing with anger. Hey, watch it! He shouted, standing up and scanning the field, where a group of boys stood laughing, clearly unfazed by what had just happened. One of them casually waved his hand, dismissing Ethan's shout like it was no big deal. Ethan's protective instincts flared. He moved toward the boys, fists clenched, his face a mix of anger and concern. What's your problem? He growled, his tone low and threatening. You hit her with the ball. At least have the decency to apologize. One of the boys, tall and lanky with a cocky smirk, shrugged. It's just a football, man. She'll live. Ethan took a step closer, his voice sharp. Just a football? You could have hurt her. You don't even care, do you? The boys snickered amongst themselves, clearly enjoying the tension. Calm down, man. It's not like we did it on purpose. She'll be fine. Ethan's eyes narrowed, his fists curling tighter. How about I knock some sense into you, then see how fine you are? Before things could escalate further, Sicil, still rubbing her head but now more annoyed than hurt, jumped to her feet and rushed over to Ethan, placing a hand on his arm. Ethan, stop, she said firmly, looking up at him. It's not worth it. Ethan looked down at her, concern softening the edges of his anger. But Sicil, I'm fine, Sicil interrupted, her voice resolute. No need to get into a fight over it. She turned her attention to the group of boys who were still watching, arms crossed, smirking. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes as she called out to them. How about we settle this a different way? The boys exchanged curious glances, the cocky one speaking up. What do you mean? Sicil took a few steps toward them, arms crossed, her confidence unwavering. A little challenge, one-on-one. If I score a goal, you apologize. And not just that. You admit I'm the champion right here, right now. The boys erupted in laughter, clearly amused by the challenge. You playing football against us? One of them jeered. All right, deal, but don't come crying when you lose, princess. Sicil's grin widened, unfazed by their mockery. Don't worry, I won't lose. Ethan, still tense, shot Sicil a skeptical look. You sure about this? I mean, they're not exactly going to go easy on you. Sicil glanced back at him, her eyes gleaming with determination. Trust me, Ethan. I've got this. The boys set up a makeshift goal between two trees, and the cocky one, clearly their best player, stepped forward to face Sicil. He juggled the ball with his feet, smirking at her. Ready to lose? Sicil just smiled, her confidence never wavering. Let's see who loses. The game began with the boy passing the ball to her, fully expecting to outmaneuver her within seconds. But Sicil was quick, much quicker than he had anticipated. She dodged his attempts to steal the ball, weaving past him with surprising agility. Ethan watched from the sidelines, his worry slowly fading into amazement as Sicil danced around the boy with ease. She faked left, then darted right, leaving her opponent stumbling in her wake. The other boys on his team began shouting instructions, their laughter now turning into concerned murmurs as they realized Sicil wasn't just bluffing. With a final burst of speed, Sicil powered toward the goal, lining up her shot perfectly. She drew back her foot and sent the ball soaring into the makeshift goal, right past the boy's outstretched leg. The ball thudded against the tree trunk behind the goal, and for a moment there was nothing but stunned silence. Then Sicil turned to the boys, a triumphant grin on her face. Looks like I win. Ethan broke into a grin himself, folding his arms proudly as he looked at the boys. So, about that apology. The boy Sicil had just beaten stared at her, dumbfounded, before sighing and scratching the back of his neck. All right, he muttered, trying to play it cool. I'm sorry, okay? And, yeah, you're the champion. His friends snickered, but none of them dared challenge her again. Sicil raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying their humbled reactions. Thanks, she said lightly, dusting off her hands. Maybe next time. Don't underestimate the girl. Ethan walked up to her, shaking his head in disbelief. You never fail to surprise me, Sicil. She laughed, nudging him playfully. Told you I had it under control. Ethan smiled, his earlier anger forgotten. All right, champion, I'll never doubt you again. They both settled down again under the oak tree, but this time the air was thick with anticipation. Sicil hesitated for a moment, her gaze fixed on the fluttering leaves before she mustered the courage to share her secret. The autumn breeze carried the scent of nostalgia as she began. Ethan, there's something I've never told anyone before. Ethan looked at her, curiosity mixed with a tinge of concern in his eyes. What is it? He asked, his voice gentle. Drawing in a deep breath, Sicil confessed, her voice carrying a hint of vulnerability. I had a childhood crush on Sebastian, and the feelings never completely went away. I love him with all my heart, Ethan, but I do not know how he feels about me. The weight of Sicil's words hung heavy in the air, settling between them. Ethan felt a sharp pang in his chest, a wave of jealousy crashing over him. The autumn ambience, once serene, now bore witness to the complex emotions swirling beneath the surface. A silence enveloped them, the rustling leaves whispering secrets of their own. Ethan wrestled with the revelation, processing the fact that Sicil's heart held a place for someone else. In that moment, the weathered oak tree seemed to stand as a silent witness to the emotional storm that had been unleashed. Eventually, Ethan spoke, his voice carrying a mix of understanding and turmoil. Sicil, I can't even begin to understand your pain, but if I may ask, he began, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Who is Sebastian? Sicil sighed, her gaze shifting to the distant horizon as she embarked on recounting the chapters of her past. Sebastian and I have known each other since childhood. We grew up as neighbors and became inseparable. He was my partner in mischief, my confidant in all secrets. We shared the laughter of carefree days and the comfort of each other's company. She paused, a wistful smile playing on her lips as she continued. But as we grew older, I realized that my feelings for him evolved. I fell in love with the idea of us being more than just friends. However, Sebastian, in his reserved way, never showed his cards. Our paths diverged, as I'm being 4 years younger to him started college here, and he went overseas for higher education, and it has been 2 years since then. I always hoped for more, but the timing never aligned. Ethan listened intently, the complexities of Sicil's history with Sebastian unfolding like the delicate pages of a novel. The shades of her emotions were painted vividly in her words, leaving Ethan grappling with the depth of her connection with Sebastian. "I understand that it's complicated, and I am there for you if you ever need me in any way," Ethan finally responded, a mixture of understanding and insecurity in his eyes. He did not know how to comfort her, realizing he also wanted their relationship to be something more. However, he was not willing to lose her like how she lost Sebastian, but bringing up such a topic now when she was trusting him with her truth made him vulnerable. So, eager to lighten the mood, Ethan leaned back against the oak tree with a mock-serious expression. "You know, Sicil," he began, eyes narrowing playfully, "when I finally meet this Sebastian guy, I think I'm going to have to set him straight." Sicil, catching the shift in his tone, raised an eyebrow, trying to stifle a smile. "Oh, really? And how exactly do you plan on doing that, Mr. Tough Guy?" Ethan nodded sagely, pretending to crack his knuckles. "First, I'll give him a stern talking to. You know, something like, 'Listen here, Sebastian, you might be overseas now, but you left behind the most incredible woman. And that, my friend, is a crime against humanity.'" Sicil burst into laughter, already picturing Ethan's exaggerated stance. "A crime against humanity? Really, Ethan?" "Oh, absolutely," Ethan continued, nodding fervently. "Then I'll challenge him to a duel, something classic and chivalrous. Maybe a cook-off." He grinned, rubbing his chin as if deep in thought. "I'll dazzle him with my signature sandwich-making skills. He won't know what hit him." At this, Sicil couldn't hold back. She leaned forward, grinning. "Your sandwich skills? Ethan, you've been eating the same turkey and cheese sandwich every day since I met you. Is that what's going to impress him?" Ethan feigned offense, placing a hand dramatically on his chest. "Excuse me, it's not just turkey and cheese. It's turkey, cheese, and a little magic. You don't give away your secret ingredients to just anyone, you know." Sicil rolled her eyes, laughing harder now. Right, how could I forget? You with your magic sandwiches. I'm sure Sebastian will be terrified." Ethan leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Oh, he will be. And if that doesn't work, I'll break out my ultimate weapon, really bad puns. I'll just keep going until he cracks and apologizes for ever making you doubt yourself." Sicil shook her head, laughing so hard that her sides ached. Okay, stop. I think the puns might be too cruel." Ethan grinned, pleased to see her laughter light up her face. "I'm just saying, Sicil, I've got this all figured out. One meeting with me and Sebastian will be sending you love letters written in apology." Sicil smiled, the weight of her earlier confession feeling lighter as she nudged him playfully. "You know, you might just be onto something. If he doesn't come back and grovel, I'll let you and your sandwiches handle him." Ethan put his hand on his heart in mock seriousness. "It would be an honor. I'll save the day. One sandwich at a time." With a final laugh, Sicil leaned back against the tree, letting the warmth of their banter chase away the lingering thoughts of Sebastian. For now, in that moment, she was perfectly content with Ethan by her side and the ease he always brought to her heart. At Gourmet, Ethan sat quietly, staring blankly at the menu in front of him. The usual lively chatter and the clinking of dishes seemed distant, a faint hum in the background. His thoughts were consumed by Sicil's confession about Sebastian. He hadn't expected it. He thought they were moving closer, only to find that a shadow from her past still lingered in her heart. The weight of that revelation pressed down on him harder than he cared to admit. Across the table, Tia, Ethan's sister, and Alex, her boyfriend, were in the midst of one of their usual debates, which would normally pull Ethan in, laughing and taking Alex's side for fun. Tonight, however, his mind was far away. "Oh, come on, Alex! You seriously trust Siri over me when it comes to directions?" Tia exclaimed, crossing her arms and giving Alex a pointed look. Alex rolled his eyes, holding up his phone as if presenting evidence in court. "Tia, Siri knows the roads. It's literally her job. You say you know shortcuts, but every time you insist on taking one of your shortcuts, we end up stuck in some sketchy alley or the middle of a traffic jam." Tia threw her hands up in exasperation. "That's an exaggeration. I know the roads better than any AI assistant ever could. I've been driving around this city since before Siri was even a thing." Alex smirked. Oh, really? Remember that time you had us driving through that dead-end street behind the warehouse? We could barely turn the car around, Tia huffed. It wasn't a dead-end street, it was a scenic route. Alex leaned forward, raising an eyebrow. Scenic route? There were stray cats and broken-down cars everywhere, pretty sure we were lost. Tia gave him a playful shove. I got us out of there, didn't I? Alex shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. After Siri had to bail you out, I swear, Tia, your shortcuts are more like detours into horror movie sets. Ethan, still silent, would usually laugh at this point, probably offering a teasing comment about how Tia's shortcuts could lead to another dimension. But tonight, he barely noticed their playful bickering. His mind wrapped around the name Sebastian. Tia, who was now deeply invested in proving her point, noticed Ethan's lack of response. Normally, he'd be joining in by now. Mocking her navigation skills in support of Alex, she turned to him, eyes narrowing. Ethan, hello? Are you even listening? She waved a hand in front of his face, but he didn't flinch, still staring blankly at the menu. Alex, noticing his unusual silence, leaned over and grinned, nudging Ethan in the ribs. What's up, man? You look like you've lost a bet. Or, wait, are you upset because they ran out of turkey sandwiches? Tia giggled, rolling her eyes. Yeah, that's it. No turkey, no joy. Classic Ethan. But when Ethan didn't even crack a smile, their teasing fell flat. Tia exchanged a concerned look with Alex. Ethan was usually quick to make a comeback, especially when it came to food jokes. Something was definitely off. Tia leaned forward, lowering her voice. Ethan, seriously, what's wrong? You're acting weird. Is everything okay? Her concern growing. You're not even siding with Alex like you usually do, which is suspicious. What's going on? Ethan blinked, finally dragged out of his thoughts. He looked up at them, their concerned faces breaking through the fog of his mind. He sighed, putting down the menu he hadn't even looked at, and ran a hand through his hair, clearly struggling with what to say. I don't know, Tia. It's just something that happened earlier. Alex raised an eyebrow. Curiosity piqued. Earlier? What? Did someone mess up your sandwich order or something? Ethan gave him a sideways glance, but couldn't muster a laugh. After a pause, he finally exhaled, realizing he wouldn't be able to dodge their questions much longer. It's Sicil, he admitted softly, his voice heavy with emotion. Tia's eyes widened. Sicil? What about her? Ethan hesitated, feeling the weight of the words before they left his mouth. She told me she's still in love with someone from her past. Some guy named Sebastian. They were separated years ago, but I guess she never stopped loving him. A heavy silence fell over the table. Tia and Alex exchanged glances, clearly not expecting that. Tia reached out, placing a hand on her brother's arm. Oh, Ethan, I'm so sorry. Alex leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. Wait, hold up. So she's still hung up on some guy who's not even around? Ethan nodded, swallowing hard. Yeah, she said she loved him, but they've been apart for years. Alex thought for a moment, then leaned forward, his expression serious. Look, Ethan, I know this is rough, but if you have feelings for her, you can't just sit there and let that be the end of it. You've got to tell her how you feel. She deserves to know. Ethan shook his head, clearly conflicted. But what if it doesn't change anything? What if she's still in love with him? Alex shrugged. Maybe she is. But maybe she's holding on to something because she doesn't know how you feel. If you never tell her, you'll always wonder what if. You can't live like that, man. You've got to take the chance. Tia nodded in agreement. Alex is right. You can't let fear hold you back, Ethan. You care about Sicil, right? Ethan nodded slowly. Yeah, more than I realized. Tia squeezed his arm, her voice gentle but firm. Then you have to tell her. Don't let someone from her past get in the way of your future. Ethan sat there, the weight of their words sinking in. He had always been cautious, deliberate, someone who thought things through before acting. But maybe this was the moment to take a risk, to stop overthinking and just speak from the heart. He looked at Tia and Alex, feeling a glimmer of hope amid the confusion. Maybe they were right. Maybe it was time to stop holding back. As the moon bathed the night in a soft silver glow, Ethan lay wide awake, staring at the ceiling. Alex's words echoed in his mind, urging him to take the leap to tell Sicil how he felt before it was too late. But fear gnawed at him. What if she didn't feel the same way? What if confessing only drove her away? He wrestled with the thoughts until the first faint rays of dawn broke through his window, painting the room with a soft light. With the morning came clarity. Ethan sat up, the weight of his decision settling on his chest, but this time it didn't feel as heavy. He had made up his mind. No more hiding behind friendship, no more pretending his feelings didn't exist. He loved Sicil, and she deserved to know, no matter how terrifying it was. He couldn't go on living in uncertainty, always wondering what could have been. As soon as he reached the college campus, his eyes scanned the crowds, searching for her. His heart thumped wildly in his chest, but determination propelled him forward. He spotted Sicil, her familiar figure standing by the library, engrossed in conversation with a friend. Mustering all his courage, he approached her and gently called her name. "Sicil, can I talk to you?" "Alone?" he asked, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside him. Sicil looked up, slightly surprised by the urgency in his tone. "Sure, Ethan, is everything okay?" He nodded, though okay was far from what he felt. They walked in silence to the oak tree where they had spoken the day before, the very spot where she had confided in him about Sebastian. The memory of that conversation weighed on his heart, but he knew what he had to do. Taking a deep breath, Ethan turned to face her. "Sicil, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. I've been holding it in for too long and I can't keep it to myself anymore." Sicil's brow furrowed with concern. "Ethan, what is it? You're starting to worry me." He gave her a small, reassuring smile, though his heart was racing. "It's about us, about how I feel. Sicil, He hesitated for a split second, then pressed on, his voice soft but unwavering. "I love you, Sicil. I've loved you for a long time, and I know your heart might not belong to me. I know you still care about Sebastian, but I needed to tell you. I needed you to know that no matter where your heart is, I'm willing to wait. I'll wait forever if I have to. I don't want to force anything, but I couldn't keep pretending anymore." Sicil's eyes widened, her face a mixture of shock and confusion. She blinked, processing his words, but for a moment she seemed lost for a response. Finally, she took a deep breath, her voice gentle but firm. "Ethan, I don't know what to say. I never thought of you as anything more than my friend. I mean, we've known each other for so long and you've always been there for me, but I never saw you that way. I never thought this was something we'd be talking about." Ethan felt a sharp pang in his chest, but he forced a smile. "I get it, Sicil, I do. I don't want to make things awkward or ruin what we have. I just couldn't keep it bottled up anymore. I'm not asking you to feel the same way right now. All I'm saying is I'll wait as long as it takes. I just want you to know how I feel." Sicil looked at him, her expression softening as she reached out to touch his arm. "Ethan, you're such an incredible person, and I value our friendship more than anything. I don't want to hurt you, and I'm afraid that if we try to be something more, it'll change everything between us." Ethan's heart ached at her words, but he nodded, his voice calm. "I understand, and I don't want to lose our friendship either, but I also can't ignore how I feel. So I'll be patient. I don't expect you to magically return my feelings overnight. I just needed to be honest with you." Sicil's eyes glistened with emotion as she looked at him, clearly touched by his vulnerability. "Ethan, I care about you so much. I don't want to mess this up. I don't know if I'll ever feel the same way you do, and I don't want you waiting around for something that might never happen." Ethan shook his head, smiling gently. "Don't worry about me, Sicil. I can handle it. I don't want to pressure you. I just needed you to know, whatever happens, I'll be here, as your friend or whatever else comes next. I'm not going anywhere." They stood in silence for a moment beneath the oak tree, the breeze gently rustling the leaves above them. The tension between them was heavy, but there was also an understanding, a quiet recognition of the complexities of love and friendship. Sicil took a deep breath, offering him a sad but grateful smile. "Thank you, Ethan. I am grateful for the love and kindness you have always showered me. I'm really not sure what to do right now." Ethan responded, his heart still heavy but filled with a sense of relief. "Take your time, Sicil. I'm not in a hurry." As time passed, Sicil couldn't help but notice Ethan in a different light. Subtle moments in their friendship began to reveal the depth of his feelings, and slowly, without her realizing it, her own emotions for him started to shift. The more time they spent together, the more those moments crept in, often surprising her and leaving her awkwardly flustered. One day, Sicil and Ethan were sitting in the library, supposedly studying for their midterms, though Ethan, as usual, was busy being a distraction. "I don't know why anyone thinks we need math in real life," Ethan grumbled, scribbling something nonsensical in the margins of his textbook. "Like, has anyone ever stopped in the middle of a sandwich to calculate the angle of their bite?" Sicil laughed, shaking her head. "Only you would turn a math problem into food," she teased. "Hey, food is life," Ethan said proudly, grinning. She smiled at his playful antics, her gaze lingering a little longer than usual. "I guess that's one of the things I like about you," she said absent-mindedly. Ethan looked up, eyebrows raised in surprise. "Oh? You like something about me, huh?" Sicil froze, realizing what she'd just said. I mean, as a friend," she stammered, her cheeks flushing pink. "Obviously I meant as a friend." Ethan smirked, leaning back in his chair with a triumphant grin. "Sure, Sicil, sure, as a friend. Got it." Her heart raced, and she quickly changed the subject, embarrassed by how easily the words had slipped out. But as she glanced at him, his knowing smile lingered in her mind. Another morning, Sicil and Ethan were grabbing breakfast at the campus cafe before class. Ethan, as usual, was juggling too many things: his coffee, a muffin, and his phone, all while trying to tell Sicil about some random fact he had learned. "So, did you know that sloths can hold their breath longer than dolphins?" Ethan said, his arms flailing as he balanced everything precariously. "Seriously? That's actually kind of cool," Sicil replied, half listening, more focused on his impending disaster. Just as she predicted, Ethan lost his balance. His coffee cup tipped, and with a comical expression of horror, he tried to save it, but instead ended up with half the muffin in his lap. Sicil burst out laughing, unable to stop herself. "Ethan, you're a walking disaster!" Ethan sighed dramatically, looking up at her with an exaggerated pout. "And yet you still hang out with me. That's gotta mean something, right?" Yeah, she teased, handing him a napkin. "It means I'm probably insane." As he wiped the crumbs off, he grinned up at her. "Or maybe you just like having me around. I mean, admit it, I make your life more interesting." Sicil rolled her eyes, but there was a warmth in her chest she couldn't deny. "Okay, fine, you do." A few weeks later, they went to a concert together, one of Sicil's favourite bands. Ethan, who had never even heard of them, still agreed to come along, mostly to spend time with her. During the show, Ethan's attempts at dancing were something between dad moves and interpretive dance, much to Sicil's amusement. She doubled over laughing when he started mimicking the lead singer's dramatic gestures. "You're ridiculous!" she shouted over the music, barely able to catch her breath. He shrugged, unbothered, and gave her a goofy grin. "Hey, at least I'm making you laugh." She playfully shoved him. "You always do." For a moment, as the music surged around them and Ethan pulled another silly dance move, Sicil felt something unexpected. There was a warmth that spread through her, not from the music or the laughter, but from him. Being there, being with her. She quickly brushed the thought aside, but the seed had been planted. One afternoon, Sicil and Ethan were sitting under the oak tree, talking about everything and nothing like they often did. Ethan was being his usual self, making her laugh with some exaggerated story about how he once got locked in a bathroom for 2 hours. And that's when I realized. I had no phone, no way out, and the janitor didn't show up until way after hours. Ethan finished, shaking his head. It was basically my survival story. Sicil giggled, leaning back against the tree. "You've lived quite the life." Ethan, without missing a beat, looked at her with a soft smile. "Hey, as long as you're in it, I'd say my life's pretty great." Sicil blinked, caught off guard by his sincerity. She laughed awkwardly, trying to play it cool, but her heart skipped a beat. "You're such a sap." "Maybe, but I mean it," Ethan said, his voice quieter this time, a little more serious. Sicil felt her stomach flutter, the air between them suddenly charged. She quickly looked away, feeling awkward and unsure. "Well, don't get too sentimental on me now." Ethan chuckled, leaning back against the tree beside her. No promises. One evening, they were walking back from class when they passed by a street performer. Ethan, as usual, couldn't resist joining in, pulling out his ridiculous air guitar routine. Sicil laughed so hard she had to stop walking, clutching her sides. As Ethan struck a final dramatic pose, she wiped a tear from her eye. "You're the absolute worst at that." Thank you, Ethan said, bowing to an imaginary audience. "I'll be here all week." Still giggling, Sicil blurted out, "I don't know what I'd do without you." Ethan straightened, surprised by her sudden confession. "Wait, what?" Realizing what she'd said, Sicil froze, eyes wide. I mean, for comic relief, obviously." Ethan raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Oh, really? Is that all I am? Your personal comedian?" Sicil felt her face heat up, and she quickly looked away. "Shut up, Ethan." He chuckled, clearly amused. Sure. Whatever you say, Sicil." But as they walked on, her heart raced. What would I do without him? The thought lingered, more serious than she wanted to admit. These small, seemingly ordinary moments were starting to add up for Sicil. Ethan's presence in her life was more than just comforting, it was becoming essential. Little by little, she began to wonder if perhaps deep down she'd started to fall in love too. It was a sunny afternoon, and Ethan and Sicil were sitting together in class, casually chatting before the lecture began. They were deep in conversation about a new series they both wanted to watch, when Zoe, one of their classmates, walked up to Ethan, her smile bright and flirty. "Hey, Ethan," Zoe said, twirling a strand of her hair around her finger. "I've been meaning to ask, are you coming to the party this weekend? I hear it's going to be really fun and I thought we could hang out. You know if you're free." Sicil felt an instant pang of annoyance. The way Zoe leaned in close to Ethan, the way her voice turned syrupy, was impossible to miss. Sicil's hands clenched, and she shifted uncomfortably in her seat. Ethan, ever the oblivious one, simply smiled back. I'm not sure. I haven't thought about it yet." Zoe's eyes sparkled as she leaned in a little more. "Well, you should definitely come. I promise you won't regret it." Sicil could feel her irritation bubbling over. Without thinking, she abruptly stood up, grabbing her things. "I just remembered, I have to go, see you later," she muttered, not bothering to hide her frustration. Ethan blinked in confusion, watching her leave. "Wait, Sicil, what's up?" he called after her, but she was already out the door. The next day, Ethan found Sicil in their usual spot under the oak tree. She was sitting with her arms crossed, clearly in a bad mood. He sat down beside her, puzzled by her behavior. "Sicil, what happened yesterday? You just walked out and you've been acting weird ever since," he said, genuinely confused. Sicil glanced at him, her lips pressed into a thin line. She hadn't been able to shake off the irritation from the day before, and she wasn't entirely sure why. "Nothing happened," she muttered, though the sharp edge in her voice betrayed her. Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Doesn't sound like nothing." Sicil exhaled sharply, her frustration spilling over. "Fine. You want to know what happened? I didn't feel like sitting there watching Zoe flirt with you like you're some kind of prize." Ethan's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, what? Flirting? I didn't even notice." "Of course you didn't," Sicil snapped, cutting him off. "She was practically throwing herself at you and you didn't even care. You just sat there smiling like an idiot." Ethan blinked, finally realizing what was going on. A slow smile spread across his face as understanding dawned on him. "Wait, are you jealous?" Sicil scoffed, her cheeks flushing slightly. "No, I mean, yes, okay, maybe a little, but that's not the point." Ethan's smile softened, and he leaned in closer, his voice gentle. "Sicil, you don't need to be jealous. I'm not interested in Zoe or anyone else." Sicil crossed her arms tighter, her expression still defensive. "Well, it sure didn't seem like that yesterday." Ethan chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Look, I might be clueless about a lot of things, but when it comes to you, I'm not. You know you're the only one I care about, right?" Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, but she didn't say anything. Ethan continued, his tone sincere. "I mean it. You're the one I want to be with. Zoe's just a classmate. You're everything." Sicil felt her heart soften at his words, though she tried to keep her face neutral. "You're really laying it on thick, aren't you?" Ethan grinned, sensing her mood was shifting. "Just speaking the truth. And hey, if it helps, I'm officially declaring myself unavailable to everyone, except you, of course." Sicil rolled her eyes, but she couldn't hide the smile tugging at her lips. "You're such a dork." "But I'm your dork," Ethan said playfully, nudging her shoulder. She finally let out a small laugh, the tension in her shoulders easing. Though she didn't say it out loud, Ethan's words warmed her heart. He had a way of making her feel secure, even when she was annoyed. And though she wouldn't admit it just yet, the truth was, she was starting to see how much she really cared about him. "Well, I'm still mad at you," Sicil said, though her voice lacked conviction. Ethan laughed, wrapping an arm around her shoulders in a friendly, reassuring way. "That's fine, as long as you're still hanging out with me." Sicil pretended to consider it, then smiled. "I guess I can deal with that." From that day on, things changed between them and their dynamics shifted. While Sicil was still not ready to confess her love for Ethan just yet, she knew it was only a matter of time before she did. In their final year of college, amid the hushed whispers of the library, Ethan and Sicil found themselves engrossed in a French assignment. As they exchanged notes, a comfortable silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the rustling of pages and the soft hum of turning them. Sicil, her mind not 100% on the notes in front of her but on the steady warmth of Ethan beside her, felt a rush of emotions that left her breathless. She lifted her gaze from the textbook and found Ethan already watching her. His eyes, soft and intense, mirrored the same longing she felt. The library around them faded into nothingness, and all that remained was this moment, silent, electric, and filled with unspoken words. Ethan leaned in, closing the gap between them with a tender, almost hesitant kiss. Their lips met softly, tasting the vulnerability and the quiet confession of feelings long held back. The kiss was delicate, as if testing the waters of a new reality they were both stepping into. It lingered, neither of them wanting to pull away, each kiss more of a promise than the last. But that soft restraint couldn't hold back the intensity brewing between them for much longer. As they paused to catch their breath, something shifted. Their desire, once careful and tender, broke free. Ethan's hand cupped the back of Sicil's neck, and she responded by pulling him closer, pressing her body against his. Their lips met again, but this time with a fierce passion. The kiss deepened, their mouths moving in sync, tasting the urgency of all the words they had never said. Sicil moaned softly against his lips as her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him impossibly closer. Ethan, desperate and overwhelmed by the sensation of her against him, kissed her harder, with the kind of longing he had suppressed for far too long. Their breaths were ragged, their movements fueled by the pent-up desire that was now finally free. As they pulled away for a brief second, gasping for air, Ethan's eyes were wild with emotion. He cupped her face gently, his thumb brushing her flushed cheek. "I love you, Sicil," he whispered, his voice raw with honesty. "I've loved you for so long. Please say something," he implored her. "Your silence, it's killing me." For a moment, Sicil just stared at him, her heart thundering in her chest. The weight of his words, of his love, hung in the air between them. Then, with her eyes locked onto his, she smiled. A smile that held all the unspoken things she had never dared to say before. And then she finally whispered, "I love you too, Ethan," her voice trembling. The words were barely out of her mouth when she leaned in again, kissing him with renewed urgency. This kiss was slower, but filled with certainty, a seal on everything they had just confessed. It was as if time had stopped, and in that kiss, they weren't just two friends discovering their love. They were everything to each other. Nothing else mattered. The sun, now lower in the sky, cast a golden glow through the library window, warming their entangled forms. When they finally broke apart, breathless and flushed, they both laughed softly, the tension between them replaced by something more comfortable, something real. Ethan chuckled, his forehead resting against hers. "You know, we just broke about 20 library rules." Sicil smirked, brushing her thumb over his lips. "Worth it," she said with a grin, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She pulled back slightly, her hand still resting on his chest, feeling the quick beat of his heart beneath her palm. "But next time, maybe we should find a place that doesn't have surveillance cameras." Ethan burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the quiet aisles of books. "Leave it to you to think about getting caught after we've been making out for 10 minutes. Sicil laughed too, her face still close to his. Well, one of us has to be the responsible one. Ethan smirked, pulling her closer. Let's not be responsible just yet. Their laughter faded into another kiss, this one playful, lighter than the ones before, but still filled with all the love they had just confessed. From that day forward, their relationship was forever changed, but in the best way possible. What had once been a friendship was now an undeniable, all-consuming love. As the seasons shifted, so did the nature of Sicil and Ethan's relationship. What had begun as a confession from Ethan became the foundation of their love story, a testament to vulnerability, patience, and the slow unraveling of feelings long hidden beneath the surface. Sicil, once caught between the memory of a childhood crush and the growing love she felt for Ethan, started seeing him in a new light. His steady affection and unwavering commitment melted away her doubts, finally allowing her heart to embrace the love that had been blossoming all along. One evening, after hours of conversation that seemed to stretch beyond time itself, Ethan chuckled softly. You know, Sicil, we've been talking for hours. I should probably let you get some sleep. Sicil yawned but refused to let the moment end. Sleep can wait, she replied, her voice soft and playful. I'm enjoying this too much. Ethan smiled, his heart full. Me too. It's like time just stops when we're talking. If only we could freeze this moment, Sicil mused, her voice filled with warmth. Who needs sleep when I have all the energy I need just talking to you? Ethan teased, his affection clear. Sicil giggled, though her heart swelled at the sentiment. I'm not ready to say goodnight yet. Ethan's tone grew more tender, his words laced with quiet passion. You know, my nights feel less lonely with you around. Even over the phone, it's like you're right here. Sicil felt a warmth spread through her chest, and before she knew it, her voice was trembling with emotion. It's the same for me, Ethan. I can't imagine my days without hearing your voice. There was a brief pause, the kind where feelings hang in the air, unspoken but deeply felt. You know I love you, right? Ethan said suddenly, his voice filled with both certainty and vulnerability. I do, Sicil whispered, her heart racing. And I love you too, more than words can ever say. The connection between them felt almost tangible, even though the phone. Ethan exhaled slowly as if savoring the moment. This thing we have, it feels like magic, like we're in our own world. Sicil, now blinking back the sudden rush of tears, nodded though he couldn't see her. It is magic, Ethan. I never thought I could feel something this real. For a few heartbeats, neither spoke, both wrapped in the warmth of the moment. Then Ethan reluctantly but playfully said, Okay, I really should let you sleep, but you have to promise me you'll dream about us. Sicil laughed softly. Only if you promise the same. Deal, Ethan whispered. Sweet dreams, Sicil. Good night, Ethan, she replied, her voice soft as silk, yet neither of them hung up. The call lingered, the silence between them comfortable and familiar, filled with a quiet longing that neither wanted to break. Ethan broke the silence with a playful sigh. You know, if it were up to me, I'd keep you on the line forever. Sicil grinned. We should invent a never-ending call. I'd sign up for that. Laughing, Ethan agreed. But I should probably let you go before your dad catches us talking all night. Glancing at the clock, Sicil sighed. You're right. He might think I've gone nocturnal. She paused, reluctant to say goodbye. Okay, good night, Ethan. Good night, my love, Ethan whispered. Just as Sicil was about to hang up, her bedroom door creaked open. Her father, standing in the doorway, wore a stern expression. Sicil, why are the lights still on? You should be asleep by now, Mr. Anderson scolded. Sicil's eyes widened in panic. She hurriedly ended the call and dove under her blanket, feigning sleep. Her father, still lingering by the door, muttered to himself, Kids these days. I'll need to have a word with Sebastian. But he decided against it, glancing at the clock and recalling the time difference. With a final sigh, he shut the door quietly behind him. Sicil exhaled softly, relief flooding her as her father left the room without further suspicion. She let out a quiet, breathy laugh, staring at the phone in her hand, the screen now dark but her heart still alight with the warmth of Ethan's words. She hugged her pillow, replaying their conversation in her mind, her emotions swirling. For just a brief moment, her thoughts drifted thousands of miles away. What time is it for Sebastian? Is he awake now? The question flickered through her mind like a distant whisper, but she quickly dismissed it, the thought too fleeting to hold her attention. Meanwhile, Ethan lay back on his bed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he imagined Sicil's frantic dive under the covers. He could almost hear her quiet giggles on the other end, and it made him laugh softly. His heart swelled with warmth, hoping she had dodged any real scolding. She was safe, happy, and with him in some way. That was all he needed. But far away, across oceans and time zones, as the early morning light crept through the blinds of a lush bedroom, Sebastian sat on the edge of his bed, the soft glow of his phone illuminating his tired face. It was 6 a.m., and the world outside was just beginning to wake. But inside, Sebastian's thoughts were restless. His finger hovered over Sicil's name, heart caught in a familiar push and pull. The number on the screen seemed so close yet impossibly far. Should I call her? The question had nagged him most days, but this morning felt different. The quiet stillness of dawn seemed to hold a kind of urgency, an unspoken plea for connection. He could almost hear her laugh, see her smile, feel the pull of memories long tucked away. Yet, despite the ache gnawing at him, he hesitated, unsure if he was still a part of her world, if she still thought about him the way he thought about her. It's too late. She's probably asleep. He tried to reason with himself, but the thought of her, so far away, her face just a memory now, made his chest tighten. He closed his eyes for a moment, imagining her wrapped up in her sheets, peaceful and oblivious to his inner turmoil. Maybe, just maybe, she'd smile if she saw his name flash on her phone. Unknown to him, Sicil too had briefly wondered about him too, her mind drifting for just a moment to the time zone, and a thought if Sebastian is awake. But it was Ethan who had taken up her thoughts. Ethan who had filled her heart with warmth and a love that seemed to bloom brighter with each passing day. His reassuring presence in Sicil's life was like a love that wrapped around her like a blanket on cold nights. He didn't know about Sebastian's early morning dilemma, nor did he need to. His love for Sicil was unwavering, and in that, she had found her refuge. As Sebastian sat there, wrestling with the idea of reaching out, the moments stretched on, slipping away like grains of sand. The space between him and Sicil wasn't just physical anymore. It was a growing distance of hearts, something even a morning phone call couldn't bridge. Ethan walked into the library, eyes searching for Sicil in the usual corner where she studied. As he approached, he noticed she wasn't her usual self. Her posture was slouched, and her eyes were heavy with exhaustion. He reached out and placed a hand on her forehead, feeling the warmth of her skin. Instantly, he frowned. "You have a fever," he said softly but firmly. "What are you doing in the library? You should be home, taking care of yourself." Sicil groaned, brushing off his concern. "I know, but I don't have time for that. My assignment is due in few days, and I can't afford to fall behind, especially not on this topic." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "What's it about?" "Climate change," Sicil replied, her voice hoarse. "It's a massive report on global warming, its causes, and how it's impacting vulnerable populations." Ethan glanced at the thick textbook and research papers scattered around her. He didn't know much about climate change beyond the headlines, but seeing her determination, he couldn't just let her push herself to the point of collapse. "Okay," he said after a moment, closing her book with a determined thud. "You're going home to rest. I'll help you finish this." She looked at him, startled. "Ethan, you don't even study environmental science." "I'll figure it out," he said with a playful wink. "Go home, Sicil. Trust me, I've got this." That night, Sicil reluctantly left the library and went home. Ethan, meanwhile, sat in front of a pile of her books, his mind racing. Climate change wasn't exactly his area of expertise, but for Sicil, he was willing to give it a shot. They hopped on a video call later, her voice weaker than usual, but still guiding him through the basics. "Start with the greenhouse gases," Sicil instructed, trying to stifle a cough. "The main causes, CO2, methane, all of it." Ethan flipped through her notes, nodding as he scribbled things down. "Got it. What's this about sea levels rising?" "That's the scariest part," Sicil murmured, her eyes half closed with exhaustion. "Whole communities, coastal cities, islands, they're going to be submerged if we don't do something." It's already happening in parts of the world. As the night wore on, Sicil eventually fell asleep on the call, her head resting on the pillow, while Ethan continued working. He found himself getting more absorbed in the subject. The more he read, the more serious the issue seemed. It wasn't just abstract science, it was real, urgent, and affecting millions of people. The data was overwhelming: glaciers melting, ecosystems collapsing, extreme weather becoming more frequent. His heart swelled with a mixture of concern and pride. Here was Sicil, pouring herself into a topic that mattered so much, fighting to make people care about something that was literally reshaping the world. In the days that followed, their video calls became a nightly routine. Ethan, who initially knew little about climate change, found himself becoming passionate about it. He dove deep into research papers, tackling difficult concepts so he could help Sicil. "You know," Ethan said one night, smiling at her through the screen, "this is really serious stuff. I didn't realize how bad things were until now. I'm actually proud of you, Sicil. You're working on something that could genuinely make a difference." Sicil, her cheeks flushed from both the fever and his compliment, gave him a tired but grateful smile. "It's terrifying, isn't it? That's why I want to study it more. I can't just sit by and do nothing." "That's why I love you," Ethan blurted out without thinking before quickly covering it up with a light-hearted tone. "I mean, love your passion. Totally what I meant." Sicil chuckled softly, too exhausted to call him out on his slip. Nice save. Then Sicil shared something close to her heart. "You know, my mum's been working on climate awareness for years," she said, her voice gaining a bit more strength. "She and Mrs. Wilson, Sebastian's mum, they've been leading environmental campaigns for as long as I can remember." Ethan leaned forward, intrigued. "Really? I had no idea." Sicil smiled faintly. "Yeah, they've been organising local awareness programs, getting schools involved, even lobbying for policy changes. It's always been a family thing, trying to get people to realise how serious this all is." Ethan's admiration for her grew even more. "That's amazing, Sicil. Your mum and Mrs. Wilson have been fighting for something so important, and now you're continuing that work." Sicil's eyes softened. "It's close to our family. I grew up hearing about the changes, about how climate change is affecting communities globally, especially in underdeveloped regions. It's terrifying to think how many people could lose everything." Ethan nodded, his heart heavy with newfound respect. "I never really thought about it like that before. I mean, I knew it was bad, but seeing it through your eyes, through your family's work, it makes me want to do something." Sicil looked at him, gratitude in her eyes. "You're already doing something, Ethan. You're helping me, and that means the world to me." Later that night, as Ethan was deep into writing a section of her assignment, Tia wandered into his room. She paused, noticing how focused her brother was on Sicil's work, furiously typing away with scientific papers strewn across his desk. She leaned against the doorframe with a mischievous grin. "Wow! If only you paid this much attention to your own assignments, you'd be top of your class." Without missing a beat, Ethan shot her a glance. "This is important, Tia." "Uh-huh," she teased, folding her arms. "Important for Sicil, right?" Ethan just grinned, unbothered by her teasing. Exactly. As the deadline loomed, Ethan and Sicil powered through the assignment together, breaking down complex theories on carbon footprints, the alarming rise of global temperatures, and the devastating effects on vulnerable species. Ethan, who had once been clueless about the subject, now found himself engaging in passionate debates with Sicil, throwing in insights he'd picked up along the way. While they were finishing the final report, Ethan leaned back and said, "You know, Sicil, this is pretty incredible. Your family has been working on this for years, and now you're doing the same. The world needs more people like you." Sicil blushed, her exhaustion replaced with a small smile. "I wouldn't have gotten through this without you, Ethan. Thank you." "Nah, don't thank me," he replied with a grin. "You're the one who's going to save the world. I'm just along for the ride." And with that, they submitted her assignment just in time, their bond stronger than ever. Ethan had not only supported her through a tough time, but in the process, he'd discovered a newfound respect for the topic Sicil was so passionate about, and of course for Sicil herself. One morning, Sicil's phone buzzed in her pocket while she sat in the middle of a lecture, half listening to the professor's droning voice. She pulled it out, noticing Tia's name flashing on the screen. Confused, she quickly stepped outside to answer. Before she could even say hello, Tia's frantic voice burst through the line. "Sicil, rush to the hospital now!" Tia's breathless urgency sent an immediate chill down her spine. "I'm sending you the GPS location." "Tia, what's going on?" Sicil's voice trembled, but before she could get an answer, the line went dead. Her hands shook as she pocketed her phone, barely able to think straight. Panic surged in her chest, and without a second thought, she grabbed her things and dashed out of the building, her mind racing with questions and fear. Ethan! Something's happened to Ethan! Her stomach turned as she fumbled to open the GPS location Tia had sent. The journey to the hospital felt endless, every passing second adding weight to her already mounting dread. The moment she arrived, Sicil sprinted through the automatic doors and spotted Tia pacing near the waiting area. She rushed to her side, her heart hammering in her chest. "Tia, what happened? Where's Ethan?" Sicil's voice was barely above a whisper, fear constricting her throat. Tia, eyes swollen from crying, swallowed hard and met Sicil's terrified gaze. "A car. It turned without signaling and knocked Ethan off his bike. He's in surgery now. The doctors are trying their best. I came as soon as I heard." Sicil's knees buckled as her world spun for a moment. Her hand flew to her mouth in disbelief. No, this can't be happening." Her voice cracked, her heart sinking deeper with each word. Without another word, she grabbed Tia's hand and together they hurried down the long, sterile hallway toward the operating theatre. As they neared the waiting area, they found Ethan's parents. Mr. Turner was pacing anxiously, his hands running through his hair in nervous frustration. Mrs. Turner sat on a bench nearby, clutching a small silver cross between her fingers, her eyes tightly shut as she whispered desperate prayers. Sicil felt the weight of the scene hit her like a wave. She had never seen Ethan's father look so helpless. She and Tia approached quietly, and Mrs. Turner immediately opened her eyes, noticing their presence. Sicil sat down next to Mrs. Turner and gently took her hand, offering what little comfort she could. Tia sat on the other side, holding her other hand. "He'll be okay," Sicil whispered, more to herself than anyone else, but Mrs. Turner squeezed her hand as if to cling to that hope. "Has there been any news?" Sicil asked quietly, her voice wavering. Mrs. Turner shook her head, her eyes welling up with tears. "Not yet," she whispered. "He was taken to the surgery almost an hour ago. They said it was serious, but no news yet." Her voice broke, and she pressed her lips together, fighting to stay composed. Tia, sitting on the other side, squeezed Mrs. Turner's hand got tighter. "He's strong, Mum. Ethan's strong. He'll pull through this." Mr. Turner, still pacing, suddenly stopped and turned to face the group, his voice thick with barely contained emotion. "Why didn't I stop him from riding that damn bike today? I should have." His words trailed off as his voice cracked, his frustration and helplessness apparent. "You couldn't have known, Dad," Tia interjected, her voice soft but firm. "Accidents happen. No one could have predicted this." Sicil's chest tightened at the sight of them all in pain, but her mind kept replaying the last conversation she had with Ethan. His laughter, the way he always reassured her, the thought of never hearing him again. She couldn't bear it. Tears welled in her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away, trying to stay strong for his family. Tia wrapped her hand around Sicil's, pulling into a tight squeeze. "He will need his turkey sandwich as soon as he wakes up." And they both stifled a strained smile. As they sat together, waiting for any news, every second stretched into an eternity. The sterile smell of the hospital mixed with the soft murmur of other families waiting for their loved ones. The silence between them was only broken by the occasional sniffle or sigh. Sicil's hand never left Mrs. Turner's. Hours later, a doctor finally emerged from the operating room. His expression was serious but not grim, which immediately gave them a sliver of hope. "Mr. and Mrs. Turner?" the doctor called. Both of Ethan's parents stood quickly, their faces etched with worry. Sicil and Tia stood alongside them, their hearts pounding. The doctor took a deep breath before speaking. "The surgery went well. Ethan's injuries were severe, but we were able to stabilize him. He's still unconscious, and the next 24 hours are critical, but he's a fighter." Mrs. Turner collapsed into tears, clutching the cross to her chest. Mr. Turner hugged her tightly, relief flooding through him. Sicil exhaled a breath she didn't realize she was holding, and Tia hugged her, tears streaming down both of their faces. "Can we see him?" Sicil asked, her voice small but hopeful. The doctor nodded. "One at a time for now, just to make sure he's stable, but yes, you can see him." Sicil's heart fluttered at the thought of seeing him. She would wait her turn, but she couldn't help feeling a surge of hope. Ethan was going to be okay. Ethan's hospital room was quiet, the beeping of machines and the soft hum of hospital air conditioning the only background noise. Sicil sat beside his bed, her fingers gently tracing patterns on his hand, waiting for any sign of life. It had been 2 agonizing days since the accident. The doctors had kept him in an induced coma to let his brain recover, and now all she could do was wait. Suddenly, Ethan's fingers twitched. Sicil's heart skipped a beat. His eyelids fluttered, and after what felt like an eternity, they slowly opened. His eyes, though unfocused at first, eventually found her. Relief washed over her like a tidal wave, and tears filled her eyes. "You're awake!" Sicil whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "Oh, thank God!" Ethan blinked, his eyes heavy with exhaustion, but he managed a faint, weak smile. He didn't speak, couldn't yet, but that tiny smile was all Sicil needed. She squeezed his hand gently. "You pulled quite a stunt, you know," she said, her voice wavering between relief and a feeble attempt at humor. "Never do that again, okay?" Ethan's lips curved up ever so slightly, but he didn't have the strength to respond. His eyes drooped again, fighting the weight of fatigue, but Sicil could tell he understood. She pressed the call button to alert the nurse, her other hand still holding onto Ethan's. Then quickly she dialed Tia. "Tia, Ethan just woke up," she said, barely containing her excitement. "What? He's awake! Oh my God, I'm on my way!" Tia's voice on the other end was breathless and filled with relief. "I'll get Mum and Dad too. Hang tight." Within the hour, Tia, Mr. and Mrs. Turner arrived, their faces a mixture of joy and concern. Tia was the first to rush to Ethan's side, tears brimming in her eyes as she placed a hand on his forehead. "Hey, big brother," she whispered, trying to hold back her emotions. "You had us all scared to death." Ethan managed another weak smile, his eyes flickering between Tia and Sicil. He still couldn't speak, but the gratitude in his eyes spoke volumes. His mother, Mrs. Turner, sat down on the other side of the bed, holding his other hand tightly, her knuckles white. "You're going to be fine, Ethan," Mrs. Turner whispered, her voice full of quiet determination. "The doctors say you're making progress. You just need to rest now." Mr. Turner, who had been standing back, finally stepped forward, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He gently patted Ethan's shoulder. "We're proud of you, son. Just keep fighting. We're all here for you." Sicil watched as Ethan's family surrounded him, her heart swelling with affection for them all. She smiled softly to herself, grateful that Ethan had such a strong support system. She felt like part of it now, more than ever before. The next few days were difficult. Ethan's recovery was slow, but with Sicil and his family by his side, he steadily improved. The next afternoon, Sicil was helping Ethan sip water, the two of them in comfortable silence when he finally found his voice, though raspy and weak. "Sicil!" he croaked, his voice barely audible. Sicil's head snapped up, her eyes wide with surprise. "Ethan, you're talking!" she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Don't strain yourself, take it easy." He gave her a small, tired smile. "Thanks for being here." Of course, Ethan," she whispered, her eyes filling with tears again. "I wouldn't be anywhere else." Later that evening, Tia and Alex popped their heads into the room, bringing some much-needed comic relief. She strolled in with a mischievous grin and a bouquet of fresh lilies she had picked up on the way. "So you just had to go and make everything dramatic, huh?" she teased, placing the flowers on the table beside his bed. "I swear, if you wanted attention, you could have just said something," added Alex. Ethan's weak chuckle filled the room, and Sicil smiled, grateful for the lightness Tia and Alex brought into the space. "Don't make me laugh, guys," Ethan muttered, a pained smile crossing his face. "It still hurts." Okay, I'll save the stand-up for later," Tia replied, raising her hands in surrender, though her grin remained. She then turned to Sicil, nudging her playfully. "You're like his nurse and bodyguard rolled into one. I think Mum's going to hire you full-time." Sicil laughed, brushing off the compliment, but she couldn't deny the warm feeling it gave her. She had become a fixture in Ethan's recovery, ensuring he stayed on track with his medication, attending to his needs, and keeping his spirits up with stories and gentle encouragement. One evening, as the sun set, casting a golden glow over the hospital room, Ethan's father came in, carrying a small photo album. "Thought this might cheer you up," Mr. Turner said, handing the album to Sicil. "It's full of Ethan's embarrassing childhood photos." Sicil's eyes lit up with delight. She opened the album and immediately burst into laughter. There was Ethan as a chubby toddler, covered in cake at his birthday party. Another of him in a ridiculous superhero costume. "Wow, you were quite the little troublemaker," Sicil teased, flipping through the pages. "Dad, why would you bring that?" Ethan groaned, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, come on, you can't stay mad at me," Mr. Turner replied with a wink. "It's all good fun." The whole family laughed, even Ethan, and for the first time in days, the room felt lighter. Sicil's heart swelled with happiness at seeing Ethan laugh, the boy she loved slowly returning to himself. As the weeks passed, Ethan's strength grew. He was able to speak more freely, and his physical therapy began to show real progress. But through it all, Sicil remained by his side, her presence unwavering. One afternoon, as she helped him walk down the hospital corridor during his physical therapy, Ethan stopped, looking at her with newfound admiration. "You know," he said softly, "I wouldn't have made it through this without you." Sicil smiled, her heart fluttering at his words. "You don't give yourself enough credit, Ethan. You're the strongest person I know." He shook his head, his eyes serious. "No, Sicil, it's because of you. You give me something to fight for." She blushed, her cheeks warm under his intense gaze. "Well, then you better keep fighting because I'm not going anywhere." Ethan smiled, his hand squeezing hers. Deal. Their bond had deepened, and the journey to his recovery had only strengthened the love between them. As Ethan healed physically, Sicil realized just how much she needed him too, how much they needed each other. Time passed, and they graduated together, starting a new chapter in their lives. That's when they decided to meet their parents and take the next step in their earnest love. Ethan knew the gravity of meeting the parents and the objections he might face due to the difference in their economic status, but he was ready to face any challenge for Sicil. Ethan fidgeted with his shirt collar, standing on Sicil's doorstep with a cocktail of anticipation and anxiety swirling in his chest. This was a pivotal moment and the stakes were high. As he took a deep breath, he mentally geared himself up for the challenge ahead. Sicil's father, a stern figure, swung open the door, casting an intense gaze at Ethan. The older man's scrutiny offered no comfort to Ethan's already jittery nerves. Dressed in his hands-down suit and formal shoes, Ethan felt the heavy weight of judgment even before a single word was exchanged. "I'm Ethan, Sicil's friend," he introduced himself with a friendly smile, attempting to thaw the frosty air. Sicil's father, maintaining his stoic demeanor, merely nodded and uttered a curt, "Come on in," gesturing for Ethan to enter. As Ethan stepped inside the Anderson home, he felt the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He wasn't just meeting Sicil's parents, he was entering Sicil's world. A world that felt a lot more polished and structured than his own. To break the tension, he decided to break the ice. "So," Ethan began, flashing a nervous smile as he followed Mr. Anderson into the living room, "I heard meeting the parents is like a job interview. Except this one comes with a lifetime contract, right?" There was a beat of silence. Mrs. Anderson, standing by the doorway, gave him a polite but somewhat pitying smile, her eyes filled with kindness. She could sense his anxiety but said nothing. Mr. Anderson, on the other hand, remained stone-faced. He didn't even flinch. Ethan, feeling the growing awkwardness, tried again as they sat down. "Well, I guess I should have brought a resume. Or maybe some reference letters from Sicil." Mrs. Anderson stifled a giggle but quickly hid it, while Mr. Anderson merely raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. He crossed his arms, his gaze piercing. "We'll see if you measure up to what Sicil has told us," he said, his voice cold and detached. Ethan chuckled nervously, sensing that his attempt to lighten the mood had failed miserably. He shifted in his seat, rubbing the back of his neck. "Tough crowd," he muttered under his breath, trying not to lose the sliver of confidence he had left. As they moved to the dinner table, Ethan made one last attempt. I brought a bottle of wine. Figured we could loosen up, right? It's, red, like my face right now. Mrs. Anderson finally couldn't help but smile, a small flicker of sympathy in her eyes as she met Ethan's gaze. Mr. Anderson, however, was having none of it. He barely glanced at the wine. "We don't need wine to have a serious conversation," he replied, his voice flat. "Let's focus on what matters." Ethan's smile faltered, and he realized that this evening wasn't going to be eased by humor. It was time to face the real test. Mrs. Anderson remained quiet, her kind eyes occasionally landing on Ethan with pity, as if she wanted to say something comforting, but held back out of respect for her husband's sternness. Mr. Anderson, on the other hand, wasted no time diving into heavier topics, scrutinizing Ethan's life plans with unrelenting precision. Ethan now understood. There was no breaking the ice with Sicil's father. He'd have to win him over through actions, not jokes. As dinner progressed, Mr. Anderson said, "So, Ethan," setting his knife and fork down, his tone firm but measured, "what exactly are your plans now that you've graduated? Sicil tells me you're thinking about opening a restaurant?" Ethan nodded, grateful for the opportunity to talk about something he was passionate about. "Yes, sir. I've been working on a business plan for a while now. It's a small concept focusing on locally sourced ingredients, a farm-to-table kind of place. I think there's a real market for it, and I'm excited to bring something fresh and unique to the area." Mr. Anderson raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. "A restaurant? That's a very risky business, Ethan. Do you have any concrete plans in place? Investors? A solid financial backing? Or is this just an idea floating around in your head?" Ethan swallowed hard, trying to maintain his composure. "I've been saving up and working on securing investors, sir. I'm passionate about it, and I believe with the right effort, it'll be successful." Mr. Anderson's expression remained stern. "Passion alone doesn't pay the bills, Ethan. Do you have any experience running a business? Restaurants fail more often than they succeed. I would have expected you to have a more stable plan for your future." The words stung, but Ethan tried to stay calm. "I know it's a tough industry, but I've done my research, and I'm willing to put in the hard work." Mr. Anderson wasn't convinced. "Hard work is all well and good, but I'm worried about the long term. Sicil has always been ambitious. She's on track for a promising career, and I'm concerned about her being with someone who doesn't have a clear, stable future in mind." Sicil, sensing the growing tension, interjected. "Dad, Ethan isn't just some dreamer. He's smart and thoughtful, and he's got a vision. We've talked about this, and I believe in him. He's going to make this work." Mr. Anderson's gaze shifted to his daughter, his expression softening slightly, but only just. "I understand you care for him, Sicil, but relationships aren't built on just love and support. You need stability, someone who can offer you a secure future. I'm not sure Ethan can provide that." Ethan felt the sting of Mr. Anderson's words deep in his chest, but what made it worse was what came next. "Sebastian," Mr. Anderson continued, "now he's a different story. He's always been level-headed and responsible. You've known him your whole life, and he's clearly someone with a solid plan for the future. I'm just struggling to understand why you would choose someone like Ethan when Sebastian is right there, a good man with his feet firmly on the ground." Ethan's heart sank at the mention of Sebastian. He had always known that Sicil's childhood best friend had her family's respect, and he couldn't deny that Sebastian was mature and had his life neatly planned out. But Sicil had chosen him, Ethan, not Sebastian, and the doubt in Mr. Anderson's voice was like a sharp blade twisting in his gut. Ethan cleared his throat, trying to keep his voice steady. "I respect that you're concerned about Sicil's future, sir. I understand that, but I care about her just as much. I know I'm not Sebastian, and I don't have everything perfectly planned out, but I'm working on it. I'm dedicated to building something real, and I'll do everything I can to make sure Sicil is proud of me." "This time, Mr. Anderson spoke to Sicil directly. "And what about Sebastian?" he asked, his tone hardening. "You two have been friends for years, haven't you? Did something happen between you and him? He's always had a clear, stable path. You've seen how he's matured, focused, reliable, responsible. So what makes you think Ethan is a better choice for you?" The mention of Sebastian hit Sicil like a punch to the gut. She knew this was coming. Sebastian had always been the golden boy in Sicil's life, the one her parents adored. But Ethan didn't falter. He took a breath and replied calmly, on Sicil's behalf. "Sebastian is a great guy, sir. But Sicil and we've built something real, something strong. I love her with everything I have, and I'm ready to build a future with her." Mr. Anderson's lips pressed into a thin line, his skepticism barely concealed. "Love is important, yes, but Sicil needs stability, security, and a partner who can give her the life she deserves. Can you provide that, Ethan? Look at where you come from. I have no qualms with the middle class, but you have no real foundation yet. Your grades in college weren't even close to Sebastian's, and now you're talking about some restaurant idea that hasn't even materialized. You think that's enough?" Ethan's chest tightened, but he kept his voice steady. "I understand your concerns, sir, but I'm not just chasing a dream. I've been working hard, and I'm committed to making a life for Sicil and me, no matter what it takes." Before Mr. Anderson could respond, Sicil, who had been quiet up to this point, spoke up, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Dad," she began, her tone unwavering, "I appreciate that you want the best for me, but you need to understand that Ethan loves me in a way Sebastian never could." Mr. Anderson's eyes flickered with surprise as Sicil continued, her words steady but filled with emotion. "For years, I held on to the idea that maybe there was something more with Sebastian. But I realized long ago that he never really loved me the way I deserve to be loved. He's a good friend, yes, but that's all it ever was." She turned toward Ethan, her hand reaching for his under the table. "Ethan has been my rock these past few years. He loves me unconditionally, and I've chosen him because of that. I don't care about riches or status. We'll build our life together, just like you and Mum did, with love, care, and mutual respect." Mr. Anderson shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his stern expression softening just a fraction, but his concerns remained evident. "Sicil," he began, his voice gentler but still firm, "I only want what's best for you. You've never had to struggle, and I'm worried that you're choosing a difficult path. Do you really think this is the life you want with all its uncertainty?" Sicil didn't waver. "Yes, Dad, I'm sure. I know it won't be easy, but Ethan and I will figure it out together. That's what love is about. I don't want a life that's perfect on paper. I want a life with someone who loves me for who I am, and that's Ethan." The room fell into a heavy silence as Sicil's words lingered in the air. Mr. Anderson's gaze flickered between his daughter and Ethan, the weight of her conviction undeniable. Finally, Mr. Anderson sighed, rubbing his temples as though deep in thought. "I just hope you know what you're doing, Sicil," he murmured, his voice weary. "Ethan," he added, looking back at him with a critical eye, "if you're serious about this, you'd better prove to me that you can provide for her. I'm not convinced yet, but if you're the man Sicil says you are, you'll show me." Ethan nodded, his voice filled with quiet determination. "I will, sir. I promise." Sicil squeezed his hand, and for the first time that night, Ethan felt a small sense of victory. It wasn't a full acceptance, but it was a start. He knew he had a long road ahead to win over Sicil's father, but with her by his side, he was ready to face whatever challenges came their way. Ethan braced himself for the introduction of Sicil to his parents, hoping that this meeting would be smoother than the one with Sicil's parents. Sicil, too, was eager to meet Ethan's family, secretly yearning for at least one family's approval of their love. She had always imagined building bridges between herself and her future in-laws, but little did she know this meeting would take an unforeseen turn. As they entered Ethan's childhood home, they were greeted with warm smiles. Ethan's mother, Mary, embraced Sicil warmly, already fond of her. She had always been grateful to Sicil for the care and support she provided when Ethan had his accident. Ethan's father, Max, a proud and traditional man, shook her hand with a polite smile. He was also grateful to Sicil for her support. Yet, despite the pleasantries, an underlying tension simmered just below the surface. After a few minutes of small talk and a brief tour of the house, the family gathered in the living room. Ethan noticed how keen Sicil was to make a good impression, her eyes sparkling with optimism as she sat beside him. His parents offered her a seat near the fireplace, and the conversation soon turned to Sicil's recent college graduation. "So, Sicil," Max began, leaning back in his chair, Now that you've finished college, what are your plans for the future? Sicil's eyes lit up as she eagerly shared her aspirations. I've been thinking a lot about pursuing a master's in environmental science. I'm really passionate about climate change and want to contribute to meaningful solutions. My mum and her friend Mrs. Wilson have been working on social initiatives for years, raising awareness and driving policy change around environmental issues. I want to build on that work, maybe even lead some of the projects myself. Mary smiled warmly, admiring Sicil's drive. That sounds wonderful, dear. The world certainly needs more people like you, fighting for such important causes. But Max's expression hardened slightly, and he steered the conversation in a different direction. That's noble work, Sicil, no doubt about it, he began, his voice thoughtful but with an edge. But have you considered more traditional routes like focusing on family or supporting Ethan in the business? Environmental science is important, but it's not exactly practical when it comes to building a family. Sicil, sensing the shift, remained composed. I understand your perspective, Mr. Turner, but I believe we can balance both. Ethan and I have our own ambitions, and we also want to build a strong future together, one where we both contribute equally, not just to our relationship but to the world around us. Mary interjected, her voice soothing. The world is changing, Max. Young people today have broader horizons, and Sicil's dedication to the environment is something we should be proud of. Max, however, was not swayed. I'm not saying it's not admirable, he said, his tone firm. But in our family, we've always believed in clearly defined roles. A woman's primary responsibility is to the home, to care for her family and ensure stability. That's how we've maintained the business and the family's standing for generations. Ethan has more responsibilities, considering he wants to start his own business, and those come with expectations. The room grew still, the tension thickening. Ethan looked to Sicil, whose calm determination had not wavered. With all due respect, Mr. Turner, she replied carefully, I respect tradition, but I believe in equality. Men and women should share responsibilities, both at home and in their careers. We have the right to pursue our passions, to contribute to society in ways that go beyond the household. I've seen how much my mother and Mrs. Wilson have achieved, balancing their personal lives with the social causes they're passionate about. That's the kind of balance I want to achieve too. Max raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly. And what about the family responsibility? Ethan's future, his business? It's more than just a job, it's a startup. Sicil paused for a moment, choosing her words thoughtfully. I'm not against family legacies, Mr. Turner. I respect what you and your family have built, but Ethan and I want to find a balance that allows us to honor both his legacy and our shared dreams. The world is evolving, and we want to evolve with it. I'm committed to both him and our future together, but that future includes my passion for social and environmental causes. Ethan, sensing the growing tension, stepped in. Dad, I know this is different from what you might have expected, but Sicil and I are a team. We both want to support each other in our goals, whether it's in the family business or her work in environmental science. It doesn't have to be one or the other. Max remained quiet for a moment, his eyes locked on Ethan. Son, you know that building and maintaining a family and a business takes sacrifice. It's not just about chasing dreams, it's about responsibilities. Ethan nodded. I know, Dad, but we're trying to build a future that allows us to honor those responsibilities while also staying true to who we are. And Mary, ever the peacemaker, placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. Max, let's give them some space to figure out their path. Times are different now, and they need to create a life that reflects their values. Max glanced at his wife before turning back to Sicil and Ethan. I suppose we'll see how that works out, he said, his tone softening slightly but his expression still guarded. The room fell into a brief, uneasy silence. Sicil remained composed, though she could sense the weight of Max's expectations pressing down on them. She exchanged a look with Ethan, knowing that this was just the beginning of their journey in navigating the complexities of family values and modern aspirations. Both Ethan and Sicil faced parental objections and disapproval, stemming from conflicting values and differing ideologies. These clashes became a source of strain, casting doubts on their relationship and creating hurdles that tested the depth of their love. In the wake of parental objections, Mr. Turner and Mr. Anderson devised intricate plans to redirect the course of Sicil and Ethan's lives, driven by their own visions of what they believed was best for their children. For Mr. Turner, the primary concern was to secure Ethan's commitment to the family and business. Convinced that Sicil posed a distraction to Ethan's dedication, he actively involved Ethan in various aspects of the Turner family business. Ethan, with a sense of responsibility and determination, embraced the challenges of the family business, while working overtime towards his dream of opening a restaurant. He not only sought to fulfill his familial obligations, but also aimed to display his capabilities to Mr. Anderson, hoping to prove that he was a worthy match for Sicil. On the other hand, Mr. Anderson had different aspirations for Sicil. He believed that she should pursue not just her master's in environmental science, but also business management, which would shape her into a more suitable partner for Sebastian upon his return. Enrolling her in academic pursuits, Mr. Anderson aimed to fill Sicil's time with studies, hoping that intellectual pursuits would lead her to align more closely with the expectations of the Anderson and Wilson families. He held the conviction that the misunderstanding between Sebastian and Sicil would be resolved once he was back. As Sicil and Ethan navigated these intricacies, they found themselves entangled in a web of parental expectations. The plans set in motion by Mr. Turner and Mr. Anderson became a powerful force influencing the path of Sicil and Ethan's lives. The couple, determined to stay true to their love, faced the challenge of reconciling their own aspirations with the desires of their families. As Ethan embraced the responsibilities thrust upon him in the family business and his own aspirations, he took deliberate steps to integrate Sicil into his family dynamic. Aware of the disapproving atmosphere and obvious tension that surrounded her during family gatherings, Ethan stood by Sicil, offering her support. As Tia's wedding day approached, the excitement in the air was palpable, but so was the weight of responsibility that Sicil felt being chosen as the maid of honor. She was honored, of course, but also determined to make sure everything went off without a hitch. One afternoon, while they were finalizing some last-minute details, Tia beamed at Sicil, her eyes brimming with affection. "Sicil, I couldn't imagine anyone else standing by my side on this special day," she said, her voice light with joy. Sicil laughed softly, warmth spreading across her face. "Tia, you're going to make me cry before the big day even arrives," she teased, though she was genuinely touched. "But seriously, thank you. I'm so honored you trust me with this. I won't disappoint you, I promise." Tia dramatically rolled her eyes with a playful grin. "Please, if anyone's going to mess something up, it'll be me tripping down the aisle," she joked. "But you'll catch me, right?" Sicil giggled, shaking her head. "Oh, absolutely. I'll dive in slow motion and make a big scene. It'll be epic." Tia laughed, squeezing Sicil's hands. "See, that is why you're my maid of honor. You've got my back. Plus, you'll help keep Mum from having a meltdown when the cake is 2 minutes late." "I'll bring smelling salts for backup," Sicil quipped, earning another burst of laughter from Tia. They shared a moment of quiet, their laughter fading into comfortable silence as they both absorbed the significance of the day ahead. Sicil smiled softly at her friend. "Tia, your happiness means everything to me. I'll make sure it's the perfect day no matter what." Tia's eyes sparkled with emotion as she looked at Sicil. "I know you will. And I'm so glad you're not just a part of the family in some formal way. You're really my sister now." Sicil's heart swelled at the words, and she couldn't help but tease. "Does that mean I get to steal your clothes now?" "Oh no!" Tia shot back with mock sternness. "Maid of honor privileges don't extend to my closet." They both dissolved into laughter, the connection between them stronger than ever. Moments like these made Sicil feel not only accepted, but cherished by Ethan's family. With Tia's unwavering support, Sicil knew she was truly part of something special, despite the occasional judgment or whispers from others. In the end, it wasn't about those whispers. It was about the people who mattered, like Tia, who made her feel at home. After more than a year and a half of relentless hard work, sleepless nights, and countless sacrifices, Ethan's journey to opening his restaurant was marked by endless to-do lists and moments of doubt. His friend, and now brother-in-law, Alex, joined hands in the pursuit, and they both collaborate together to make his dream a reality. From the beginning, Tia and his mother Mary had been his biggest supporters. Tia had a natural flair for marketing and helped spread the word about the rustic table, ensuring their social media were buzzing with excitement before the grand opening. On the other hand, Mary had always been his quiet pillar of strength. She would visit the restaurant daily, not just to help, but to lend her nurturing touch to the place, making sure everything was in place. She often stood in the background, polishing glasses, rearranging flowers, and sharing new recipes to try out. And through it all, one person was a constant source of strength and joy: Sicil. Despite her intense schedule of pursuing double master's degrees, she found ways to support Ethan, weaving her time between research papers and the restaurant's preparations. "Are you sure you have time for this?" Ethan asked one evening, glancing at Sicil as she typed away on her laptop, sitting at the bar of the restaurant while workers bustled around them. "You've got, 2 dissertations to write?" Sicil looked up, her face a mix of tiredness and determination, flashing him a reassuring smile. "I've got time for you," she replied, pushing her glasses up the bridge of her nose. "Besides, helping you with the restaurant is a nice break from all the academic chaos." Her calm presence was exactly what Ethan needed in those overwhelming moments. Sicil would come by after her classes, checking on the restaurant's progress or lending a hand when Ethan was swamped. Whether it was taste testing a new dish Alex had concocted or sitting quietly with her laptop, offering moral support, she made sure Ethan never felt alone in this daunting venture. One weekend, while juggling her assignments, Sicil sat with Mary and Tia as they helped Ethan finalize details for the grand opening. Sicil meticulously reviewed the event's guest list between reading journal articles, ensuring they hadn't missed any key supporters or influential locals. Who knew opening a restaurant had so many layers? She mused, glancing at Ethan, who was nervously pacing near the kitchen. Tia smirked, clearly enjoying the pre-launch chaos. "Wait until you see him 5 minutes before the first guests arrive. He'll be a wreck." Sicil chuckled, looking fondly at Ethan. "I'll be here to pick up the pieces, don't worry." As the restaurant came to life, Sicil made time to join Ethan during late-night sessions, where they would go over menu ideas or marketing strategies. She'd sit across from him with her books sprawled out, glancing up occasionally to offer a suggestion, even if her brain was half occupied with environmental law and social science theories. "I can't believe you're managing all this," Ethan said one night, taking a break from editing the restaurant's website to watch her work. 2 master's degrees and you still show up here." Sicil smiled without missing a beat. "I believe in you, Ethan. That's why." On the opening day of the rustic table, the signboard gleamed under the soft afternoon sunlight, and the aroma of freshly baked bread wafted from the kitchen. It felt surreal. Sicil was there too, dressed in a simple but elegant black dress despite having pulled an all-nighter to finish a paper. Her presence grounded Ethan. While Mary and Tia made sure everything was running smoothly, Sicil stood by Ethan's side, subtly offering words of encouragement whenever his nerves threatened to get the best of him. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart," Mary whispered to Ethan, her eyes brimming with pride. But behind her stood his father, Max. Though Max outwardly supported the restaurant by making an appearance at the grand opening along with Alex's father, his face remained as stern as ever. He had always hoped Ethan and Alex would follow in their father's footsteps, into the family business where everything was steady and secure. To Max, the restaurant felt like a gamble. He didn't trust that Ethan and Alex, who had always been carefree and laid back, could handle the cutthroat world of business. So when Max offered his usual critiques and thinly veiled disapproval and made Ethan doubt himself, Sicil was there with a reassuring squeeze of his hand or a quiet nod, reminding him that he had already come so far. Even when Max's words stung, Sicil kept Ethan focused on the bigger picture. "You've built something incredible here, Ethan," she whispered in his ear during a lull in the evening. "Your father might not show it, but deep down, he's proud of you." Ethan sighed, casting a quick glance toward his father, who was now speaking with Alex and giving him some advice on table placements. "I hope so," he muttered. "But it feels like nothing I do is good enough for him." Sicil tilted her head, smiling gently. "You don't need to prove anything to him, Ethan. You've already proven it to yourself, and that's all that matters." With her unwavering support, Ethan found the strength to keep going, even when Max pointed out the most minute details that could have been done better. Every time his father's critical gaze landed on something, Sicil would distract Ethan with a compliment about the food or a subtle joke to ease the tension. She made sure that Max's words didn't undermine the joy of Ethan's achievement. In the weeks after opening, Max's criticism became a constant in Ethan's life. His father would drop by the restaurant unannounced, scanning the room with narrowed eyes and pointing out every little thing that didn't meet his standards. "The tables are too close together," Max would grumble one day. "It doesn't feel professional enough, Ethan." Amid Ethan's overwhelming responsibilities and the weight of familial expectations pressing down on him, Sicil, attuned to his distress, decided to orchestrate a surprise getaway, a much-needed escape from the demands of their daily lives. Her thoughtful gesture aimed at providing Ethan with a reprieve, a chance to find solace and rejuvenate his spirit. The destination she chose was a serene countryside retreat, tucked away amidst rolling hills and verdant landscapes. As Sicil drove Ethan towards the idyllic countryside retreat, a knowing smile played on her lips. The anticipation and excitement in Ethan's eyes were palpable. "Where are you taking me?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Sicil chuckled. "It is a surprise, a getaway for us." When they reached the destination, a picturesque haven surrounded by rolling hills and the soothing melodies of nature, Ethan looked around in awe, appreciating the serenity that enveloped them. "Wow, this place is amazing. How did you find it?" Ethan inquired. Sicil grinned. "A little birdie told me about it, and I thought we could use a break from reality." Exploring the tranquil landscapes, Sicil could not help but notice the weight that seemed to lift off Ethan's shoulders. She gently touched his hand and said, "I know things have been tough, Ethan. I thought this might be a good way for us to recharge." Ethan's eyes softened with gratitude. "You always know what I need, even before I do." Overlooking a serene lake, Sicil spoke from her heart. "Ethan, we have faced challenges, but I want you to know that I am here for you, always. This getaway is not just about the beautiful scenery, it is about us." Ethan nodded, his expression reflecting the depth of his emotions. "Sick, you are my anchor. In the chaos, you are my peace." In the gentle embrace of nature and each other, Sicil and Ethan sat next to the stream over lush green grass nestled in a world where they often shared their deepest thoughts. The scent of fresh daisies and wildflowers enveloped them as they laughed and exchanged their friendly banter. She sipped her latte, relaxing her head on Ethan's shoulder with a mischievous glint in her eye. She teased, "So, who is the boss in the restaurant now, you or your dad? Or is the war of power still on?" Looking at Ethan's exasperated expression, she added, "I hope you're not running the place into the ground." Ethan chuckled, taking a playful swipe at her arm with his arms. "Hey now, let me tell you. Since the opening day, I've ensured high standards of food hygiene alongside ambience and customer ratings. But Dad being Dad, it's difficult to get around his traditional thinking and way of working," he retorted, a hint of pride and a little annoyance for his dad in his voice. "Oh, really?" Sicil raised an eyebrow, feigning skepticism. "And here I thought you were just playing chef and sampling all the desserts." Ethan feigned offense, placing a hand over his heart dramatically. "I take my responsibilities very seriously," he insisted, though his playful grin betrayed his amusement. Throughout the day, they enjoyed the surrounding serenity. Whether it was strolling through the picturesque landscapes, enjoying quiet conversations, or simply relishing the stillness of the moment, Sicil and Ethan found refuge in each other's company. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow around them. Sicil pulled Ethan into a deep kiss, realizing she could not imagine her life without Ethan in it. However, amidst their blossoming affection, a change was coming fast and rapidly to test their love and commitment. Will it survive the odds? It needs to be seen now. Sebastian sat in the plush cocoon of the business-class seat, his tall, commanding frame making even the luxury of his surroundings feel smaller. Dressed impeccably in seasonal style, his attire was crisp and precise, just like him. His dark hair, styled with effortless elegance, framed a face marked by both intensity and thought. But beyond the polished exterior, a storm of emotions was brewing inside him, churning like the clouds just outside the aeroplane window. Almost 5 years had passed. What was supposed to be a 2-year study trip had stretched on, first by circumstance, then by tragedy after the sudden passing of his uncle. And through it all, one thought kept gnawing at him. Sicil. The weight of the time that had passed without her, the silence that had settled between them, felt heavier now as he inched closer to home, closer to her. In his hand he clutched a photograph, a snapshot from a time that now felt like a distant dream. Sicil, her eyes full of warmth and love, smiled back at him, frozen in that perfect moment. Sebastian's thumb traced her features in the picture, her cheek, her lips, her eyes. He could almost feel her presence through the image, though he had no idea what awaited him when he saw her again. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the seat, the quiet hum of the engines blending with his thoughts. "The wait is finally over, Sicil," he whispered softly to the photograph, his voice barely audible amid the cabin's quiet bustle. A quiet determination had settled over him. He was coming back for her. All the plans he had made, the life he had imagined for them, were now within reach. But with that determination came a nervous energy. How would she react? Would she be the same Sicil he had left behind? Or had time changed her as much as it had changed him? Would her smile still light up the room the way it used to? Or had she moved on to a future without him? These thoughts gnawed at him, but his heart refused to entertain the possibility of a life without her in it. In his mind, Sebastian played out the moment when he would finally see her. He pictured her face, perhaps surprised, maybe even stunned, as he stepped into her world once more. He imagined wrapping her in his arms, feeling her warmth against him after all these years. He longed to hear her voice, the way it lilted when she laughed or grew soft when she was deep in thought. He craved the familiarity of her presence, the effortless way they had always fit together. He would tell her everything, the years spent away, the unexpected detour in his life, and how, through it all, she had been his anchor. How every plan he had made, every decision had been with her in mind. She needed to know that she had been and still was his future. He sat back, his eyes closed, lost in the swirl of memories and anticipation. Thoughts of Sicil were vivid in his mind. Her laughter, her gentle touch, the way she made the world seem a little brighter, a little more bearable. The hum of the engines faded into the background as he let the anticipation of seeing her again consume him. For a moment, the memory of her was so strong that it felt like she was there, right beside him. He could almost feel her presence, smell the faint scent of vanilla that always clung to her clothes. His eyelids fluttered open briefly, and for a fleeting second, he saw her. Sicil, leaning over him, smiling warmly as she offered him a drink, her eyes sparkling with the same affection he remembered. "Want something to drink, Seb?" she asked. Her voice soft, familiar as if no time had passed at all. He blinked, momentarily dazed, and then the image of her blurred. As his vision cleared, the hostess was standing there instead, holding out a tray of drinks. Sebastian shook his head, a small, bittersweet smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Just water, thank you," he muttered, his voice low. The hostess handed him the glass and moved on, leaving him to his thoughts. He exhaled, shaking off the strange, dreamlike moment, and turned his gaze to the row beside him. The seat next to his was a chaotic mess. Magazines scattered across the armrest, an open book sprawled across the cushion, and a handful of chocolate wrappers cluttering the small table. The sight was all too familiar. It was exactly how Sicil used to leave her space whenever they travelled together. She would always laugh about it, calling it her organised chaos. But Sebastian had come to love that about her. For a second, he imagined her there, legs crossed under her, one hand holding a book while the other rummaged through a bag of chocolates. She would glance at him with a mischievous smile, teasing him for his neatness. He could hear her voice echoing in his mind, could see her reaching over to flick his tie or nudge his shoulder. But then, as quickly as the image came, it vanished. Sebastian blinked again, and the seat was empty, neat and pristine, untouched. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed, realizing how deeply she had embedded herself into every corner of his mind. Sicil wasn't there, of course. She was waiting, somewhere out there. But the seat beside him felt like a reminder of the years that had passed, of the space between them that had once been filled with laughter and now felt hollow. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of her, though. That was how Sicil had always been, turning the mundane into something memorable, making messes, sure, but filling the quiet with life and warmth. His heart ached with longing. The messy seat beside him might have been just an illusion, but soon he would be close to her again. Soon the empty space she had left in his life would be filled, and this time he wouldn't let her slip away. Shaking his head to clear the flood of emotions, Sebastian closed his eyes again. Soon, he whispered under his breath, gripping the armrest tightly. With a deep sigh, he murmured again to himself, "See you soon, Sicil." A small smile tugging at his lips as he stared out at the vast, open sky. The distance between them was shrinking with every passing mile, but in his heart, she had never been far. He could only hope that when they finally met again, the love he carried for her in his heart would be enough to bridge the years that had kept them apart. The anticipation in his chest tightened as the plane began its descent. Little did he know, his arrival would not just reignite old feelings, but set in motion a series of events that would change the course of their lives forever. The crisp air filled with a sense of anticipation as Sebastian's footsteps echoed through the driveway of the Anderson estate. The grandeur of the mansion loomed ahead, holding memories of laughter and cherished moments. Eager to meet Sicil, Sebastian approached the entrance, excitement evident in his eyes. "Jane, how have you been? It is so good to see you," he greeted Mrs. Anderson warmly, kissing her cheeks, and without waiting for a response to his first question, he eagerly asked, "Is Sicil home? I cannot wait to surprise her." A motherly smile graced Mrs. Anderson's face as she welcomed Sebastian. "Oh, Sebastian, the bearer of surprises. I cannot believe it is you. When did you return?" she asked. He said with equal enthusiasm, "You are the first spot, directly from the airport." Mrs. Anderson, touched by the response, said, "Oh, my dear, Sicil is not at home right now. She's out, but I am sure she will be thrilled to see you. Come in, make yourself comfortable." Mrs. Anderson engaged Sebastian in a heartfelt conversation. As tales of Sebastian's adventures unfolded, his enthusiasm blended seamlessly with Mrs. Anderson's anecdotes. The air was infused with a sense of homecoming, a journey through the years. However, Mrs. Anderson's maternal instincts could not ignore the absence of Sicil. "Where could she be?" she mused, glancing toward the door as if expecting Sicil to walk in at any moment. She finally decided not to hold back Sebastian anymore, with her eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the fireplace. "Sebastian," she began, her tone a blend of assurance and warmth. "Sicil will be delighted to see you. I will ensure Sicil joins you at your home this evening as soon as she returns." Sebastian was touched by the sincerity in Mrs. Anderson's eyes and nodded with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Jane. I will be waiting." With a final embrace that held the echoes of maternal love, Sebastian left the Anderson estate. He decided to head to his own home to share the joyous news of his return with his parents. The Wilson family estate stood tall, surrounded by meticulously landscaped gardens and grandeur. The imposing structure, a testament to the Wilsons' affluence, exuded an air of sophistication. As Sebastian entered the gates, he could not help but be enveloped by the nostalgia of his childhood home. The butler welcomed him with respect, and Sebastian made his way through the familiar corridors adorned with exquisite artwork. His parents, hearing the news of his arrival, greeted him with unrestrained joy. His mother, a graceful woman with an air of regality, enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Sebastian, my darling boy, you're back!" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with maternal pride. His father, a distinguished gentleman with silver hair and an air of authority, shook his hand firmly. He, of course, knew about Sebastian's arrival, having planned everything with him, but kept it hidden from his wife to surprise her upon Sebastian's request. "Welcome home, son. We have been awaiting your return." Ecstatic at Sebastian's arrival, his mother wasted no time in deciding to throw a welcome-back party that very evening. The mansion buzzed with activity as preparations for the soirée commenced. The ballroom, adorned with crystal chandeliers and opulent decor, was chosen as the venue for the celebration. Guests started arriving in the evening, a mix of close friends and influential acquaintances. The opulent ballroom became a lively scene, filled with laughter, clinking glasses, and the sounds of a joyous reunion. The air was filled with a blend of classical music and animated conversations. Unknown to Sicil, who was still immersed in her retreat with Ethan, the Wilson estate became a hub of celebration. Sebastian's parents were beaming with pride as they introduced him to their guests and spoke about his time abroad. As the evening progressed, Sebastian's eyes wandered toward the entrance, expecting Sicil. When Sicil stepped through her door, her senses were still filled with the lingering tranquility of the countryside retreat. The warm embrace of her family home, however, was swiftly replaced by the brisk and businesslike tone of her mother's voice. "Why are you so late, Sicil?" Mrs. Anderson questioned, her tone a blend of concern and irritation. Still caught in the afterglow of her time away with Ethan, Sicil struggled to find an immediate answer. "I lost track of time, Mum, I'm sorry," Sicil responded, attempting to ease her mother's apparent displeasure. Mrs. Anderson, however, was not easily swayed. "Well, there is no time for apologies now. Get ready quickly. We are going to the Wilsons," her mother declared, a glint of excitement in her eyes that Sicil could not quite decipher. Unsure of the sudden plan, Sicil complied, hurrying to her room. To her surprise, neatly laid out on her bed was the elegant dress Sebastian had gifted her. A dress she remembered wearing for her prom. She stroked the dress with memories flooding her mind about their almost kiss. She wondered what he might be doing now. Did he ever think of her and their time together? Arriving at the Wilsons, Sicil noticed a lively gathering in progress. Her confusion deepened. Normally, she would be in the loop about events here, given their proximity and family friendship. She racked her brain, wondering if she had missed something important recently. Was it a forgotten birthday? But nothing seemed amiss. So, what was the occasion for this gathering? As they entered the Wilsons' garden, Sicil caught a glimpse of Sebastian in the distance, standing tall, a mix of familiarity and maturity defining his presence. Even from afar, Sebastian's presence exuded a magnetic charm that drew Sicil's attention. Sicil halted in her tracks, shocked to see him in front of her. She could not help but admire the way he carried himself, a certain grace marking every movement. He appeared taller, more confident, and undeniably handsome. The passing years had sculpted him into a man with an air of maturity that complemented his innate charisma. Sebastian, engrossed in conversation, sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He glanced at the entrance. There, framed in the archway, stood Sicil, a vision of grace and elegance. The dress he had gifted her accentuated her features, and Sebastian found himself captivated by the transformation before him. Their eyes locked, the world around them fading into insignificance. The depth of emotion that passed between them was an acknowledgement of years apart, and the reunion now. Slowly, Sicil and Sebastian began to navigate through the lively crowd, oblivious to the surrounding festivities. With every step, they absorbed the changes that time had brought. Finally, they stood face to face, mere inches apart. Sicil's radiant smile mirrored the joy that blossomed within, and Sebastian could not help but reciprocate with a grin that conveyed both happiness and awe. "Sebastian, look who's here!" Mrs. Anderson greeted her warmly, breaking the spell. Sebastian's eyes lit up with an infectious smile. "Sicil," he uttered, a blend of wonder and delight coloring his voice. A playful smile danced on her lips as she teased him. "Sebastian Wilson, is that really you, or am I dreaming?" Sebastian chuckled nervously. "It is me, Sicil. I promise I am not a figment of your imagination." Sicil continued her tone, a mix of teasing and genuine curiosity. "And here I thought you had forgotten all about your childhood friend. Are you still the same Sebastian, who used to get all shy when I teased him?" Sebastian replied with a playful grin. "Well, some things never change, but I have missed us more than you can imagine." In a tender moment, Sebastian bent down and kissed Sicil's cheeks. As he pulled back, he uttered words that echoed the depth of his longing. "It's been 4 years, 7 months, 20 days, 6 hours, and 5 minutes since I last kissed you, and it feels like forever." Sicil, still in disbelief, whispered, "I can't believe you counted the days." Sebastian, with a gentle smile, confessed, "How could I not? Every day without you felt like an eternity. But now that you are here, it is like time never passed." Sicil, smiling at the meticulous detailing of time, responded with a playful quip. "Really? You remember down to the last 5 minutes?" Sebastian, still reeling in the joy of the moment, winked and said, "Well, maybe a couple of minutes here and there. You know how it is." The twinkle in Sebastian's eyes mirrored the joy of reunion, and Sicil could not help but reciprocate. Her teasing took on a gentler tone as she remarked, "Last time you kissed me, my cheeks were wet." Sebastian's expression softened as he remembered the farewell that had left us both in tears. "I always wished I wouldn't be the reason for your sadness," he confessed, his eyes filled with kindness. "But now, seeing you looking like a princess, like a fairy from my dreams, I can't help but feel pleased." And appreciating the sentiment, Sicil could not resist a playful jab. "Well, I must say, your absence did wonders for my transformation into a fairy princess department." Sebastian chuckled. "Maybe I should leave more often if this is the result." As the party continued in full swing, Sebastian and Sicil seemed to create their own world within the lively celebration. Ignoring the vibrant crowd and the cheerful chatter around them, they were engrossed in a conversation that spanned the years they had spent apart. Sicil's curiosity knew no bounds as she demanded to know every detail of Sebastian's life during his absence. From the places he had visited to the people he had met, she soaked in the richness of his experiences. Her eyes sparkled with genuine interest and affection, hanging onto every word he spoke. Sebastian, in turn, was captivated by how Sicil listened, as if his stories were the most precious gifts she could receive. He spoke animatedly, reliving moments with an enthusiasm that only grew when he saw the genuine delight on her face. In the periphery, Mr. and Mrs. Anderson exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with relief and happiness, while Mr. and Mrs. Wilson observed the unfolding scene with joy and anticipation. They could sense Sicil becoming an integral part of their lives. The prospect of seeing Sicil as not just a cherished friend's daughter, but as a beloved member of their own home filled them with warmth. As the night continued, Sebastian and Sicil were cocooned in their tales and affection, where every word, every glance, and every laughter seemed to affirm that their love was timeless. After the party, as Sebastian and Sicil reflected on the night, for Sebastian, the evening was a struggle between the overwhelming desire to embrace Sicil and the constraints of being amid friends and family. Despite the longing, he maintained a facade of composure. The realization that Sicil had become a woman during his absence was both a source of joy and a challenge for Sebastian. The age difference that had kept their relationship within the bounds of friendship now posed an opportunity for something more. He was pleased with the idea that he could finally express his feelings in a way that exceeded the platonic, that he could hold her close and kiss her as more than just a friend. On the other side of the spectrum, Sicil found herself drawn to the changed version of Sebastian. His increased talkativeness and the fondness with which he held her hands did not go unnoticed. His transformation left her feeling a resurgence of the love and longing she thought she had left behind. As she listened to Sebastian's stories, her gaze unintentionally fixated on his lips, betraying the thoughts that were stirring within her. The lines on Sebastian's face told tales of experiences, adventures, and growth that Sicil had missed witnessing. His once boyish charm had transformed into a more mature and seasoned demeanor. The way he spoke, the expressions he wore were all markers of the time they spent apart. Sicil found herself caught in the currents of the person Sebastian had become, and it was both captivating and bittersweet. The fondness with which he held her hands spoke of a connection that had not waned over the years. Sicil felt the echoes of their history resounding in these gestures. The question lingered. Could they pick up where they left off, or had the sands of time reshaped the contours of their relationship? It was only when Sicil entered her bedroom after the party that the abrupt realization struck her with the force of a revelation. She had spent the entire day with Ethan, sharing laughter and dreams. Yet, as soon as Sebastian entered the scene, her focus shifted. Ethan had been an integral part of her life, and he was conspicuously absent from her conversations with Sebastian. The bond they had cultivated, the emotions they had together, seemed to fade into the background when Sebastian returned. A subtle discomfort crept over Sicil as she recognized the weight of her actions. The contrast of her emotions became glaringly apparent, a divide between the cherished memories with Sebastian and the loving connection with Ethan. The welcome-back dinner at Sebastian's family estate marked a reunion filled with nostalgia. Sicil, overwhelmed by Sebastian's sudden arrival, felt a unique blend of excitement and uncertainty. As the morning sun cast a warm glow over the neighborhood, Sebastian remained determined with a newfound resolve. He embarked on his mission to spend the day with Sicil. Making his way to her house, he could not contain the anticipation bubbling within him. When Sebastian approached Sicil's house, the morning air was crisp with anticipation. He noticed Mr. Anderson, Sicil's father, stepping out of the front door, briefcase in hand, ready to head to work, and saw Mrs. Anderson seeing him off at the door. Even after years of marriage, they looked so much in love. Sebastian wished the same instantly for him and Sicil too. "Good morning, Jane," Sebastian greeted her warmly with a quick kiss on Mrs. Anderson's cheek, and a hopeful gleam in his eyes. "Good morning to you too, Sebastian," and Mrs. Anderson replied with a friendly smile, returning the greeting. Mr. Anderson asked, "Off to see Sicil?" Sebastian nodded, a hint of eagerness evident in his voice. "Yes, sir, I wanted to surprise her this morning." Mr. Anderson chuckled softly, a knowing twinkle in his eye. But Mrs. Anderson replied, "She's not here at the moment, I'm afraid. Off to her classes bright and early." Sebastian's expression fell slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, determined not to let this setback deter him. "I see. No worries. I will catch her after her classes." Mr. Anderson nodded approvingly, patting Sebastian on the shoulder in a fatherly gesture. "That's the spirit, lad. She will be thrilled to see you, I am sure." With that, Mr. Anderson bid Sebastian farewell, wishing him luck on his quest to surprise Sicil. As Sebastian watched him depart, he could not help but feel a surge of determination coursing through him. He would make this day special for Sicil, no matter what it took. Undeterred, Sebastian refused to let this setback dampen his spirits. Finding a nearby cafe, he settled in, passing the time with a cup of coffee and his laptop, catching up on work, all the while eagerly anticipating Sicil's return. Each passing minute felt like an eternity as he eagerly counted down the moments until he could finally reunite with her. His heart raced with a mix of excitement and nervousness. From a distance, he watched as the college gates opened, revealing Sicil's figure stepping out into the daylight. Sebastian's anticipation reached its peak, but before he could catch her gaze, to his surprise, a guy on the bike warmly greeted her. The stranger seemed familiar to Sicil, with the casual ease of someone who had been a part of Sicil's life during his absence. Sebastian observed Sicil and the other guy bantering and laughing. A knot formed in his stomach, tightening with each passing moment. He felt his jaw clench involuntarily, a subtle sign of jealousy simmering beneath the surface. He could not help but wonder if he was being replaced, if someone else had stepped in to fill the void he had left in Sicil's life. He observed from a distance, a silent spectator to their interaction. The surrounding atmosphere was serene, the gentle breeze carrying snippets of their dialogue to Sebastian's ears. It unfolded like a scene from a distant dream, leaving him with a wild mix of emotions. Smilingly, Sicil mentioned, "Today was quite an eventful day, Ethan. You will not believe the chaos in the library during the book club meeting." Ethan laughed and said, "Well, chaos and libraries do not usually go together, but I can imagine. Tell me all about it." Sicil said in exhaustion, "I will tell you all about it, but with a cup of coffee, I can't believe how busy the day was, and I am craving a good cup." Ethan agreed immediately. "Me too. How about we head to the coffee shop downtown and sipping our usual?" "That sounds perfect, Ethan. Let us go. I would really love that," said Sicil. Despite his best efforts to conceal his emotions, Sebastian found himself unable to tear his gaze away from the scene unfolding before him. The sight of Sicil and Ethan, so naturally connected and at ease in each other's company, served as a painful reminder of the distance that had grown between him and Sicil during his absence. Just then, Ethan reached out to hold Sicil's hand and pulled her towards him, a simple yet intimate act which pierced through Sebastian's heart like a sharp arrow of jealousy flowing across his body. He watched their hands intertwined, evoking a fresh surge of envy coursing within him, igniting an uncontrollable fire. Without hesitation, he advanced towards them, his every step determined and fury evident in each heavy step. Meanwhile, Sicil remains engrossed in her conversation with Ethan, unaware of Sebastian's approach and rage. The air crackled with tension as Sebastian reached out and pulled Sicil towards him, startling her with a bold, impulsive movement. As she was pulled away from Ethan, her heart pounded in her chest. Shock rippled through her when Sebastian's arms encircled her, pulling her closer with a desperate urgency even before they both knew what was happening. Sebastian's lips met hers, igniting a firestorm of sensation. His kiss was electric, sending shockwaves of desire coursing through her veins. In that intense moment, time stood still as they were enveloped in a cocoon of raw emotion. While Sicil was caught off guard, her breath caught in her throat. For Sebastian, the kiss was a culmination of years of longing and suppressed desire. Every ounce of his being was poured into that single act, a declaration of love and longing that could no longer be contained. His lips moved against hers with a fervor born of yearning and fury, seeking solace and connection in the embrace of the woman who had captured his heart. Sicil's mind raced as she struggled to make sense. Confusion warred with desire as she surrendered to the intoxicating intensity of Sebastian's kiss. She was consumed by Sebastian's overwhelming passion, her resolve weakening in the face of their undeniable chemistry. Ethan's reaction was immediate and instinctual. With a surge of adrenaline, he leapt from the bike, propelled by an overwhelming need to protect Sicil. His heart pounded in his chest, a mix of anger and concern fueling his actions. Without a moment's hesitation, Ethan stepped between Sicil and Sebastian. His gaze locked onto Sebastian's, his fists clenched at his sides, ready to blow a punch in Sebastian's face, but Sicil, regaining her composure, leaped into action. She stepped forward, immediately holding Ethan's hand, which was clenched in a fist, her outstretched arms a barrier to any potential physical clash. "Ethan, wait!" she exclaimed urgently, her eyes imploring him to stand down. "He's Sebastian!" The revelation hung in the air, momentarily freezing time as Ethan processed the unexpected twist. The fury in his eyes began to waver, replaced by confusion and disbelief. Sicil immediately positioned herself between Ethan and Sebastian to ensure there is no physical clash. Ethan stood frozen, his mind grappling with the sudden revelation. The realization that the man he had just confronted was none other than Sebastian, Sicil's long-lost love, sent shockwaves through his being. The same Sebastian whom Sicil had spoken of with fondness and longing, the same Sebastian who had left her heartbroken years ago now stood before them. For Ethan, his protective instincts, initially fueled by anger and a desire to shield Sicil from harm, now contend with the weight of this new revelation. Amidst the chaos of emotions, Sicil's father, Mr. Anderson, who was crossing by, saw the encounter and immediately stepped forward, his expression a mix of surprise and sternness. His authoritative presence demanded an explanation for the turmoil unfolding before him. "What is going on here?" he demanded, his voice cutting through the tension. He was displeased seeing Ethan along with Sicil and Sebastian. Sicil, still in shock from Sebastian's unexpected kiss and the ensuing commotion, stood in the middle, torn between the two men who held significant places in her life. Ethan, fueled by a combination of anger, heartbreak, and a sense of betrayal, spoke up first. "Mr. Anderson, Sebastian here, kissed Sicil without her consent. This is unacceptable, and I will not tolerate such behavior." Sicil's father shifted his gaze between Ethan and Sebastian to assess the situation. Little surprised by Sebastian's action, who is usually calm and collected, appeared very agitated, and Ethan, visibly upset, radiated an air of protective anger. Sensing the gravity of the matter, Mr. Anderson redirected his attention to Sebastian. "What do you have to say for yourself?" he inquired, his tone demanding an explanation. Sebastian, fighting with his own emotions, hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Sir, I love Sicil." Then he faced her and said, "I've missed you so much these last few years, I can't live without you anymore." Sebastian admitted, his voice laden with emotion, sending shockwaves through the three of them. Sicil felt a rush of emotion surge within her. His words stirred a whirlwind of conflicting feelings, surprise and disbelief. She gazed at him, her eyes searching his face for any sign of insincerity. But all she found was raw honesty and vulnerability. As Sicil struggled with the revelation, her father, Mr. Anderson's stern gaze bore into Ethan, who stood on the fringes of the emotional upheaval. With a voice that brooked no dissent, he declared, "This is a family matter, Ethan. I will take it from here. You may leave now." The command was firm, a clear directive that brooked no argument. Ethan casts a lingering glance at Sicil and notices her shock and silence before reluctantly complying with Mr. Anderson's order. As he walked away, haunted by the revelation that Sebastian had returned and the uncertainty surrounding his place in Sicil's life, he remembered very clearly the hurt Sicil suffered when Sebastian had left her years ago. She always thought that Sebastian never loved her, and now he is back and is declaring his love and stake over Sicil was a shocking surprise to both of them. Sicil's mind raced as she faced the weight of Sebastian's words. Could it be possible that the love she had once believed lost was still alive and waiting to be rediscovered? She glanced at the departing Ethan, her eyes silently pleading for understanding, but his expression remained unreadable, his emotions masked behind a facade of stoicism. Finally, Sicil turned her attention back to Sebastian, her voice trembling with emotion as she spoke. "Sebastian, I do not know what to say," she confessed, uncertainty clouding her mind. "I never thought. After everything that happened." Her voice trailed off as she struggled to articulate the maelstrom of emotions swirling within her. "I do not understand. I need time to think." Sicil turned to her father and requested, "Dad, please take me home." Mr. Anderson, sensing her daughter's dilemma, placed a reassuring hand on Sebastian's shoulder, offering a gesture of understanding. The message was clear. Give her some time. Let her process the emotions that had unfolded. Sebastian watched them walking away, his heart heavy with the weight of what had transpired. He felt a wave of regret wash over him, a knot tightening in his chest as he realized his past actions in a new light. His heart ached with the knowledge that all this time Sicil had felt unloved, unseen, and unheard. She had never truly known the depth of his love for her. On one side, Sebastian stood alone on the road, not knowing what lay ahead of him. On another side, Sicil sat next to her dad, deep in thought, both replaying the chapters of their life together. The memories unfolded like a cherished novel, each page resonating with the laughter, camaraderie, and the love that had bound them together. In the warmth of a golden summer afternoon, the Andersons hosted a family gathering that would unknowingly plant the seeds of future bonds and friendships. Laughter filled the air as Albert and Jane Anderson welcomed their friends, Arthur and Jenny Wilson, into their newly rented home. Albert, still searching for a permanent place in the town, was eager to settle down and start a new chapter for their family. As the two couples stood on the patio, the conversation was light, but the bond between them was undeniable. Jane Anderson, holding her newborn daughter Sicil, exchanged happy glances with her childhood friend Jenny. The two women had been inseparable growing up, and their shared joy now as mothers only deepened their connection. "We're still trying to find a property," Albert mentioned, glancing around at the yard that, while charming, didn't quite feel like home. "It's been a bit of a task, but we'll find something soon." Arthur Wilson's eyes brightened, his easygoing nature coming to life with an idea. "Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but the house next door is up for sale. Perfect timing, if you ask me," he said, a teasing smile spreading across his face. "Imagine the two of you neighbors again, just like old times." Jenny and Jane's eyes lit up at the thought. "Oh, that would be amazing!" Jane exclaimed, turning to her husband. "Albert, what do you think? Can you imagine our kids growing up right next to each other?" Albert smiled, the idea growing on him. "It would be perfect. I will ring up the estate agent first thing tomorrow and we'll take a closer look. It might just be the place we've been searching for." As the adults laughed and planned, little Sebastian, a 4-year-old boy with a mop of unruly hair and a serious expression on his face, wandered closer to the bassinet where baby Sicil lay, cooing softly deep in sleep. His fascination with the baby girl was immediate. He stood on his tiptoes, peering in with wide eyes, watching her tiny hands curled next to her face. Sebastian's parents, Arthur and Jenny, noticed the scene unfolding and chuckled softly, exchanging knowing glances. Their son had always been gentle, quiet, and thoughtful, but this particular moment seemed to have captured his attention in a special way. Suddenly, breaking the adult conversation, Sebastian turned to his father with a voice full of determination. "Dad, I love her. May I marry her?" His proclamation, though innocent, carried the weight of a promise that none of the adults had expected. The laughter around the patio paused for a moment, as everyone turned to look at the little boy standing beside the bassinet. Albert and Jane Anderson shared an amused look, and Arthur, stifling his chuckle, knelt down to meet his son's earnest gaze. "Is that so, champ?" Arthur said with a smile, resting a hand on Sebastian's small shoulder. "Well, that's a big question. If you love her and treat her with lots of love and respect, then maybe, when she's all grown up, she might say yes. But first, you need to ask Mr. Anderson for permission." Sebastian's face scrunched in concentration as he thought it through. "Love and respect," he repeated as though committing the words to memory. "I can do that." He turned to Albert, a serious look on his young face. "Mr. Anderson, may I marry Sicil when we grow up?" Albert, barely holding back a grin, crouched down and patted Sebastian on the head. "That's very sweet, Sebastian. You've got my permission, but remember, you have to ask Sicil too, when she's ready." The adults burst into gentle laughter, charmed by the moment, but there was something touching about the sincerity in Sebastian's voice. Even Jane, who now cradled little Sicil in her arms, couldn't help but feel the warmth of the connection forming between the two families. Throughout the gathering, Sebastian remained glued to Sicil's side. He made silly faces to coax tiny giggles from her, and when Jane placed Sicil back in her bassinet, Sebastian reached in to carefully hold one of her tiny fingers. The quiet boy, who usually kept to himself, now seemed completely absorbed in the presence of the baby girl, as though something in him had shifted the moment he saw her. "Looks like we've got ourselves a little romantic here," Jenny teased as she watched her son, leaning into Arthur's side. Arthur chuckled, wrapping an arm around his wife. "Who knows, maybe we're witnessing the beginning of something." The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard as the families lingered in each other's company, talking about the future, about Sicil and Sebastian, and the possibilities of the life they would build side by side. "I hope you two do move next door," Jenny said, looking at Jane with a warm smile. "It would be wonderful, just like when we were kids, only now with our own families." Jane's smile grew even wider. "I couldn't agree more. It's already starting to feel like home." As the warm afternoon breeze gently rustled the leaves, little Sicil, nestled in her bassinet, stirred softly, her tiny face scrunching up before breaking into a delicate, toothless smile. Her big, curious eyes fluttered open and focused on the boy standing beside her. Sebastian, with his unruly mop of hair and serious expression, leaned over the bassinet, gazing at her with pure adoration, completely captivated. Sebastian, his small fingers lightly brushing Sicil's tiny hand, whispered, "Hello, Sicil. It's me, Sebastian." His tone was soft, yet filled with an unexpected sincerity for someone so young. He reached out with his other hand, gently offering his finger to her, unsure of what to expect, but filled with a determination beyond his years. To everyone's surprise, baby Sicil responded. Her tiny hand instinctively grasped Sebastian's finger, her soft giggle bubbling up as if she had understood the boy's quiet affection. Her grip was small, but it was enough to make Sebastian beam with pride, as if she too was acknowledging him in her own baby way. Her smile widened, her innocent eyes locking onto his as though she were just as enchanted by him as he was by her. The adults around them paused their conversation, charmed by the moment. Jane, holding her breath in delight, whispered, "Well, would you look at that?" Jenny's eyes sparkled, nudging Arthur playfully. "It looks like she's already fallen for him. I think he's got her wrapped around his finger." Sebastian, noticing Sicil's soft grip, looked up at his father and declared with conviction, "See, Dad, she likes me." Arthur, struggling to hold back his grin, knelt down beside his son. "It seems you've won her over already, champ. Love and respect, remember?" "Love and respect," Sebastian repeated earnestly, as if sealing a pact between the two of them. His heart swelled with pride, believing that in this simple touch, Sicil had already given him her approval. The baby's cooing laughter filled the air, her wide eyes now sparkling at the boy who had captured her attention. In that small but significant moment, it was as if Sicil and Sebastian had shared an unspoken understanding, a connection that neither of them fully comprehended but could feel deep within. Jane and Jenny exchanged glances filled with happiness, the long years of their own friendship now finding a new thread in their children. "I think we'd better start planning the wedding already," Jane teased, though the sentiment behind her words felt like a wish for the future. Jenny laughed, pulling Jane into a warm hug. "Let's focus on moving next door first. I think Sicil's already made her choice." As the gathering continued, the adults' conversations flowed back to house hunting and the future, while Sebastian remained faithfully by Sicil's side, enchanted by her every movement. And with every tiny squeeze of her hand, Sicil seemed to affirm his innocent declaration, as if she too sensed something special in the boy who so gently watched over her. The bond that began with Sebastian's innocent question and Sicil's tiny smile would be nurtured by time, setting the foundation for a connection far deeper than anyone could have imagined that sun-dappled afternoon. On a sun-drenched Sunday afternoon, the Andersons' backyard buzzed with life as two families gathered for their regular get-together. It was the kind of day when the air felt light and laughter came easily, especially with the young ones at play. Among the gathering, the bond between Sebastian Wilson and little Sicil Anderson, though separated by 4 years, was growing deeper with each passing visit. Sebastian, now 7 years old, was the shy, thoughtful boy next door, his quiet demeanor often mistaken for timidity. He spent his time engrossed in books or exploring the backyard, always careful, always composed. In contrast, 3-year-old Sicil was the embodiment of untamed energy, with wild curls bouncing as she ran and a constant twinkle in her eye. She was always concocting new ways to shake up their otherwise peaceful afternoons. Today, Sebastian found a moment of calm, sitting on a wooden bench under the shade of the large oak tree, his nose buried in a book far too advanced for his age. His parents, Arthur and Jenny, along with Albert and Jane Anderson, sat not far off, chatting about how Jane and Jenny wanted to start the project to raise awareness about air pollution due to nearby industries. Across the yard, Sicil tiptoed closer, her small, chubby hands clenching a handful of brightly coloured water balloons, her mischievous grin impossible to miss. With the precision only a child with an unshakable sense of fun could muster, she aimed directly at Sebastian, who had no idea what was coming. In one swift, giggle-filled motion, Sicil launched the first balloon. It soared through the warm summer air before splattering onto Sebastian's lap. The cold water soaked through his shirt, causing him to leap to his feet, startled. He blinked in confusion, drops of water clinging to his brown hair as he looked down at the burst balloon. "Sicil!" he shouted, torn between amusement and disbelief as he wiped his face, now drenched from her sneak attack. What was that for? Sicil, only 3 and already a master of mischief, stood a few feet away, hands on her hips and eyes gleaming with triumph. Her infectious laughter filled the air as she looked up at him with pure delight. "Payback!" she declared, giggling so hard that she nearly toppled over, her cheeks flushed pink from the excitement. Sebastian couldn't help but smile despite the cold trickling down his back. Despite just being 7 himself, he was responsible and careful, usually. But around Sicil, he often found himself swept up in her spontaneous games. "Payback for what?" he asked, trying to sound serious but failing miserably as his lips twitched into a grin. "For being boring and reading instead of playing," Sicil replied confidently, her small feet shuffling as she got ready to run. "Fair enough," Sebastian conceded with a good-natured shrug. "But you're in trouble now." He darted toward her with mock determination, grabbing a nearby garden hose as his secret weapon. Sicil squealed with delight, her tiny legs pumping as she tried to escape his playful pursuit, but she was no match for Sebastian's longer strides. With a twist of the nozzle, a spray of water shot out, catching her in mid-run. She shrieked in surprise, the water soaking through her sundress, but her laughter only grew louder. "You're soaked now too," Sebastian declared, grinning ear to ear as he watched her dance around in the spray. He couldn't help but admire her spirit. She had a way of turning the simplest of days into adventures, and no matter how many times she tricked him, he could never stay mad at her. As the two continued their water battle, their parents watched with amusement from the patio. Jane Anderson shook her head, smiling. Those two are going to keep us on our toes for years, aren't they? Jenny Wilson laughed softly. Sicil's a little whirlwind, that's for sure. Poor Sebastian never knows what's coming. Across the yard, Arthur, Sebastian's father, chimed in. He may act like he's frustrated, but I think he enjoys the chaos more than he lets on. Albert's eyes twinkling with amusement, he glanced over at Jenny and Jane. You two must be thrilled to be living so close again. I remember how inseparable you were as kids. We are, Jane agreed with a grin, looking over at her longtime friend. It's like we've picked up right where we left off. As if on cue, Arthur leaned in, his voice lowering just a touch. Speaking of picking up, Albert, I don't know if you've heard, but the tender that you submitted last month will be announced later in the coming week. You may want to meet the magistrate in the meantime. Albert agreed. Thank you for the heads up. Meanwhile, back in the yard, Sebastian had managed to trap Sicil with the garden hose, the water now drenching both of them as they laughed uncontrollably. Finally, after a few more seconds of their playful chase, Sicil, dripping wet and out of breath, ran toward him, her small hand reaching out to grasp his. You win, she declared, smiling up at him, her wide eyes full of affection. Sebastian looked down at her, his own heart softened by the sight of her messy, joyful face. For a moment, it felt like the world had shrunk to just the two of them. He squeezed her tiny hand in his, realizing that even though they were just kids, there was something special in their bond. Something that would last beyond the childhood pranks and playful battles. As Sicil grinned up at him, soaking wet and unapologetic, Sebastian couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, growing up next to this whirlwind wouldn't be so bad after all. A few years later. On a warm summer's day, the Anderson and Wilson families had gathered for what should have been a joyful afternoon, filled with laughter and light-hearted conversation. But this gathering was nothing like their usual one. Sicil and Sebastian, their only children, played by the pool, oblivious to the undercurrents of tension surrounding their parents. 6-year-old Sicil crouched behind a bush, her mischievous grin spreading across her face. Carefully, she crawled closer, her movements light as a whisper. Holding her breath, she tied the string to the legs of Sebastian's lounge chair, stifling her giggles. She tiptoed back a few steps, then gave the string a gentle tug. The chair creaked slightly, but Sebastian, lost in his moment of peace with his eyes closed, didn't stir. Sicil's grin widened, her small fingers trembling with excitement. Another tug. This time, the chair lurched forward and with a soft thud it collapsed beneath Sebastian. His startled yelp echoed through the quiet garden as he tumbled onto the grass in a heap of arms, legs and laughter. "Sicil, not again!" he shouted, more in shock than anger. But his tone was filled with amusement as he lay there, blinking in surprise. Unable to hold back any longer, Sicil burst from her hiding spot and doubled over with laughter. "Sorry, Seb, I couldn't resist," she managed between giggles, her eyes dancing with mischief. Sebastian sat up, shaking his head as his own laughter began to bubble up. He could never stay mad at Sicil, no matter how many pranks she pulled on him. Her mischievous charm was impossible to resist, and over the years, he had come to expect her playful antics. "You got me good," he admitted, a grin spreading across his face as he brushed off his clothes. "Well played," he added, giving her a nod of approval. But his expression quickly shifted to one of playful revenge, his eyes narrowing with a glint of determination. "But just you wait. Revenge is sweet." Sicil, sensing the change in his tone, squealed with delight, her body already tensing for what she knew was coming. Before she could make her escape, Sebastian was on his feet, chasing after her with a mock-serious expression on his face. "You're not getting away this time," he declared, closing the distance between them as Sicil darted around the yard, her laughter trailing behind her. With a burst of speed, Sebastian caught up to her, his arms encircling her waist. Sicil kicked her legs, squirming in his grasp, but it was no use. She was caught. "Sebastian, no!" she exclaimed through giggles, her voice filled with playful protest. "Don't you dare!" But Sebastian had no intention of letting her off the hook. His grin widened as he carried her toward the pool, ignoring her mock protests. "Oh, "I dare," he teased, his voice full of triumph. Sicil's eyes widened as they neared the edge of the pool, and she squirmed harder in his grasp. "Seb, please, no!" she shrieked, her laughter making it impossible to sound serious. Without another word, Sebastian gave her a playful toss into the air, sending her splashing into the cool water with a delighted scream. As she surfaced, her hair slicked back and her cheeks flushed with excitement, Sicil raised her hands in surrender, water dripping from her fingertips. Okay, you win," she conceded, gasping between breaths of laughter, her eyes bright with amusement. Sebastian, still standing at the edge of the pool, crossed his arms, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Need a hand getting out?" he asked, offering his hand with a dramatic flourish. Sicil's grin turned wicked, and in one swift motion, she grabbed his outstretched hand and yanked it hard. Caught off guard, Sebastian tumbled into the water with a splash, his yelp drowned by the sound of both of them laughing uncontrollably. From the corner of his eye, Sebastian noticed something strange. The laughter of the adults that usually filled the air during these gatherings had faded. Glancing back toward the patio, he caught sight of his parents, Jenny and Arthur, standing close to Albert Sicil's father, and Jane Sicil's mother was missing. Janny, Sicil's mother, had met a car accident, but there was something more ominous beneath the surface. It wasn't just a random crash. Someone had tried to sabotage the environmental campaign she had been working on with Jenny, an effort to raise awareness about rising sea levels and increasing pollution. Jane's accident seemed like more than just bad luck, and the concern on Albert's face confirmed it. Albert, normally calm and collected, was pacing anxiously. His movements were quick, his face lined with worry as he fumbled for his car keys. The hospital had called moments ago. Jane needed him. "Albert," Arthur said, stepping up and placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I've already filed an official complaint. This wasn't just an accident. We'll find whoever's behind this. You go to Jane, she needs you now. I'll take care of the rest." Albert, torn between his desire to be there for his wife and his need to protect their campaign, nodded at Arthur, grateful for the support. "Thank you. Just make sure they're held accountable. Jane and Jenny's work is too important to be sabotaged like this." "I've got this," Arthur reassured him. "Focus on Jane." Meanwhile, Jenny stepped in to offer comfort. "Don't worry about Sicil. I'll take care of her while you and Arthur deal with this. We'll make sure she stays happy and out of harm's way." Albert gave her a grateful look, the weight of the world on his shoulders. With one last glance at the group, he hurried off toward the hospital, leaving Arthur and Jenny to manage the situation. Sebastian, now standing at the edge of the pool, caught all of this through the corner of his eye. His carefree smile dimmed slightly as he saw his father and Jenny exchanging serious words. Something was wrong, he knew that much. But Sicil, still splashing and laughing in the water, was blissfully unaware. Her giggles echoed through the air, and Sebastian decided right then and there. "Want to race?" he asked, a smile plastered back on his face as he looked at her. Sicil's eyes lit up with excitement, her young spirit caught in the thrill of the moment. "You're on!" she said, diving under the water with glee. Sebastian, watching her, knew it was up to him to keep her in the dark. Sicil didn't need to know that her parents were facing a crisis, or that their mother's campaign had been deliberately targeted. All she needed was to enjoy the day, free from worry. As they swam back and forth, laughing and splashing each other, Sebastian kept one ear trained on the conversation happening on the patio. He could hear snippets, something about a formal investigation, about finding the culprit, but he did his best to tune it out. His main focus was Sicil. She didn't deserve to have her world disrupted by the harsh realities of adult life. Jenny, watching from the sidelines, noticed the way Sebastian worked to keep Sicil entertained. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the young boy who, even at such a young age of 10, showed a quiet strength and maturity beyond his years. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm orange glow over the yard, Sicil and Sebastian continued to splash in the pool, their laughter mingling with the gentle hum of the evening. Behind them, the adults were working to uncover the truth. But for now, Sebastian had succeeded in his mission. Sicil remained blissfully unaware of the tension that hovered just beyond the pool's edge, wrapped in the safety and warmth of their playful summer day. When Sicil was 9 and Sebastian 13, the bond they shared had only deepened over the years. However, when Sebastian had gone away for a week-long school trip, Sicil felt his absence badly. She missed him terribly, and in her young heart, the absence felt like abandonment. Though she knew it was just a trip, she couldn't shake the sadness and frustration that had built up during the week. She had no one she wanted to play with, despite the large army of friends who always surrounded her. She felt she had no one to share her secrets or mischievous plans. By the time Sebastian returned, Sicil had convinced herself that he had forgotten all about her. The day Sebastian came back, he was full of excitement, eager to surprise his best friend. He hid behind the curtain in the living room, stifling his laughter as he anticipated her arrival. His heart pounded with the excitement of seeing her face light up when he revealed himself. He had no idea just how upset she'd been in his absence. Sicil's small footsteps echoed through the hallway, her mood still sours from the week of missing him. She entered the room, her face a mix of boredom and lingering sadness, completely unaware of what was about to happen. The curtain she passed by suddenly rustled, and before she could register it, Sebastian jumped out with a mischievous grin on his face, arms wide open. "Boo!" he shouted, his voice filled with playful excitement. Sicil squealed, her hands flying to her chest in shock, her wide eyes full of surprise. But as soon as she saw it was Sebastian, her expression shifted from surprise to a deep, almost exaggerated frown. Instead of bursting into laughter like she usually did, her face hardened and her lower lip trembled with a pout. She crossed her arms and glared at him. "You scared me, Seb," she said, her voice carrying an edge of frustration. "Where were you? You left me. I thought you weren't coming back." Sebastian, expecting laughter and joy, was taken aback by the sudden shift in her tone. His grin faltered and guilt washed over him as he realized just how upset she had been. "Hey, I'm sorry, Sicil," he said softly, his usual playful energy replaced with a serious tone. "I didn't mean to leave you like that. It was just a school trip. I had to go." "You abandoned me," Sicil interrupted, her brows furrowed, her voice shaking slightly as she stomped her foot. "You didn't even take me with you. I was so bored and sad." Sebastian's heart sank. Seeing Sicil upset, her face contorted in frustration and sadness, tugged at something deep within him. He couldn't stand it when she was anything less than happy. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees to meet her at eye level. Hey, no, don't cry," he said, taking her hands in his. "I missed you too, I promise. I never want you to feel like I'm leaving you behind, ever. Next time I'll take you with me, okay? Wherever I go, you'll come too. I don't like seeing you sad. Not for even 1 second." Sicil sniffled, her fierce pout starting to fade as she looked at him, her eyes searching his for sincerity. "You promise?" Sebastian nodded earnestly. "I promise. I couldn't stand it if you were sad, Sicil. You're my best friend. Wherever I go, you go. Deal?" Sicil studied him for a moment, her small frame shaking off the last bit of anger. Slowly her lips curled into a smile as she wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. She looked at him with renewed trust, her eyes sparkling again, but this time with warmth instead of mischief. "Okay, deal," she said, her voice soft but resolute. Sebastian grinned, relieved to see the Sicil he knew return. "Good," he said, standing up and ruffling her hair. "Now, how about we play? You've got to tell me everything I missed while I was away." Sicil finally laughed, swatting his hand away playfully. "You missed a lot, and I've got some new pranks to try on you." "Oh no," Sebastian groaned in mock horror, but secretly he was just glad to see her smiling again. From that moment on, Sebastian made a silent vow to never let Sicil feel abandoned again. He couldn't bear to see her upset, and he would do anything to make sure she was happy, because to him nothing mattered more than her smile. Sicil's reputation for taking on challenges and never backing down was well known among her classmates. At just 10 years old, she had already outwitted most of the boys in her class, especially after the science experiment debacle, where she messed with their chemicals to ensure her salt analysis was completed first, left some of the boys fuming with embarrassment. Now, they were determined to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. It was a hot afternoon, the sun beating down as Sicil strolled toward the old playground with her friend Ruby. A group of boys lingered nearby, huddled together and whispering, casting furtive glances her way. Among them, Dean, the ringleader, had his arms crossed, an unmistakable smirk playing on his lips. He had been plotting since the science lab incident, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. As Sicil and Ruby approached, Dean stepped forward, his voice dripping with faux sweetness. "Hey, Sicil. You have excelled at pretending to be the bravest kid in class, finishing first by messing up our salts," he said, leaning casually against a tree. His friends chuckled behind him, egging him on. Sicil raised an eyebrow, sensing the challenge in his tone. "You sound like a sour loser, Dean," she replied with a defiant smile, crossing her arms. Ruby tugged at her sleeve nervously, already wary of where this was headed. Dean exchanged a glance with his friends, his smirk widening. "Oh, not at all. Just wondering if you're up for a real challenge this time. Something bigger than those silly classroom experiments." Sicil's interest was piqued. She never turned down a challenge, and the glint in her eyes told Dean he had her attention. "What's the dare?" she asked, stepping closer, her heart already racing with excitement. Dean pointed toward the edge of the school's property, where the dilapidated old building sat, half hidden behind thick trees. The abandoned structure had been there for years, decaying and forgotten, its windows dark and its roof sagging under the weight of time. Stories about the place floated around the school, most claiming it was dangerous, even haunted. "You go in there, explore the whole thing," Dean said, his voice lowering into a serious tone. "Go up to the second floor, then come back and tell us what you saw." The other boys snickered. They knew the place was far more dangerous than Sicil could imagine, but that was the point. They wanted to scare her and teach her a lesson after she had humiliated them in the lab. Sicil glanced toward the building, her pulse quickening at the sight of its ominous, crumbling facade. But she wasn't about to let a group of boys intimidate her. Her reputation as the class daredevil was on the line. "Easy," she said, squaring her shoulders. "I'll be back before you even start missing me." One of the boys, Ronnie, chimed in with a sly grin. "Sure about that. The last time someone tried to go in, they didn't come back until the next morning. Said they got lost. And some say the floorboards aren't stable. You wouldn't want to end up in the basement, would you?" Ruby tugged at Sicil's arm harder this time, her face pale. "Sicil, this isn't like the usual dares. It's dangerous. Please, don't go." But Sicil, eyes glinting with determination, shook her off. "Don't worry, Ruby, it's just a building. I've got this." With that, she turned her back on the boys and marched toward the structure, ignoring Ruby's protests. As she approached the building, the temperature seemed to drop, the air growing thicker and heavier. The windows were broken, some hanging from rusted hinges, and the front door creaked as she pushed it open. The inside was even worse than she'd expected. Dark, damp, and filled with the scent of rot. The floorboards groaned under her weight, and each step echoed ominously in the empty space. The boys watched from a distance, their laughter fading as Sicil disappeared inside. Dean's smirk faltered slightly as the silence swallowed her up. "Think she'll actually make it?" one of the boys muttered. "If she does, we've got to come up with something bigger," Dean replied, though a twinge of doubt now crept into his voice. Inside the building, Sicil moved cautiously, her heart beating fast in her chest. The walls were covered in grime, the wallpaper peeled into long strips, and the floor was littered with debris. She reached the staircase leading to the second floor and hesitated for a moment, the wooden steps looking like they hadn't been touched in decades. But Sicil wasn't one to back down. Gritting her teeth, she ascended the stairs, her movements careful but determined. Halfway up, the creaking grew louder, and she could feel the floor beneath her feet shifting. She froze, holding her breath, but the silence was deafening. After what felt like an eternity, she made it to the top. Meanwhile, outside the building, Ruby couldn't stand still any longer. She knew something was wrong, and her gut told her that Sicil was in danger. Racing to the PE fields, knowing she would find Sebastian there at this time, finishing up his class. Breathless and frantic, she grabbed his arm. "Sebastian! It's Sicil! She's in the abandoned building! The boys dared her to go in, and I think something's going to happen," Ruby blurted out, her voice laced with panic. Sebastian's heart dropped. He knew Sicil had a reckless side, but this wasn't just a harmless prank. He didn't waste a second. "Where is she?" he demanded, his voice sharp with urgency. Ruby pointed toward the woods, and Sebastian sprinted across the school grounds, his heart hammering in his chest. Ruby struggled to keep up as she led him to the old, crumbling structure at the edge of the woods. Sebastian's mind raced, replaying every reckless thing Sicil had done before. But this was different. This was a real danger. He burst through the entrance of the building, the door hanging off its rusty hinges, and the eerie silence inside sent a chill down his spine. He could hear the faint sound of creaking wood and Sicil's voice calling out to herself in the distance. "Hello? Anyone here?" "Sicil!" Sebastian's voice echoed through the dark, dusty corridors, his breath quickening with each step. He searched frantically, throwing open doors to abandoned classrooms, each one more decayed than the last. Broken desks, shattered windows, and peeling wallpaper loomed like ghostly reminders of the building's forgotten past. Every empty room only deepened his fear. He could feel the floor shifting beneath his feet as he moved deeper into the building, his gut churning with worry. He reached a dead-end hallway where the stairs creaked ominously above. He couldn't hear Sicil, couldn't see her, and panic started to creep into his thoughts. What if she'd fallen? What if she was hurt? He couldn't let his mind go there. Just then, the sound of splintering wood and a muffled yelp cut through the thick silence. His heart leapt in his chest. "Sicil!" he shouted, racing toward the noise. He rounded a corner and bounded up the dilapidated staircase 2 steps at a time, the floor groaning under his weight. His pulse roared in his ears as he followed the sound of her voice. When he reached the landing, his heart nearly stopped. There was Sicil, on the stairs where the floor beneath her had begun to give way. She let out a startled yelp as the boards cracked, and before she could react, the floor crumbled beneath her feet. Her arms grabbed onto the railing just in time to stop her fall. But the railing too began to break under her weight. Sebastian's eyes were wide with fear as they both spotted each other. "Seb!" she called, her voice shaky but defiant, still clutching the crumbling wood with one hand. She was struggling to hold tight. Without thinking, Sebastian lunged forward, grabbing her arms just as the railing gave way beneath her. He yanked her to safety, both of them collapsing onto the hard floor as debris rained down around them. His arms wrapped tightly around her, and for a moment, they just sat there, breathing heavily, trying to process how close she had come to disaster. "Are you insane?" Sebastian gasped, his voice breaking with a mixture of relief and anger. "You could have died, Sicil. This isn't some dumb classroom dare." Sicil, still catching her breath, tried to brush it off with a weak grin. "I had it under control. You're always worrying for no reason, Seb." But her voice wavered, and she couldn't quite meet his eyes. Sebastian wasn't buying it this time. He grabbed her shoulders and stared her down, his expression dead serious. "No, Sicil, this was different. This was real. You could have fallen through that floor and I wouldn't have been able to reach you in time." His voice cracked slightly at the end, the weight of what had almost happened settling over them both. Sicil, seeing the fear in his eyes, conceited. The fear that had driven him to search every inch of that broken-down building for her. The fear that made him race in like a storm just to save her. She swallowed hard and said, "I'm sorry, Seb. I didn't realize." Together, they stood up, Sebastian keeping a firm grip on her arm as they navigated their way back through the labyrinth of hallways. The danger they had just escaped was a cold reminder of how real things could get, and for once, Sicil wasn't brushing it off. As they stepped out into the sunlight, leaving the old building behind, a group of boys, including Dean, stood waiting. Dean's smug grin faded slightly when he saw Sicil emerge unscathed, with Sebastian's protective arm around her. But he wasn't ready to admit defeat. Not yet. "Well, see who needed a savior to complete her dare," Dean sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "Guess you're not as brave as you think, huh, Sicil? Maybe next time you'll think twice before messing with us." Sebastian's eyes narrowed, a flash of anger igniting inside him. He took a step toward Dean, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. "You're done with these stupid dares, Dean. If you ever pull something like this again, you'll answer me," he warned, his voice low and dangerous. Dean straightened up, trying to keep his cool in front of his friends, but Sebastian's tone had shaken him. He wasn't expecting this level of seriousness from someone usually so calm. Dean opened his mouth to retort, but before he could say anything, the other boys, seeing how close things had come to real danger, began to murmur behind him. "Maybe we should back off, Dean," one of the boys whispered nervously. "We don't want any real trouble." We'll find another way to deal with her later. Dean hesitated, his gaze flickering between Sebastian's fiery stare and the supportive murmurings from his friends. For a moment, it seemed like he might double down, but then he just grunted, shoving his hands into his pockets. Whatever, he muttered, trying to maintain his bravado as he turned away. This isn't over. As Dean and his group backed down, Ruby rushed up to Sicil and Sebastian, her face flushed with relief and anger. "I can't believe them! They could have gotten you killed, Sicil!" she exclaimed, glaring at the retreating boys. Sicil, trying to play it cool, shrugged. "I guess I owe Seb more than a thank you this time." She turned to him, her eyes softening with genuine gratitude. "I really didn't think it was that serious." Sebastian sighed, shaking his head. "You never do, Sicil. But what if I am not always there to pull you out?" For the first time, Sicil realized just how much she had relied on Sebastian, how even when she didn't see the danger, he was always there, protecting her in ways she hadn't fully understood. She squeezed his hand. "I know," she whispered, a smile tugging at her lips. "And next time, I'll think twice." Sebastian nodded, but deep down, he knew there would always be a next time with Sicil. And no matter how reckless she was, he'd always be there to keep her safe, even if she never quite understood the gravity of the situations she got herself into. One breezy afternoon, Sicil eagerly approached the football ground, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, her excitement was short-lived as a group of boys from her class, entrenched in their game, blocked her path with scoffs and taunts. She'd been practicing with Sebastian for weeks, learning the game's intricacies and refining her skills. Yet, as she stepped onto the field, the boys crowded around, blocking her path with smirks and dismissive chuckles. "You're not playing here, Sicil," said Dean, the self-appointed leader of the group, folding his arms as he looked her up and down. "Football is for boys. You wouldn't be able to keep up." Sicil's fists clenched, her pride stinging from the insult. She raised her chin defiantly. "Football's for anyone who loves the game," she replied, her voice unwavering, though she could feel the laughter bubbling among the boys. "Look, we don't need you slowing us down," Ronnie chimed in, crossing his arms as he joined Dean's side. "Why don't you go play with the other girls or find something else to do?" Crushed, but determined not to show it, Sicil held her ground for a moment before the laughter and snide remarks began to chip away at her confidence. Holding back tears of frustration, she turned to leave, her dreams of joining the game fading with each step. Across the field, on his way to the science lab, Sebastian spotted her and read the disappointment on her face. His eyes narrowed as he noticed Dean and Ronnie's smug expressions. Without a second thought, he abandoned his plans and strode toward them, his jaw set with a mixture of anger and resolve. "Enough!" Sebastian's voice cut through the air, sharp and clear. The boys turned, surprised to see him approach, his gaze steely and unyielding. Dean's confidence faltered, and he shifted uncomfortably under Sebastian's scrutiny. "Come on, Seb. Football's not a game for... Well, she's a girl. She'd get hurt or slow us down." Sebastian stepped closer, his voice cold and uncompromising. "If Sicil wants to play, she plays. And if any of you have a problem with that, you'll answer me. And I won't hesitate to this up with the senior coach." He met each boy's gaze, daring them to challenge him. The field buzzed with nervous energy as the boys evaluated Sebastian's threat and now sizing her up. Dean still reluctant to accept her as a player. He crossed his arms and shook his head, refusing to back down. "No way, she's not on my team," Dean declared, his tone dripping with defiance. But Ronnie, after a pause, sighed and nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Fine," he said with a wary glance at Sicil. "She can be on my team. Just don't mess this up, all right?" Sicil felt a mix of excitement and tension bubbling within her. Sebastian shot her a supportive nod from the sidelines, silently reminding her of her hard work and that she deserved her place on the field. Determined not to be disappointed, she squared her shoulders and took her place alongside Ronnie and the other boys. The game began, and it was fierce from the start. Ronnie initially hesitated to pass the ball to Sicil, but as the opposing team surged forward, Sicil intercepted a pass with quick reflexes. She dashed forward with surprising speed, dodging Dean's attempts to block her, her feet moving with confidence and precision. Just as she neared the goal, Sicil saw her teammate Laurie running in from the left, unmarked. With a powerful kick, Sicil sent the ball soaring toward Laurie, who caught it mid-stride. He gave her a quick thumbs up before smashing the ball into the goal, scoring the first point for their team. Ronnie's eyes widened in surprise, and his face softened with appreciation as he looked over at her, nodding in acknowledgement. "Nice pass, Sicil," he muttered, a hint of admiration in his voice. Dean, on the other hand, seemed even more frustrated and kicked the ground in annoyance. As the game progressed, Sicil's energy and skill became undeniable. She defended fiercely, zigzagged past opponents, and kept up with every play. Eventually, she found herself in the perfect position, only a few feet from the goal with no one in her way. She took a deep breath, focused, and struck the ball with precision. It flew past the goalie and straight into the net. Ronnie's cautious admiration transformed into open enthusiasm as he watched the ball hit the back of the net. He slapped her on the back, grinning widely. "All right, Sicil. Maybe you've got more than we bargained for." Dean huffed from the other side of the field, clearly annoyed. But Ronnie's team was energized, rallying around Sicil's skill. Later in the game, a handball in the penalty box gave Ronnie's team a penalty kick. Ronnie looked around, his eyes landing on Sicil. The boys on both teams exchanged looks, some snickering and others skeptical. But Ronnie gave her a serious nod, his voice steady. "Sicil, you're taking the shot." Surprised but thrilled, Sicil stepped up to the penalty line, her heart racing as she positioned herself to take the shot. She glanced at the goalie, focusing as she'd practiced so many times with Sebastian. The moment the whistle blew, she sprinted forward and struck the ball with all her might. It shot past the goalie's outstretched arms, landing neatly in the corner of the net. Cheers erupted from Ronnie's team, and Ronnie himself threw his hands in the air with a victorious shout. He turned to Dean with a smirk, gloating openly. "Told you, Dean. That's 2 goals thanks to her." "Guess you were wrong about Sicil, huh?" Dean grunted, trying to mask his irritation, but his expression softened slightly as he watched Sicil celebrate with her team, clearly recognizing her talent. The final whistle blew, and Ronnie's team won the game. Sicil felt a rush of pride as her teammates clapped her on the back, each acknowledging her contribution to their win. Dean finally relented, his tone begrudging but his expression one of genuine respect. He wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, momentarily glancing at Sicil with an impressed nod. His face was a mix of embarrassment and admiration. "Hey, Sicil," he mumbled, scratching the back of his head. "You were superb out there. I didn't think... you proved me wrong." But his tone turned playful as he added, "Too bad you needed a savior just to get a chance to play, though." "Yeah," Ronnie added, a bit more excitedly. "You're pretty good, Sicil. I never doubted your skills." After the game, she spotted Sebastian waiting at the edge of the field. Unable to contain her excitement, she ran toward him, her smile bright and infectious. "Seb, did you see that?" she exclaimed, her voice bubbling joyfully. "I scored like 2 out of the 3 goals. They actually wanted me on their team by the end." Sebastian's eyes sparkled with pride as he listened, nodding with a smile. "I told you, you could do it. I knew you'd show them what you're made of." Ruby, who had been watching from the sidelines, approached and flashed Sebastian a grateful smile. "Thanks, Seb. If it weren't for you, Sicil wouldn't have had the chance to show them what she's capable of." Sebastian gave a modest shrug, his gaze softening as he looked at Sicil. "No problem, Ruby. I understand." As they left the field, Sicil couldn't contain her excitement, recounting every detail of her victory to Sebastian. As he listened, he felt a deep pride, knowing he'd helped her break through yet another barrier, leaving her to shine as brightly as he'd always known she could. It was Christmas evening, and the entire family was gathered around the crackling fireplace, laughter and excitement filling the air. Uncle George rose from his seat, clinking a glass to capture everyone's attention. "A little announcement," he said with a grin, taking Jasmine's hand. "Jasmine and I are getting married." The thought of a wedding celebration lit up the room, and one by one, each family member hugged and kissed George and Jasmine, basking in the warmth of love. They started reflecting on their own wedding stories. Jenny, with a mischievous smile, broke the ice. "Well, George, you're lucky. Arthur and I had to elope to get married." She laughed, earning a round of chuckles. It was all so hushed and rushed. Forget themes, we barely had time to plan anything. Jane leaned in, laughing as she reminisced. Oh, Jenny, your eloping really stirred things up. Nothing could have otherwise stopped grandmother's rivalry that sprang up during the wedding. She gave Jenny a teasing look. Both grandmothers were so determined to have the last word. I never thought I'd see grandparents arguing over every single detail, from flowers to food. Rivalry among grandmothers. Who would have thought? Albert joined in, chuckling at the memory. Well, Jane, ours was actually smooth sailing. All I had to do to win your father over was build a profitable, award-winning business first. He grinned, looking at her affectionately. But once he came around, there was no looking back. Funny thing, though, we were so focused on building a life together that we skipped the whole big reception idea. He paused, smiling at the memories. Those were the days, all right. Listening to everyone, Arthur put down his glass and declared, "This needs to change with George's wedding. I say we make it the wedding of the year. Big, bold, and memorable." Turning to Jasmine with a warm smile, he continued, "So, Jasmine, what's your dream wedding theme? Whatever you want, we'll make it happen." Jasmine looked at George, her eyes softening as she thought back to how they first fell in love. "Well," she began, "George and I actually fell for each other while dancing. Flamenco, specifically. It's what brought us closer together." At that, George beamed, squeezing her hand. "Flamenco it is!" he announced, excitement brimming in his voice. The room erupted in cheers as everyone started envisioning the vibrant, passionate theme that would fill the dance floor. Just then, 12-year-old Sicil burst into the room, along with Sebastian, their cheeks flushed from the cold, and still brushing off the last remnants of snow from their coats. Sicil's eyes sparkled with excitement as she noticed the lively discussion. "What's all this talk about flamenco?" she asked, tilting her head curiously. George's face lit up as he glanced over at his nephew and Sicil. "Ah, you two. We were just talking about Jasmine's and my wedding plans," he began, clearly delighted. "We're having a flamenco-themed wedding. Since dance brought us together, we thought it would be the perfect way to celebrate." Sicil's eyes widened in delight. "A flamenco wedding? That sounds amazing." She turned to Sebastian, a gleam of inspiration lighting her face. "Seb, we have to dance at the wedding." Sebastian grinned, nodding along easily. "Sure, sounds fun," he said, thinking she meant they'd simply be joining everyone else on the dance floor. But then Sicil's face grew more determined. "And you'll be my dance partner," she declared, beaming as she reached for his hand. Sebastian froze, his eyes widening as he processed what she meant. "Wait, what? Me, as your partner?" He let out a nervous chuckle, shaking his head quickly. "No way, Sicil. I'm not dancing in front of everyone." Sicil's face fell, but only for a moment. Determined as ever, she took a step closer. "Oh, come on, Seb. We'd be amazing together. And I already told Uncle George I wanted to dance in front of everyone, so now I need you. Don't be shy." Sebastian continued to shake his head, his cheeks turning a faint shade of pink. "You know I'm not really a performer," he mumbled, looking around as if hoping for an escape route. Sicil crossed her arms, pouting slightly, and then glanced around the room. She winked at George, who chuckled and gave Sebastian an encouraging nod. One by one, everyone took their turn chiming in, giving Sebastian little pep talks. Jenny reminded him of the importance of trying something new. Jane mentioned how impressive it would look on the dance floor, and Albert teased him, saying there was nothing to be afraid of if he had a good teacher. Uncle George nudged him with a chuckle. "You know, Seb, dancing builds confidence and coordination. It'll make you stronger in sports, too." Jasmine gently joined in, saying, "Flamenco isn't just about dancing. It's about connecting with music with your partner, and it's truly a beautiful experience to share." But Sebastian remained firm, shaking his head and smiling politely. "I'm happy to watch from the sidelines. You won't catch me doing flamenco." Finally, Sicil took a deep breath, pulling out her last card. Her eyes softened, and she looked at Sebastian with a slightly trembling lip, giving him a long, sad gaze that seemed to melt away his defenses. "Please, Seb," she whispered, barely managing to keep her voice from breaking. "It would mean the world to me." He sighed, defeated, seeing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes. "Fine, Sicil, I'll do it," he muttered, rolling his eyes with a small, reluctant smile. At this, Sicil's face lit up, and she practically leapt into his arms. "Yes, I knew you'd say yes," she cried, triumphant. Just then, Jasmine stepped forward with a warm smile. "Well then, it looks like I'll have 2 young apprentices for dance lessons. Don't worry, Sebastian," she said with a grin. "I'll make sure you're ready for the spotlight." And as Sebastian shot Sicil a look of resigned amusement, everyone shared a hearty laugh, enjoying Sicil's antiques. During their first flamenco rehearsal with Jasmine, Sebastian found himself struggling to keep up with the steps. Sicil, brimming with excitement and energy, was quick on her feet, but not necessarily accurate. Time and again, her shoes landed squarely on Sebastian's toes, causing him to wince. "Ouch! Sicil!" he groaned after another misstep, trying to shake off the sting in his foot. "You're supposed to be stepping near me, not on me," he teased, flashing her a playful, exaggerated grimace. Sicil only grinned sheepishly, sticking her tongue out in mock apology. "Sorry, Seb, guess I'm just passionate," she said with a cheeky wink. He exclaimed after yet another misplaced step, giving her an amused, half-reproachful smile. "This isn't a football field, it's a dance floor. Try to mind my toes." Sicil gave him a weak smile, muttering an apology, but the flush only deepened. The truth was, each time their eyes met or he held her a little closer, her heart skipped, and it was her own feelings that left her unsteady. She was falling for him, had maybe always been in love with him, and the realization sent her spinning. On the other hand, even with his sore feet, Sebastian found himself caught off guard by an unexpected warmth blossoming inside him. Each time he held her close, feeling her hand in his and her laughter mingling with his own, a sense of contentment washed over him. Despite the occasional stumbles and giggles, he realized he didn't mind. The softness in Sicil's gaze, the playful spark in her laugh, it all made him forget his clumsy toes and sore feet. "All right, one more time," Jasmine called, clapping to the beat. Sebastian glanced down at Sicil, and she looked up at him, her eyes dancing with excitement. With a shy grin, he pulled her a bit closer, steadying her hands in his. "Try not to trample me this time," he said, smirking. "No promises," she shot back with a grin, her eyes twinkling. As the music started again, he felt that familiar warmth growing. Holding Sicil close, despite the missteps, Sebastian realized he might choose to dance all his life just to hold Sicil tight in his arms. Each session brought them closer, their movements synchronized with grace and precision. "Focus, Sicil, sway with me, follow my lead," Sebastian would say encouragingly, his voice soft yet amused, as they practiced late into the evening every day. Sicil would laugh. "I'm trying, but you keep stepping on my toes." She felt like she was living in a dream. Each twirl and spin sparked a fire within her, drawing her closer to the music, her heart synchronized with Sebastian's, making her feel more beautiful for him. Amidst the twirls and steps of their dance routine, Sebastian could not help but tease Sicil about her tendency to leave a trail of chaos in her wake. "Do you ever tidy up your desk, Sicil? I swear it is like a tornado hit every time I see it." Her eyes sparkled with mischief. "Come on, Seb. My desk may look chaotic, but it is a system only I can understand. Unlike your desk, which is so pristine I'm afraid to even breathe near it, let alone use it. It is like a museum exhibit in there." As they moved together, the world around them faded into a blur, leaving only the music and the rhythm of their bodies intertwined. The way they held each other, closely, intimately, felt electric, igniting a warmth that surged through them both. Yet, with this realization came a wave of fear. Sicil was only 12, 4 years younger than Sebastian, who was preparing to leave for college in a few years. Thoughts of his future loomed large in her mind, filled with visions of him finding someone special, someone who could fill the space she had long coveted. What was she, a girl from next door, compared to the possibilities that awaited him? Sebastian felt a similar weight of uncertainty. Did Sicil love him the way he had always loved her? Or was he just her best friend? They were best friends who had shared their entire life with each other, countless memories. Yet now they were tiptoeing around an emotional minefield, each fearing what lay on the other side of their laughter. As the wedding day drew closer, Sicil and Sebastian found themselves spending every possible moment in the dance studio. The rhythm and movement offered a shared escape, a world where the unspoken became tangible with each step. In the studio's quiet, they let the music sweep them away, bringing them closer with every twirl, every gaze, and every heartbeat. Finally, the night of George and Jasmine's reception arrived, the air filled with excitement and the warm glow of celebration. Jasmine took to the stage, microphone in hand, a proud smile illuminating her face. "And now, I am thrilled to introduce the two young stars of the evening," she announced, her voice warm with pride and affection. "Training them has been my privilege and joy. Let's give a round of applause for the best young couple I could have asked to work with, Sicil and Sebastian." The guests erupted in applause as Sicil and Sebastian stepped onto the dance floor. Sicil met Sebastian's gaze, feeling the calm assurance his eyes offered her. The first beats of Gypsy King's bamboleo filled the room, bold and fiery, and with the first step, they launched into the dance. Sicil's dress was striking, a deep black with bold red frills that cascaded from her skirt, catching the light with every spin, adding a flair to each step that embodied the spirit of flamenco. Her dark hair was pulled back, allowing her to move with freedom and confidence, her intense expression highlighted by the elegant lines of her outfit. Sebastian complimented her perfectly, dressed in a fitted black suit that accentuated his graceful yet strong movements. His form held an air of mystery and allure, each step purposeful, each movement calculated, drawing the crowd into the intense chemistry between them. The suit, simple yet powerful, reflected his steady presence beside her, and with every spin and lift, he kept his gaze firmly on Sicil, radiating a protectiveness and admiration that did not go unnoticed by the crowd. Their bodies moved in perfect harmony, Sebastian guiding Sicil across the floor with practiced strength and grace. Each spin, each step was charged with an energy that left the guests captivated. Their eyes locked, and at that moment, it was as if they were the only two in the room. The thrill in their movements was undeniable, creating a magnetic pull that kept the audience entranced, unable to look away. As the music swelled toward the final beats, Sicil and Sebastian glided into their concluding pose. Sebastian wrapped his arm around Sicil's waist with confident strength as she bent backwards, her face tilted towards the ceiling, her hair cascading down her back, and her arms extended with a flourish. In one final dramatic gesture, Sicil lifted her hand to his neck, brushing her fingertips along his collar before tilting her head ever so slightly. Sebastian leaned forward, his lips grazing the curve of her neck in a moment that sent a ripple through the room, leaving every spectator breathless, utterly captivated. The room was silent for a moment, the electricity in the air undeniable. With their final intimate pose and their undeniable chemistry, Sicil and Sebastian had left everyone in awe, creating a moment that would be the highlight of George and Jasmine's wedding celebration. And then a wave of applause burst forth, filling the hall with cheers and whistles. Sicil and Sebastian grinned at each other, their eyes still locked, a shared thrill buzzing between them. George and Jasmine exchanged a look of awe and pride. Their wedding reception elevated to a night none of the guests would forget. It was the perfect celebration of love and connection, a night that held its own magic, where a shared dance could make the world stand still. One crisp afternoon, as the school bell echoed through the corridors, signaling the end of another day, Sicil turned to Sebastian class with a bright smile and asked, "Seb, are we ready to leave? Will we go to the ice cream shop before going home?" she asked. Her eyes filled with the anticipation of sharing an ice cream. But Sebastian, always the elusive guardian, hesitated. "I promised Lily I'd help her with homework today," he explained, his gaze flickering between Sicil and the approaching Lily. Sicil's heart sank at the mention of Lily. She knew Lily had a soft spot for Sebastian, and the idea of him staying back to help her with homework did not sit well with Sicil. Determined not to reveal her feelings, she feigned nonchalance. "That's fine, I will see you tomorrow then," Sicil replied, trying to sound indifferent. As Sebastian stayed back to assist Lily, Sicil lingered around the school premises, hiding behind corners and trees. Little did she know that Sebastian was aware of her presence, his heart swelling with happiness at the thought of her waiting for him. When Sebastian finally approached her, Sicil put on a facade of busyness, pretending not to notice him. She walked ahead as if she did not need his company, leaving him to catch up. But Sebastian, ever perceptive, understood the dance of shadows and light that played out between them. As they neared home, the atmosphere took a sudden turn. A reckless biker sped by dangerously close to Sicil. In an instant, Sebastian pulled her back, saving her from the oncoming danger. Caught off guard, Sicil fell into Sebastian's arms, a mixture of surprise and gratitude in her eyes. But Sebastian, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, immediately adopted his usual cold demeanor. In front of Lily, he cautioned Sicil for not being more careful, a harsh rebuke that left her humiliated and hurt. With tears in her eyes, Sicil ran home, leaving Sebastian to wrestle with the complexity of his emotions. Later that evening, a gentle knock echoed through Sicil's quiet room, disrupting the solitude she sought. With a teary glance, she approached the door. Wiping her tears, she swung the door open and found Sebastian standing there, an offering in hand. "Seb?" Sicil's voiced with surprise, her eyes widening as she took in the sight of him holding a chocolate cake. "Hey," Sebastian greeted, his tone warm and tentative. I brought you something." Sicil's eyebrows furrowed slightly in confusion. "A cake?" "Yeah," Sebastian affirmed, offering the confection with a small smile. "Peace offering?" A flicker of amusement danced in Sicil's eyes as she accepted the cake, the tension in her shoulders easing at the gesture. "Wow, thank you," she replied softly, the edges of her lips curling upwards. Sebastian's smile widened as he gently ruffled her hair, a silent apology conveyed through the simple action. "You know I hate it when we fight. Can we make up, please?" Sicil's heart softened at his words, the warmth of reconciliation enveloping her. "Of course," she agreed, stepping back to allow him entry. "Come on in." As Sebastian entered the room, Sicil could not help but feel a sense of relief wash over her. The tension that had hung between them dissipated with each passing moment, replaced by a familiar sense of companionship. Sebastian smiled at their picture on her bedside table from his uncle's wedding, and realized even he has the same one on his bedside decorated by her. He turned towards her and confessed softly, "I am sorry," his gaze meeting hers with sincerity. Sicil's breath caught in her throat at the vulnerability in his words, a rush of affection swelling within her chest. "I should have been more careful on the road," she admitted, the weight of their recent disagreement lifting from her shoulders. With an understanding passing between them, Sebastian smirked playfully. "Let's not fight again, okay?" A soft chuckle escaped Sicil's lips as she nodded in agreement, the corners of her mouth lifting in response to his light-heartedness. "Agreed," she affirmed, a sense of peace settling over them. Sebastian's grin widened as he glanced down at the cake still nestled in Sicil's hands. "Now who's ready for some cake?" Mr. Anderson passed through the room, his gaze catching the sight of Sebastian and Sicil, sharing a moment over a slice of cake. With a knowing smile, he approached Sebastian, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "Sebastian, my boy, how's that school project coming along?" Sebastian's attention shifted from Sicil to Mr. Anderson, a polite nod of acknowledgement accompanying his response. "Good evening, sir. It's progressing very well," he replied, his voice filled with enthusiasm as he prepared to update Mr. Anderson on his latest endeavors. He excused himself from Sicil's side and followed Mr. Anderson out of the room. As they settled at the dining table, the faint echoes of their conversation lingered in the air. Sicil sat with the cake, savoring the sweetness that masked the bitterness of their earlier encounter. Little did she know that from a distance he observed her every move. He knew she watched him with doting eyes, hanging on every word he uttered. Sebastian, however, restrained himself from intervening further. As Sicil savored the chocolate cake, Sebastian could not help but admire the smudges of sweetness adorning her cheeks. Suppressing the impulse to wipe them away himself, instead, after talking to Mr. Anderson, he reached for a napkin from the table and approached her room again. With a soft smile, Sebastian offered the napkin to Sicil. "Here you go," he said gently, as he bid her good night. Sicil accepted the napkin, touched by Sebastian's thoughtfulness. As he turned to leave, she watched him go with a hint of yearning behind her smile, like a sweet, lingering scent. Wiping away the chocolate with a napkin, she felt a sense of confusion. Did his gesture signify mere care or something deeper? In her heart, she silently hoped for Sebastian to reciprocate her feelings someday. Unknown to Sicil, Sebastian's love for her surpassed her wildest dreams. From afar, he silently supported her, his affection promising a deeper bond. As the new academic year began, Sebastian found himself preparing to leave for college, marking the end of his time at school. Just before his departure, however, he encountered a group of boys notorious for their troublemaking ways, including Dean and Ronnie, guys who'd previously harassed Sicil and her friends. With a calm yet commanding presence, Sebastian walked up to them, his gaze steely, cutting through any casual bravado the group might have harbored. He cleared his throat, drawing their attention as he stepped closer. "Listen up," Sebastian said, his voice low but firm, every word intentional. "I know what you've done in the past to Sicil and her friends, and I'm only going to say this once. If any of you so much as think about bothering her or her friends again, you'll have me to deal with. And trust me, you don't want that." The boys glanced at one another, their casual smirks fading as they registered the seriousness in Sebastian's tone. A few shifted uncomfortably, while one of them, Dean, tried to deflect with a nervous chuckle. "Hey man, we were just messing around," he said, his tone light, attempting to play it off. "No harm intended." Sebastian's jaw tightened, his expression hardening. "I don't care what your intentions were," he replied sharply, his gaze unwavering. "Sicil is my friend, and I won't stand for anyone making her feel uncomfortable, especially not you. If I hear about any more of this from you or anyone else, there will be consequences. Do you all understand?" The silence that followed was punctuated by a few hesitant nods, the boys' confidence wavering under Sebastian's piercing glare. They shifted on their feet, avoiding eye contact with him, realizing they'd underestimated his resolve. Just as they thought he was done, Sebastian added, his tone laced with a quiet threat. "And don't think that just because I won't be around, I won't know what's happening. If Sicil or any of her friends runs into trouble while I'm gone, believe me, I'll make sure you regret it. I have my ways." A murmur of agreement came from the boys, who cast furtive glances at one another. The weight of Sebastian's words hung in the air, leaving them all too aware of his family's influence. Sebastian Wilson wasn't just any student. His father, Mr. Wilson, was a trustee on the school board, a fact that loomed over them like a silent warning. They knew they couldn't get away with crossing him. With one last stern look, Sebastian turned and walked away, his mind still focused on Sicil's safety. Though he would be leaving, he was determined to leave an unspoken promise of protection, even from afar. The boys stood in silence, his warning ringing in their ears, and for the first time they truly understood that bothering Sicil was a risk they couldn't afford to take. As the days passed after Sebastian's departure from school, Sicil noticed a subtle but undeniable shift in her social circle. Boys she once shared laughs with, and even some seniors seemed to break ties with her, leaving her feel perplexed and isolated. "Sicil, have you noticed how everyone's been acting strange lately?" Ruby remarked as they walked together between classes. "Yeah, it's like something's changed, but nobody's saying anything," Sicil replied, furrowing her brows in concern. "It is so weird. Even some of the guys we have known for years are acting distant," added Olivia, another friend who joined the conversation. Sicil nodded, her thoughts racing as she tried to make sense of the situation. "I wonder what could have caused this sudden change," she mused, feeling a pang of unease in her chest. Her friends exchanged sympathetic glances, understanding the confusion Sicil was experiencing. "Don't worry, Sicil. Whatever it is, we are here for you," Ruby reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Sicil managed a weak smile, grateful for the support of her friends amidst the uncertainty. "Thank you, guys. I do not know what I would do without you," she said with gratitude. Together they continued their journey through the bustling halls of the school, their bond stronger than ever. Later, Sicil confided this to Sebastian about the strange behaviors of the boys in school. She could not help but feel a twinge of vulnerability. "Seb, I do not understand what is going on. It is like everyone is avoiding me or something," she admitted with frustration. Sebastian listened intently, his brow furrowing in concern. "This does not make any sense. You are one of the most fun people to be around," he replied earnestly, even though he knew better. Sicil sighed, feeling a sense of relief wash over her as Sebastian's reassuring words sank in. "Thank you, Seb. It has just been bizarre lately," she confessed, grateful for his support. Sebastian smiled reassuringly, reaching out to squeeze her hand gently. "Well, who cares about them anyway? As long as I am here, we can spend time together and have fun, just like always," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. Sicil could not help but smile at Sebastian's comforting words, feeling a sense of warmth and reassurance wash over her. "You're right, Seb. Thanks for always being there for me," she said gratefully, her heart feeling lighter knowing that she had Sebastian by her side. Sebastian then added firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt, "If anyone ever gives you trouble, you let me know. I will not stand anyone making you feel uncomfortable." Sebastian's protective stance touched Sicil, but she could not help but worry about escalating the situation. "I appreciate it, Seb, but I don't want any trouble," she replied, her voice stained with concern. Sebastian shook his head, his resolve unwavering. "Don't worry about that. If they are causing you grief, they will have to answer to me. No one messes with my Sicil," he stated, his voice carrying a hint of steel. Sicil felt a surge of gratitude towards Sebastian for his unwavering support. "Thank you, Seb. It means a lot to me to know you have my back," she said sincerely, feeling a sense of reassurance knowing that Sebastian was there to stand up for her. Little did Sicil know that Sebastian, from his vantage point in college, had orchestrated this protective shield around her. Sebastian continued to be Sicil's steadfast companion, effortlessly woven into the fabric of her life. Their time together had become a haven, filled with moments she cherished, deeply casual car drives, where they'd share playful arguments over the radio, quiet movie nights where they'd sit side by side, sharing popcorn and hushed whispers. These outings had become the highlight of her days, and with every passing moment, Sicil's trust in Sebastian grew, shifting into something more profound that made her pulse quicken at his touch or laughter. Yet, as days turned to weeks, a thread of doubt started to creep in. Despite her affection, Sicil couldn't help but wonder if Sebastian's actions stemmed from genuine feelings, or if he simply felt responsible for her as his younger, ever-present friend. She tried to silence the uncertainty, but in quieter moments it resurfaced, casting shadows over her hopes. Sometimes it was overwhelming. She'd feel so close to him, yet so far from knowing if her love was truly reciprocated. Sicil found herself lingering in Sebastian's library. She'd take a book from the shelves, but her focus wasn't on the pages. Instead, she'd steal glances at him as he sat across the room, studying or scrolling through his phone. She'd watch his face light up when he found something amusing, or the way his brow furrowed in concentration, memorizing every detail. Her heart yearned for some sign that his feelings mirrored her own, and she clung to these fleeting glances as if they might reveal a hidden truth. On the other side, Sebastian, though equally devoted, assumed that his actions spoke louder than words. In his mind, the time he invested in her and the way he prioritized their moments together should be enough for her to understand. He was certain that Sicil knew the depth of his affection, and he never thought to spell it out in words. After all, why complicate things? He valued the ease of their friendship and felt they had an unspoken understanding. What Sebastian failed to see was the storm of emotions raging within Sicil. His casual, steady companionship, while comforting, only fueled her inner conflict. To him, the library was a place of shared solitude, a sanctuary where they could each be absorbed in their own worlds, yet still share the same air, the same space. But to Sicil, these visits carried layers of meaning that he remained blind to. She was reaching out in her own silent way, hoping he would see her not just as a friend, but as someone who could be more. One evening, as they sat in the library, Sebastian glanced up and caught Sicil watching him. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly looked down, pretending to study her book. He chuckled softly, assuming she'd just zoned out for a moment. "Lost in a good story?" he teased, raising an eyebrow. Sicil managed a small smile, swallowing her anxiety. "Yeah, something like that," she murmured, hoping he couldn't hear the faint tremor in her voice. Sebastian, entirely unaware of the weight her gaze held, simply smiled, his eyes warm. He took it as just another shared moment, believing that their bond was strong, unshakable. But Sicil, her heart aching for more, wondered if he would ever see her as something beyond his steadfast friend. With the distance that college brought, she feared the space might not just be physical, but emotional too. Would they always be close? Or was this the beginning of drifting apart? But if they thought this was difficult, the worst was yet to come. Just as Sicil was beginning to find her footing in her emotions, Sebastian received a scholarship to pursue his master's abroad. He was invited to live with Uncle George and Aunt Jasmine for the 2 years of his program, which meant not just leaving town but moving across the ocean to a different time zone. As this news sunk into both of their hearts, they grappled with the reality of separation. The thought of Sebastian leaving was like a weight pressing down on them, suffocating the little joy they had found in their time together. "It's just 2 years, right?" Sebastian had said, trying to sound optimistic. "I'll be back before you know it." "Yeah, 2 years," Sicil echoed, forcing a smile. Inside, though, her heart ached. "You should definitely go. This is an amazing opportunity." Sebastian appreciated her encouragement but felt the knot of tension tightening in his stomach. "Promise me you'll write and call every single day, no matter how far away I am?" he asked, his voice a mix of hope and anxiety. "I promise," Sicil replied, her voice steady. "And you have to promise to stay safe. I'll be waiting to hear all about your adventures." As the impending departure loomed like a spectre over their lives, Sicil found herself grappling with a torrent of emotions. She clung to the hope that perhaps in those final moments before Sebastian left, he would unveil the love she had yearned to hear from him. Her heart raced with the possibility that he might finally declare his feelings, that he would give her the words she so desperately craved. On the day of his departure, they stood outside his house, the air heavy with unspoken words. Sicil felt a lump in her throat as she fought back tears, her heart aching at the thought of losing him. Sebastian, sensing her distress, stepped closer. "Promise me you will take care of yourself, Sicil," he said softly, his eyes filled with genuine concern. His tone was warm, yet there was an unmistakable sadness lingering in his voice. "I will, Seb," she replied, her voice trembling as tears spilled down her cheeks. "But promise me you'll stay safe too." Her heart felt like it was shattering, the weight of their impending separation pressing down on her. As the moment stretched, Sebastian hesitated, his heart aching to bridge the distance between them. He reached out, cupping her face gently in his hands. "I'll do my best," he assured her, a determined look in his eyes. "And I'll keep in touch, okay? You won't even notice I'm gone." But as he spoke, Sicil felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped for something more, something that would affirm the bond they shared. Instead, he stepped back slightly, and in that fleeting moment, Sebastian leaned in, pressing a tender kiss on her cheek, lingering just a moment longer than necessary. Sicil's heart raced, her cheeks flushing as the warmth of his lips against her skin sent a jolt of electricity through her. But the kiss was bittersweet. It was filled with affection, yet unaccompanied by the words she yearned to hear. She felt a mixture of warmth and heartache as she took a shaky breath, tears streaming down her face. "Take care, Sicil," he whispered, pulling away and looking into her eyes with a depth of emotion that made her chest tighten. "I will," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I'll miss you." Sebastian gave her one last reassuring smile before turning to walk away, leaving Sicil standing there, her heart heavy with unfulfilled dreams. The kiss lingered on her cheek, a fleeting reminder of what could have been, as she watched him disappear into the distance. As she fought back more tears, the ache of their friendship and the love she longed for felt more pronounced than ever. However, without explicit assurances from him, Sicil's mind painted a picture of unrequited love. Each passing day fueled her fear that perhaps Sebastian never loved her as deeply as she hoped. She found herself analyzing every text message, searching for hidden meanings in his words, each response weighing heavily on her heart. They had exchanged the words "I love you" often, yet a haunting thought lingered in her mind. Sebastian had never explicitly told her that he was in love with her. It was a subtle difference, yet it loomed large in the landscape of her heart. In the weeks that followed Sebastian's departure, both he and Sicil made a valiant effort to stay connected, determined to bridge the physical distance with calls and messages. At first, the late-night conversations felt like a lifeline, a way to keep their bond strong despite the oceans between them. But as time passed, the reality of their situation began to take its toll. Sebastian soon realized that his cherished late-night chats were starting to affect Sicil's health. The significant time difference meant she often stayed awake until the early hours of the morning just to have a few precious moments with him. He noticed her tiredness. "Sicil, you really need to get some rest," he would say during their calls, his voice laced with concern. But Sicil, fueled by her determination to maintain their connection, brushed off his worries. "I'm fine, Seb, just a little tired. It's worth it to talk to you," she insisted, even as she stifled yawns and fought to keep her eyes open. However, as the days turned into weeks, Sicil began to realize that if she called him during the day, she would inadvertently wake him from his sleep. The very thing that had once brought them closer started to create an unintentional rift. With every passing day, she felt more unloved and unheard, her heart aching with each unanswered message. Was their bond really as strong as she had believed? Did he truly care for her? Or was she merely a fleeting memory in his busy life? Circumstances only compounded the growing distance between them. When Sebastian lost his Uncle George, the loss weighed heavily on his shoulders, especially as Aunt Jasmine struggled to cope with the absence of her beloved husband. Suddenly, Sebastian found himself thrust into a world of responsibilities he had never anticipated. He had to step up and help his aunt manage the family business while caring for the twins, adding layers of complexity to his life that stretched beyond his studies. As the pressures mounted, Sebastian's focus shifted entirely. His once clear priority of keeping in touch with Sicil faded into the background amidst the chaos of his new reality. He found himself buried in work, while trying to help Aunt Jasmine navigate her grief. What was supposed to be a 2-year study trip morphed into a daunting 5-year commitment, one that felt increasingly overwhelming. For Sicil, this sudden change felt like the final nail in the coffin of their connection. With the long-distance communication dwindling to almost nothing, she longed to hear from him. But instead, she was met with silence. Each night, she would gaze at her phone, willing it to light up with his name, wishing for a sign that he still thought of her, still cared. As days turned into weeks without meaningful communication, she felt the weight of his unexpressed feelings pressed down on her like a heavy shroud. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, Ethan entered her life like a breath of fresh air. He was everything Sicil had been missing, warm, attentive, and unafraid to express his feelings. From their very first meeting, there was an undeniable chemistry between them, an electric spark that pulled Sicil in like a moth to a flame. Ethan was the kind of person who wore his heart on his sleeve, and he never hesitated to shower her with affection. "Hey, you know I love you, right?" Ethan would say every time he would get a chance, a genuine smile lighting up his face as they spent their time together. For Sicil, those words were a balm to her aching heart. The warmth of his affection filled the gaps that Sebastian's absence had carved out, and she felt herself beginning to smile more, laugh more, something that had been so elusive during her darker days. Ethan was open and straightforward about his feelings, never shying away from acknowledging just how much he loved her. It was a refreshing contrast to the uncertainty that had begun to overshadow her connection with Sebastian. "I really enjoy spending time with you too, Ethan," Sicil replied, her heart fluttering with a mix of emotions. She felt a sense of relief in his honesty, a stark contrast to the confusion she had been grappling with for years. With every passing day, Ethan's presence brought more joy and warmth into her life. He made it clear that he valued her, not just as a friend, but as someone he truly cherished. Together, they explored new places, laughed until their sides hurt, and shared dreams that made Sicil feel alive again. Each moment spent with Ethan gradually chipped away at the memories of her past with Sebastian, allowing her to envision a future filled with love and companionship. The lingering thoughts of Sebastian began to fade, replaced by the vivid colors of a new relationship that thrived on open communication and mutual affection. As the seasons changed, so did Sicil's heart. With Ethan by her side, she found herself embracing the present instead of dwelling on what was lost. The memories of Sebastian remained, but they became distant echoes rather than sharp reminders of her heartache. With Ethan's encouragement and love, she rediscovered a sense of joy that she thought had faded forever. It wasn't that she had forgotten Sebastian, rather she had learned to let go of the pain and uncertainty that had shadowed her for so long. Instead, she had embraced the warmth of Ethan's love, allowing it to fill the spaces in her heart that had once been reserved for someone who had never truly defined his feelings for her. The future felt bright, and Sicil felt ready to step forward into it, hand in hand with Ethan. Current day, Sebastian stood at a crossroads of emotions, his heart heavy with the realization that Sicil had moved on. The time apart had unveiled a painful truth. She had never known just how deeply he had loved her. For him, she had been the only woman who mattered since he was just a 4-year-old boy. Yet he had failed to convey that depth. With regret gnawing at him, he made his way to Sicil's house, clutching a bouquet of fresh flowers tightly in one hand and a stack of letters in the other. Letters filled with words he had long withheld. As evening descended, casting a warm glow over the neighborhood, Sebastian arrived at Sicil's doorstep. He paused for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. This was it, the moment he would finally lay bare his feelings. With determination coursing through him, he knocked softly on her door. When Sicil opened the door, the soft light illuminated her features, and Sebastian's heart fluttered at the sight of her. He offered her the bouquet, his eyes earnest and filled with emotion. "Hey, I brought these for you," he said, his voice steady yet gentle. "And well, I also brought something else." He extended the letters toward her, his nerves palpable yet overshadowed by the weight of his resolve. Sicil's expression shifted to one of curiosity as she took the bundle from his hands, her fingers brushing against his. "These are the letters I wrote over the years but never sent," Sebastian explained, his voice steady as he continued. "I was afraid they might bring back the pain of missing each other, but now I realize that not sending them was a mistake. I want you to read them, to understand how much you mean to me, even when I was far away." Sicil felt a rush of emotions as her gaze flitted from the bouquet to the letters, her heart swelling with surprise and a flicker of hope. The sincerity in Sebastian's voice and the vulnerability of the letters began to break down the walls she had built over time. "I want you to know, Sicil, that you have always been in my heart," he continued, his voice thick with emotion. "These letters are a testament to the love I have felt for you. Please, take your time reading them. I hope they can convey what I could never express in person." Holding the bouquet and letters, Sicil nodded, her heart racing. There was something profoundly significant about this moment, and as Sebastian turned to leave, she felt a mixture of gratitude and longing watching him walk away. Once alone in her room, Sicil carefully opened the first letter, its edges softened by time, the familiar scent of Sebastian's cologne wafting from the paper. She recognized his handwriting immediately, each loop and swirl bringing back memories of their past. "My dearest Sicil, as I sit down to write this, my heart is heavy with the weight of missing you. Every day feels incomplete without your laughter and your warmth beside me. Being so far away is hard. Uncle George House is both exciting and lonely. My little cousins keep me entertained, and their naughty antics remind me of you all the time. With all my love, Sebastian." Sicil's eyes traced the lines, her heart swelling with emotion. Each word revealed a depth of emotion she had never fully comprehended before. Sebastian's words spoke of longing, of memories and dreams yet to be fulfilled. In one letter, he reminisced about their childhood adventures, the innocent moments that had woven their hearts together. In another, he poured out his hopes for the future, envisioning a life where they could be together always. As Sicil read each letter, she felt a profound connection to Sebastian, a connection that surpassed time and distance. His words resonated with her own feelings, echoing the love and longing she had buried deep within her heart. With every page turned, she felt herself drawn closer to him, drawn into a world where their love could flourish without fear or hesitation. In one letter, Sebastian poured out his heart about celebrating Sicil's birthday alone. "My dearest Sicil, happy 19th birthday. Today, as I was sitting in my room, replaying the conversation we just had for the millionth time in my head, I could not help but think only of you. Your voice always mesmerizes me. God, only I know how much I love and miss you. With a candle on my cupcake, I made a wish, wishing I could be there with you, to see the sparkle in your eyes as you blow out the candles. It hurts to be miles apart, but my thoughts and love are right there with you. Wishing you the most joyful and magical birthday, Sicil. With all my love, Sebastian. In another letter, written after he had finished university, Sebastian eagerly anticipated their reunion. He expressed his excitement at the prospect of seeing her again. My dearest Sicil. As the days go by, my anticipation only deepens, knowing that soon we will be reunited. I find myself counting down the days, the hours, the minutes, until I can see your radiant smile again. The very idea of us being together fills me with an indescribable joy, and I am eagerly awaiting the moment when we can finally be with each other once more. These past 700 days have felt like an eternity, each one dragging on without you by my side, but with each passing moment, I hold on to the hope of we are meeting again, knowing that it will be worth every second of the wait. Until we meet again, know that you are always in my thoughts and in my heart. With all my love, Sebastian. However, amidst the joy of their impending reunion, Sebastian also shared his struggles and fears. In one letter, he confided in Sicil about his uncle's health, the anguish he felt as he watched him battle a life-threatening illness. My dearest Sicil, it has been really tough lately. Uncle George is back in the hospital again. His recurring illness has shaken up the family, and I am really scared. Not just for him, but for Aunt Jasmine and the kids too. I wish you were here with me through all this. Your smile would have brightened up everyone around. I am praying every day that nothing happens to him, that he gets better soon. I miss our happy, carefree times as a family. I just want him to be healthy and happy again, like he used to be. With all my love, Sebastian. Tragedy struck when Sebastian's uncle passed away, leaving him devastated in grief. My dearest Sicil, you have no idea how much I wished that you were here today, and thank God that you did not have to see this with your own eyes. Losing Uncle George feels like a punch to the gut. Aunt Jasmine is shattered, and facing the kids is breaking my heart. I wish so badly you were here today so I could hold you close and forget about this numbing pain. Even though we are miles apart, your love is the one thing that gives me hope. It is my anchor in these stormy times. Remembering all the good times we have spent together helps me find some light in these dark days. Life's so uncertain, and precious things can just slip away. I have decided to extend my trip. I cannot leave Aunt and the kids alone right now. I will step into Uncle George's shoes and manage the business until Aunt Jasmine can start getting back on her feet. I hope you understand. It is tough, and I wish there was a silver lining. For now, I am here for them as long as they need me. Yours and only yours, Sebastian. By the time Sicil reached the last letter, her eyes were red with tears. Sebastian's final words were a promise to always be there for her. In that moment, Sicil knew that Sebastian's love was unwavering, unconditional, and eternal. As the sun rose above the horizon, casting a golden glow over the world outside, Sicil felt a sense of peace settle over her. She clutched the letters close to her heart, feeling the warmth of his love enveloping her. She did not know what lay ahead of her. All she felt was overpouring love for Sebastian. Each of his letters peeled the layers of her own misconceptions. How could she have been so blind? How could she have doubted the sincerity of Sebastian's feelings for her? Uncertain of her next steps, she stood up resolved to seek out Sebastian and set things right with him. She wanted to tell him how sorry she was, how much she regretted not seeing his love for what it truly was. And more than anything, she wanted to embrace him and take away all his hurt and pain. Sicil's mind was set. She would meet Sebastian, and this time she would embrace him, not holding back the depth of her love and the affection that had always tied them together. She would take away his pain, wipe away the hurt that had grown between them over the years, and finally, she would find peace in knowing he understood her feelings. Her heart surged with a fierce resolve, believing that love, spoken and unspoken, could still heal them both. But as she stepped out, her heart lurched painfully, as if an invisible hand had clenched around it. There, walking toward her with a downcast gaze, was Ethan. His usual brightness, the spark in his eyes that had so often lifted her spirits, was dulled, replaced by a sorrowful heaviness that cut through her resolve. In that moment, Sicil was faced with a brutal truth. She was the source of his pain, her mind filled with memories of his kindness, his laughter, the love he had poured into every day they had spent together. Ethan, who had been her confidant, her shelter, her constant companion when Sebastian had left, was now burdened with sadness because of her wavering heart. Her chest tightened as she realized how deeply she had underestimated Ethan's love. She saw him now, truly saw him, as the man who had given her everything, who had built her happiness over the past 5 years. Her thoughts wavered, and in an instant the resolve she had felt began to crumble. How could she hurt him, the one person who had offered her such steadfast devotion? Ethan approached, and his face softened, though the sorrow lingered in his eyes. His voice, calm but tinged with sadness, broke the silence. "Sicil," he began gently, "I know this is confusing for you, and I want you to know you don't have to go through this alone. Whatever you're feeling, whatever decision you're facing, I'm here." Sicil's eyes filled with tears, but she couldn't look away from him. "Ethan," she whispered, guilt gnawing at her. "You don't owe me an explanation," he said quietly, "but I want you to know something." He took a deep breath, steadying himself. "You have nothing to feel guilty about. All of this, isn't your fault." His voice faltered for a moment, and he took her hand gently, offering her a reassurance that even now made her feel cherished. "Sebastian showing up after all this time doesn't change how I feel about you. I still love you, Sicil. My feelings, they haven't changed." His words wrapped around her like a warm embrace, filling her with a profound ache. She glanced down at their hands, his grip on her both comforting and steadying. But then, his expression shifted, a hint of restrained frustration creeping into his voice. "But Sebastian..." He trailed off, his jaw clenching slightly before continuing. "He left you, Sicil. And now, after all these years, he thinks he can just waltz back into your life, assuming you're still waiting for him." The hurt in his tone struck her deeply, and Ethan's plea was clear. "Don't forget who stayed when he chose to leave," he continued, his eyes intense with unspoken emotion. "You deserve better, Sicil. You deserve someone who wouldn't walk away in the first place, someone who's been here for you through everything. That's what love is. It's being there, even when things get hard." He took a moment, softening his tone as he reached up to gently brush a tear from her cheek. "I'm not going to tell you what to do, but know that, whatever you decide, I'm still here. I won't leave you." Her heart ached at his words, the unwavering love she saw in him adding to her turmoil. How could she choose? Ethan, the man who had filled her world with joy and laughter, the man who had shown her love every day, or Sebastian, whose memory and presence haunted her heart with a love that had lingered since childhood? "I love you too, Ethan," Sicil said finally, her voice shaking. "But I don't know what to do right now." Her voice was barely audible, each word laced with the confusion she felt. "Everything's so tangled. I need time. I need to figure this out." She looked away, feeling torn between her heart's divided loyalties. Ethan's brow furrowed, but he nodded, his understanding only adding to the guilt weighing her down. "Whatever happens, whatever you're going through, I'll be here, I promise you that." He offered her a weak but sincere smile, a gesture that somehow managed to lift a fraction of her burden. "Thank you, Ethan," she whispered, feeling her gratitude deepen. "You've been everything to me." Sicil felt a rush of love for his patience, his unwavering support. "I love you, Ethan. Your strength means everything to me. I don't want to lose you." He smiled softly, his eyes reflecting a mixture of warmth and sadness. "You won't lose me unless you decide to push me away. Just know that whatever path you choose, I will respect it. I'm here for you no matter what, and if you choose me, I will love you fiercely, and I will fight for our happiness." Sicil looked at him, her heart aching with the weight of her indecision. She had never felt so torn, standing at a crossroads between two loves, one filled with history and memories, the other blossoming into a new, vibrant life. She had to confront her feelings, but she also had to honor the love that had grown so deep over the years. As they stood there, the world around them faded into the background, leaving only the warmth of their connection, the promise of support lingering in the air. And in that moment, Sicil knew she had a choice to make, one that would shape her future, a choice that could either bring her happiness or leave her heart divided. They stood in silence, a thick, unspoken understanding passing between them. Her gaze lingered on him, wondering how she could ever repay the love he had given her, wondering if she'd already betrayed the man who had been her world when Sebastian was absent. After Ethan left, Sicil was left alone with her thoughts, her mind circling back to the letters, to Sebastian's declaration of love, and to Ethan's quiet devotion. In that quiet space, she realized that she could no longer run from the truth of her emotions, and with a mixture of resolve and vulnerability, she set her path toward Sebastian's home. Each step was weighed down by the words she needed to say, words that would reveal everything in her heart. As she walked, she rehearsed her thoughts, choosing each syllable carefully. This time, she would lay bare the truth, torn as it was, and step forward into whatever the future might hold, determined to find peace in her decision. When Sicil arrived at Sebastian's doorstep, her heart hammered against her chest like a relentless drumbeat. With trembling hands, she raised her fist to knock, the sound echoing through the stillness of the morning air. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Sebastian's familiar face framed by a mixture of surprise and anticipation. "Sicil!" Sebastian's voice was laced with confusion, his brow furrowed inquisitively. "What are you doing here so early? Are you not going to college today?" Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, Sicil met Sebastian's gaze with determination. "Sebastian, we need to talk." Sebastian's expression softened with understanding as he stepped aside to usher her in the warmth of his home. "Of course, come on in." As Sicil entered, she was enveloped by Sebastian's familiar comfort. Seated across from Sebastian in the cozy confines of his living room, Sicil took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. "Sebastian," she began. "Seb," he corrected, ignoring his correction, her voice trembling with emotion. "Well, as you know, we need to talk, but I would like to do it in private." And so they entered the house library. She closed the door behind her, ready to confront Sebastian for keeping her in dark, her eyes betraying the storm raging within. "Thank you for the letters, Seb," she began, her voice trembling slightly with restrained emotion. "But don't you think you should have sent them to me when you wrote them?" Her frustration simmered just beneath the surface as she continued, her words laced with a hint of anger. "Do you have any idea how it feels to discover all these words of love and affection years after you wrote them? How could you hide your feelings from me for so long, Seb? How was I supposed to know that you loved me when the only contact I had from you were birthday and New Year's wishes?" Her questions hung in the air, the weight of her disappointment palpable. Sicil's eyes bore into Sebastian's, silently demanding an explanation for years of silence and truth. Her voice quivered with pent-up frustration as she continued, her words tinged with hurt and resentment. "I'm not some Saint Seb, capable of devoting my life to the hope that one day you might find me attractive. Or one day you might love me," she confessed, her tone raw with emotion. "What were you thinking? How could you not leave any clue that you loved me all along? Did you expect me to wait around for you, clinging to false hope while you were off living your life?" Her eyes bore into his, searching for answers in the depths of his gaze. "I deserved to know, Seb," she insisted, her voice cracking with emotion. "I deserved to know that I was loved, that I was not just some distant memory from your past, but instead you left me in the dark, wondering if I was ever truly important to you." Sicil's voice trembled with a mixture of anger and hurt as she confronted Sebastian with her suspicions. "All this time, all I knew was that you had found someone for yourself and you didn't care for me at all," she accused, her words laced with bitterness. "Every birthday, every New Year's, I waited for a sign, for a glimpse of the love you claimed to have for me. But all I got were empty promises and hollow words. How could you let me believe that I was nothing to you, Seb? How could you stand by and watch me suffer in silence, without so much as a single gesture of love or affection?" As she spoke, Sicil poured her heart out to Sebastian, laying bare the raw truth of her feelings and the tumultuous journey that had led her to this moment. She spoke of her love for him, unfiltered and unashamed, baring her soul in a way she never thought possible. Sebastian's voice wavered with a mix of frustration and desperation as he countered Sicil's accusations. "How could you ever doubt my feelings for you, Sicil?" he asked, his tone pleading for understanding. "Did you not know that you were the only girl in my life from the moment you were born until the day I left? Have you ever seen me with anyone else? Have I ever given you a reason to believe that there could be another in my life?" He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "From the time you were born to the moment I left, I was there for you, Sicil. I was a constant presence in your life, playing with you as kids, looking out for you in school, taking you to dances, movies, picnics, and driving you around town. Was there ever a time when you were not in my thoughts, when you were not a part of my life? How could you even dream of questioning my love for you?" Sebastian's voice softened as he continued, his eyes searching Sicil's for any hint of understanding. "Does love only mean saying those 3 words, 'I love you'? Did you not feel love in every action I took, in every moment we shared? Yes, I never kissed you, Sicil, because I did not think it was the right thing to do when we were still in school. I planned a 2-year trip, thinking that by the time I returned, you would be midway through your college, and then I could express my love to you like any boyfriend would." He took a deep breath, his heart laid bare before her. "You have no idea how difficult those extra years were for me after my uncle passed away. All I wanted was to be by your side, to hold you close while going through my pain. But I could not, Sicil. I had to stay behind and take care of my aunt and cousins. All this time, all I have ever wanted was to be with you." Sebastian's words hung in the air, heavy with emotion. "It feels like you never understood me, Sicil," he whispered, his voice saddened. "Despite all the years we spent together, all the moments we shared, it feels like you never truly saw me for who I was. You questioned my love, my intentions, but did you ever stop to consider how I felt? How much do you mean to me?" He took a step closer, his eyes searching hers for any sign of recognition. "I understand that you are hurt, Sicil. I understand that my absence left a void in your life, but please, try to see things from my perspective. I never stopped loving you, not for a single moment. Everything I did, every decision I made was with you in mind. Can you say the same?" His voice cracked with emotion as he continued, laying bare his vulnerability. "I have always been here for you, Sicil. Through joys and sorrows, I have stood by your side, but it feels like you never truly saw me, never understood the depth of my love for you. And now, here we are, torn apart by misunderstandings and unknown truths." He paused, his heart heavy with the weight of his words. "I am not perfect, Sicil. I have made mistakes just like everyone else, but please, do not let those mistakes overshadow the love that has always existed between us. I am here now, ready to make things right, ready to show you just how much you mean to me. Please, give me a chance to prove myself to you." "Just think, Sicil," Sebastian said, his voice gentle yet filled with sincerity. "I never asked you why you didn't contact me. I never asked you why you never called, because I always thought you cared for me just as I care for you. I never wanted to disturb you late in the night, just like how you did not want to wake me up in the middle of the night." He took a moment, letting his words sink in. "Love, for me, was always about understanding and trust. I trusted that you were living your life just as I was living mine. I never doubted that our connection, our bond, would not withstand the test of time. But now, it feels like that trust has been shattered." Sebastian looked into Sicil's eyes, hoping to convey the depth of his feelings. "I never questioned your love, Sicil. Even in your silence, I felt your presence. I believe that one day we will reunite and share our lives again. And here we are, but instead of joy, there's confusion and pain. Can we find a way back to each other, beyond the hurt and the questions? Can we rebuild what time and distance has tried to take away?" As Sicil listened to Sebastian's heartfelt words, a wave of realization washed over her. Sebastian was right. He'd never given her any reason to doubt his feelings for her. He had been a constant presence in her life, always there for her, even when they were miles apart. She felt a pang of guilt for ever questioning his love. But then a lingering doubt crept into her mind. Sebastian had never explicitly said those 3 words, "I love you." How was she supposed to know for sure? She could not help but ask him, "Seb, what would you do if you weren't sure of someone's feelings?" With a heavy heart, Sicil confessed, "Seb, If only you had just only once said what I meant to you, I would have waited for you for eternity. But you never did, and I felt lost, uncertain of where I stood in your life." She looked at him, her eyes brimming with emotion, hoping for some reassurance, some confirmation of his feelings for her. Top of forehand, as she gazed into Sebastian's eyes, she saw something she had longed for all her life: acceptance, understanding, and above all, love. Sebastian stood there, his gaze filled with affection as he looked deep into Sicil's eyes. "Sicil," he began softly, his voice filled with sincerity. "I love you. I have loved you for as long as I can remember. You are the one who fills my thoughts, my dreams, my every waking moment. I may not have said it aloud before, but my feelings for you have always been there, silently guiding me, anchoring me to you. I know I have not always shown it in the most obvious ways, but please believe me when I say this. You mean everything to me." Each word he spoke was deliberate, his confession pouring forth from the depths of his heart, hoping to convey the depth of his love for her. As Sebastian said those words, Sicil's world shook, her emotions swirling like a tempest within her. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, a mixture of joy, confusion, and uncertainty flooding her senses. Sebastian's confession, so long awaited and cherished, now left her grappling with a multitude of pain. Witnessing Sicil's tears, Sebastian's heart clenched with a mix of relief and anxiety. He longed to comfort her, to ease the storm raging within her. Yet he knew this was a journey she had to navigate on her own. Gently he reached out, his touch tender as he brushed away her tears. "Sicil, I understand if this is overwhelming. You do not have to say anything now," he murmured softly, his voice laced with understanding and compassion. Struggling to find her voice amidst the havoc of emotions, Sicil managed a faint smile through her tears. "Seb, I need time to figure things out. It is not about you. It is about me and what I feel," she confessed, her words trembling with emotion. Deep down, she knew she had to confront her feelings for Ethan and reconcile them with the newfound realization of Sebastian's love. The complexities of her heart lay bare before her, demanding introspection and resolution. So Sicil broached the subject of Ethan, her words like a sharp sword on Sebastian's heart, while her voice trembled with emotion as she poured out her heart to Sebastian. "Ethan has been an integral part of my life since the day we started university," she confessed, her gaze focused as she met Sebastian's eyes. "He was there for me during times of uncertainty and self-doubt, guiding me through the darkest hours with support and understanding. He made me smile again, made me believe in myself when I felt unloved and lost." Her voice faltered slightly as she continued, the depth of her feelings evident in every word. "You have to understand, Seb, that Ethan holds a special place in my heart. I cannot just ignore him or the bond we share. He is important to me in ways that I cannot even begin to express." Sicil spoke, and Sebastian listened intently, his expression a mixture of understanding and conflict. Though he longed to sweep her away from the shadows of doubt and insecurity, he knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges and complex decisions. Yet, even in the face of uncertainty, his love for Sicil remained steadfast. "Sicil," Sebastian interjected gently with a hint of apprehension. "I appreciate your honesty, I really do, but right now all that matters to me is that you are here with me." Sebastian clarified his intentions, Sicil's brow furrowed in confusion, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. She understood Sebastian's desire to shield their moment together from the complexities of outside relationships, yet she could not shake the feeling that it was not fair to Ethan. "Seb," she began, her voice soft but resolute, "I appreciate your sentiment, I really do, but I cannot ignore the impact Ethan has had on my life. My feelings for him are real and deep. He has been there for me in ways that I cannot just dismiss." Sebastian's expression softened, his gaze meeting Sicil's with understanding. "I know Sicil," he replied, his voice gentle, "and I am not asking you to forget about him. I just want you to know that I am here for you, no matter what." Sicil nodded, a sense of gratitude washing over her, though Sicil longed to delve deeper into the intricacies of her relationship with Ethan. She could not ignore the vulnerability in Sebastian's eyes, the plea for understanding. With a heavy heart, she acquiesced to his silent request, knowing that some truths were better left unspoken, for now at least. so she decided to head home and take one day at a time. Sebastian decided to shower Sicil with attention, and as though nothing has changed between them. He was determined to seize every opportunity to express his feelings. He understood that love will take time to blossom, and he was willing to wait patiently for Sicil to find her own way back to him. The very next day, after their confrontation, with a playful grin, Sebastian greeted Sicil in the morning, right in front of her house. "Good morning, sleepyhead," he teased, a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. "Looks like somebody desperately needs her beauty sleep." Sicil groaned in mock protest. "Someone is purposefully keeping me awake at night," she complained, though a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Chuckling, Sebastian opened the car door for her. "Well, your personal chauffeur is back in town," he quipped. "So, where would you like to go today?" Sicil leaned back in her seat, considering for a moment. "You know I drive my own car now." Sebastian raised his brow and Sicil sighed and added, "Nevertheless, University Gate, please." With a smile, her heart lightened by Sebastian's playful exchange. As Sebastian started his car, he chuckled, his eyes sparkling with affection as he glanced at Sicil and said, "Did I mention how much I love you?" he said, his voice filled with warmth. "And you still manage to look beautiful, even with those dark circles. Remind me to make a dermatologist appointment for you if you do not get another night of sleep." Sicil rolled her eyes playfully, swatting his arm lightly. "Flattery will get you nowhere," she teased, though a blush colored her cheeks at his words. "But thank you, Seb. Your concern is duly noted." "Well, I'll pick you up right at 3. I need you to take me shopping," Sebastian declared with a grin, and then explained, "You have to save me. Mum is behind me. She hates my wardrobe full of formals. And you know how much I loathe shopping, so be my savior. Choose a brand new wardrobe that makes Mum happy." Sicil chuckled, shaking her head at his antics. "What are you looking for?" she inquired. "Nonchalant. Anything, as long as you like me in it." Sebastian replied with a shrug. "After all, you have to watch me wear that every day." "So, are you up for the challenge?" Sebastian asked, looking playfully at her. Sicil returned his smile. "We'll do something about it, you do not worry. I am here, your savior. Leave everything to me," she replied confidently. In the evening, as they stepped in front of the mall, Sebastian gently took Sicil's hand in his touch warm and reassuring as they made their way towards their personal shoppers, an Italian boutique. Sicil watched Sebastian try on various jeans and t-shirts. She could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over her. He looked just like the boy she had known a few years ago, only now a bit more mature, a bit taller, and undeniably handsome. Her heart skipped a beat with every outfit he tried on, and it was as if he was putting on a private fashion show just for her, deliberately evoking memories of the good times they had together. It was a gentle reminder of how she had once held control over his life and every decision he made before he left. Sicil's eyes gleamed with excitement as she held up the pink t-shirt and torn jeans. "Come on, Seb, let us try something bold. How about this?" Sebastian's expression twisted with skepticism. "Pink? Really? I will look like a walking cotton candy." Sicil grinned mischievously. "Oh, lighten up. It will show off your softer side." Sebastian chuckled, shaking his head. "Soft? I am more of a rugged, tough guy." Sicil nodded in agreement. "That's exactly why we are adding these ripped jeans. A perfect balance." Sebastian sighed, resigned to his fate. "All right, but if people mistake me for a romance novel cover model, it's on you." She laughed. "Deal. Now let us turn you into a fashion icon, my colourful rebel." Sebastian raised an eyebrow playfully. "Don't blame me if I cause a fashion emergency." Sicil winked. "Oh, please, you will be turning heads for all the right reasons." With a grin, Sebastian relented. "Well, if you say so. Lead the way, fashion guru." As they settled into their seats at Five Guys, Sicil's eyes lit up as she unwrapped her burger. "Ah, the classic cheeseburger with all the toppings," she declared with a grin. Sebastian chuckled as he took a bite of his own burger. "Can't go wrong with that choice. But do you know what is even better? Adding some extra jalapenos for a spicy kick." Sicil raised an eyebrow. "Jalapenos, are you trying to set your mouth on fire?" Sebastian shrugged. "Hey, a little heat never hurt anyone. Besides, it's all about the flavor." As they continued to enjoy their meal, Sicil's burger proved to be messier than expected, with ketchup and toppings threatening to spill onto her shirt. Sebastian could not help but laugh at the sight. "You have got a little something," he trailed off, reaching over to gently wipe away the stray ketchup from the corner of her mouth. Sicil felt a warmth spread through her cheeks at the unexpected gesture. "Thanks," she murmured, her heart fluttering at the closeness between them. Sebastian grinned, trying to lighten the mood. "Looks like someone's still a baby when it comes to eating," he teased, his eyes twinkling mischievously. Sicil playfully swatted his arm. "Hey, watch it! I am a pro at burger eating," she retorted, a playful glint in her eyes. The banter continued as they savoured their burgers, the easy harmony between them making every moment feel like a cherished memory. As they stood outside the movie hall, Sicil protested, "Seb, I really should not be watching a movie tonight. I have an assignment due on Monday." Sebastian grinned, ever the optimist. "Ah, but that is where I come in. I will come over this weekend and help you with it. You will practically ace it with my genius-level support." Sicil hesitated, considering his offer. She knew Sebastian's knack for turning even the most daunting tasks into enjoyable endeavours. You do have a point. I could definitely use your help. All right, let us watch the movie." With a satisfied smile, Sebastian led the way into the movie hall, knowing that their impromptu movie night would be a welcome break from the stresses of assignments and deadlines. The familiar tunes of Spy Next Door played in the cinema as Sebastian and Sicil settled into their seats, sharing a bucket of popcorn between them. As the movie began, they found themselves immersed in the nostalgic world of childhood memories. Sebastian nudged Sicil with a playful grin. "Remember how we used to watch this movie over and over again? Jackie Chan's stunts were like magic to us back then." Sicil chuckled, her eyes fixed on the screen. "And we used to reenact those stunts in the living room, thinking we were mini martial artists." "Yeah, good times," Sebastian reminisced, a warm smile on his face. As the movie unfolded, they found themselves laughing at the same jokes they had laughed at countless times before. The familiarity of the scenes brought back a flood of experiences and inside jokes. At one point, Jackie Chan's character delivered a cheesy line, and both Sebastian and Sicil recited it in unison, exchanging amused glances. It was a moment that transcended time, bridging the gap between their childhood selves and the adults they had become. As the credits rolled, Sicil turned to Sebastian with a content smile. "I cannot believe we still enjoy this movie so much. It is like a piece of our childhood that we never want to let go." Sebastian nodded, his eyes reflecting a mixture of fondness and affection. "Some things never change, and I am glad this movie is one of them." They left the movie hall, with the echoes of their laughter and memories in the air. Stepping out into the cool evening breeze, he reached out to gently hold her shoulders, while she looped her arm around his waist, just like old times. With Sicil fast asleep in his car, Sebastian carried her to her room with the utmost care. As he tucked her into bed, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering softly, "Good night, Sicil. I love you." Though she slumbered peacefully, unaware of his affectionate gesture, Sebastian lingered for a moment, watching over her with a fondness that filled his heart. Then, with a quiet sigh of contentment, he left her room, knowing that their bond, forged over years of friendship and love, would endure through any trial. Walking out of her room, Sebastian crossed paths with Mr. Anderson in the living room. The older man offered him a knowing look, accompanied by a simple yet profound message: "Have patience, son. She will come around." Sebastian nodded in silent acknowledgement, grateful for the reassurance from someone who understood the complexities of his relationship with Sicil. With a determined resolve, he left for home, his mind already occupied with plans to spend the next 2 days at Sicil's side, assisting her with her university assignments. His intentions were crystal clear, monopolizing her time and attention, ensuring that her thoughts remained solely on him, leaving little room for Sicil to engage with anyone else, especially Ethan. Sebastian's attentiveness was both flattering and suffocating, and though she appreciated his efforts to rekindle their connection, she could not shake the nagging feeling of unease that gnawed at her conscience. Sicil fought conflicting emotions, torn between the nostalgia of her childhood crush and the reality of his present-day affections. After submitting her assignment Monday morning to her professor, she decided to call Ethan. She realized she had hardly spoken to him over the weekend, feeling a twinge of guilt every time she picked up the phone, knowing it would affect Sebastian. But now, with the assignment out of the way, she was eager to catch up. "Hi, Ethan," she greeted him, a warm smile spreading across her face as she heard his familiar voice on the other end. "Hey, Sicil," he replied, his voice filled with genuine excitement. "How's it going?" "I just submitted my assignment," she said with a sigh of relief, the tension of the past few days melting away. "Feels like a weight's been lifted." "Glad to hear that," Ethan replied warmly. "How about we celebrate? Dinner at my place tonight?" Sicil's heart lifted. Spending the evening with Ethan felt like just what she needed. "That sounds perfect, Ethan. I'd love to." But as they chatted, Sicil knew there was something she couldn't put off any longer. The events of the past few days, the letters, and her lingering emotions for Sebastian weighed on her. Ethan deserved to know. She owed him the honesty of knowing what had been going on with her. "Ethan," she began, hesitating slightly, "there's something I need to talk to you about tonight. Things that have been going on lately with Sebastian." She paused, unsure how to continue. "I don't want to keep you in the dark. You deserve to know everything." Her words hung in the air, but Ethan's response was gentle, understanding. "I appreciate that, Sicil. Whatever it is, we can talk it through. You don't have to carry it alone." The sincerity in his words brought a wave of relief. "Thank you, Ethan. It means a lot." They finalized their plans for the evening, and as she hung up, Sicil felt a strange mixture of nerves and anticipation. She knew the conversation ahead would be difficult, but she felt hopeful too, ready to clear the air and reaffirm the bond she shared with Ethan. And for the first time in days, she felt certain that her honesty, however painful, was a step toward bringing them closer together. On her way home, she reflected on the past and could not help but acknowledge the lengths she had gone to monopolize Sebastian's time when Sebastian had moved to college. It was a time when Sebastian transitioned to college, and Sicil found herself navigating the final years of high school. Sebastian's father, recognizing the significance of this juncture in their lives, decided to gift him a car, a gesture that would inadvertently deepen the ties that bound Sicil and Sebastian. She decided to turn Sebastian's new car into her personal chauffeur service. It was a classic example of her persistent nagging and Sebastian's reluctant yet amused acceptance. One afternoon, when Sebastian arrived to pick her up at the school entrance, Sicil decided it was the perfect moment to pitch her idea. The bustling sounds of the school grounds provided the ideal backdrop for her persuasive charm. "So, Seb," she began, drawing out his name with dramatic flair, "I've been thinking." Sebastian's brow arched in mock concern as he shot her a teasing smile. "Thinking, Sicil, should I be worried?" She rolled her eyes but leaned in as though she were about to unveil a grand plan. "You know, now that you're living this glamorous college life, I was thinking, how about doing a little favor to your favorite neighbor?" Sebastian smirked, already seeing where this was going. "A favor, huh? And what exactly would this little favor be, Miss Sicil?" "Oh, nothing big," she said, feigning innocence and batting her lashes. "Just, driving me to and from school every day until I graduate. That way I can avoid those awful school buses and get some quality time with my bestie. See, it's practically a public service." Sebastian crossed his arms, his expression mock serious. "Every day? Sicil, do you realize how demanding that sounds? I mean, what's in it for me?" Feigning a wounded expression, Sicil placed a hand over her heart. "Sebastian, I thought you were my knight in shining armor, rescuing poor damsels from the clutches of public transport. Isn't that like the whole point of knighthood?" "Maybe," he replied, trying to keep a straight face. "But even knights don't have to listen to you sing along to the car radio every day. That's a heavy burden for anyone." "Oh, come on, don't act like my musical talents don't make your day," Sicil shot back with a grin. "Besides, think about it. You'll have my delightful company every day. Think of the riveting conversations, the laughter, and you're the only one who gets to be a part of it." She wiggled her eyebrows at him. "You know it's a win-win." He sighed in mock defeat, shaking his head. Fine, but there are ground rules. Number 1, I'm the DJ. My car, my radio, got it? Sicil's face broke into a triumphant smile as she threw her arms around him in an exaggerated hug. Deal, you're the best, Sebastian. This is going to be so much fun. Our own little adventures on the road. Their laughter echoed around the courtyard, sealing their pact. Sebastian, despite his protests, couldn't deny he wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. In truth, he wasn't as reluctant as he let on. Keeping Sicil close meant they stayed in each other's worlds, undisturbed by other friendships or budding romances that life might throw his way. As Sicil hopped into Sebastian's car, she made herself comfortable, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she buckled up. She couldn't resist poking a little fun at him, especially now that he was in college, where no doubt a few girls had already taken an interest in him. So, she began casually, glancing out the window as if she wasn't particularly interested. Any cute college girls I should be preparing my battle armor for? Sebastian let out a surprised laugh, raising an eyebrow as he started the car. Oh, battle armor, huh? Since when are you interested in my dating life, Sicil? She rolled her eyes, feigning disinterest as she brushed an imaginary speck of dust off her shoulder. Oh, please! It's not like I care or anything. Well, whoever ends up dating you is going to need some help, don't you think? I mean, someone's got to teach her all about your strange quirks and... She lowered her voice mockingly. Your complete inability to pick good music. Complete inability? He scoffed, laughing. You act like you're some kind of music expert. I seem to remember you were the one who thought the lyrics to Bohemian Rhapsody were about a real murder case. She gasped, clutching her chest dramatically. Hey, I was 12! But don't dodge the question, Seb. Is there someone? She raised an eyebrow, trying to read his face. He smirked, focusing on the road as he shrugged. Nah, no one serious. Not yet, at least. Oh, I see, she said, trying to sound indifferent but sneaking a sidelong glance at him. You're waiting for the perfect someone, huh? Want me to introduce you to some people? You? Helping me with dating? I shudder to think what that'd look like. You'd probably interrogate them like an FBI agent and chase them off in 5 minutes. Only if they didn't pass my test, she shot back with a grin. Besides, it's not like I'm worried. I'm just being a supportive friend. Someone's got to make sure you don't end up dating some weirdo with terrible taste in shoes. Sebastian snorted, his smile widening. Right, because I need you as my style police too. Good to know. After a moment's silence, Sebastian turned the tables on her, glancing over as they stopped at a red light. Speaking of style police, what about you? Anyone in school giving you a hard time? Dean, or any other guys I should be keeping an eye on? Sicil sighed, giving an exaggerated yawn. Please, they're all terrified of you and keep their distance like I have some contagious disease. Dean's harmless. They're all pretty much, well, boring these days. Sure, he teased. Well, let me know if they need a reminder to keep their distance. His tone turned serious, but his grin betrayed him. Gotta keep my bestie safe. Your bestie? She echoed, chuckling. I'm flattered, but I don't think you could intimidate a kitten, Sebastian. Besides, it's kind of sweet of you to worry about me. Though I definitely don't need your help scaring anyone off. They shared a laugh, the banter carrying them through the drive. Years later, Sicil looked back with a smile, realizing that what she had felt then, an irresistible pull to keep Sebastian close, was something he too had felt. Only now, as she was torn between him and Ethan, the tables had turned. Sebastian seemed equally determined to draw her back into his orbit, just as she'd once pulled him into hers. Later in the evening, Sicil arrived at Ethan's place, feeling a mix of nerves and excitement as she rang the doorbell. When Ethan opened the door, a warm smile spread across his face, and he pulled her into a tight embrace. Hey, Sicil, it's so good to see you, Ethan said, his voice filled with genuine affection. Sicil melted into his arms, returning the embrace with equal fervor. It's good to see you too, Ethan, she replied, her voice slightly muffled against his chest. As they pulled back, their eyes met, and in that moment, Sicil felt a rush of emotions flooded over her. Without another word, They leaned in and shared a tender kiss, the weight of the week's worries melting away in the intimacy of the moment. Afterwards, they moved into the kitchen where Ethan was already bustling about preparing a delicious meal for them to enjoy together. Sicil watched with amusement as he expertly diced vegetables, his movements graceful and precise. "Need a hand?" she offered with a playful grin, leaning against the counter. Ethan chuckled, glancing over at her. "Sure, but just be warned, my cooking skills are top-notch. You might not be able to keep up," he teased, handing her a knife. Sicil accepted the knife with a mock glare. "Oh, please. I am a culinary genius in the making," she retorted, pretending to inspect the knife with exaggerated seriousness. As she attempted to dice an onion, her brow furrowed in concentration, struggling to keep the pieces uniform. Ethan leaned over, a teasing grin playing on his lips. "You know, Sicil, they say cooking is an art, but I think you are creating a masterpiece of chaos over here," he joked, earning a mock glare from Sicil. "Hey, watch it, chef. I may not be a culinary expert, but I have got potential," Sicil shot back, feigning offense as she continued to hack away at the onion. "Careful now, don't hurt your fingers," he teased, his voice laced with amusement as he reached over from the back to hold her hand, steadying it with his own. Slowly, he guided the knife through the onion, his touch gentle yet firm. "You want to keep your fingers tucked in like this," he murmured, his breath tickling her ear as he demonstrated the proper technique, "and then make small, even cuts." Sicil's heart fluttered at his proximity, making her feel warm and fuzzy. "Looks like we'll never get dinner done at this rate," she quipped, setting the knife down and turning to face him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Leaning in, she placed one hand around his neck and traced a finger along his jawline with the other. "I'm craving something else now," she whispered, her voice teasing. Ethan wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her closer, his touch sending a shiver of thrill through her. "I'm at your service," he murmured, his voice soft and teasing. "What's on the menu?" Perhaps a little bit of me for dessert," he whispered, trailing his nose along her jawline. Sicil felt a warm, fluttering sensation in her chest as she gazed up into his deep brown eyes, ready to lose herself in the moment. But before she could respond, the cooker on the other stove erupted with a loud noise, making them both jump. They burst into laughter, the light-hearted moment melting away the tension, leaving only a sweet intimacy between them. Sicil picked up the knife again and followed his instructions, her movements growing more confident as she chopped the onion with newfound skill. "See? Easy as pie," Ethan remarked, his tone light and encouraging. Their laughter filled the kitchen as they worked together. Sicil could not help but feel grateful for those moments of simple joy in Ethan's company. While Ethan poured the wine for both of them, Sicil set the table and, as they indulged in the delectable roasted chicken, she could not help but let out a satisfied sigh. "Ethan, this chicken is absolutely amazing. How did you make it so tender and aromatic?" Ethan chuckled, a hint of pride evident in his voice. It is all in the seasoning and the slow roasting. I'm glad you like it." Between bites of mashed potatoes and stir-fried veggies, Sicil nodded in agreement. "Well, whatever you did, it is working wonders, and anyone can fall in love with your greens." Ethan smiled warmly, pouring a glass of sterling wine for Sicil. "And do not forget the wine. It is the perfect complement to the meal." Sicil took a sip, savouring the crisp, spicy notes of the wine. "You're right. It is like they were made for each other." "Just like us," quipped Ethan with love. Their conversation flowed effortlessly as they enjoyed their meal together, laughter mingling with the aroma of food and the clinking of glasses. With each bite and sip, Sicil felt a sense of contentment wash over her, grateful for the simple pleasure of sharing a delicious meal with someone she cared about. Once they finished eating, they moved to the living room, settling onto the sofa together. Sicil took a deep breath, gathering her thoughts before she began to speak. "Ethan, there's so much I need to tell you." Sicil's voice was barely above a whisper, but it held a determined edge as she began. Her heart pounded with the weight of everything she was about to reveal. "It's about everything that's happened over the last few days. And, well, everything that's been going on between me and Sebastian over the years. Ethan's eyes softened as he met her gaze, his expression shifting from curiosity to a gentle, attentive calm. He simply nodded, his silence an unspoken invitation for her to continue. Taking a deep breath, Sicil plunged into the memories that had haunted her since the weekend. She explained the letters, each one filled with Sebastian's deepest confessions and regrets, and how reading his words had peeled back emotions she'd thought were long buried. She talked about the confusion, the hurt, and the lingering warmth she felt towards Sebastian, the kind of warmth she couldn't ignore. With each sentence, her voice wavered, revealing the vulnerability she rarely allowed herself to show. As she spoke, Ethan's expression shifted, mirroring the emotions she shared. Empathy, understanding, and even a hint of sadness. He was quiet, letting her words wash over him, though his hand occasionally squeezed hers, a steady presence as she poured out the conflicted feelings she had hidden for so long. "I can't imagine how you must have felt reading those letters," he said finally, his voice tinged with compassion. "It must have been overwhelming, especially after everything that's happened between you two." Sicil's eyes grew glassy, her voice breaking slightly. Honestly, it brought back everything. All those years we shared and all the dreams I'd had about us. And then, to realize he felt the same way, it was like a dam broke inside of me. She let out a shaky breath, her lips curving into a sad smile. He poured out his heart and now, I just don't know what to do. She paused, feeling a familiar swirl of emotions rises to the surface. Feelings she was barely able to comprehend, let alone articulate. I want to forgive him, Ethan. I've realized that holding on to anger it hurts too much. I want to move forward, to be free from the past. But I don't know where that leaves us, me and Sebastian, or even me and you. Ethan nodded thoughtfully, absorbing every word. He reached over, gently enveloping her hand in his touch grounding her, offering warmth and comfort. "You know," he said softly, "forgiving Sebastian doesn't mean forgetting the hurt or dismissing what he put you through. But if letting go of the anger makes you feel lighter, I think you're doing the right thing." Sicil's gaze held his, searching for a reassurance only he could provide. "You've been such an anchor for me, Ethan. You've been here through everything, even now when I'm just a mess of emotions." She laughed, though it sounded almost like a sigh. "You deserve better than having to listen to all of this." He gave a gentle shake of his head, squeezing her hand tighter. "Sicil, you're the kindest, most genuine person I know. Of course, I'd be here, no matter what." He paused, the corners of his mouth lifting into a small, encouraging smile. "You're stronger than you give yourself credit for, and no matter what you decide, I'll be here." "Thank you," she whispered, her heart feeling both heavier and lighter at the same time. It was a strange sense of peace, a moment where everything just stilled. Being with Ethan was like stepping into calm after a storm, and for the first time in days, she felt a sense of clarity, even if just a small one. Ethan's face softened as he took in the expression on her face. "Listen, if Sebastian brings you that much joy, that's not something to ignore. I see how much he's meant to you, and whatever you're feeling is valid, but whatever you need, whatever happens, I'm here. You don't need to make a choice now. Just take it one day at a time." Sicil managed a smile, Ethan's words like balm on her heart. "You always know what to say." She chuckled, the weight on her chest a little lighter now. "Being with you is it's like breathing. I feel safe even when I'm all over the place." The sincerity in his eyes as he looked at her sent a pang through her heart. "That's because you're where you're meant to be," he said softly, his voice carrying an unspoken promise, one that settled around them like a comforting embrace. In that moment, Sicil knew she had a choice to make, but she was no longer afraid. When Sicil arrived home later that night, she was surprised to find her mother, Jane, waiting for her in her room. Jane's face held a gentle expression, a mixture of curiosity and quiet concern that only a mother's love could convey. "Where were you, Sicil?" Jane asked, her tone soft and unaccusing. Her eyes, however, searched Sicil's face, quietly seeking answers beyond the words. Sicil paused, feeling the weight of the question but knowing there was no reason to hide it. "I was with Ethan," she admitted, her voice steady yet uncertain, wondering how her mother would react. Jane nodded slowly, absorbing the answer with a calm that surprised Sicil. There was no scolding, no barrage of warnings or disappointed sighs. Instead, Jane offered a small, understanding smile, a silent acknowledgement of the choice Sicil had made. She didn't attempt to discourage her daughter or raise concerns. Jane knew her daughter's heart well and understood that pushing Sicil against Ethan would only lead to stubborn resistance. After a moment, Jane turned her attention to a small stack of papers on the bedside table, her fingers smoothing the edges as she picked them up. "I have some paperwork for you to deliver tomorrow," she said, extending the documents to Sicil. "It's for the charity event I'm organizing with Mrs. Wilson. Would you mind dropping these off at her place?" Sicil took the papers, her mother's calm presence instilling a sense of reassurance in her. "Of course I can do that," she said, grateful for the errand that offered her a sense of normalcy amidst the emotional whirlwind of the past few days. But as Jane moved toward the door, ready to leave her to her thoughts, Sicil felt an undeniable urge to understand her mother's silence. She couldn't quite shake the feeling of confusion that Jane's measured reaction had left behind. "Mom!" Sicil called out, causing Jane to stop and turn, her face warm and open. "Why didn't you say anything about me spending time with Ethan? I thought you'd—" "I don't know, have concerns or at least some kind of opinion on it." Jane considered her daughter's question, her expression softening even more. She stepped back into the room, taking a seat on the edge of Sicil's bed, looking at her with wise maternal eyes. "Sicil," she began gently, her voice laced with the warmth and patience only years of motherhood could bring. "The choices you make about who you want to spend your life with, those are yours alone. The heart knows things the mind doesn't always understand, and I know you need the space to figure that out on your own." She paused, letting her words sink in, watching the thoughtful expression on Sicil's face. "If I tried to interfere or push you one way or another, it wouldn't help you. I want you to make a decision that feels right for you, not just one you'd make because you thought it would make your father or me happy." The unexpected support and wisdom in her mother's words left Sicil speechless for a moment. "So, you wouldn't mind if I chose to be with Ethan?" she asked, almost disbelievingly. Jane's lips curved into a small smile. "You know, your father may have his reservations, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want your happiness. As for me, whoever you choose, if he treats you with love and respect, then I'll be right there by your side, supporting you both." There was a comforting certainty in Jane's words, a quiet strength that filled the room. For the first time in a long while, Sicil felt the weight of her conflicted emotions ease just a little. Her mother's acceptance didn't give her all the answers, but it offered her something just as important, permission to trust her own heart. As Jane rose to leave, she placed a hand gently on Sicil's shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "Life has a way of giving us the answers when we're ready for them," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but the wisdom in her tone resonated deeply. "So take your time, sweetheart. There's no rush. I believe in you." With that, Jane left, leaving Sicil alone in the room, the air filled with a newfound sense of peace and clarity. As she sat on her bed, the weight of her mother's quiet strength stayed with her, reminding her that whatever decision she made, she wouldn't be alone. As the sun cast a gentle warmth over the city, Sicil arrived at Sebastian's house to deliver the papers her mother had assigned her for Mrs. Wilson, ensuring everything was timely. The quiet stillness greeted her as she stepped inside, with only the butler keeping her company in the otherwise empty house. Unable to resist the pull of nostalgia, Sicil felt drawn towards Sebastian's room, her curiosity igniting her steps. With a soft creak, the door opened, and she took in the space she had poured her heart into during that transformative summer. A warm glow filtered through the curtains, illuminating the carefully arranged decor. The room looked just as it had when she undertook her ambitious project, turning Sebastian's space into a personalized haven that reflected his passions and their shared history. Sicil chuckled at the memory of their heated debates over every little detail during the redecoration. It had started as a light-hearted summer hobby but quickly turned into a full-blown project. Armed with an amateur's enthusiasm for interior design, Sicil had taken it upon herself to revamp the room, but Sebastian was no passive participant. Oh no, he had plenty of opinions of his own. "Seb, we should definitely paint the walls racing red," she had insisted, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Racing red? Are you trying to turn my room into a stoplight?" he shot back, a teasing grin on his face. "How about a cool midnight blue instead? More like the night sky before a big race." "Oh, come on! Where's your sense of adventure?" Sicil retorted, crossing her arms dramatically. "It's just a colour. Plus, racing red will totally make your room pop." In the end, after much back and forth, they settled on a bold but not too overwhelming shade of slate grey, which somehow managed to be both calm and invigorating. It provided the perfect backdrop for the vibrant racing car-themed decor that dominated the room. Vibrant posters of sleek, powerful cars covered the walls, and model race cars lined the shelves. "See, I told you it would look great!" she had triumphantly declared as they finished painting. "Fine, you win this round, but I'm still not letting you put a life-size poster of that driver you like above my bed," Sebastian had replied, laughing. Her gaze drifted to the cozy corner library they had decided to create together, another topic of playful contention. Sebastian had wanted a sleek, modern bookshelf, while Sicil preferred a rustic, vintage style. "You know I'm not a grandpa, right? This isn't a dusty old library," he had joked, prompting laughter from both of them. Eventually, they compromised on a mix of both styles, filling the shelves with books that reflected Sebastian's eclectic taste, stories of adventure, mystery, and a touch of magic. But it was the wall of memories that truly captured her attention. She had lovingly curated this wall, filling it with photos, ticket stubs, and little souvenirs from their years together. It was a visual timeline of their friendship, a silent witness to the highs and lows they'd shared. "Okay, now we have to decide which photos go up," Sicil announced, rubbing her hands together as if preparing for battle. Sebastian grinned, leaning back against the wall. "I'm definitely putting up that one from the beach where you have sand all over your face. Classic Sicil." "No way, you're not putting up that picture," she protested, laughing. "I look like I just lost a sandcastle building competition." He chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. "That's precisely why it should go up. It captures your unique charm." Sicil rolled her eyes playfully. "And you're definitely not putting up that photo from the school dance where your tie is askew and you're clearly trying to hide your bad haircut." Sebastian feigned shock. "What? That haircut was a statement. And besides, it's part of our history. You can't cherry-pick the photos." "Fine, but we're only putting it up if you let me choose one where I look amazing," Sicil countered, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Deal. But only if we include the one from your birthday where you had cake all over your face. It's too good to pass up," he countered, trying to suppress a laugh. "Ugh, you are so cruel," she said, feigning exasperation but unable to hide her smile. "Okay, I'll agree to that if you promise to add the one of us in those ridiculous matching sweaters." Sebastian laughed, shaking his head. "We really looked like a walking fashion disaster in that picture." "But a cute fashion disaster," Sicil insisted, nudging him with her shoulder. As she sifted through the photographs, the memories flooded back, each picture sparking laughter and stories. From family gatherings to school events, every snapshot was a testament to their journey together. When she reached a particular photo from her unforgettable prom night just before he'd left for college overseas, Sicil's breath caught. In the picture, they were standing together the way only best friends do, but she remembered that night differently, as if just for a moment, he'd leaned in as if he might kiss her. "You almost kissed me that night, didn't you, Seb?" she murmured to herself, her voice carrying a mix of wonder and regret. "Were you in love with me back then?" The room's silence offered no answer, but standing there, surrounded by memories, she could almost hear his laugh, almost feel his presence beside her. It left her with a quiet ache, a reminder of how deeply intertwined their lives had always been, and perhaps always would be. A prom night to remember. It was a night heavy with a quiet reflection for Sicil, as the thought of prom seemed distant. She stood before her mirror, her own image staring back, and couldn't ignore the knot of insecurity tugging at her. No one had asked her to be their date, and the absence weighed on her, filling her heart with doubts. She wondered if perhaps she simply wasn't beautiful enough, or that something about her wasn't worthy of an invitation to a night everyone else seemed to anticipate. A soft knock on the door broke her train of thought. She turned to see Sebastian standing in the doorway in a perfectly tailored prom suit, his expression a mixture of amusement and impatience. "Why aren't you dressed yet?" he asked, eyebrow raised. "Please don't tell me I'm going to have to wait while you try on 100 outfits." Sicil rolled her eyes, attempting to mask her surprise and the small spark of joy at his unexpected arrival. "I don't even want to go," she replied, crossing her arms in a show of indifference. "So you really don't have to be here, Sebastian." Unfazed, Sebastian took a step closer, a playful glint in his eye. "You know," he murmured, his gaze softening, "you'd look stunning in that gown I gave you for your birthday. Humor me. The food's decent and they won't let me in without you. So if I have to sit through a high school prom, I'm going to need backup." His tone, light yet insistent, coaxed a reluctant smile from Sicil. With a gentle nudge, he guided her towards the wardrobe, and before she knew it, she'd given in. She slipped into the gown he'd gifted her, its fabric shimmering as it hugged her form. When she turned back to the mirror, her own reflection took her by surprise, and Sebastian's voice behind her was almost a whisper. "You're beautiful," he said, his voice filled with an unexpected sincerity. From his pocket, Sebastian pulled out a small box. Inside lay a delicate pendant shaped like a daisy flower, suspended on a fine silver chain. The pendant sparkled softly, each petal made from tiny white diamonds that caught the light and shimmered like freshly fallen snow. At the center of the flower was a brilliant yellow sapphire, casting a warm glow that seemed to radiate from within. Before she could react, Sebastian stepped behind her, draping the chain around her neck and fastening it with a gentle touch. The pendant rested perfectly against her skin, the cool silver warming as it lay against her, and she couldn't help but admire its beauty in the mirror's reflection. It was both delicate and dazzling, an unexpected, perfect gift that brought a slight tremor to her heart. She closed her eyes, savoring the closeness of his hands against her neck, feeling the weight of the daisy flower's radiant warmth, and for a moment, nothing else mattered. She turned to thank him, but their eyes met instead, and any words she might have said disappeared. There was a stillness between them, and the air grew thick with unspoken longing. Sebastian's gaze drifted to her lips, and almost without thinking, he lifted a hand, his fingers tracing an invisible line just inches from her face as if committing each detail to memory. He leaned in slowly, his breath mingling with hers, every moment between them charged and building. Her pulse quickened, and her lips parted in anticipation, the world around them fading. Photo time! Just as he was about to close the space between them, a burst of voices shattered the silence. Their mothers exclaimed, "Photo time!" barreling into the room with cameras at the ready, eyes alight with excitement. The spell broke abruptly, leaving Sicil and Sebastian standing apart, their faces flushed and their breaths uneven. The mothers barely noticed, eagerly snapping away, chattering about how grown-up they looked. Despite the jolt, the lingering intensity in their eyes was unmistakable, even as they posed obediently for the cameras. As the evening unfolded, Sebastian took her to the prom, and they found solace in the dance floor's enchantment. They swayed together, the rhythm of the music guiding them, the earlier moment hanging between them in a charged silence. Each step, each shared glance rekindled the spark that had ignited before, pulling them closer. They danced until midnight, their laughter and whispers lost in the night. As he drove her home, Sicil eventually drifted to sleep beside him, the calm after a night filled with magic. When they reached her house, Sebastian carefully scooped her up, carrying her inside. He tucked her into bed, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. Leaning down, he whispered, "Good night, Sicil." With a lingering smile, he glanced at the picture on her bedside table, a captured moment from years past, and gently traced its frame. For just that moment, everything felt as it was meant to be. It was amidst these frozen fragments of time that Sebastian entered, observing Sicil as she stood before the wall, immersed in her thoughts on a particular photo from their prom night, a night that held significance in both their lives. Sebastian could not help but feel a surge of affection for the woman before him. Slowly approaching her, he reflected silently on the captured moments. With a gentle smile, he shared a piece of untold history. "I almost kissed you that night if our camera-wielding mothers didn't intrude on us," Sebastian confessed, his voice carrying the weight of a long-held secret, a suspended truth that seemed to echo through the room. Surprised by the unexpected admission, Sicil turned to face Sebastian. Their eyes locked, and in that charged moment, Sebastian leaned in with the intention of reenacting the unfulfilled kiss. As their lips drew closer, Sicil held her hand gently pressed against his chest, creating a symbolic barrier between their lips. With a tender smile, she said, "I need more time, Seb." Sebastian closed his eyes with a resigned sigh, placing his hand over hers on his chest. "Don't test my patience, Sicil," he said, his tone half joking, half pleading. "You have no idea how sorry I am for keeping you in the dark. I just want to make things right between us." In the thick of their confession, the room was interrupted by a discreet knock on the door. The butler stepped in, his voice polite but clearly breaking the spell. "Mr. Wilson has returned and requests your presence in the study, sir." As the butler withdrew, the charged atmosphere faded slightly, leaving Sebastian and Sicil standing in the lingering afterglow of nearly captured intimacy. With one last glance, Sebastian gave her hand a gentle squeeze, an unspoken promise of patience and understanding. Sebastian, torn between the summons and the desire to continue their conversation, turned to Sicil with a reassuring smile. "Let's talk later," he whispered, his words sincere. He kissed her forehead as he reluctantly excused himself from her presence. Leaving Sicil to her thoughts, Sebastian made his way to his father's study, his mind still lingering on the unfinished conversation with Sicil. As Sebastian settled into one of the plush leather chairs in his father's study, Mr. Wilson began, "So, Sebastian, let's talk about Sicil's internship at the university." Sebastian leaned forward, attentive to his father's words. "Of course. What is on your mind, Dad?" Mr. Wilson leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers thoughtfully. "Well, you know I was keen on overseeing her internship personally. I saw it as an opportunity to impart some valuable lessons and guidance." Sebastian nodded in agreement. "Yes, I remember. You were quite enthusiastic about it." Mr. Wilson's expression grew serious. "However, given recent developments and the demands on my time, I've been reconsidering." Sebastian furrowed his brow, sensing his father's hesitation. "What do you mean?" Mr. Wilson sighed, leaning forward to emphasize his point. "Sebastian, I've been thinking that perhaps it's time for you to step in and take over Sicil's internship." Sebastian's eyes widened in surprise. "Me? But Dad, I am not sure if I am the best person for the job. I mean, I have my own commitments and responsibilities." Mr. Wilson raised a reassuring hand. "I understand, son, but think about it. This could be a valuable opportunity for both you and Sicil. It would give you a chance to work together, strengthen your bond, and perhaps even lay the groundwork for future collaborations." Sebastian considered his father's words carefully. "I see what you're saying, Dad, but isn't there a risk of mixing personal and professional life? What if things do not go as planned?" Mr. Wilson nodded thoughtfully. "It is a valid concern, Seb, but sometimes taking risks is necessary for growth. And besides, I will still be here to offer guidance and support along the way." Sebastian nodded, feeling a sense of determination settle over him. "All right, Dad, I will do it. I will take over Sicil's internship." Mr. Wilson's smile widened. "I knew I could count on you." As they continued discussing Sicil's internship and the responsibilities that came with it, Mr. Wilson leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Sebastian with a seriousness that demanded attention. "Sebastian, I want to emphasize the importance of the charity event that Sicil will be managing as part of her internship," Mr. Wilson began. "This event holds significant value not just in the professional realm but also in the hearts of both of your mothers. It is a cause they have been passionate about for years." Sebastian nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. "I understand, Dad. The charity event is crucial, and I will do everything I can to ensure its success." Mr. Wilson continued, his tone steady. I am entrusting you with not just leading the event, but driving it to success. It is an opportunity for Sicil to display her skills, but it is also a chance for you to prove your abilities here on our company board too. And remember, supporting Sicil in her internship goes hand in hand with making this event a triumph. Sebastian took a deep breath, a sense of responsibility settling over him. I will not let you down, Dad. I will give it my all, and Sicil will have my full support. With a renewed sense of purpose, Sebastian left his father's office, ready to take on the challenges that lay ahead, both for the charity event and in supporting Sicil through her internship. The weight of responsibility mingled with determination as he prepared to navigate the intricate dance of business, family, and budding relationships. Indeed, for Mr. Wilson, the prospect of involving both Sebastian and Sicil in the family business held a deeper significance beyond the immediate tasks at hand. It signified a gradual integration of the next generation into the legacy he had painstakingly built over the years. Moreover, Mr. Wilson viewed this as an opportunity to strengthen the familial bond that tied the Wilsons and the Andersons together. He hoped to forge deeper connections and cement the foundation for a unified future. As Sebastian contemplated the implications of working closely with Sicil, he wrestled with questions of boundaries, professionalism, and the undeniable undercurrent of romance that lingered between them. First day at work. When Sicil stepped out of her home, she found both Ethan and Sebastian waiting for her, their presence creating a momentary dilemma. With a polite smile, she greeted them both simultaneously, unsure of whom to acknowledge first. Hi, both of you. What a lovely surprise, greeted Sicil. Ethan, ever gracious, took the initiative. Best of luck on your first day, Sicil. I am sure you will do fantastic in your internship, and kissed her cheeks. Sicil expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Ethan. Your support means a lot to me. Sensing the tension, Sebastian lightened the atmosphere. Well, I am here to make sure you do not get lost on your way to the office. Novel places can be tricky, you know? Sicil chuckled, appreciating Sebastian's attempt to ease the situation. Ethan too played along. I am sure she is in capable hands. Take care, Sicil, and have a great day. With a nod and another round of thanks, Sicil walked beside Sebastian, leaving Ethan behind. As they headed towards the car, the nervous dynamics between the trio hung in the air. Starting the car, Sebastian asked, How is it that Ethan can kiss you, but I am not allowed? Sicil shifted uncomfortably in her seat, searching for the right words. It's not about permission, Seb, she began, her voice tinged with uncertainty. It is about the history between us, the expectations. It is just different. Sebastian nodded slowly, his expression a mixture of understanding and frustration. But why does it have to be that way? He pressed, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Why do we have to tiptoe around each other? Sicil sighed, grappling with her own conflicting emotions. I wish I had a simple answer, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. But some things are just complicated. Sebastian, determined to understand, pressed further. I want to be a part of your future. I want to be more than just a part of your history. Sicil hesitated before responding. I need time to figure things out, Seb. As I said earlier, it is not about you. It is about me and what I feel. Ethan has been there for me, especially when you were away. I cannot just ignore that, and you cannot blame for how I felt when you were gone. So live with it, till I figure it out. Sebastian, feeling a mix of frustration and patience, kept his focus on the road ahead and just said fine in resignation. He understood the need to give Sicil space. Pushing her into a corner would only drive her further away, and that was the last thing he wanted. Slowly but surely, he resolved to navigate the complexities of their relationship, letting things unfold naturally. Moreover, the prospect of working together presented an opportunity for Sicil to see their connection in a new light. With time, he hoped she would come to realize just how much they meant to each other. For now, he was content to let their journey unfold at its own pace, trusting that their bond would only grow stronger with time. As they pulled up to the office, a slow smile tugged at the corners of Sebastian's lips, piquing Sicil's curiosity. What's got you smiling like that, Seb? She asked, knowing his tendency to not hide anything from her. Sebastian glanced at her with a playful gleam in his eyes. "Oh, you'll find out soon enough," he teased, gesturing for her to follow him as he stepped out of the car. Intrigued, Sicil trailed behind Sebastian as they entered the office building, her anticipation growing with each step. Inside, Sebastian introduced her to Anna Mr. Wilson's secretary before heading off on his own. Anna then took Sicil on a quick tour of the office. Although the surroundings were familiar from her childhood visits with Sebastian, this time held a different significance. She was there to work. Anna discreetly answered a buzzing phone and, after hanging up, turned to Sicil. "Mr. Wilson will see you now," she said, guiding Sicil not to Sebastian's father's office but to a new cabin. As the door opened, Sicil found herself in a fashionably designed plush office. Seated behind a large walnut desk was Sebastian. With a firm handshake, he welcomed her. "Miss Anderson, welcome to your first day at Wilson's. I will be mentoring you during your internship, and we will be working together on managing the charity event organized by Wilson and Anderson, the Climate Quest." Sicil was pleasantly surprised to see Sebastian in his new avatar. "Wow, it means we'll be working together," she remarked with a smile. "You got that right," Sebastian affirmed. "I'm pleased to know that you're pleased with this arrangement." "Of course I'm pleased," Sicil responded eagerly. "I have heard so much about how efficient you are in your work. Dad cannot stop gushing over you. It will be great to learn from you directly. Also, I was a little nervous about working with Arthur." "Dad won't bite you," Sebastian reassured her with a chuckle. "Of course he won't," Sicil admitted. "But don't you get it? He is Dad, and he is so successful. I was worried about making my first impression." Just then, Arthur knocked on the door and entered. "Sicil, my dear, I hope Sebastian is helping you settle in," he said warmly. "Indeed, Arthur, Sebastian is very kind," she responded warmly. "He just mentioned that he will be leading the project and I'll be supporting him during the event." Arthur's eyes twinkled with paternal pride as he looked at Sicil. "Do your best, Sicil," he said with genuine warmth. "This event is very important to both the Andersons and the Wilsons, and we must make it a big success. And for sure, you will learn a lot from Sebastian about how to manage big projects, so make the most of your time here during this internship." Sicil's resolve strengthened as she nodded firmly. "I won't disappoint you, Arthur," she affirmed without hesitation. Ready to impress on her first day, Sicil understood that she was no longer the carefree kid who used to roam around this office. She needed to leave a positive impression and highlight her abilities. She was determined to impress Arthur, her father's best friend, who had always treated her with kindness and adoration alongside Sebastian. As they settled into his office, Sebastian opened up a large folder filled with notes, documents, and planning outlines, all dedicated to the Climate Quest fundraiser. The folder alone was impressive, brimming with his dedication to the event, and Sicil leaned in, ready to absorb the details. "Climate Quest is more than just a fundraising event," he began, his tone serious yet passionate. "It's about creating awareness and mobilizing people to take real action against environmental damage. Both of our mothers have been involved in these initiatives since before we were even born. My mum has been focused on reforestation efforts and sustainable farming, while your mum has worked tirelessly to protect marine ecosystems and tackle the waste crisis." He flipped through some old photos of their mothers at various environmental events, smiling as he did. This year, the goal is to raise enough funds to support 2 new programs, a nationwide reforestation project and a youth outreach campaign aimed at educating future generations about climate preservation. "And more than that," he paused, looking at Sicil, "we're hoping this event will inspire the community to become more involved, to make conscious decisions in their daily lives. It's about changing minds, and in turn, changing the future." Sicil's admiration for him grew as she listened, hearing the depth of his commitment, not only to the project, but also to a legacy shared between their families. "It's incredible, Seb. Our mothers have done so much, and I had no idea how deeply involved they were in these causes. I can see why you're so committed to Climate Quest." He nodded. "They've put years into these causes, even behind the scenes. This fundraiser isn't just to help fund their initiatives, it's a way to bring these issues into the spotlight. We're aiming to gather local businesses, community leaders, schools, everyone really, to create a wave of awareness." Sicil scribbled down notes, her mind whirling with ideas and newfound inspiration. And the funds raised, will they directly fuel these projects? Absolutely. Every penny will go to accelerating these initiatives. We're planning workshops, community talks, and planting events in every major city. The more people are aware, the stronger the campaign grows. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she thought of the impact they could make. This sounds like such a powerful event, Seb. I can see why you're so passionate. Sebastian smiled, a touch of pride in his expression. It is. And having you here, working with me, it's meaningful. You've always been able to rally people around a cause, and I know you'll bring that energy here. They shared a look of mutual understanding, the weight of the project drawing them even closer. But just as they were about to dive back into discussing ideas, Sicil's stomach growled loudly, breaking the intense atmosphere with a surprising burst of laughter between Sicil and Sebastian. "Hungry?" he asked with a grin. Sicil nodded eagerly. "Famished, actually," she admitted, her stomach rumbling in agreement. But just as Sebastian was about to suggest grabbing a bite to eat, Sicil's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. It was Ethan, and he was downstairs, offering to take her out for lunch as he had brought packed meals from his restaurant. Caught off guard, Sicil hesitated, torn between her hunger and her loyalty to Ethan. She glanced at Sebastian, uncertainty flickering in her eyes, silently seeking his opinion on the matter. With a reassuring smile, Sebastian nodded understandingly. "Go ahead, Sicil," he said gently. "I have a few things to take care of as well. Besides, I will have the cafeteria send lunch up to my office." Sicil felt relieved, grateful for Sebastian's understanding. "Thank you, Sebastian," she said sincerely, touched by his support. "Seb, always," he corrected nonchalantly. Sicil smiled in acknowledgement and hurried off to meet Ethan. Sebastian watched her go, as a mixture of emotions swirled within him. He knew he had made the right decision in giving her space, even though it tugged at his heartstrings to see her walk away. Deep down, he hoped that Sicil would come to realize where her heart truly belonged. But he also knew that it was a journey she had to navigate on her own. Sicil's eyes sparkled with delight as Ethan approached, her smile widening at the sight of him. "Hey, Ethan," she greeted, her voice filled with warmth. "Hey, Sicil," Ethan replied, his smile matching hers as he settled down beside her on the bench. "How's your first day at work?" Sicil shrugged playfully. "Not bad, considering I'm stuck working with Sebastian," she teased, nudging Ethan lightly with her elbow. Ethan chuckled, though a hint of concern flickered in his eyes. "Sebastian, huh? Well, as long as he is not causing you any trouble." Sicil shook her head, a reassuring smile on her lips. "No trouble at all. We are getting along quite well," she assured him, reaching for his hand. Relief washed over Ethan's features as he squeezed her hand gently. "That's good to hear. So tell me about this internship of yours. What exactly are you working on?" And so Sicil launched into an animated explanation of her internship, detailing the projects she was involved in and her aspirations for the future. Ethan listened attentively, his admiration for Sicil growing with each word she spoke. As they finished their lunch, Ethan leaned in to kiss Sicil softly on the cheek, his affectionate gesture a silent reassurance of his love and support. "I'm proud of you, Sicil. It's a very noble cause you are working for," he whispered, his gaze lingering on her face. Sicil's heart swelled with gratitude as she returned his gaze, her eyes reflecting the depth of her feelings for him. "Thank you, Ethan. I love you," she murmured, her voice filled with love. "I love you too, Sicil," replied Ethan with equal fervor, trailing his fingers over her jawline. With an affectionate gaze before heading off, he bid her farewell, promising to see her again soon. Sicil watched him go, feeling grateful for his support and the love they had together. As Sebastian observed Ethan's affectionate gesture from his office window, a pang of unease tugged at his heart. He could not deny the surge of jealousy that flickered within him, but he quickly masked his emotions as Sicil entered the room. "Hey, Sicil," Sebastian greeted her, offering her a warm smile despite the turmoil brewing within him. "Did you have a good lunch?" Sicil returned his smile. "Yeah, it was nice. Thank you for letting me go," she replied, appreciation in her tone. Sebastian nodded, masking his inner turmoil behind a calm facade. "Of course, you needed a break," he said casually. though his mind was still preoccupied with the image of Ethan kissing Sicil. Sicil's gaze flickered to the window briefly before returning to Sebastian. "Is everything okay?" she asked, a hint of concern lacing her words. Sebastian forced a smile, dismissing her concern with a wave of his hand. "Yeah, everything is fine. Just catching up on some work," he assured her, though his gaze remained on her face, searching for any signs of discomfort. Sicil nodded with a thoughtful expression on her face. "Shall we start where we left off before lunch?" she offered, her tone gentle. Sebastian's expression softened at her words, grateful for the return to familiar space. "Absolutely," he replied, a hint of relief in his voice. With that, they both immersed themselves in their work once more, the rhythm of their collaboration easing the slow tension in the air. Despite the complexities of their personal dynamics, their professional partnership remained steadfast. Sicil found herself fully immersed in the discussions, bouncing ideas with her new colleagues and absorbing their insights. As the day progressed, her new team members welcomed her warmly, their fellowship evident as they brainstormed strategies and outlined plans for the upcoming event in a big boardroom. The clock ticked on, and the time moved swiftly. Sicil's phone buzzed and missed calls from Ethan. When she finally glanced at her phone late in the evening, she realized she had lost track of time amid their intense planning session. She felt guilty for not keeping Ethan informed, so she sent him a quick message explaining the situation and promised to call him back once she got home. Meanwhile, Sebastian, ever the observant leader, noticed Sicil's missed calls and the late hour. With a smile, he suggested, "How about we take a break and grab some dinner? We have been at it for hours, and I think we could all use a good meal." The team readily agreed, grateful for the chance to unwind after a productive session. Sebastian took charge, organizing the outing and ensuring everyone was on board. Soon, they found themselves at a nearby restaurant, laughing and sharing stories over delicious food. As the evening drew to a close and Sebastian was driving her back home, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Yet, amidst the fatigue, there was a sense of accomplishment and gratitude for the support of her new team and Sebastian. When the car came to a halt in front of her house, she softly said, "Thank you, Seb," offering a tired but genuine smile. "I really appreciate everything today." Sebastian leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Well done on your first day, Sicil. By the way, we have an early start tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will be checking out a few venues for the event. Get some rest, and I will see you in the morning." Sicil, a little surprised by Sebastian's tender gesture, yet grateful for the support and excited about the upcoming day, agreed with a tired yet contented smile. 7 a.m. it is. Good night, Seb." Sebastian returned her smile, his eyes reflecting pride and encouragement. "You did great today, Sicil. Rest up and we will tackle tomorrow together." Sicil stepped out of the car. The weariness of the day weighed heavily on her, each step feeling heavier than the last. She trudged into her room, barely registering the familiar surroundings, and collapsed onto her bed, still clad in her work clothes. Thoughts of Ethan and his missed calls were pushed to the back of her mind as exhaustion overtook her, rendering her oblivious to the world around her. Meanwhile, at the other end of town, Ethan's patience wore thin as he waited for Sicil's call, which never came. Frustration gnawed at him as he tossed and turned in his bed, his mind plagued by unanswered calls and growing concern for Sicil. Eventually, fatigue claimed him, but his sleep was restless, disturbed by the absence of Sicil's reassuring voice. While next door, Sebastian lay awake in bed, his thoughts consumed by Sicil. The memory of her lips lingered in his mind, igniting a longing and desire within him that he could not shake. Despite his own exhaustion, sleep eluded him as he replayed the moments they had together, each one etching itself deeper into his consciousness. The night wore on. Sicil, Ethan, and Sebastian each found themselves ensnared in the tangled web of their own thoughts and emotions, their paths intertwined yet diverging in the silence of the night. Sicil woke up early in the morning. A wave of realization washed over her as she glanced at her phone, still in silent mode. Her heart sank at the sight of 15 missed calls from Ethan. Without wasting a moment, she dialed his number, her fingers trembling slightly with apprehension. Groggy from sleep, Ethan answered on the first ring. "Hey, Sicil, are you okay? What happened last night? Why are you up so early?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. Sicil took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart as she recounted the events of the previous evening. I am so sorry, Ethan. I got caught up with work, and by the time I realized it was already too late, she explained. Her words rushed with guilt. Ethan listened attentively, his sleepy haze slowly dissipating as he processed Sicil's words. It is okay, Sicil. I am only glad to hear you are all right, he replied softly, his tone reassuring despite the underlying worry. Sicil's mind raced as she tried to come up with a solution to make it up to Ethan. Listen, about today. I have to visit different venues for the event all day, she began, her voice apologetic. Ethan nodded understandingly, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his voice. Of course, I understand. Just do not forget about Saturday, he reminded her gently. We're going to Tia's for lunch, remember? Sicil's heart warmed at the mention of spending time with Ethan's family, especially his beloved sister Tia. Of course I have not forgotten, she assured him, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. I am looking forward to it. With a promise to call him later, Sicil ended the call, feeling a sense of gratitude for Ethan's support and understanding, even amid her busy schedule. Sebastian arrived promptly at 7 a.m. to whisk Sicil away for another whirlwind of activity. The days blurred into one another, a flurry of meetings, site visits, and endless planning sessions. From dawn until dusk, they were consumed by the intricacies of organizing the event, leaving no room for respite. Despite the hectic schedule, Sebastian always was available for small moments of connection. Every day, when the day's work concluded and the city lights shimmered in the distance, Sebastian would drop Sicil home. Even though exhaustion threatened to overwhelm them, he would gently bid Sicil goodnight with a tender kiss. One evening, while returning home, they strolled through their old neighborhood and stumbled upon their favorite childhood hideout, a rustic treehouse nestled amidst towering oaks. Sicil could not help but feel a rush of nostalgia. The fading sunlight cast a golden hue over the scene, illuminating the memories that lay dormant in the corner of her heart. Remember this place? Sebastian's voice broke the silence, his eyes gleaming with reminiscence as he gestured towards the treehouse nestled among the trees. Sicil's lips curled into a fond smile as she nodded. Of course, how could I forget? That treehouse was our sanctuary, she replied, her voice touched with nostalgia. They made their way towards the treehouse, their footsteps echoing through the quiet surroundings. As they climbed the creaky wooden ladder and stepped inside, the air was filled with the scent of old wood and memories. After you left, I used to come here alone. Look, this has not changed a bit, Sicil remarked, running her fingers along the rough walls of the treehouse. Sebastian's eyes sparkled with warmth. Yeah, it has not changed a bit. It feels like we were just here yesterday, he said, his voice wistful. Sicil nodded in agreement, her gaze drifting to the window overlooking the street below. I miss those days, she admitted, a hint of sadness in her voice. Sebastian turned to her, his expression softening. Me too, he said quietly, his eyes meeting hers. But hey, at least we have these memories to hold on to, right? Sicil smiled, grateful for the comfort of his presence. Yeah, you are right. And who knows, we will make some new memories too, she said optimistically, her eyes alight with possibility. Another afternoon, Sebastian stopped by a local fair to have lunch. Amidst the vibrant colours and cheerful atmosphere of the local fair, Sicil and Sebastian immersed themselves in the festivities. The scent of cotton candy wafted through the air as they wandered from one attraction to another, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the bustling crowd. Come on, Seb, let's try our luck at the ring toss, Sicil exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she tugged him towards the game booth. Sebastian hesitated for a moment before nodding, a shy smile gracing his lips. All right, but I can't promise I'll be any good at this, he admitted, his cheeks flushing slightly. Sicil grinned, her competitive spirit ignited. Don't worry, I'll teach you, she said with a playful wink. They took turns tossing the rings. Their laughter filled the air, punctuated by cheers and groans each time they hit or missed their target. Despite Sebastian's initial reservations, Sicil's encouragement and infectious enthusiasm spurred him on, and soon they were both fully immersed in the game. Afterwards, they treated themselves to some cotton candy, their fingers sticky with sugar as they shared the fluffy confection. They walked hand in hand the entire time, and Sicil could not help but notice the change in Sebastian's demeanor. The once shy and reserved boy now came alive in the carnival atmosphere, his laughter ringing out freely. "You know, I don't think I've seen you laugh this way since your return," Sicil remarked, a fond smile tugging at her lips. Sebastian shrugged, a bashful expression crossing his face. "I guess I'm just having fun," he admitted, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Sicil nodded in understanding, her heart warming at the sight of Sebastian's genuine happiness. At that moment, amidst the whirl of carnival rides and games, she felt a deep sense of affection for the bond they shared. They continued to explore the fair together, and Sicil could not help but feel hopeful for the future, knowing that their friendship might survive the rough sea and not all is lost. While they were checking out an art gallery as one of their potential locations for the event, amidst the hushed gallery and vibrant canvases adorning the walls, Sicil and Sebastian found themselves immersed in a world of color and creativity. As they wandered from one masterpiece to another, Sicil could not help but notice the way Sebastian's eyes lit up with each art, the facets of Sebastian she had never known. "Wow! Look at the way the artist captured the interplay of light and shadow in this piece," Sebastian remarked, his voice filled with genuine admiration as he gestured towards a particularly striking picture. Sicil nodded in agreement, her own gaze drawn to the intricate details and bold strokes of color. "It's incredible how art can evoke such powerful emotions," she mused, her tone filled with awe. Sebastian's voice softened as he reached the next painting, The Last Embrace, his eyes reflecting a tender glow, a mixture of admiration and nostalgia. "This is not just an image," he said, almost as if he was reliving the story as he spoke. "It's a memory frozen in time, of two young souls holding on to each other with everything they have, knowing it could be their last moment together. The artist told me their names, Ali and Layla. He called it their last embrace." Sebastian paused, his gaze distant as though he could see Ali and Layla standing before him. "I met Ali a few years ago and he shared the story behind the picture. In a war-torn village, Ali and Layla found a rare kind of peace in each other's company. They were just children, but they created a world together, one where war didn't exist, at least for both of them." He drew in a breath, letting the emotion of the story settle over him. They would sit among the rubble, laughing, trading dreams, as if they could somehow keep the world at bay with just their bond. Ali carried this tiny, worn teddy bear that Layla had given him, a token of her care. It was small, almost insignificant, but to him, it was everything she meant to him, a symbol of the home they might never have again. Sebastian's voice faltered as he approached the most painful part of the story. The light in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a haunting sadness as he continued. And then came that night. The sky, once a canvas of stars, was swallowed by smoke and fire as a sudden ambush broke out between militants and the military. Chaos erupted. Amid the gunfire and screams, Layla's parents made a heart-wrenching decision. They had to flee. There was no time to gather belongings, no time for farewells, only time to run. Sebastian's voice cracked slightly as he shared. Layla and Ali stood there clutching each other desperately. They didn't speak because there were no words that could capture what they felt. Just the raw, aching understanding that this might be their last touch, their last moment together. They held each other as tight as they could. Just by sheer will, they could stop time, and their embrace could shield them from the brutality closing in. Sebastian's breath hitched as he continued. But fate wasn't kind. In a moment, Layla's father yanked her away, pulling her into the rushing crowd. Ali's small hand was wrenched from hers, his fingers desperately trying to hold on, but it was no use. She was torn away from him, her scream drowned out by the cacophony of war. He watched her disappear into the smoke, the only girl he had ever loved, taken from him in an instant. Sebastian's gaze dropped, his voice now barely a whisper. Ali stood there, alone in the wreckage of their broken village. The sounds of gunfire echoed around him, but he couldn't move. He just clutched the teddy bear she had given him, the one thing he had left of her. It was old and frayed, but to him it was everything. It was her laughter, her kindness, her love, all the things he would never hold again. He took a shuddering breath and noticed tears were brimming in Sicil's eyes. That was the last time they saw each other, captured in that single, final embrace. This picture is a painful reminder of two children holding on for dear life, while the world around them crumbled into chaos. The pain in their eyes, the desperate way they cling to each other. It's as if they knew that this was their goodbye. Sebastian wiped a tear from Sicil's cheek, his voice full of love and loneliness. Whenever I look at it, I can feel their agony, their love, and their loss. Ali captured more than just a picture of that day. He captured a kind of love that defied the surrounding devastation. Every time I look at it, it reminds me of the way we hold on to each other, how sometimes that's all we have. And it's a reminder of how precious every single moment is, because you never know when it might be your last. He paused, and then confessed with a heavy sigh, "We're so fortunate to still have each other, to still feel this," he whispered, his voice thick with gratitude and unspoken fear. "Not everyone is so blessed." Sicil's heart ached at his words, a deep well of emotion rising within her. "I hope Ali and Layla find their way back to each other," she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. As Sebastian shared Ali's story and his thoughts, each word felt like a brushstroke on a canvas, painting the raw beauty and pain of a love that surpasses time and circumstance for Sicil. "I have never seen this side of you, Seb," she admitted. "It's like you have a whole other world hidden beneath the surface." Sebastian chuckled softly, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "I guess I have always had a thing for art," he confessed, his gaze still lingering on the poignant piece of the last embrace. "There's just something about Ali's story that speaks to me at a deeper level," I feared at night. What if it was us? At that moment, amidst the vibrant hall of colors and emotions, they both realized that they had found what they had been looking for the last 3 days, the perfect venue for their charity event. "The art gallery," Sicil said, her voice filled with certainty as she looked at Sebastian. "This is it. This is where we should hold the event." Sebastian's eyes lit up with excitement, his expression mirroring Sicil's enthusiasm. "I could not agree more," he replied, a smile spreading across his face. "It is absolutely perfect." It was a moment of clarity and connection they had. As they stood together, surrounded by beauty and possibility, they knew that their charity event would be nothing short of extraordinary. Finally, when the sun began its descent on Friday evening, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Sebastian and Sicil found themselves in the comforting embrace of Sebastian's car. Sebastian, with a subtle smile, proposed a plan for the next day. "Hey, what do you say we take a short drive to the nearby village tomorrow?" Sebastian suggested, his eyes reflecting a desire for a tranquil escape. Sicil, however, wore an apologetic expression. "I would love to see Seb, but I have already made plans for tomorrow. I will be spending the day at Tia's. She means a lot to both Ethan and me, and I have already promised to join them for a family day." Sebastian nodded understandingly, acknowledging the importance of family commitments. "No worries, Sicil. Friends are important. We can plan the village trip some other time. Enjoy your day with Tia and Ethan." They continued their journey home, the headlights cutting through the gathering darkness. The hum of the engine accompanied the subtle shift in the conversation between Sebastian and Sicil. As they reached Sicil's home, it became a familiar ritual, the end of the day marked by the exchange of a tender kiss on the cheeks. However, this time Sebastian lingered, his hand gently stroking Sicil's cheek. In the dim light, he whispered softly, "I am going to miss you. It would be very odd not to have you by my side." The words hung in the air, creating a deep current that seemed to ripple through Sicil's entire body. Sicil parted her lips to speak, but before she could utter a word, Sebastian gently pressed his fingers against her lips, silencing her. "Good night," he murmured softly, his eyes holding a hint of warmth and longing. "And if it's not too much to ask, dream about me." She nodded in response, feeling a rush of emotions coursing through her veins. With a silent understanding between them, Sicil stepped out of the car, her thoughts swirling in confusion. As she closed the door behind her, Sebastian did not wait for her to wave goodbye. Instead, he drove off into the night, leaving Sicil to ponder the depth of their connection. When Sicil entered her room, her phone buzzed. She reached for it, expecting to see a message from Sebastian, but to her surprise, it was Ethan. Chastising herself for not connecting with him throughout the day, she quickly answered the call. "Hey, Ethan, what's up?" Ethan's voice came through warmly, bringing a smile to her face and dispelling any lingering disappointment. "Hey, Sicil, I wanted to check in on you. How was your day?" Sicil sighed softly, feeling a mixture of exhaustion and excitement. "Busy, but good. Guess what? We found the perfect venue for our event, an art gallery on the hilltop." Ethan radiated happiness on the other end. "Oh, wow, I am so glad. It does sound like an exceptionally desirable choice for the cause. I'm so proud of you. Hope Sebastian is treating you well." "He is," Sicil admitted, her voice marked with gratitude. "But I am looking forward to tomorrow. I miss spending time with you and cannot wait to see Tia too." Ethan's tone softened with affection. "Me too, Sicil. I cannot wait to see you. Shall we plan to start the day early with breakfast and then join Tia at lunch?" Sicil nodded enthusiastically, even though Ethan could not see her. "That sounds perfect. I will be ready by 8. "Great," Ethan replied, his voice filled with warmth. "I will see you then. Get some rest." Sicil smiled, feeling a rush of warmth at Ethan's concern. "Will do. Thank you for calling. See you tomorrow, and good night for now." "Good night, Sicil. Sweet dreams about me, okay?" Ethan said before they exchanged goodbyes and ended the call. Lying on her bed, Sicil's mind wandered to the requests from both Ethan and Sebastian to dream about them. A subtle smile played on her lips as she contemplated the possibilities. In the quiet solitude of the night, a question lingered in her thoughts. Could there be a future where she had both Ethan and Sebastian in her life? Was it conceivable to lead a life where she did not have to choose between them? Closing her eyes, Sicil let herself drift into the realm of dreams, wondering if her dreams would offer glimpses of a harmonious existence where the bonds with Ethan and Sebastian could coexist. It was a delicate dance between the past and the present, between loyalty and newfound emotions, and Sicil could not help but yearn for clarity amid her tangled heartstrings. Sicil found herself standing in the middle of a crumbling village, the air thick with smoke and the sound of explosions echoing in the distance. The ground beneath her feet felt unsteady, as if the very earth trembled with the weight of sorrow. All around her, the remnants of a peaceful life lay in ruins, broken toys, shattered windows, and the charred remains of what once was a home. She noticed 2 small and fragile figures in the distance clinging to each other amidst the chaos. It was Layla and Ali. Their embrace was desperate, and their faces were streaked with tears as they held on for dear life. Sicil felt her heart shatter at the sight of them. She wanted to reach out and save them, but her feet were rooted to the ground, powerless to move. Suddenly, a flash of light and a burst of gunfire tore through the air. In an instant, the scene shifted. The faces of the 2 children, once innocent and filled with love, were now hers and Sebastian's. Sicil gasped, her breath hitching as she realized she was no longer an observer. She was in the midst of the nightmare, living it. She could feel Sebastian's arms around her, his heartbeat pounding against hers as if he was trying to fuse their souls together in that final moment. The pain in his eyes mirrored her own, a deep, soul-crushing agony of imminent loss. Before she could react, she felt herself being pulled away. A strong hand yanked her backwards, tearing her away from Sebastian's grip. She turned and saw Ethan, his face set in determination, pulling her away with a force that felt both protective and demanding. His eyes were filled with urgency, as if he believed he was rescuing her from some inevitable doom. Sicil struggled, her heart torn between the man she loved and the man she could never fully let go of. She looked back at Sebastian, his hand still outstretched, his eyes pleading for her to come back. But Ethan's grip was unyielding, pulling her farther and farther away. The scene shifted again, like a flickering nightmare, and suddenly she was no longer with Ethan. She was being yanked away in the opposite direction, this time by Sebastian. His face was twisted with desperation, his fingers digging into her wrist as he pulled her close to him. "Don't leave me," he whispered, his voice hoarse with pain. But as she looked back, she saw Ethan standing alone, his expression a mixture of betrayal and sorrow. He reached out for her, his eyes silently asking why she had left him behind. Sicil felt herself break apart, pulled between the two men, her heart splintering into pieces with every passing second. She tried to say something, to call out to them, but her voice was lost in the chaos. She reached out, trying to hold on to both of them, her fingers slipping through the empty air, and then, as if the universe itself had given up on her, she felt them both start to fade away. Their figures became hazy, like smoke dissolving into the sky, drifting farther and farther from her reach. "No, don't go!" she screamed, her voice breaking, tears streaming down her face. She tried to run after them, but her legs felt heavy as if she was wading through quicksand. She stumbled, reaching out, her fingers grasping at nothing. Sebastian's face was the first to vanish, his sad smile lingering in the air before it too disappeared. Ethan's form wavered next, his eyes filled with unspoken words that were swallowed by the silence. Sicil fell to her knees, her hands clawing at the empty space where they had been, sobs racking her body. She was left alone, the world around her turning dark and cold, the once vibrant village now just a wasteland of memories. She felt an unbearable emptiness, a hollow ache that echoed in the silence. She was alone, lost between two loves, and now she had lost them both. With a gasp, she jolted awake, her body covered in a cold sweat. Her chest heaved as she struggled to breathe, the vividness of the nightmare still clinging to her like a shroud. Her fingers trembled as she touched her face, feeling the wetness of her tears. The room was silent, the darkness pressing in on her, but the pain of that dream, the agony of losing them both, still throbbed in her chest, leaving her feeling more lost and broken than ever before. It was midnight, and Sicil found herself staring at the photos on her bedside table. A picture of her and Sebastian from Uncle George's wedding. They were both caught staring at each other, looking like they didn't have a care in the world. The memory made her smile for a second before her thoughts wandered to Aunt Jasmine. She couldn't help but think of how Aunt Jasmine must be feeling now, waking up every day without Uncle George by her side. They were the perfect couple, always glued together like two pieces of a puzzle. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The idea of losing someone you loved that much, she couldn't even imagine it. It made her heart ache a little. Trying to shake off the sadness, she took a sip of water, hoping it would calm her mind. As she settled back into bed, she picked up her phone, half expecting nothing but random notifications. But there it was, an unread message from Ethan. "I love you," it simply said. A soft smile spread across her face as she traced her finger over his photo. It was a silly picture he had sent her once, making a goofy face, and yet she felt a warm rush of love. He had been her rock, the reason she'd felt so happy and content these last 5 years. She let out a small sigh of relief, feeling a wave of affection for him. In a world where everything seemed to be shifting, Ethan was her one steady thing, always there to remind her how much she was loved. She decided to sleep again, but it was not her night. Sicil found herself once more in the middle of a vast open field, shrouded in a thick, swirling mist that blurred everything around her. Through the haze, she spotted Sebastian and Ethan standing side by side. Their faces were hard to read, but there was a desperate urgency in their eyes, as if they had defied fate itself just to be there. "Sicil," Sebastian's voice echoed through the mist, his eyes searching hers with a mixture of longing and determination. "I've waited for you so long, but I cannot wait any longer. It is time for you to choose." Ethan's voice joined Sebastian's, his tone gentle yet firm. "I love you, Sicil, but I cannot continue like this. It is not fair to any of us." Sicil's heart pounded in her chest as she struggled to comprehend their words. She reached out, desperate to hold on to them, but they began to fade away, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. "No, don't leave me!" she cried out, her voice echoing into the surrounding emptiness. But her pleas fell on deaf ears as Sebastian and Ethan disappeared completely, leaving her alone in the mist. Alone and uncertain, she saw in the distance Ali and Layla being pulled away from their last embrace, the surrounding war engulfing them. Sicil felt a deep sense of loss wash over her. With a heavy heart and a newfound resolve, she knew that she could not keep both Sebastian and Ethan in limbo any longer. She realized, unlike Ali and Layla, she was around the people she loved. All she had to do was to choose a path forward, even if it meant leaving one of them behind. As the mist began to clear, Sicil took a deep breath, steeling herself for the difficult choice ahead. In the stillness of her dream, she knew that whatever she decided would shape the course of her life forever and leave her heart broken no matter the choice she made. With a heavy sigh, she sat up again in bed, her heart weighed down by the realization that there might be no easy resolution to the tangled web of emotions she found herself in. The truth of her situation hit her like a wave crashing against the shore. Someone's heart would inevitably break, and it might very well be hers along with theirs. The prospect of causing pain to the ones she loved tore at her soul, leaving her feeling lost and uncertain. Gazing out the window at the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains, Sicil knew that she could not continue to evade the inevitable. She has to confront her feelings head-on, to make a decision that would undoubtedly change the course of her and the lives of those around her. Sicil chose a bright floral dress for the day, hoping that the vibrant colors would help dispel the lingering shadows of the unsettling dream. Standing before the mirror, she took a deep breath, trying to shake off the heaviness that clung to her spirit. The prospect of spending the day with Ethan brought a sense of comfort, a respite from the internal turmoil that had plagued her. She yearned for the warmth of his presence, the familiarity of his laughter, and the assurance that, at least for the moment, she could escape the complex web of emotions that entangled her heart. With each step towards the door, Sicil pushed the dreadful dream further behind her mind. She longed to immerse herself in Ethan's love, to be enveloped in the safety of his affection and to forget, even if temporarily, the haunting uncertainties that loomed over her. As she stepped out into the day, the sunlight touched her face, and Sicil carried with her a glimmer of hope. Ethan caught sight of Sicil. A wide smile spread across his face, lighting up his features with genuine warmth. "There she is," he exclaimed, his voice filled with affection. "My beautiful Sicil, ready for our adventure." Sicil could not help but return his smile, her weariness momentarily forgotten in the presence of his love and enthusiasm. "Hey, Ethan," she greeted him, her voice tinged with gratitude. "I am more than ready. I've been looking forward to this all week." Ethan approached her, concern evident in his eyes as he noticed the dark circles beneath her eyes. "Did you not sleep? Is Sebastian making you work overtime again?" he inquired, his tone laced with worry. Sicil shook her head, reaching out to gently reassure him. "No, it's not Sebastian," she assured him softly. "Just a lot on my mind lately. But being here with you now, it is exactly what I need." Ethan's expression softened with understanding, his hand reaching out to tenderly cup her cheek. "Well, let's leave all the worries behind us today," he suggested, his voice filled with determination. "Today is about us, enjoying each other's company." Sicil felt a wave of gratitude wash over her at Ethan's words, her heart swelling with love for this caring man by her side. "I could not agree more," she replied, her gaze meeting his with affection. "Lead the way, Ethan. I am ready for our adventure." With a smile, Ethan handed her a helmet and gestured towards his waiting motorcycle. "Hop on," he invited, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "We're off to a picnic by the woods right next to the stream. And you can feed the birds. It is the perfect spot to unwind and forget about all your worries." She climbed onto the back of the bike, ready to leave behind the troubles of yesterday and embrace the promise of today's adventure with the man she loved. Arriving at the chosen spot, they unfolded the blanket on the lush green grass, surrounded by the symphony of nature. Ethan, being the caring partner he had always been, settled down with Sicil in his arms, offering a comforting backrest. As he gently kissed her hair, Sicil's mind was at rest. Underneath the dense canopy of the woods, the soft hum of the nearby stream provided a soothing backdrop to Sicil's inner conflict. Ethan continued to hold her close, but she could not shake the haunting question that lingered in her mind. Could she bear to live without Ethan? The mere thought of a life without Ethan sent a shiver down her spine, a chilling reminder of the depth of her affection for him. The weight of her emotions pressed upon her. Sicil yearned to solidify their connection, to weave their souls together in a moment of undeniable intimacy. With determined hands she drew Ethan closer, the warmth of his presence comforting her troubled heart. Gently cupping his cheeks in her trembling hands, Sicil pressed her lips to his, in a long, tender kiss, each brush igniting a flame of desire deep within her. She lingered there, savoring the taste of his lips, the softness of his touch, and the electricity that crackled between them. Sicil's affection overflowed, spilling out in waves of tenderness and longing. With a soft murmur, she pressed kisses to his closed eyes, his flushed cheeks, and finally, to the very center of his being, his heart. Resting her head against his chest, she drank in the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, finding solace in its steady cadence. Bewildered by her sudden display of emotion, Ethan could not help but voice his concern. "Is everything all right, Sicil?" he asked, his voice laced with worry as he searched her eyes for answers. In response, Sicil only tightened her embrace, seeking refuge in the safety of his arms. "Promise me you'll never leave me alone," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath against his skin. Without hesitation, Ethan made his vow. "I promise," his voice resolute and unwavering as he pledged his loyalty to her. In that fleeting moment, as they sat entwined in a cocoon of love and uncertainty, Sicil made a silent vow of her own. She swore to herself that she would hold on to Ethan with all her strength, refusing to let go of the love that had blossomed between them, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. But as her mind settled and found peace with Ethan by his side, her mind wandered further. This time, another question surfaced. Could she live without Sebastian? The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, casting a shadow over the warmth of Ethan's embrace. Suddenly, Ethan's arms felt less like a sanctuary and more like a cage, trapping her in a world where she was torn between loyalty and desire. The weight of guilt pressed down on her as she struggled to free herself from Ethan's embrace, her movements betraying the turmoil raging within her. But Ethan, oblivious to Sicil's inner turmoil, misinterpreted her actions. Assuming her desire for a tighter embrace and another kiss, he moved to pull her closer, his intentions innocent and affectionate. With a gentle yet firm grip, Ethan pulled Sicil closer, intending to envelop her in a warm embrace. His touch, once a source of comfort, now sent a shiver of unease down her spine. As he lowered her down onto the blanket, his intent clear, Sicil's heart pounded in her chest, a sense of dread tightening its grip around her. For a brief moment, Sicil considered yielding to the familiarity of Ethan's embrace, to let herself be carried away by the illusion of security it offered. But as his lips touched hers, she recoiled instinctively, her body tensing against his touch. The once familiar and comforting gesture now felt suffocating to Sicil, her mind clouded with guilt and uncertainty. The intimacy that had been natural and effortless just moments ago now felt like a betrayal in Sicil's conflicted mind. She could not bear the weight of her own conscience, the thought of being unfaithful to Sebastian tearing at her soul. With a sudden surge of resolve, Sicil stood up abruptly, her movements abrupt and jarring in the tranquil setting of their picnic spot. Taken aback by her sudden withdrawal, Ethan paused mid-motion, confusion flickering in his eyes, evident in the furrow of his brow. "What's wrong, Sicil? Is everything okay?" he asked, his voice laced with concern as he searched her eyes for answers. With a nervous laugh and a forced lightness to her tone, she remarked, "If we continue to lie down here, we will never leave. And do not you forget, Tia is waiting for us. You do not want to be on the receiving end of her anger." Still visibly bewildered, Ethan hesitated for a moment before rising to join her. His expression softened with concern as he reached out to touch her arm gently. "Sicil, are you sure everything's okay?" he asked, his voice laced with genuine worry. Sicil forced a smile, but her eyes betrayed the turmoil roiling beneath the surface. "I am fine, Ethan," her voice unconvincing even to her own ears. "Let us not keep Tia waiting any longer." With that, she turned away, her steps brisk as she made her way back to the waiting motorcycle. Ethan followed suit, his gaze lingering on Sicil's retreating form, a flicker of uncertainty clouding his features. They rode towards Tia's place. The tension between them remained palpable. Sicil's heart weighed heavy with guilt and indecision, knowing that she could not continue to evade the truth forever. But for now, she pushed aside her doubts, determined to lose herself in the distractions of the day and postpone the inevitable confrontation that lay ahead. Mr. and Mrs. Turner's unwelcoming gazes met Sicil's upon their arrival, but Tia's voice chimed in from the living room, tinged with impatience. "What took you two so long? I have been eagerly waiting to share some news with everyone." Sicil managed a strained smile as she exchanged greetings with Ethan's parents. "Hello, Max. How are you, Mary?" She could not shake the undercurrent of disapproval that lingered in Mr. Turner's eyes. His gaze bore into hers, a reminder of the tensions that simmered between them, while Mrs. Turner offered a sympathetic glance, her eyes reflecting a depth of understanding and warmth. Tia's insistence pulled their attention back to the present moment. As Tia and Alex stood hand in hand, their faces radiant with joy, they both exclaimed, their voice filled with excitement and happiness. "We're pregnant!" A wave of elation swept through the room, washing away any lingering tension or differences. Sicil could not help but smile as she witnessed the genuine joy on everyone's faces. "Congratulations!" she chimed in, her voice excited and marked with sincerity. Max's stern expression softened into a grin as he offered his congratulations. "That's fantastic news, Tia," his eyes gleaming with happiness, and then he gave Alex a tight hug. Mary's eyes sparkled with tears of joy as she enveloped Tia and Alex in a warm embrace. "I'm so happy for you both," she whispered, her voice choked with emotion. Amidst the laughter and hugs, the room was filled with an overwhelming sense of love and celebration. For that moment, all differences were forgotten, replaced by the happiness of welcoming a new life into the family. Ethan's heart swelled with joy at the thought of becoming an uncle. He could not contain his excitement as he imagined all the adventures and memories he would share with his future niece or nephew. "I can't wait to spoil them rotten!" he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sicil could not help but admire the glow that seemed to envelop Tia. "You look absolutely radiant, Tia," she remarked, her voice filled with genuine admiration. "Motherhood suits you already." As the afternoon sun cast a warm glow through the windows of Tia's cozy apartment, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement and familial chatter. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, Tia, ever the playful one, turned to Sicil and Ethan with a mischievous glint in her eye. "So, when can we expect the next big announcement from you two?" Tia's question hung in the air, laced with anticipation and a hint of teasing. Sicil's cheeks flushed slightly, caught off guard by the directness of Tia's inquiry. She exchanged a quick glance with Ethan, their eyes meeting in silent communication. Despite the unexpectedness of the question, there was an understanding between them, a silent agreement to navigate the moment together. Ethan, ever the composed one, offered a reassuring smile. "Well, Tia, you know us. We are taking things one step at a time, but who knows, maybe sooner than you think." Sicil nodded in agreement, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. "Exactly. You will be the first to know when there is something to announce." While Mr. Turner went very stiff and visibly paler observing the exchange, his expression unreadable, Mrs. Turner leaned in with a knowing smile, her eyes sparkling with warmth and understanding. "Oh, give them time, Tia. Love has its own timetable, doesn't it?" Tia grinned, relenting under Mary's gentle reassurance. "All right, I will be patient, but do not keep us waiting too long," she teased, the tension dissolving into laughter as the family returned to celebrating the joyous occasion of Tia and Alex's impending parenthood. With hearts full of love and anticipation, they embraced the future together, united in the bonds of family. Later in the evening, Mr. and Mrs. Turner said their well wishes again to Tia and Alex and left for their home. Moved by the joy of the day and the comforting atmosphere, Ethan drew Sicil closer to him. Gently on the couch, he enveloped Sicil in his arms, a familiar and tender gesture that spoke of their deep connection. Without hesitation, he pressed a sweet and unguarded kiss on her lips, moving her to his lap and embracing her in a gentle cradle, a manifestation of the deep and passionate warmth and love they had for each other. Their kiss carried a blend of familiarity and reassurance. Sicil could feel the echoes of the comfort of a love that had weathered storms and celebrated joys. There was a simplicity in the way Ethan held her, a gesture of their enduring love, simple yet profound. As they neared Sicil's home, Ethan turned to her with a sincere expression, his eyes reflecting the genuine gratitude he felt. "Thank you for today," he said softly, his voice carrying a warmth. Then he enveloped Sicil in a comforting embrace and murmured in her ears, "Never think you are alone. I will always be there for you no matter what happens." With a heartfelt smile, she nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for the presence of Ethan in her life, and kissed him goodnight before he left. Sicil entered the house and Jane noticed the lingering smile on her daughter's face as she came in and decided to check on her day. "You look happy, Sicil. What's the good news?" Jane asked, her curiosity piqued as she followed her into the room. Sicil turned, her smile bright. "Tia and Alex are expecting a baby!" Jane's face lit up. "Oh, that's such lovely news. I'm happy for them. Tia is Ethan's sister, right?" "Yes," Sicil nodded, the smile lingering, but there was a subtle tension in her eyes. Jane noticed the change. "You seem happy for them, but something's bothering you, isn't it?" Sicil sighed, sitting down on her bed. It's complicated, Mum. I'm thrilled for Tia and Alex, but it makes me think about my own situation with Ethan. You know how Dad feels about us?" Jane sat beside her, her expression softening. "Your father does have his opinions, but it's because he worries about you. He thinks Sebastian would be a better match for you, given the history and how well he knows you." Sicil looked down at her hands, her voice barely above a whisper. "I know, and sometimes I think he might be right. Sebastian, he understands so much about me. He's been there through everything. But then there's Ethan. He makes me feel alive, like I can be completely myself with him." Jane listened intently, sensing the turmoil in her daughter's voice. "You sound torn, sweetheart." "I am," Sicil admitted, her eyes filling with uncertainty. "I love Ethan, I really do. But when I'm with Sebastian, it feels like coming home. He knows me in a way no one else does. I just don't know if that's because of our history, or if it's something deeper. I'm so confused, Mum." Jane took a deep breath, wrapping an arm around Sicil's shoulder. "I can see why you're feeling this way. Both men mean a lot to you, but in very different ways. And it's okay to be confused. Love isn't always simple or straightforward." Sicil looked at her mother, eyes pleading for advice. "What do I do, Mum? How do I choose between them?" Jane smiled gently. "The truth is, no one can make this decision for you, not even your father or me. I understand why your dad prefers Sebastian. He sees him as a safe choice, someone who knows our family, you, and who he trusts. Sebastian has loved you all his life. There has never been anyone in his life since you were born. But this isn't about what he or we want. It's about what you want, what makes you truly happy." Sicil nodded slowly. "I don't want to hurt either of them. But I also don't want to make a choice based on what everyone else expects of me." "And you shouldn't," Jane said firmly. "This is your life, Sicil. You need to follow your heart, even if it's hard. It's okay to take your time figuring it out. Just know that whatever decision you make, I will support you. And so will your father, even if it takes him some time to come around." Tears welled up in Sicil's eyes, and she leaned into her mother's embrace. "Thank you, Mum. I needed to hear that." Jane kissed her daughter's forehead. "I just want you to be happy, my darling. Whatever choice you make, it will be the right one if it's what your heart truly wants." Sicil pulled back and gave her mother a grateful smile. "I love you, Mum. I love you too, Sicil. And no matter what, you have my full support." When Jane left her room, Sicil felt peace. And just when changed into her pajamas to call it a night, she received a message on her phone. She opened the message thinking, who could it be so late in the night? "Sebastian, hope you had a good day at Tia's, Sicil. It was wonderful. Tia and Alex shared the big news. They are expecting." Sicil felt a mix of emotions as she typed. Excited for Tia's news, she wanted to share her joy with him but was unsure how he would react. "Sebastian, that's amazing news. Please convey my congratulations to them." Sebastian smiled at his phone, genuinely happy for Tia and Alex. Yet a twinge of jealousy tugged at him, thinking about Sicil sharing her day with Ethan. "Sicil, thanks. So, what's up?" "Sebastian, I have something to show you. Can you meet right now?" Sebastian hesitated before sending that message. He wanted to see her and show her what he had created when she was away. "Sicil, what? Right now? Can it not wait till tomorrow morning?" Sicil's curiosity got the better of her, but she also wanted to delay the meeting, unsure of what Sebastian had in store. A mix of curiosity and nervousness filled her as she waited for his response. "Sebastian, it is a surprise, trust me. Open the door silently. Don't wake up your parents." Sebastian could not help but smile as he sent the last message. He hoped she would like his surprise. Sicil cautiously opened the door, and the memories of sneaking around with Sebastian flooded back. It was a reminiscent echo of their adventurous youth when they navigated the house without making a sound, venturing into the night for clubbing in Sebastian's then-new car. The dim glow of the hallway revealed Sebastian standing outside her door, a half smile on his face, reminiscent of the mischief they once had. "Welcome back to the secret escapades," Sebastian whispered playfully, a glint of nostalgia in his eyes. Sicil could not help but reciprocate the smile. A mixture of uncertainty and curiosity etched on her face. The room held the weight of their history, and in that moment, she wondered if Sebastian's surprise would transport them back to a simpler time. In the soft glow of the room, Sebastian revealed his masterpiece. A stunning mural that encapsulated the essence of their history, frozen in moments from their childhood to the present. Sicil stood in awe as she took in the vibrant colours and intricate details that Sebastian had painstakingly brought to life. The mural told a story of laughter, secrets, and the connection between two souls. Each stroke of the brush carried a piece of their journey, making the walls come alive with the echoes of their past. Sicil's eyes traced the contours of their youthful adventures, the subtle nuances of their evolving relationship, all immortalized on the canvas of her bedroom. She stood there, unable to form a word, and Sebastian watched her reaction, with vulnerability in his gaze. The love language of the mural conveyed more than words ever could, a silent plea for understanding and an acknowledgement of his feelings for her. Moved by the depth of Sebastian's gesture, Sicil felt a wave of emotions cascade through her. It was a poignant moment, a bridge between their past and the present. The mural stood as a declaration of Sebastian's love. After a long silence with a mixture of awe and gratitude, Sicil finally said, "This, Seb, it is incredible. I do not even know where to start and what to say." Sebastian smiled, a hint of nervousness in his expression. "I am glad you like it, Sicil. I wanted to capture all those moments we have shared, from our childhood adventures to our present journey together." Sicil reached out to touch one of the painted scenes, her voice filled with wonder. "You have captured everything so perfectly. It is like reliving those memories all over again." Sebastian nodded, his eyes shining with emotion. "That is what I hoped to do. I wanted to create something that would remind us of all the joy and love we have had, even during tough times." Sicil turned back to the mural, her heart swelling with affection. "You have done that, and more, Seb. This means everything to me." Sebastian stepped closer, his hand finding hers as he spoke softly. "You mean everything to me, Sicil. I wanted to show you just how much you have impacted my life, how much I cherish every moment we have had together." Tears welled up in Sicil's eyes, overwhelmed by Sebastian's words and the depth of his gesture. "Thank you for everything, Seb." Sebastian pulled her into a warm embrace, his voice filled with warmth. "You don't have to say anything, Sicil." Sicil's tears dampened Sebastian's shirt, and she trembled with emotion, her words muffled by her sobs. "I am sorry, Seb. I am so sorry." Sebastian's arms tightened around her, his voice soft and reassuring. "Shh. It is okay, Sicil. You do not have to apologize, I understand." But Sicil persisted, her voice wavering with emotion. "I have been so caught up in everything, I did not realize how much you have been there for me, how much you have done." Sebastian gently tilted her chin up, meeting her teary gaze with warmth in his eyes. "I have always been here for you, Sicil, and I always will be. You do not have to go through anything alone." Sicil buried her face in his chest, the weight of her emotions overwhelming her. "I don't know what to do anymore. You mean so much to me." Sebastian's fingers brushed through her hair soothingly. "You do not have to figure it all out now, Sicil. Just know that I am here and I am not going anywhere." Sicil's sobs gradually subsided. She clung to Sebastian as if he were her lifeline, finding comfort in his presence. She drifted off to sleep in his arms, sitting on her bed. Sebastian held her throughout the night, his arms providing warmth and comfort. As dawn broke and the first light of morning reflected through the window, Sebastian eventually dozed off too, still holding her close in his arms. Sicil, now awake, looked at Sebastian with a tender expression. The events of the night before played in her mind like a reel, and she could not help but be moved by the depth of Sebastian's feelings. The room gradually brightened, but Sicil hesitated to disturb the peaceful scene. So she glanced at the mural, a visual narrative of their journey, and felt a surge of gratitude for the man who had held her through the night. Uncertain about how to proceed, she decided to wait for Sebastian to wake up naturally. The morning sun continued its ascent, casting a warm radiance on the room. Still nestled in Sebastian's arms, Sicil watched Sebastian with dotting eyes as he began to stir, his eyes fluttering open. There was a moment of recognition, an acknowledgement of the intimacy they had throughout the night. "Good morning," Sebastian whispered, his voice a gentle murmur. Sicil smiled in response, savouring the quiet beauty of the morning. "Good morning, Seb," she whispered back, her voice a soft melody in their tranquil space. In that tender moment, suspended in the timeless embrace, they heard Jane and Albert's voices approaching. They exchanged a startled glance, realizing the precariousness of their situation. With an urgency, they understood the need for Sebastian to make a swift exit before Sicil's parents entered the room. In a hushed tone, Sicil whispered, "Seb, you have to go, quick, through the window." Sebastian nodded, his expression reluctant. "I will see you soon, Sicil," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. With a nod of understanding, Sebastian moved swiftly to the window, his movements careful and calculated to avoid detection. As he climbed out, Sicil watched with a mixture of anxiety and longing, her heart racing at the thought of their clandestine encounter being discovered. Once outside, Sebastian turned back to Sicil. "Take care, Sicil. I will see you during the day," he said softly, his words carrying a promise while his eyes filled with affection. Sicil managed a small smile, her heart heavy with the weight of their parting. "You too, Sebastian. Be safe," she replied, her voice barely audible over the rustle of the curtains. With one final glance, Sebastian blew her a gentle kiss before disappearing. As Sicil closed the window behind him, she took a deep breath, steeling herself for the imminent arrival of her parents. Moments later, Jane and Albert entered the room, their concerned expressions softened by the sight of Sicil. "Good morning, sweetheart. Is everything all right?" Jane asked, her tone laced with maternal concern. Sicil nodded, offering a reassuring smile. "Yes, Mum, everything is fine. Just enjoying a lazy morning," she replied, her words masking the unrest of emotions swirling within. As her parents settled into the room, Sicil could not help but steal a glance at the window, her thoughts lingering on Sebastian and the fleeting moments they had together. Though he was gone now, his presence lingered in the air. Jane and Albert shared their plans to spend the day at Wilson's farm. Cecil's eyes lit up with excitement. The prospect of spending quality time with her parents and Sebastian's family filled her heart with joy. "I would love to join you," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm bubbling over. "It's been ages since we all visited the farm together. It sounds perfect." Jane's smile widened, clearly pleased. "Wonderful! We'll enjoy the fresh air, explore the farm, enjoy the sea, and maybe even pick some fruit if we're lucky," she replied warmly. Albert's eyes twinkled with hope. "It'll be a great chance to catch up with everyone and soak in the countryside," he added, sharing a look with Jane as they both sensed the potential of the day ahead. Overflowing with excitement, Sicil wrapped her arms around her parents in a warm hug. "This is going to be the best day ever. I can already picture it, spending the whole day with my toes in the sea." With plans in place for a day of outdoor adventure, Sicil felt a surge of happiness washes over her. The opportunity to bond with her and Sebastian's family in the idyllic setting of Wilson's farm promised to be a memorable experience, filled with laughter and love. The sun-drenched day painted the landscape with hues of warmth. Sebastian, with a playful gleam in his eyes, decided to lower the convertible top, inviting the gentle breeze to tousle their hair. Sicil, too, shared his enthusiasm for the outdoors and eagerly joined him. The other two cars, carrying their respective families, followed suit as they approached the farm. Upon reaching the farm attached to the private beach adjacent to the serene sea, Sicil could not contain her joy. With a carefree spirit, she kicked off her shoes, felt the soft sand beneath her feet, and dashed towards the water. Sebastian, too, donned relaxed linen trousers folded at the knees and strolled along the shore, observing Sicil's radiant face as she revealed in the embrace of the sea himself, creating a picturesque scene against the backdrop of the sparkling waters. Sicil splashed water, her laughter mingling with the gentle waves, and Sebastian could not help but smile at her infectious joy. "Careful not to get too wet, Sicil. We do not want you catching a cold," he called out teasingly. Sicil turned back, her face beaming with delight. "Oh, come on, Seb, live a little. The water feels amazing," she exclaimed, her enthusiasm contagious. Sebastian chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. All right, but don't blame me if you end up shivering later," he retorted playfully, his eyes sparkling with fondness as he watched her frolic in the waves. Meanwhile, finding comfortable spots on the beach benches near the house, their parents enjoyed the spectacle of their children's joy, the rhythmic lull of the waves providing a soothing soundtrack to the familial gathering, basking in the tranquility of the moment. Jenny remarked, "It is wonderful to see them so happy together. Isn't it, Jane?" Her gaze followed Sicil's playful antics. Jane nodded in agreement, a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, Jenny, it warms my heart to see them enjoying each other's company," she replied, her eyes reflecting the pride and love she felt for her daughter and Sebastian. Amidst their playful splashing, Sicil emerged from the water, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she grabbed Sebastian's hand. "Your turn to get soaked, Seb," she declared with a grin, pulling him into the water. Sebastian laughed, willingly allowing himself to be dragged in. "Remember, you asked for it," he replied, returning Sicil's playful energy as they engaged in a spirited water fight. Sicil, not one to back down from a challenge, grinned mischievously as she splashed more water at Sebastian. "You asked for it," she declared. Sebastian narrowed his eyes playfully. "Oh, is that so?" With a swift move, he scooped her up into his arms, lifting her effortlessly. Sicil squealed, clinging to his neck. "Put me down, Seb," she protested, though her laughter betrayed her delight. "With pleasure." Sebastian laughed, pretending to throw her into the deeper water. He let her slip from his arms gently, creating a small splash as Sicil landed with a giggle. "You are going to regret this," Sicil exclaimed, launching herself at him in retaliation. She jumped onto his back, her arms wrapped around his shoulders as she laughed uncontrollably. Sebastian waded deeper into the water with her clinging to him, his own laughter mixing with hers. "You've made a tactical error, Sicil. Now you're stuck," he teased, giving her a playful piggyback ride through the waves. Sicil laughed, her arms tightening around him. "Maybe I like being stuck," she quipped back, her voice filled with warmth. They splashed and teased each other, exchanging playful banter that only seemed to deepen their bond. The chemistry between them was undeniable, drawing smiles from their parents who watched from the shore. Jenny leaned over to Jane, her expression soft. "They seem so at ease together, don't they?" she observed. Jane nodded, her heart full. "Yes, they do. It's a beautiful sight seeing them like this," she said quietly, feeling a deep sense of contentment. As the sun climbed higher, Sicil and Sebastian finally emerged from the water, their laughter still echoing. Sicil's hair was damp, the strands clinging to her face, but she looked radiant. Sebastian reached over, gently tucking a loose strand behind her ear. "You look like a drowned mermaid," he teased, his eyes twinkling with affection. Sicil playfully nudged him. "And you look like a sea monster," she shot back, grinning. "Well then, this sea monster needs food," Sebastian declared, turning towards their parents. Jenny called out to them, "Lunch is ready. Come join us before the food gets cold." She waved, beckoning them over. Hand in hand, Sicil and Sebastian made their way back to shore, their fingers interlaced as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The sun warmed their backs as they walked, the sand soft beneath their feet. The sight of them together, laughing and carefree, brought a deep sense of joy to Jane and Albert. They shared a look, a silent acknowledgement of how happy their daughter seemed in that moment. As they gathered around the table set with a delicious spread, Sicil glanced at Sebastian, her eyes full of affection. "This has been the perfect morning," she said softly. Sebastian squeezed her hand gently under the table. "It's only going to get better," he replied with a smile, his voice filled with a quiet promise. As the lunch plates were cleared and glasses filled, the conversation naturally shifted to a topic close to both families' hearts, the upcoming Climate Quest event. Sebastian and Sicil exchanged a quick glance, a shared smile of excitement before diving into the updates they had eagerly prepared to share. "Things have been moving faster than we expected," Sebastian began, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. "We've secured a fantastic venue, the local art gallery. It's an inspiring space with its open-plan layout and natural light. The walls are lined with works that emphasize sustainability and nature, which is the perfect backdrop for our event." Sicil nodded, her face glowing with pride. "It's an ideal place to host the event. Plus, we've already lined up several promising sponsors. A few eco-friendly brands are coming on board, and we're in talks with some big names in the renewable energy sector. If everything falls into place, we're hoping this will be our biggest fundraiser yet." Albert and Arthur leaned in. Their interest piqued, their expressions serious but supportive. It was clear they were impressed by their children's determination and organization. Albert was the first to speak. "You've both done a tremendous job putting this together. The art gallery sounds like a wonderful choice. It'll set the perfect tone for the event. But tell us more about how you're planning to engage with the audience. How will you keep them involved?" Sebastian nodded, grateful for the engagement. "We're planning a series of interactive workshops on sustainable living. We've also organized a panel discussion with a few environmental experts to help people understand what they can do to make a difference. But we're trying to reach as many people as possible, so we're exploring some creative ways to connect." Sicil's excitement grew as she spoke. "We're also hosting a green market where local vendors will showcase eco-friendly products. The proceeds from their sales will go directly to the fundraising campaign. We want to inspire attendees to make more sustainable choices even after the event ends." Jane, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up with a thoughtful look on her face. "What about the children? If you want to ensure the sustainability message sticks, involving the younger audience is crucial. Maybe you could release a children's book that explains climate change in simple, engaging ways. The book could also show them how their actions, even in small ways, can help combat it." Sicil's face lit up at the suggestion. "That's a fantastic idea, Mum. A book would make the message more relatable for kids. We could have an interactive story session at the event, where we read the book to them and encourage them to think about how they can take action in their own lives." Sebastian grinned, clearly impressed. "I love it. It would be a great way to make sure the next generation is prepared and aware. Kids tend to be the best ambassadors for change, after all." Jenny, who had been thinking deeply, added, "I can connect you to KoRaVerse, a local publishing company that works extensively on children's educational content. They've done some incredible work in the past on projects that teach kids about sustainability. They could help bring this book idea to life and ensure it's both educational and fun." Sicil's eyes widened. "That would be amazing. Thank you, Jenny. It's exactly what we need. We'll be able to create a lasting impact, especially on the younger audience." Arthur, who had been quietly absorbing the conversation, spoke up with his characteristic practicality. "Don't forget the importance of post-event engagement. How will you keep people motivated after the event? It's one thing to raise awareness, but how can you turn that awareness into action?" Sebastian and Sicil exchanged a look, considering the question carefully. "We're already thinking about that," Sebastian said. "We're planning to send out follow-up emails with concrete steps people can take. We'll also be keeping the conversation alive on social media, sharing tips, success stories, and updates on how donations are making an impact." Sicil added, "And we're looking into organizing more events in the future, things like cleanup drives or tree planting days. We want people to feel like they're part of a community working together for the cause." Albert, his face serious but filled with pride, nodded approvingly. "I'm impressed by how well you're thinking through every detail. You've got a solid plan here. The community will definitely feel your commitment to the cause." Jane and Jenny exchanged glances, both of them clearly moved by the thoughtfulness and dedication in their children's plans. "To see you both putting so much effort into this, it's inspiring," Jane said, her voice soft with emotion. "I'm proud of the work you're doing. You've thought about everything from fundraising to engagement, and now you've got an educational component for the kids. It's the whole package." Jenny nodded, her eyes shining. We're with you every step of the way, whether it's helping with ideas, spreading the word, or making connections like KoRaVerse. You've got our full support. Sebastian smiled at his parents, feeling a rush of gratitude for their unwavering encouragement. Thank you, all of you. We couldn't do this without your support. It means the world to us. Sicil, too, felt an overwhelming sense of warmth in her chest. She looked around at the people who had always believed in her, and with a soft smile she said, "This is more than just an event. It's a movement, and we're so lucky to have all of you as part of it." The table buzzed with energy as the families continued to exchange ideas, each person contributing in their own unique way. It was clear that Climate Quest was not just a fundraiser, it was a collective effort, driven by a shared commitment to the planet, a sense of community, and a deep belief in making a lasting change. Feeling content after a day filled with joy and pride, Sicil prepared for bed. As she settled in, she noticed 2 messages on her phone, one from Ethan and the other from Sebastian. Ethan, "Hey, hope you are getting some well-deserved rest. The restaurant was crazy busy today." Sicil, "Sounds like a typical day for you. Take care and get some rest." Sebastian, "See you tomorrow. I will pick you up at 8. Ready for another week at work." Sicil, "Absolutely. Bring it on. See you at 8. Ethan, "Keep your Monday evening free. I'm making something special for you in the kitchen. Surprise." Sicil, "Oh, now you have got me curious. What is the surprise?" Ethan, "A secret for now. Just be in my restaurant kitchen by 8. You will love it." Smiling, Sicil replied to each message, expressing her own sentiments. She felt blessed to have both in her life, each adding their unique flavor to her days. With thoughts of the day and the promises of tomorrow, Sicil drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The next day at work flew by in a blur of contract reviews and decor discussions. With the art gallery chosen for the Climate Quest event, Sebastian and Sicil were deeply immersed in perfecting the finer details. As the sun dipped lower, casting a warm glow across their workspace, Sebastian set down his papers and glanced up, catching Sicil's eye. "Hey, any plans tonight?" he asked casually, though the question held a hint of genuine curiosity. Sicil looked up from her sketches, a small smile tugging at her lips. "Actually, yes. I'm meeting Ethan at his restaurant later. He said he has a surprise for me," she shared, the excitement evident in her voice. For a split second, something flickered in Sebastian's eyes, maybe a mix of curiosity and an unspoken emotion, but it was gone just as quickly, replaced by a warm smile. "That sounds great. I hope you have a wonderful time," he replied sincerely. Sicil studied his expression, sensing a subtle shift. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" she asked gently, her gaze searching his face for any sign of discomfort. "You're welcome to join us if you want." Sebastian chuckled, shaking his head. "No, it's fine. I've got a few things to wrap up, and besides," he paused, his smile growing softer. "It's nice that you two get to catch up. I know how much he means to you." Sicil's brows furrowed slightly, touched by his understanding. "You're really okay with it?" "Of course," Sebastian reassured her, his voice steady. "I know Ethan is important to you, and if spending time with him makes you happy, that's all that matters to me." He met her gaze, his eyes filled with a sincerity that made her heart swell. "Thank you, Seb," Sicil said quietly, her voice filled with appreciation. She hesitated for a moment before adding, "How about we spend some time together tomorrow, just the two of us?" Sebastian's smile widened, clearly pleased by her suggestion. "I'd like that. Tomorrow sounds perfect." As Sicil gathered her things ready to head out, Sebastian leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He had a good hunch about what Ethan might be planning, an early birthday celebration for Sicil. The idea warmed his heart rather than stirred any jealousy. He could appreciate Ethan's thoughtfulness, knowing that he was trying to make her feel special, just as Sebastian had his own plans for the next day. Watching Sicil leave, a gentle smile graced Sebastian's lip. He realized that despite any lingering unease about Ethan, it wasn't about competition or rivalry for him. It was about Sicil's happiness. And if spending time with Ethan brought her joy, he was willing to embrace that. Sebastian knew that love meant putting the other person's needs and happiness above his own insecurities. He wanted Sicil to feel cherished, supported, and free to nurture the relationships that mattered to her. Her laughter, her smile, that's what mattered most to him. And for that, he was willing to set aside his own feelings and be at peace with whatever brought light to her life. The atmosphere in Ethan's restaurant was intimate and inviting. The kitchen transformed into a private haven for two. In the far corner, a table was elegantly set, adorned with Sicil's favorite flowers, daisies, delicate and pure. The warm glow of candlelight flickered across the space, reflecting off the chilled bucket of wine beside a beautifully plated dish of grilled fish. As Sicil entered, she took in the cozy setup, her eyes widening in surprise. Ethan greeted her with a warm smile, stepping closer to press a gentle kiss to her cheek. The soft brush of his lips sent a shiver down her spine, and she looked up at him, touched by the thoughtfulness of it all. "What's the occasion?" she asked playfully, though the sparkle in her eyes gave away her delight. Ethan took her hand, leading her to the table. "Happy early birthday, Sicil," he murmured, pulling out a chair for her. When she hesitated, a puzzled look crossing her face, Ethan grinned. "I figured I might not get a chance to celebrate with you like this tomorrow, so I wanted to make tonight special, just for us." Sicil's lips parted in surprise. "I completely forgot my own birthday," she confessed with a soft laugh, a blush tinting her cheeks. Ethan chuckled, shaking his head as he sat down across from her. "You forgot your own birthday? Typical Sicil," he teased, his tone filled with affection. "Good thing I remember. I wanted us to have a moment, just the two of us, away from everything else." Reaching across the table, he took her hand in his thumb brushing gently over her knuckles. The warmth of his touch sent a comforting wave through her, and she squeezed his hand in return. "Thank you, Ethan. This means so much," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. For a while, they simply sat there, talking, laughing, and savoring the delicious meal that Ethan had prepared himself. The way he looked at her with such genuine affection and admiration made her heart flutter. It felt as though time had slowed down, leaving only the two of them in their own little world. After dinner, Ethan stood and extended his hand to her, a playful smile on his lips. "I've got another surprise for you," he said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sicil raised an eyebrow. "Another one? You're spoiling me tonight," she teased, taking his hand as he led her to a small makeshift stage set up in a cozy corner. "I figured we could have our own private karaoke session," he announced, handing her a microphone. Before she could respond, the familiar tune of "Nothing's Gonna Change My Love for You" filled the room. Ethan began to sing, his voice deep and soulful, pouring his emotions into every word. Sicil's breath hitched as she watched him, her eyes filling with tears of joy. She joined him, their voices blending together in perfect harmony, singing line by line, laughing at moments when their voices playfully clashed, but always coming back together, stronger. When the next song started, "Hero" by Enrique Iglesias, Ethan's eyes softened and he stepped closer, holding out his hand to her as he sang, "Would you dance if I asked you to dance?" Sicil's heart skipped a beat. She nodded, standing and slipping into his embrace. The warmth of his body against hers felt like coming home, and as they swayed gently to the music, it was as if the entire world melted away. His hands rested on her waist, pulling her closer, while she wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers threading through his hair. As Ethan sang the chorus, "I can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain. I will stand by you forever. You can take my breath away." He leaned in, his forehead resting against hers. His voice was barely above a whisper, filled with a raw, tender emotion that made Sicil's heart swell. She lifted her face to his, their lips meeting in a sweet, lingering kiss that spoke volumes of promises, unspoken words, and a love that ran deep. The kiss deepened, and for a moment, the music faded into the background as they got lost in each other. It was a kiss that felt like a new beginning, a silent vow that they would be there for one another, come what may. When they finally pulled back, both breathless and smiling, Sicil rested her head on Ethan's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. He held her close, his hands gently stroking her back as they continued to sway to the fading notes of the song. The clock struck midnight, and Ethan led her back to the table, where a small, beautifully decorated chocolate fudge cake waited, a single candle flickering atop it. "Make a wish," he whispered, his hands resting on her shoulders, his lips brushing against her ear. Sicil closed her eyes, the warmth of his love wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. She made a silent wish, her heart filled with hopes of endless love and happiness. When she blew out the candle, she opened her eyes to find Ethan gazing at her, his smile tender and full of affection. He began to sing "Happy Birthday" softly, his voice wrapping around her like a sweet caress. Sicil felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes as she looked at him, overwhelmed by the love she saw in his eyes. Without thinking, she leaned in and kissed him again, a gentle press of her lips against his, savoring the sweetness of the moment. "Thank you, Ethan," she whispered against his lips, her voice filled with gratitude. "This is the best birthday I could have ever wished for." Ethan cupped her face in his hands, pressing his forehead against hers. "You deserve nothing but the best, Sicil," he murmured, his thumbs brushing away the stray tears on her cheeks. "And I promise, as long as I'm here, I'll do everything I can to make you feel loved and cherished every single day." In that moment, wrapped in his embrace and surrounded by the glow of candlelight, Sicil knew she had found something truly special. It was more than just a celebration. It was a memory etched into her heart forever, a reminder of the love they shared that would carry them through any storm. When Ethan dropped her home, the clock had already struck 12:30. Sicil had barely changed into her favorite worn-out pajamas when she heard the gentle tap on her window. It startled her at first, but when she pulled back the curtains, her surprise melted into a beaming smile. There stood Sebastian, grinning like a schoolboy, holding a small chocolate cake lit with a dozen tiny flickering candles. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she slid open the window. "Sebastian, what are you doing here?" He lifted the cake a little higher, the candles reflecting in his eyes like stars. "I couldn't let your birthday go by without making a fuss." "Happy birthday, Sicil," he said, his voice brimming with affection. Sicil giggled, reaching out to help him through the window. He clumsily clambered inside, still clutching the cake, and they both tumbled onto the bed, laughing. The room filled with the sweet scent of chocolate as she blew out the candles, making a wish she wouldn't dare say out loud. They sat cross-legged on her bed, a little island of comfort amidst the chaos of clothes and books scattered around. Sicil broke off a piece of the cake, smearing some frosting on Sebastian's nose. He feigned annoyance but quickly retaliated, smudging a dollop onto her cheek. Their laughter was easy, genuine, the kind that made your stomach ache and left your face sore from smiling. After a few minutes of playful teasing, they settled down, sharing the cake in companionable silence. It was Sicil who broke it, reaching for her phone to play one of their old favorites, Witchcraft by Frank Sinatra. As the familiar tune filled the room, Sebastian extended his hand. "May I have this dance?" Sicil's heart fluttered, but she placed her hand in his. "Always," she whispered. They swayed together, the small space between them disappearing as the music wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. Sebastian's hand was warm against her waist, and Sicil felt the beat of his heart sinking with hers. The world outside, with all its worries and what-ifs, seemed a million miles away. It was just them, in this moment, dancing as if it was the only thing that mattered. The song ended, but they didn't pull away. Instead, they found themselves sitting on the floor, backs against the bed. Sebastian's gaze turned thoughtful, and he looked down at his hands as he spoke, almost as if he were nervous. "Do you remember prom night?" Sicil laughed, nodding. "How could I forget? You were the most handsome guy there," she teased, poking his arm. Sebastian chuckled, shaking his head. "You weren't supposed to be there. I was shocked when I saw you working as a server. I almost dropped my drink." Sicil rolled her eyes, her lips curling into a smirk. "Well, someone had to keep an eye on you. You were with Lily that night and she was practically swooning over you. You didn't even notice her heart eyes, did you?" Sebastian blinked, clearly taken aback. "What? No way! Lily was just a friend," he protested, defending his shy old prom date. Sicil arched a brow, giving him a look that said, "Seriously? You're that clueless?" Sebastian caught her expression, and they both burst into laughter. But then Sicil's smile faded. Her expression softened, the mischievous glint in her eyes replaced by something more vulnerable. "You know," she started, her voice quieter, "after you left school, things were really tough for me. Nobody talked to me. It felt like I had become invisible overnight." Sebastian's face fell, his own smile vanishing. The thought of Sicil feeling abandoned and alone because of him twisted his heart. He reached out, gently taking her hand in his. "Sicil, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. I never wanted you to feel like that. If I could go back and change it, I would." The sincerity in his eyes caught her off guard. It was as if the years of unspoken words and hidden feelings were finally surfacing between them. She squeezed his hand, offering a small smile. "It's okay, Seb. I missed you." The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was filled with the weight of shared history, a moment of raw honesty that had been a long time coming. As the night went on, their conversation flowed effortlessly, like a river that had been dammed for too long and was finally free to run its course. They spoke of their dreams, Sebastian's plans to see the world, Sicil's fantasies of opening a little bookshop by the sea. They debated whether there was life on other planets, and if stars could really whisper secrets to those who listened closely enough. Sebastian glanced up at the window, noticing how the first hints of dawn began to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. He turned to look at Sicil, her face peaceful, her eyelids fluttering as she fought to stay awake. He pulled her close, and without a word, she rested her head on his chest. They lay there in silence, listening to the rhythm of each other's breathing. Before long, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep in his arms again. He watched her for a moment, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. She looked so serene, like she had not a care in the world. As the sun's rays crept into the room, Sebastian knew he had to go. He gently shifted her, careful not to wake her. With one last look, he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. "Happy birthday, Sicil," he whispered before quietly slipping out the window, his heart full yet aching. But he wasn't done yet. He had planned the rest of her birthday to be as magical as this night had been. With one last glance at her sleeping form, he left, already anticipating the smile he would see on her face when she discovered his next surprise. Birthday girl. A sleek black limousine pulled up to Sicil's doorstep early in the morning. The driver stepped out, handing her a small, elegant envelope. Inside was a handwritten note. "Happy birthday. The entire day is yours. Relax, indulge, and enjoy. Love, Sebastian." With a smile tugging at her lips, Sicil slipped into the plush interior of the limo. It whisked her away through the city streets, heading towards a luxurious spa retreat. The morning was spent in blissful relaxation, massages, facials, and the soothing scent of lavender filling the air. By the time she emerged in the afternoon, she felt completely rejuvenated, like every worry had melted away. As she stepped out, she spotted Sebastian leaning casually against the limo, his warm smile spreading across his face as their eyes met. "Ready for the next adventure?" he asked, holding out his hand. Sicil's heart fluttered at the sight of him, excitement bubbling up. She placed her hand in his without a second thought, grinning. "Absolutely. Lead the way, birthday planner," she teased. Together, they got back into the limo, which drove them along winding country roads until they reached a clearing. There, towering against the sky, was a magnificent hot air balloon, its vibrant colours illuminated by the afternoon sun. Sicil's eyes widened in pure delight, her expression akin to a child seeing fireworks for the first time. "Are you serious? A hot air balloon ride?" she exclaimed, turning to Sebastian, her grin stretching ear to ear. "This is incredible." Sebastian chuckled, clearly pleased with her reaction. "I figured we could use a little change of perspective. How does a picnic at 3000 feet sound?" he asked, his eyes sparkling with the same thrill she felt. "Like the best birthday surprise ever." Sicil laughed, squeezing his hand as they made their way toward the waiting balloon. Climbing into the basket, they stood side by side, watching as the ground slowly drifted away. The balloon ascended higher, lifting them into a serene blue sky. Below them, the sprawling countryside unfolded. Patches of green fields, winding rivers, and tiny cottages that looked like toy houses from their lofty view. Sicil inhaled deeply, the cool breeze kissing her face. "This is breathtaking," she whispered, her voice filled with awe as she took in the panorama stretching endlessly before her. Sebastian wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "It's amazing, isn't it? I wanted to do something special, something you'd remember forever," he said softly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Sicil leaned into him, her heart swelling with gratitude and affection. "It's absolutely magical, Seb. I've never felt so free," she murmured, her eyes shimmering as she looked up at him. They watched the landscape shift beneath them, basking in the golden glow of the late afternoon sun. It felt as if time had slowed down just for them, leaving them suspended in their own little bubble of joy, soaring above the world and the worries left far below. The world below them looked like a tiny painted scene, a patchwork of fields and little huts, dotted with grazing cows and winding rivers. Sicil leaned over the edge, pointing at a small cottage nestled among the trees. "Look at that tiny hut. It's so cute, like something out of a fairy tale," she exclaimed with a smile. Sebastian squinted in the direction she was pointing. "You think it's cute? I bet it's haunted," he teased, leaning closer to her, his arm casually draped around her shoulders. Sicil gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her heart. "How dare you ruin my fairy tale cottage, Seb? It's obviously a cozy little home where an old couple lives happily ever after, baking pies and feeding birds." Sebastian chuckled. All right, I see it now. An old couple sitting on their porch, probably arguing about who forgot to close the barn door." Sicil grinned, playing along. "And the husband definitely blames the wife, even though he's the one who always leaves it open." Sebastian laughed, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Exactly, and she just rolls her eyes and says, 'Sebastian, you're hopeless.'" Sicil gave him a playful shove. "Hey, are you imagining us as that old couple?" Sebastian flashed her a cheeky grin. "Who else? I can already see you waving your cane at me, yelling about the barn door." Sicil burst out laughing, shaking her head. "Oh, please, as if you won't be the one yelling at kids to stay off your lawn." As their laughter faded, a flock of birds flew by, their wings catching the golden light of the setting sun. Sicil pointed excitedly. "Look, Seb, it's like they're racing us." Sebastian nodded, smiling as he watched the birds glide effortlessly through the sky. "Think they know they've got competition?" Sicil leaned back against him, nibbling on a piece of cheese from their picnic basket. "Well, we have the better view, so I'd say we're winning." He kissed the top of her head. "You always have to win, don't you?" "Of course," Sicil quipped. "What's the point of racing if you don't win?" Sebastian grinned, reaching for a strawberry and holding it up to her lips. "All right, champion, here's your victory treat." She took a bite, her eyes fluttering closed as she savoured the sweetness. I could get used to this. Snacks, birds, and a beautiful sunset." Sebastian looked at her, his eyes softening. "Yeah, me too," he said quietly. The sky began to blush with hues of pink, orange, and gold as the sun dipped lower, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape. The view was breathtaking, but all Sicil could think about was the peaceful feeling washing over her, a feeling she hadn't had in a long time. She turned to Sebastian, a soft smile on her lips. "You know, I think this is the most perfect moment I've ever had." Sebastian's gaze met hers, his expression tender. "Me too, Sicil," he whispered. "I've missed this, missed us." Sicil's eyes sparkled as she gently squeezed his hand. "Well, we're here now, so let's make the most of it." Sebastian pulled her closer, wrapping his arm around her as they watched the sun slowly sink below the horizon. The world seemed to pause, leaving them in their own little bubble of happiness. Sicil rested her head against his chest, feeling his heartbeat steady and strong. "Seb," she murmured, her voice soft. "This feels like a new beginning." He kissed her forehead, his lips lingering there as if he could hold on to this moment forever. "It does," he agreed, his voice filled with quiet certainty. "And I promise this time I won't let go." For a while, they just sat there, wrapped up in each other as the sky darkened and the first stars began to twinkle above. It was as if the universe itself was celebrating their reunion, lighting up the night with 1,000 tiny sparks, guiding them towards whatever lay ahead. Under the deepening twilight, Sebastian and Sicil arrived at an elegant boutique, its grand windows softly illuminated by warm lights that cast a golden glow on the evening sidewalk. Sebastian gave her a playful smile as he opened the door, gesturing for her to step inside. "After you, birthday girl," he said with a wink. The boutique's interior was a haven of luxury, with rows of exquisite dresses displayed like pieces of art. The soft music playing in the background and the scent of fresh peonies created an atmosphere of refined sophistication. As they entered, a personal shopper approached them, her smile warm and welcoming. "Good evening, we've been expecting you," she said. "I've selected some beautiful options for tonight. Let's find something perfect, shall we?" Sebastian watched with an admiring gaze as Sicil was guided through the racks of dresses. She finally selected a stunning midnight blue gown. The moment she stepped out of the fitting room, Sebastian's breath caught. The gown draped flawlessly around her, hugging her figure in all the right places, the deep blue fabric shimmering like starlight with each movement she made. "You look absolutely breathtaking," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, his smile filled with genuine awe. Sicil did a playful twirl, the gown flowing gracefully around her. "Do you really think so?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with a mix of joy and anticipation. Sebastian took a step closer, his eyes locking with hers. "Without a doubt, you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," he said sincerely, his voice tinged with affection. Her cheeks flushed a light pink and she gave him a teasing smile. "Well, Mr. Charming, you sure know how to make a girl feel special." With the perfect ensemble chosen, the personal shopper discreetly left them alone, sensing they needed a private moment. Sebastian reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. "I have one more thing for you," he said, his tone soft as he handed it to her. Curious, Sicil opened the box to reveal a delicate necklace, its pendant shaped like a tiny daisy, the petals encrusted with diamonds that caught the light and sparkled brilliantly. Her eyes widened in surprise, her fingers gently tracing the pendant. "Seb, this is stunning. You shouldn't have," she murmured, her voice filled with emotion as she looked up at him. He smiled warmly, his eyes never leaving hers. "You deserve every bit of beauty in the world, Sicil," he replied. "This daisy is our symbol, remember? A promise that no matter what, I'll always be there for you." Sicil's fingers traced the delicate petals of the pendant, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "Of course I remember," she whispered. "I still have the daisy pendant you gave me on prom night. I used to wear it whenever I missed you," she admitted, her voice barely above a murmur. Sebastian's heart clenched at her words, his smile faltering for a brief second as he realized just how much his absence had affected her. Sicil clasped the new necklace around her neck, her hand lingering on the pendant as if it were a precious piece of their shared history. "Thank you, Seb," she said, her voice trembling. "This is perfect. I'll cherish it always." With Sicil now glowing in her stunning gown and the symbolic necklace, Sebastian took her hand, leading her out of the boutique. The limo awaited them once more, and together they made their way to the final surprise of the evening. The car pulled up to a charming venue strung with fairy lights, laughter and chatter spilling out into the night air. As Sicil stepped inside, she was met with a loud and joyous chorus of "Happy birthday!" Her eyes widened in surprise as she took in the sight. Friends, family, and even Ethan, standing among the guests with a big smile. She turned to Sebastian, her face lit up with delight. "You invited Ethan?" she asked, her voice brimming with disbelief and joy. Sebastian nodded, grinning. "Of course I invited Ethan. I wanted you to be surrounded by everyone who loves you. It wouldn't be a proper celebration otherwise." In that moment, surrounded by love and laughter, Sicil realized that Sebastian had given her not just a day to remember but a lifetime of cherished memories. The party was in full swing, the music loud and the laughter filling the room. But away from the noise, Ethan and Sebastian found themselves face to face, the air between them charged. It was a long time coming, this conversation. "Sebastian, I want to thank you for inviting me today," Ethan began. "It was thoughtful of you considering the circumstances. I know how much this day means to Sicil." Sebastian gave a curt nod, a faint smile on his lips. "I'm glad you're here. It's important for her to be surrounded by people who care about her." Ethan's expression turned more serious as he leaned in slightly. And since you're being considerate, maybe you should also give Sicil the space to make her choice without making her feel guilty, he remarked, his tone firm yet calm. Because from what I can see, she's already made her decision, Sebastian, and that choice is me. Sebastian's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of emotion crossing his face. You think she's chosen you? He asked, his voice carrying a mix of disbelief and challenge. Or is that just what you're telling yourself? Ethan's gaze hardened. No, that's what she's shown me. We've built something real together and she's happy with me. But you keep hovering around, making her feel like she owes you something, like she's betraying you by moving on. Sebastian's jaw clenched, but he didn't immediately respond, sensing the confrontation escalating. Ethan pressed on, his voice lowering, almost as if he didn't want others to overhear. If you truly loved her, Sebastian, why did you abandon her? Ethan's words were like a dagger, sharp and probing. Why did you leave her alone during the years she needed you the most? You vanished when things got tough, and now you're back, expecting her to just fall into your arms. Sebastian's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a mixture of guilt and frustration. He took a deep breath, his voice strained but controlled. I didn't abandon her, Ethan. You don't know the whole story. Then enlighten me, Ethan shot back, his eyes narrowing. Because from where I stand, it looks like you left her to deal with everything on her own. Sebastian's gaze softened, and for a moment the mask he had been wearing slipped, revealing a flicker of pain. I had to deal with difficult family circumstances, he began quietly. Things I couldn't avoid. Things that needed my attention. It wasn't a choice I made lightly, and it wasn't because I didn't care about her. In fact, it was the opposite. Ethan folded his arms, his expression skeptical but listening. And why didn't you tell her? Why didn't you fight for her then? Sebastian hesitated, his eyes searching Ethan's face as if weighing his words carefully. Because she was still a minor, and my feelings were too deep for her even understand, he confessed, his voice filled with regret. I knew it wasn't the right time to express my love. She was young, and I didn't want to rush her into something she wasn't ready for. I wanted her to grow, to make her own choices without feeling pressured by me. Ethan looked taken aback, clearly not expecting this admission. Sebastian continued, his voice gaining strength as he spoke. When she finally reached the age where I felt it was appropriate to tell her how I felt, life had taken us in different directions. The distance and time between us grew, but that didn't mean my feelings faded. I chose to care for her in the only way I knew how, even if it meant staying in the background. He met Ethan's gaze directly, his eyes filled with a raw sincerity. Love isn't just about showing affection or making grand gestures. It's about caring for someone's well-being, even if that means putting your own desires aside. I stayed away because I didn't want to disrupt her life. I thought it was better for her health and happiness. Ethan's expression faltered slightly, the conviction in Sebastian's words causing him to pause. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. And now? What do you expect now, Sebastian? You think you can just come back and claim her? Sebastian's gaze was unyielding. No, I don't expect to claim her. I'm here because I want her to know the truth. I want her to understand why I made the choices I did. And yes, I still love her, but I also respect her. If she chooses you, I won't stand in her way. I just need her to know that my love for her was never in doubt, even if I couldn't show it the way I wanted to. She deserved to know she was the only one I had ever loved and will ever love. Ethan looked at Sebastian for the first time. He saw not just a rival, but a man who had carried his own burdens, who had made sacrifices he hadn't fully understood before. I get it now, Ethan said quietly, his voice almost contemplative. You've got history, deep history. But Sebastian, it's not just about history. It's about who she is now and what she needs now. You've been a part of her past, but I've been here in her present. Sebastian nodded slowly, a look of acceptance on his face. You're right, Ethan. I can't change the past and I can't rewrite what's already happened, but I can be here now for her, as I've always wanted to be. And then, leaning slightly closer, he raised his concerns. Tell me, Ethan, his tone shifting to one of cold pragmatism. Can you really give Sicil the life she deserves? You're still building your career, finding your footing. You can't offer her the stability and comfort she's been accustomed to. You can barely provide for yourself right now, let alone a family." Ethan's eyes flared with a mix of anger and surprise at the bluntness of Sebastian's words, but he held his ground, remaining silent for a moment as Sebastian continued. "I, on the other hand," Sebastian pressed on, his voice gaining confidence, "can give her everything she could ever want: comfort, security, a loving family environment. With me, she wouldn't have to worry about the future or struggle through uncertainty. She could have the life she deserves, filled with love and support from a family who already adores her." Sebastian's gaze softened, but his voice carried a sharp edge. "If she chooses you, Ethan, she risks losing her family's support. You know that as well as I do. And with the demands of your growing career, can you honestly say you'd be able to give her the time and affection she needs? I'm already established. I have the resources, the time, and the commitment to make sure she's never left wanting." Ethan took a deep breath, his fists clenching momentarily at his sides before he forced himself to relax. He met Sebastian's eyes, his expression a blend of frustration and determination. "Sebastian, I hear what you're saying," Ethan began slowly, his voice steady despite the storm of emotions brewing inside him. "But you're wrong if you think that our love is dependent on financial stability or material comfort." He stepped closer, his voice lowering as he spoke with a quiet conviction. "Sicil and I have already been through so much together. We've faced hardships, we've struggled, and we've come out stronger because of it. We've built our relationship on trust, on shared dreams, and on the understanding that we're in this together. We don't need a cushy lifestyle to make us happy. What we need is each other." Ethan's eyes burned with sincerity as he continued, his voice rising slightly. "You may have the money, the stability, and a family ready to accept her with open arms. But love isn't something you can buy or secure with a promise of comfort. It's about being there for each other, about facing the unknown together and building a future side by side." He took a deep breath, his gaze never wavering from Sebastian's. "Yes, I'm still building my career. Yes, there will be challenges, but I'm ready to face them with her. I'm ready to fight for us, for the life we want to create together. I would rather struggle alongside her than live a life of comfort without her." Sebastian's expression faltered slightly, a flash of doubt flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected Ethan to counter his argument with such raw passion. It was clear that Ethan's feelings for Sicil were genuine and ran deep, challenging Sebastian's own convictions about what was best for her. Ethan, sensing the shift, pressed on. "And you know what, Sebastian? Maybe you're right. Maybe choosing me means Sicil won't have the easiest path, but it will be our path. A journey we take together hand in hand, no matter how difficult it gets, because at the end of the day, what matters most is the love we share, the life we build together, not the comfort or stability you can offer." He paused, his voice softening as he looked Sebastian squarely in the eyes. "You think you're the better choice because you can give her everything she could ever want. But what Sicil needs isn't just security or comfort. She needs someone who believes in her dreams, who's willing to build a life with her from the ground up. And that's what I'm here to do." Sebastian stood silent for a moment, absorbing Ethan's words. There was a flicker of something, perhaps respect, perhaps realization in his eyes. He straightened up, the confident smirk gone from his face, replaced by a somber expression. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, a rare moment of vulnerability showing. "You really love her, don't you?" "More than anything," Ethan replied quietly. "And if you really love her too, you'll give her the space to decide without making her feel guilty." "I can see you're serious about her, Ethan," Sebastian finally said, his voice low. "And I won't pretend that doesn't matter. But you need to understand, I'm not giving up on her either. I want to be the one who gives her everything, who supports her dreams and stands by her side. But yes, you're right. She deserves to make her choice freely. And if she chooses you, I'll respect that." Ethan's expression softened too, seeing a glimpse of the man behind the rival. "And if she chooses you, I'll respect it too. At the end of the day, we both want what's best for her." They stood in silence for a moment, the tension easing into something more like mutual respect. Then, without another word, Sebastian extended his hand. Ethan looked at it, hesitated for a moment, then shook it firmly. It wasn't a gesture of friendship, but it was an agreement, a truce. They both knew the fight wasn't over, not really. But it wasn't about winning anymore. It was about Sicil and what she needed. And in that shared understanding, they found common ground. The party was in full swing, laughter and music filling the air, but Sicil found herself momentarily detached from the scene. She was standing a few feet away, holding a drink in her hand, her gaze fixated on a corner where Ethan and Sebastian stood facing each other. She couldn't make out their words over the noise, but their tension was unmistakable. Their postures were stiff, eyes locked in an intense stare-off, like two warriors sizing each other up before a battle. Sicil bit her lip, feeling a pang of anxiety. She knew this confrontation was inevitable, but seeing it unfold was still unnerving. She could see Ethan's clenched fists at his sides, a sign he was trying to keep his temper in check. On the other hand, Sebastian had his usual cool demeanor, but a tightness in his jaw betrayed his calm exterior. "It looks like things are getting heated over there," a voice said beside her, pulling her from her thoughts. Sicil turned to see Ruby, her closest friend, and gave her a knowing look. Sicil sighed, her eyes darting back to the two men. "I knew this would happen eventually," she admitted. "I just didn't expect it to be tonight." Olivia, her other friend, crossed her arms, watching the scene unfold with a sympathetic expression. "Well, you've got two guys who are crazy about you. It's bound to create some friction," she remarked with a slight smirk. "But you can't just stand here watching them tear into each other. You should go talk to them, dissolve the tension a bit." Sicil hesitated, glancing back at Ruby and Olivia. "What if it makes things worse? They both have strong feelings, and I don't want to hurt either of them." Ruby placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, giving her a gentle squeeze. "You're not going to make it worse by being honest. They're doing this because they care about you, Sicil. But right now, they're just butting heads. They need to hear from you what you want. You're the only one who can diffuse this tension." Sicil took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the situation settle on her shoulders. She knew Ruby was right. If she didn't step in now, things could escalate. And the last thing she wanted was for the party to be overshadowed by a confrontation between the two most important men in her life. "All right," she said finally, straightening up. "I'll go talk to them." Olivia gave her an encouraging nod. "Good, and don't worry, we've got your back. Whatever happens, just be yourself. They need to hear it from you." With a final deep breath, Sicil set her drink down and made her way over to the corner where Ethan and Sebastian were standing, their voices low and intense. As she approached, both men seemed to sense her presence, their gazes shifting from each other to her, the raw emotion in their eyes making her heart clench. She knew this conversation wouldn't be easy, but it was time to face it head on. Her voice soft yet firm as she addressed Sebastian and Ethan. "Is everything all right?" she inquired, her gaze shifting between the two men, searching for any sign of resolution amidst the turmoil. "Why won't it be?" Ethan said, leaning in to kiss Sicil's cheek. "You look lovely tonight," claiming they both belonged together in front of Sebastian. Sebastian's gaze flickered momentarily, a subtle shift in his demeanor betraying a hint of tension. Sicil, caught amid their dynamics, felt a twinge of discomfort but masked it with a polite smile. "Thank you, Ethan," Sicil responded, her voice carrying a faint note of uncertainty. Ethan's lips curved into a satisfied smile, his eyes lingering on Sicil, as if to assert his presence. But Sebastian stepped in smoothly, his hand outstretched towards her. "Hey, Sicil, it is our song. Let us hit the dance floor," he suggested, a glint of determination in his eyes. Sicil's gaze flickered between Ethan and Sebastian, a silent plea for guidance echoing in her eyes. Sensing her unease, Sebastian's grip tightened around her hand as he led her towards the dance floor, leaving Ethan to stew in his own thoughts. "Sway With Me" played, and their bodies moved in perfect harmony, a testament to the countless hours spent honing their dance skills together. Each step, each turn was a seamless melding of energies between them. Sicil found herself immersed in the moment. The warmth of Sebastian's touch, the familiarity of their rhythm enveloped her, grounding her amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Ethan stood at a distance. Jealousy flickered in his eyes, an unsettling realization dawning upon him as he watched Sicil and Sebastian move as one. In that moment, he understood that their connection ran deeper than he had anticipated, a bond forged through years of love and understanding. The song ended and changed to lighter music, approaching them tentatively. Ethan cleared his throat to break the intimate silence between Sebastian and Sicil. "Mind if I join you?" he asked, his voice laced with forced nonchalance. Sicil's gaze flickered between Sebastian and Ethan, uncertainty clouding her features. Sensing her hesitation, Sebastian offered a tight-lipped smile, a silent nod of approval. "Of course," he replied with an underlying tension, and he went and stood at the same place where Ethan was standing some time back. When Ethan stepped onto the dance floor, Sicil did not know what to say. The melancholic melody of "How Deep Is Your Love" continued to fill the hall with their eyes locked, with a deep sense of warmth and affection. The night continued its revelry, but their exchange had planted seeds of doubt and introspection within both men, leaving them to ponder over the depth and nuances of the love they professed for Sicil. The unanswered questions lingered, leaving a bittersweet ache in their hearts. When the birthday cake adorned with flickering candles made its way to the center of the room with Sicil, Sebastian, and their family and friends by her side, the room erupted in cheers. Sicil blew out the candles, her eyes sparkling with happiness. The celebration continued with the air filled with the warmth and the laughter of friends. Yet amid the merriment, Ethan found himself standing alone. The pang of solitude echoed in his chest as he observed Sicil immersed in the embrace of her family and friends, especially in the companionship of Sebastian. He felt like an outsider, a figure detached from the closeness that surrounded them. Unable to shake off the feeling of displacement, Ethan made a quiet decision to leave, not wanting to intrude on the intimate moments shared by Sicil, Sebastian, and their loved ones. With a final glance towards Sicil, who was enveloped in the celebration, he quietly exited the scene. Sicil's gaze caught the fleeting figure of Ethan retreating from the celebration. A pang of guilt tugged at her heartstrings. She longed to reach out to him, to envelop him in a comforting embrace, and to erase the shadows of sadness that lingered in his eyes. But she found herself rooted in place, torn between her loyalty to Sebastian and her desire to assuage Ethan's sorrow. At that moment of indecision, Sicil made a silent vow to herself. She promised to revisit this moment, to seek out Ethan and bring back the light to his eyes. She could not bear to witness him in pain, knowing that her absence had played a part in his solitude. Determination filled her heart as she resolved to mend the fractures in their companionship, to bridge the gap that had formed between them. With a heavy heart, yet a resolute spirit, Sicil turned her attention back to the festivities, knowing that her path forward would require delicate navigation. But she was determined to make things right, to find a way to bring joy back to Ethan's world, even as she embraced the love and companionship of Sebastian and her family for now. Sicil knew she only had a few hours before Sebastian would pick her up for work, so she decided to make an early trip to Ethan's house. It was a spontaneous decision, but she felt an urge to see him, to clear the tension that had settled between them the night before. As she stood at Ethan's doorstep, holding the paper bag with a slice of her birthday cake, she took a deep breath. Her fingers nervously traced the edges of the bag as she debated if she should knock. Before she could second-guess herself, the door opened. Ethan stood there, his hair tousled, still in his comfortable pajama bottoms and a plain white t-shirt. The surprise on his face quickly turned into a soft smile as he took in the sight of her. "Sicil, what are you doing here so early?" he asked, his voice tinged with genuine surprise. I brought you some cake," Sicil stammered, holding out the bag with a shy smile. "You missed out on it last night, so I thought we could share it now." Ethan's eyes softened as he looked at her, his expression melting into one of pure affection. "That's really sweet of you, Sicil," he said, taking the bag from her. He glanced inside, noticing the neatly wrapped slice of cake. "You didn't have to, but I'm really glad you did." He stepped aside, motioning her to come in. "Come on in, let's have breakfast together. I was just about to make some coffee." Sicil walked in, feeling a wave of warmth envelop her. The familiar coziness of Ethan's apartment brought her comfort. The sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a soft glow across the room. She set the cake on the kitchen counter, glancing at Ethan as he moved around, grabbing mugs and preparing coffee. She noticed the easy smile on his face, a stark contrast to the tension she had seen in him the previous night. "I just wanted to make sure you didn't miss out on my birthday treat," she said playfully as she unpacked the cake slice. Ethan chuckled, his eyes reflecting a mix of gratitude and affection. "Well, I appreciate it, and honestly, I'm glad you're here. This is a nice surprise." They settled at the small dining table, enjoying the cake and a simple breakfast Ethan quickly put together. Scrambled eggs, toast, and freshly brewed coffee. The conversation flowed easily, shifting from the events of the previous night to lighter, more playful topics. "So," Ethan started, leaning back in his chair, "did you enjoy the party? It looked like you were having a great time." Sicil grinned. "I did. It was lovely seeing everyone, although I have to admit it was a bit overwhelming at times. But you know how much I love birthdays, even though I forgot mine earlier." Ethan smirked, taking a sip of his coffee. "Yeah, you've always been the life of the party. I could see that from a distance." He paused, his smile faltering slightly. "I'm sorry about last night. I know it was probably awkward with me and Sebastian being there in the same room for you." Sicil reached across the table, placing her hand over his. "Don't be. It's not your fault, and it's something I have to navigate. But I want you to know that I'm here right now, because I wanted to be with you." Her words seemed to lighten his expression. He squeezed her hand gently, the tension between them dissipating as they shared this quiet, intimate moment. Ethan's confidence grew as they continued talking. He felt a sense of reassurance having her there in his space, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Ethan leaned back in his chair, watching her with a look of pure contentment. "You know, it's mornings like this that I look forward to," he admitted. "Just us, having a simple breakfast, talking about nothing and everything." Sicil's eyes softened. "I feel the same way. It's these little moments that make everything worth it," she agreed. Ethan's face lit up with a thoughtful smile. "Have you ever thought about what it would be like to share mornings like this every day?" he asked, his tone suddenly more serious, his eyes searching hers. Sicil paused, taken aback by the question, but then she smiled, the kind of smile that reaches her eyes and makes them sparkle. "I've thought about it," she confessed quietly. "Waking up, having breakfast together, planning our day, it's something I could get used to." Ethan reached across the table, taking her hand in his. "Then let's make it a reality someday," he said, his voice filled with hope and confidence. "I know there are things we need to sort out, but I believe in us, Sicil. We've been through so much already. What's a few more obstacles?" Sicil squeezed his hand, feeling a wave of warmth and reassurance wash over her. "I believe in us too, Ethan," she whispered. "I really do." As the morning slipped away, Sicil knew she needed to leave soon before Sebastian arrived. Reluctantly, she stood up, gathering her things. "I should go," she said softly. "I have work, and Sebastian will be coming home to pick me up any minute." Ethan stood up as well, stepping closer to her. "Already? Can't you stay a bit longer?" His SS face faltered slightly at the mention of Sebastian, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Sicil smiled apologetically. "I wish I could, but work is equally important. I just didn't want to leave without seeing you." "All right," he said, standing up as well. "Thank you for coming over, Sicil. You've made my morning." Ethan's expression was a mix of understanding and reluctance. He leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Sicil too smiled, standing on her tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. "I'm really glad we could do this, Ethan. I'll see you later." He nodded, his eyes holding hers for a moment longer. "Definitely. And remember, no matter what happens, I'm here for you, always." With a final, lingering smile, Sicil turned and made her way to the door. Ethan watched her leave, his heart swelling with a mix of emotions, love, hope, and a newfound sense of confidence. He leaned against the closed door for a moment, feeling the warmth of her presence lingering in his home. This morning had reaffirmed everything he felt for her. Despite the uncertainties, despite the complications with Sebastian, he knew that their bond was strong. He believed in the love they shared, a love that had grown deeper with every passing day. Ethan felt a surge of optimism as he imagined the future, filled with countless mornings like this one, where they would laugh, share stories, and make plans for a life together. With a smile on his face and a renewed sense of hope, Ethan walked back to the kitchen, ready to tackle whatever the day would bring. For the first time in a while, he felt certain that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together. When Sicil stepped out of her car, she found Sebastian waiting at her door, his expression a storm of emotions, surprise, hurt, and a hint of anger. His jaw was clenched, and the usual warmth in his eyes had been replaced by a deep-seated frustration. "Where were you this early in the morning?" he asked, his voice edged with skepticism, a hard edge to his words. Sicil hesitated, knowing her answer would not sit well with him. "I went to see Ethan," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "He left last night without having the birthday cake, and I wanted to give it to him." Sebastian's expression twisted in disbelief. He laughed, but it was devoid of any humor. "So, you went to see Ethan," he repeated slowly, emphasizing the name. "At sunrise." His voice rose with incredulity. "Why on earth would you do that?" Her own frustration bubbled up at his tone. "I just wanted to make sure he got the cake. It was important to me," she shot back defensively. "Important to you?" Sebastian's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You could have waited until a reasonable hour. What if I decided to visit Lily at this time of day? Would you be okay with that?" "That's not the same thing, Sebastian, and you know it," Sicil retorted, her voice rising. "Ethan is my boyfriend, and I care about him. I wanted to make sure he was okay." "And what about us, Sicil?" Sebastian took a step closer, his eyes blazing with a mix of anger and pain. "Am I not important to you? Does what I feel mean nothing? How am I supposed to trust you when you run off to him whenever you feel like it?" Sicil's breath hitched at his accusation. She felt the sting of his words, and her defenses crumbled. "I'm not trying to hurt you, Seb," she protested, her voice breaking. I saw Ethan leaving alone last night, and it didn't feel right to leave things like that. I care about him." Sebastian's jaw tightened, his fists clenched at his sides as he struggled to contain the wave of emotions crashing over him. "You care about him," he repeated bitterly. "But do you ever stop to think how your actions might affect me? I deserve better than this, Sicil. I've been by your side since we were kids, through every storm, every heartbreak. And when I wasn't here for those 5 years, I had no choice. I was fighting my own battles, but I never stopped thinking about you. And yet, the moment I was gone, you chose him. You didn't even give us a chance." Sicil felt a lump rise in her throat, his words piercing through her like daggers. She blinked back tears, her voice shaking with a mix of anger and sorrow. "You left, Sebastian," she cried out, "and I had no idea how you felt about us or if you were ever coming back. I was devastated. Do you think it was easy for me? You were my closest friend, the one I always turned to, and then you were just gone. And when I came back," Sebastian interrupted, his voice raw with emotion, "I found you with him, with Ethan, the boy who swooped in while I was away. I waited for you, Sicil. I've been waiting for you my entire life, even when you didn't know it. But now I'm standing here, wondering if I've just been fooling myself all along." Sicil's eyes blazed with a mixture of guilt and defiance. "Ethan was there for me when you weren't. He loved me, he cared for me, and he never once asked for anything in return. He's been nothing but kind and selfless. I can't just throw that away because you suddenly decided you want more. It's not fair to him. He's been nothing but devoted, and his love is unselfish." Sebastian's face contorted with pain. "And what about my love, Sicil? Do you think mine isn't unselfish? I've loved you longer than anyone. I've loved you without asking for anything back, without demanding you choose me. But I'm done standing in the background, done pretending I'm okay with watching you be with someone else, while I sit here hoping you'll see me the way I see you." Tears welled up in Sicil's eyes, her heart breaking at the raw honesty in his words. She took a deep, shuddering breath. "I didn't know, Sebastian. I didn't know how you felt. You never told me. And when you disappeared, I was left alone, confused. Ethan was there for me when I needed someone the most. It's not his fault that we had a misunderstanding. It's not fair to him to just walk away because you want me to." Sebastian's eyes softened for a moment, his anger giving way to a deep, aching sadness. "It was never about being fair," he said quietly. "It was about love. And I've loved you, Sicil, always. From the time we were kids to now. I've loved you through everything, even when it hurt, even when it felt like it was tearing me apart, and I still do." The silence between them stretched, heavy and suffocating. Neither of them knew what to say to bridge the chasm that had opened up between them. They stood there, both breathing heavily, their faces etched with pain and regret. The words they had exchanged were like broken glass scattered at their feet, sharp and irreparable. Sebastian took a deep breath, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Without saying anything more, he walked to the car and opened the passenger door for her, a gesture that was painfully familiar, yet filled with a new, unbearable tension. Sicil hesitated, her eyes searching his for a moment of reconciliation, but all she found was a mix of sorrow and resignation. She slipped into the seat, the silence between them now deafening. Sebastian closed the door gently before making his way around to the driver's side. He slid in without a word, his face a mask of stoic calm, but his eyes betrayed the storm of emotions still raging inside him. They drove to the office in silence, the weight of their fight hanging heavy in the air. Sicil glanced at him several times, her heart aching with the urge to reach out, to say something that would make things better, but she couldn't find the words. And Sebastian, for all his usual charm and wit, remained stone-faced, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. As they arrived at the office, Sebastian parked the car but made no move to get out. He sat there, staring straight ahead, his knuckles white. Sicil opened her mouth to speak, but no sound came out. The rift between them felt insurmountable in that moment, filled with years of unspoken words, missed chances and regrets. Finally, without looking at her, Sebastian spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "You can go ahead, I need a moment." Sicil nodded, feeling a fresh wave of tears welling up. But she fought them back. She stepped out of the car, closing the door gently, as if afraid that even the sound would shatter whatever fragile things still remained between them. As she walked away, she couldn't shake the feeling that this fight had changed something irrevocably between them. And she had no idea how they would ever find their way back. Sicil entered the office hesitantly, the familiar space between her and Sebastian now filled with a heavy, lingering tension from their earlier fight. As she walked in, a few colleagues greeted her, wishing her a belated happy birthday. She forced a smile, offering polite thanks, but her mind was elsewhere, stuck on the hurt she had seen in Sebastian's eyes. She spotted Sebastian at his desk, already immersed in a call with a supplier. His voice was steady and professional, but there was a stiffness in his posture, a clear sign that the morning's arguments still weighed heavily on him. It pained her to see him like this, so distant, so unlike the Sebastian she knew. Sicil sat down at her own desk, trying to focus on the seating arrangement file for the upcoming event. She stared at the screen, the words and numbers blurring together as her thoughts kept drifting back to him. She glanced up occasionally, watching as Sebastian managed his calls and typed away furiously, but his usual energy was gone. His face was drawn, his eyes dull, and Sicil felt a pang of guilt twist in her chest. The clock ticked by slowly, each second stretching the silence between them like a taut string ready to snap. Sicil could feel the weight of the unspoken words pressing down on her, and she knew she had to do something. She couldn't bear to see him like this, especially knowing she was the cause of his pain. Finally, as lunchtime approached, she gathered her courage. Her voice was soft, almost hesitant as she spoke up, breaking the silence that had become unbearable. "Seb," she said gently, "would you like to join me for lunch? I think we could use a break." Sebastian's fingers paused on the keyboard, but he didn't look up. His jaw tightened for a moment, and when he finally spoke, his voice was flat. "I'm not hungry, Sicil. You go ahead and take your lunch break." Her heart sank at his response, but she forced herself to nod. "Okay," she murmured, trying to hide her disappointment. "I'll see you later then." She turned away, giving him the space he seemed to need, though it hurt to leave things unresolved. As Sicil left the office, she couldn't shake the image of his sullen expression from her mind. She knew he was hurting, and the thought gnawed at her. Even at lunch, sitting alone with a plate of food in front of her, she found it impossible to eat. The tension between them had stolen her appetite. She pushed the food around her plate absently before giving up entirely and deciding to return to the office early. When she walked back in, she noticed Sebastian glance up briefly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Back so soon?" he asked, his voice softer than it had been earlier. "Yeah," Sicil replied with a small, forced smile. "I didn't have much of an appetite." Sebastian's heart twisted at her words. He felt a pang of guilt, knowing he had contributed to her lack of appetite. He replayed their argument in his head, wincing at the memory of the mean things he had said. He had lashed out, driven by jealousy and his own insecurities, and now he didn't know how to take it back. He wanted to apologize, to tell her how deeply sorry he was. But every time he opened his mouth, the words seemed to stick, tangled up in his pride and his fear of making things worse. Instead of speaking, Sebastian decided to take a small step to show he cared. He ordered a tray of her favorite snacks, a quiet peace offering, an unspoken apology. When the snacks arrived, Sicil looked at them in surprise. She glanced at him and he finally met her eyes, his expression softer than it had been all day. "Thank you," she said, her voice tinged with a mixture of gratitude and confusion. Sebastian gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. He wanted so badly to say more, to explain himself, to beg for her forgiveness. But he didn't trust himself to speak. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he might say something that would only widen the rift between them. So he stayed silent, channeling all his energy into his work, his fingers typing furiously on the keyboard as he tried to drown out the voice in his head that kept berating him. He watched her out of the corner of his eye as she hesitated. Nut didn't pick any of the snacks. Her gaze fixed on her laptop screen, clearly trying to pretend everything was fine. He could see the sadness in her eyes, the way her shoulders slumped slightly, and it made him feel even worse. He clenched his fists under the desk, mentally kicking himself for being so harsh with her, for letting his emotions get the best of him. He had wanted to be there for her, to support her, but instead, he had only pushed her further away. The rest of the afternoon dragged on in uncomfortable silence. Sicil continued working on the guest list, stealing glances at Sebastian now and then, hoping for some kind of sign that they could talk, that he was ready to bridge the gap between them. But Sebastian kept his eyes trained on his screen, his face a mask of concentration, though inside he was anything but focused. As the late afternoon sun cast a warm golden light into the office, the mood remained heavy. Both Sicil and Sebastian were absorbed in their work, but the silence between them was almost deafening, each grappling with their own thoughts and lingering regrets. Hunger gnawed at them, yet neither had made a move to address it. A gentle knock on the door broke the stillness, and they both looked up to see Anna, Mr. Wilson's secretary, entering the room. She hesitated slightly, sensing the tension, but her usual warm smile didn't falter. "Hi, Sebastian, Sicil," Anna greeted cheerfully. "I have a pen drive here with the photos from yesterday's event. I thought it will make your day and give you guys some well-deserved break. You have been working non-stop today." Both Sicil and Sebastian perked up at her words. The thought of reliving the happier moments from Sicil's birthday celebration seemed like a welcome distraction from the current strain between them. For the first time that day, they shared a small, genuine smile. "Thanks, Anna. Let us take a look," Sebastian said, his voice softening slightly. He gestured towards the big projector screen, and Anna quickly set it up, inserting the pen drive and starting the slideshow. The first image to appear was a candid shot of Sicil laughing with her friends, her smile radiant and carefree. Sicil's eyes softened as she took in the scene, her mood lightening at the sight of her happy self. The next few photos captured moments of her and Sebastian together, their faces glowing with joy as they danced and celebrated the evening. Sicil moved closer, pulling herself next to Sebastian's on the couch they were now sitting on. Without thinking, she leaned into him, their shoulders brushing as they watched the slideshow together. The proximity felt natural, comforting even, as they shared a brief unspoken truce. "Look at us, Seb," Sicil murmured, pointing to a photo where they were locked in an elegant dance pose, her arms wrapped around his neck while he gazed down at her with an affectionate smile. "We were so happy yesterday." Sebastian's eyes softened at the memory, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, he agreed quietly. It was a perfect day. You looked so beautiful. Anna, sensing the shift in atmosphere, remarked, "You two look incredible together in these photos. It's clear how much love is there between you." Sicil gave a wistful smile, feeling a pang of regret for the morning's argument. "Thanks, Anna. It was a wonderful celebration," she replied, squeezing Sebastian's hand gently, a silent apology in her touch. He squeezed back, but his eyes remained on the screen, his expression wistful. Anna smiled to herself. "You know," she said, "I think you two need a moment. I'll leave this pen drive with you so you can look through the rest of the photos in private." With a knowing nod, she slipped out of the office, leaving Sicil and Sebastian alone. As soon as the door closed, the atmosphere between them felt lighter, almost as if Anna had taken some of the day's burden with her. Both Sicil and Sebastian glanced at each other, the silence filled with a mutual understanding. Sebastian took a deep breath, his eyes meeting hers with a mix of guilt and sincerity. I'm sorry, Sicil," he began, but she cut him off, speaking at the same time. "I'm sorry too, Seb," she said quickly. They both paused, taken aback by their simultaneous apologies, and then shared a small, awkward laugh. "Well, this is awkward," Sebastian chuckled. "Looks like we both want to apologize first, but I really should go first, considering I was the one being mean earlier." Sicil's eyes lit up with a playful glint. "How about we settle this the way we did when we were kids?" she suggested with a grin. "Thumb war." Sebastian raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. "Thumb war? Are you serious?" Sicil held out her hand, determined. "Absolutely serious. Either you let me apologize first or we play a thumb war to decide. Come on, Seb, it's been ages since we did this. Whoever wins gets to apologize first." With a chuckle, Sebastian took her hand, their fingers intertwining as they got into position. "All right, but don't think I'm going to let you win just because it's been a rough day," he teased. Sicil smirked. "Bring it on." They both counted down together, 1, 2, 3, go, and immediately launched into the game with surprising intensity. For a moment, the heaviness of the day melted away, replaced by the simple joy of a childhood game. They laughed and bantered, pushing against each other's thumbs, the tension in the room dissolving with each playful struggle. Sicil, determined to win, raised their joined hands high, and then dramatically pounced on Sebastian, trying to pin his thumb down. "Got you now!" she exclaimed, giggling as she tried to overpower him. Sebastian, caught off guard but unwilling to lose, wrapped his free arm around her waist to steady her, pulling her closer. "Oh, no, you don't!" he laughed, his eyes sparkling with amusement. With a swift move, he managed to pin her thumb down despite her best efforts. "Victory is mine!" he declared triumphantly, holding her thumb in place. Breathless and laughing, Sicil settled back into her spot on the couch, realizing she had ended up sitting on Sebastian's lap in the playful scuffle. She looked at him, still grinning. Okay, you win," she admitted. "I forgot how competitive you could be." Sebastian's laughter faded into a gentle smile. "I guess that means I get to apologize first," he said softly. His expression turned serious. "I'm really sorry for everything I said earlier, Sicil. I was out of line. I was hurt and didn't know how to handle it, but that doesn't excuse my behavior." Sicil's smile softened, her eyes full of sincerity. "I'm sorry too, Seb. I wasn't considerate of your feelings. You've always been there for me, and I don't ever want to take that for granted." They looked at each other for a long moment, the apologies hanging in the air between them like a fragile truce. Then, as if on cue, both their stomachs rumbled loudly, breaking the serious mood. They exchanged a startled look before bursting into laughter again. "I guess we're both really hungry," Sebastian chuckled. Sicil nodded, wiping away a tear of laughter. "Yeah, seems like it," she agreed. "What do you say we take a break and grab something to eat? There's a cafe just down the street." Sebastian smiled warmly. "Sounds like a plan," he said. He stood up, offering his hand to Sicil. "Let's go, and this time, no fighting, I promise." She took his hand, squeezing it lightly as she stood up. "Deal," she replied with a grin. When Sicil and Sebastian arrived at the cafe, the cozy atmosphere and the slight queue provided them with a welcome moment of calm after the earlier tension. They stood side by side, lost in their own world, unaware of Ethan's presence in the corner. Ethan, who was there for a business meeting with one of his clients, didn't immediately notice them. It wasn't until his client, Dean, caught sight of Sebastian and Sicil that their presence became unavoidable. "Hey, look! Isn't that Sebastian and Sicil?" Dean said in a low voice, nodding subtly in their direction. Ethan's curiosity was instantly piqued. He leaned in slightly, his gaze following Dean's, and asked, "Do you know them?" Dean smiled knowingly, a glint of familiarity in his eyes as he watched the couple. Who doesn't? They were the perfect couple back in school, and honestly, it's obvious they're still crazy about each other. They're like inseparable. It's like they've always been magnetic, you know? I've never seen a bond like theirs. Ethan felt a flash of doubt, something not quite aligning with what he had believed about Sicil and Sebastian. "But Sicil's dating someone else now," he said, trying to assert his understanding. But his voice lacked the confidence he wished it had. Dean didn't miss a beat, his expression turning slightly amused. "Impossible," he said simply, a touch of certainty in his voice. "Look at the way they're standing together. There's no space between them, no distance at all. I don't know how you don't see it. Back in school, Sebastian was always so protective of Sicil. He'd make sure no other guy even got the chance to get close to her. He was like a shield. Ethan couldn't hide his growing intrigue." "And Sicil?" he asked, leaning in a little more, now truly captivated by Dean's story. Dean smirked, his eyes flickering with the memory. "She was just as protective, if not more," he said. "I've seen it. She would chase off any girl who even looked at Sebastian the wrong way. There was this one time at prom. Sicil somehow landed herself a job as a server just so she could make sure Sebastian didn't even think about dancing with anyone else. Trust me, their bond is legendary. And even if Sicil were to stray for a while, all Sebastian would have to do is call and she'd drop everything to come back to him. No questions asked. That's how strong their connection is." As they spoke, Ethan's attention was drawn back to the couple as another woman approached them. He watched confused as Sicil's hand instinctively found its way to Sebastian's waist, her arm wrapping around him in an almost protective gesture. There was no hesitation, no second thought. It was a move, a quiet claim, declaring her territory, marking Sebastian unavailable for anyone but her. Dean watched this moment with a knowing look, a satisfied nod. "See? I told you, she's completely devoted to him. That's not just a girlfriend and boyfriend thing, that's a lifetime bond. I don't believe for a second that she could ever be with anyone else. She's too deeply tied to him. She'll never let go of Sebastian, not in a million years." Ethan sat back, the weight of Dean's words sinking in. His mind spun with the implications, struggling to reconcile what he was hearing with the connection he thought he had with Sicil. The unease crept up his spine, and for the first time, doubt began to claw at him, filling the space where his certainty had once been. He had always believed his relationship with Sicil was something special, that maybe, just maybe, he had a chance with her. But now, in the face of what Dean had shared, the realization was dawning. Sicil and Sebastian were something far more enduring. Their bond wasn't just a love story, it was a force of nature. "Third wheel," Ethan muttered to himself, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. The connection he had once thought was his alone now felt like a mere afterthought in the shadow of the undeniable history and devotion between Sebastian and Sicil. They were something unbreakable, something that no amount of time or distance could truly pull apart. The image of Sicil's arm around Sebastian, staking her claim without even thinking about it, played over and over in his mind. It wasn't just a gesture of affection. It was a gesture of ownership, of loyalty, and of an unshakable bond. It was a silent promise that no one, not even Ethan, could alter. His stomach churned. He didn't want to accept that he had been fooling himself all along. Maybe he had never been more than a side note in their love story, a footnote in their history. It was just a matter of time before Sicil and Sebastian would inevitably find their way back to each other, no matter how far they drifted apart. But slowly his heart changed. He wasn't willing to give up just yet. Ethan leaned back in his chair, feeling a surge of emotion he hadn't expected. Dean's certainty, his belief that Sicil and Sebastian's love was untouchable, started to feel more like a challenge than a fact. Was it possible that Sebastian and Sicil were meant to be? Of course. But the more he thought about it, the more it became clear to him. Ethan wasn't willing to accept that this love story was already written. He wasn't ready to be a third wheel yet. Dean had made it sound so final, like Sicil would forever belong to Sebastian, no matter what. The image of Sicil instinctively wrapping her arm around Sebastian's waist, staking her claim without hesitation, still haunted him. But in that moment, Ethan realized something vital. Sicil was not just Sebastian's. She was his too. They too had a very deep connection, and she had the right to choose who she wanted to be with. His heart clenched as the thought settled in. If Sicil is truly mine, I will not let her go without a fight. There was no way he would just stand by and accept defeat. He knew deep down that he shared something with her, something that didn't feel temporary, something that has only grown with time. As Sicil and Sebastian stood in the cafe, waiting for their server to lead them to their table, the last traces of the earlier tension began to dissipate. The quiet hum of the cafe and the simple meal ahead allowed them to settle into a comfortable silence. They were a unit in that moment, together, connected, in their own world. But that world was suddenly interrupted when a familiar voice cut through the air. "Hey Sebastian, it's been ages!" Lily greeted with a warm smile, her tone full of genuine surprise and affection. Sicil's heart skipped a beat as her eyes flickered to the woman approaching them. Lily, with an easy smile, her eyes lighting up as she recognized Sebastian. The immediate rush of emotions hit Sicil, fast and sharp. She had not expected this. Lily, Sebastian's old friend. A flurry of emotions rose within Sicil. Surprise, possessiveness, and a hint of insecurity. Instinctively, she drew a little closer to Sebastian, her fingers tightening on his waist, seeking comfort in his familiar presence. She couldn't help it. The moment Lily appeared, her protective instincts kicked in. Sebastian was thrilled to see his shy old friend and greeted Lily with old nostalgia. "Hey, Lily, long time no see." Turning his full attention to Sicil, Sebastian continued, his voice soft but warm. "Remember, Sicil?" he asked as he gently gestured toward her. Sicil's gaze flickered over to Lily, trying to hide the inner turmoil with a controlled smile. Her grip on Sebastian's waist tightened imperceptibly as if anchoring herself to him. "Hello, Lily. How have you been?" she asked politely, though there was a hint of something deeper, a subtle tension, a quiet wariness. She did not want to seem possessive, but she couldn't quite help the way the situation made her feel. Lily, completely unaware of the undercurrents between the two of them, offered a bright, warm smile in return. "I've been doing well, thank you for asking," she said, her tone light and breezy. She glanced at Sebastian, her expression easygoing, and continued, "I'm actually just here to meet my fiancé. He is running a few minutes late." At those words, Sicil felt immediate relief, sensing the subtle shift in Sicil's posture, how she instinctively drew closer to him. Sebastian's hand moved to her shoulder, offering a small, reassuring squeeze. It was a silent gesture, an acknowledgement of the quiet insecurities. Lily, meanwhile, obliviously continued, "Well, it was really good to see you both. I have to go now, though. My fiancé should be here soon," she said, smiling brightly before turning away. She excused herself, giving them both a polite wave. As she walked off, her easy confidence faded into the distance, leaving Sicil and Sebastian standing in the quiet aftermath of their brief encounter. Once Lily was out of sight, Sebastian turned his full attention back to Sicil. He looked at her for a long moment, a softness in his eyes that only Sicil could read. He could tell she was still processing, her thoughts working through the complexities of what had just transpired. But in this brief exchange, Sebastian had seen enough to know that Sicil still needed to feel that she had his undivided attention, especially after a moment like that. "Are you okay?" he asked gently, his thumb brushing over the back of her hand, a small but intimate gesture. Sicil met his gaze, her expression slightly clouded. "I'm fine," she replied, though there was a small, almost imperceptible quiver in her voice. "I just wasn't expecting her." Sebastian nodded, understanding the weight of her unspoken words. He knew Lily represented something to Sicil, something she couldn't just dismiss, but more than that, he knew that Sicil's reaction wasn't just about Lily. It was about what she feared in that moment. That perhaps she wasn't enough, that someone from his past could come and disrupt what they had. "Hey," Sebastian said, lifting her chin with his fingers so that she met his gaze. You have nothing to worry about. You're everything to me. Don't let anyone make you feel otherwise, okay? Sicil nodded slowly, taking comfort in his words. She knew he meant it. He had always been clear with her about his feelings. Still, she wasn't going to let that overshadow what she knew was real between them. I know, she said, her voice quiet but firm. It's hard sometimes. Sebastian smiled gently, leaning in to kiss her forehead briefly. We're okay. We'll always be okay. His words were more than a reassurance. They were a promise. The server arrived just in time to interrupt the moment, offering to take them to their table. As they followed the server, Sicil's hand found Sebastian's, intertwining their fingers as if to remind herself that no matter what happened in their past, she wouldn't lose Sebastian again. The earlier awkwardness from their run-in with Lily slowly faded as Sebastian and Sicil settled back into their groove. They were laughing and enjoying their burgers, diving into an animated conversation about their upcoming meeting with the editor from KoRaVerse. They were both buzzing with excitement about their children's book, Climate Quest, and how it could make a real difference in teaching kids about the environment. Can you imagine if we could get every child under 12 have their own copy, inspiring how they could lead the change despite their young age? Sicil's eyes lit up as she spoke, almost glowing with passion. It could be the start of something big, a real movement for change. Sebastian grinned, matching her energy. Yeah, it would be incredible. And with the editor on board, we actually have a shot at making this happen. We've got a strong team backing us now. Just as they were fully immersed in the moment, Ethan decided it was time to make his move. He had been sitting a few tables away, waiting for the right opportunity. Now that Dean had left, Ethan seized his chance. With a purposeful stride and a slight smile, he approached their table. Sebastian noticed him first, his gaze flickering over, and Sicil paused mid-sentence, turning her head as Ethan walked up. Hey, Sicil, what a surprise! Ethan's voice carried a hint of enthusiasm as he greeted her. She stood up to welcome him, and he leaned in to kiss her cheek, a gesture meant to stake his claim. Then, turning to Sebastian, Ethan extended a hand. Sebastian gave a tight smile but shook Ethan's hand without a word, choosing to keep things civil despite knowing exactly what Ethan was trying to do. He didn't want to make Sicil uncomfortable, so he held back any reaction even though it was clear Ethan had kissed her on purpose. Ethan pulled out a chair and joined them without an invitation, making himself comfortable. He leaned in with a wide smile. I just wanted to say thanks again for the cake this morning, Sicil. His voice filled with exaggerated warmth. It was really thoughtful of you. It honestly made my day. Sicil gave him a polite smile, but she couldn't ignore the slight tension that had crept into the atmosphere. This wasn't what she'd expected, especially not in front of Sebastian. She glanced at him, searching for a reaction, but his expression was calm, almost neutral, though she could sense a shift in his posture. It was nothing, she said lightly, though there was a subtle edge to her words. I'm glad you liked it. Ethan's smile sharpened, almost as if he were laying down a challenge. Actually, I was thinking it will be great if you drop by our restaurant tomorrow. I've launched a new dish and I'd love for you to try it out. You can help me name it. It's inspired by your unique taste. Sicil felt a swirl of emotions, pride for Ethan's dedication and a flash of discomfort at how pointed his invitation was only for her. She glanced at Sebastian again, trying to gauge his reaction. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were slightly narrowed, clearly processing Ethan's choice of words, especially our restaurant. Ethan was making it clear he wasn't stepping aside. He wanted Sebastian to see that he was very much part of Sicil's life. Sure, Ethan, I'd love to, Sicil replied, trying to keep things light. She turned to Sebastian, adding quickly, Seb, why don't you join us? I've told you about Ethan's restaurant, the Rustic Table, and it's really impressive. It's a perfect blend of sustainability and great food. Sebastian surprised them both by nodding with a smile. Yeah, I'd love to. I've heard a lot about it. It's only fair I check it out in person. He then looked directly at Ethan, his smile polite but with an underlying sharpness. And congrats on the new dish. I'm genuinely happy for you, Ethan. Ethan's smile faltered for a split second before he quickly recovered. Thanks, Sebastian. I appreciate that. His voice was calm, but there was a definite edge. "I know you both have a lot going on with your project, but it's good to take a break every now and then. It's important to enjoy moments like these before everything gets too hectic." He stood up. "I'll leave you two to your meal. Don't want to interrupt any more of your work. I'll see you both tomorrow." Making it clear to Sebastian that his meal with Sicil now is not a date, but work meal. Ethan gave Sicil a brief bear hug before walking away. As he disappeared from sight, the silence between Sicil and Sebastian felt almost heavy. Sicil exhaled a breath she didn't realize she was holding, looking at Sebastian with a mixture of guilt and unease. "I'm sorry," she started softly, but Sebastian cut her off with a gentle shake of his head. "You don't have to apologize," he said, reaching out to squeeze her hand reassuringly. "You're allowed to have people in your life, and I don't want you to feel like you have to explain yourself to me." Sicil relaxed at his words, feeling comforted by his understanding. As they turned back to their meal, diving back into their discussion about Climate Quest, she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for Ethan. He was pushing hard to make his restaurant a success, defying his father's expectations. It wasn't an easy path, and she admired his resolve. At the same time, she didn't want Sebastian to feel sidelined. It was a delicate balance, and she knew she had to tread carefully moving forward. The following day, after a long day at work, Sicil and Sebastian headed to the rustic table, Ethan's pride and joy. As they approached the restaurant, Sebastian paused to take in the view. The place had a charm to it. Warm lights hanging from the ceiling, rustic wooden tables, and a cozy, welcoming vibe. It was clear this place had Ethan's fingerprints all over it, from the carefully curated decor to the small touches of green plants tucked into corners, bringing nature inside. "Wow," Sebastian said, genuinely impressed. "This place looks amazing. You can feel the warmth the moment you walk in." Sicil beamed, pleased by his reaction. Ethan put his heart and soul into this place. He's been planning it for years. It's not just a restaurant to him, it's his dream come true. As they walked in, Ethan spotted them from across the room. He was chatting with a couple of staff members, giving final touches to a new dish, but when he saw Sicil and Sebastian, he excused himself with a smile and walked over to greet them. "Sicil, Sebastian, welcome!" Ethan's voice was friendly, genuinely glad to see them. For once, there wasn't a trace of the competitiveness that usually lingered when he and Sebastian were together. Instead, he seemed proud and eager to show them his world. Sebastian extended a hand with a friendly nod. "This place is impressive, Ethan. It has a great vibe." Ethan shook his hand firmly, a smile of gratitude on his face. "Thank you, Sebastian. I appreciate it. This has been our project for years. Alex, my brother-in-law, and my partner in business have been trying to make a space where people feel at home and also get to enjoy food that's both delicious and sustainable." Sicil's eyes sparkled with pride, and she couldn't help but chime in. "They worked so hard for this, you have no idea. And every ingredient here is carefully sourced. Ethan's really serious about sustainability." Ethan looked at Sicil, a hint of affection in his smile. "I couldn't have done it without your support, Sicil. You've been there since day one, tasting dishes, helping me figure out what works." He then turned to Sebastian, his tone enthusiastic. "Let me give you a tour if you've got a few minutes. I'd love to show you what we're trying to do here." Sebastian nodded, genuinely curious. "Absolutely, I'd love to see it." The three of them walked around the restaurant, Ethan leading the way. He showed them the kitchen, the heart of the place, where the chefs were busy preparing meals. He pointed out the open shelves stocked with fresh, locally sourced produce. "We get most of our ingredients from small local farms," Ethan explained. "Everything is seasonal, so the menu changes often. It keeps things exciting and ensures we're always using the freshest ingredients." Sebastian listened intently, impressed by Ethan's dedication. "It's a great concept, Ethan. It must be tough to manage, sourcing everything directly." Ethan nodded. "It is, but it's worth it. I wanted to build a place where people could not only enjoy good food, but also know they're making a positive impact. Every dish has a story." And with genuine dotting eyes and pride for Sicil, Ethan added, "And frankly speaking, Sicil's work on environmental science opened my eyes to this world. She is the true inspiration behind it. Sicil couldn't hide her smile, her eyes shining with love and embarrassment as she looked at Ethan. "Hey, now don't pass on all the credit to me." She turned to Sebastian and added, "Ethan is being modest and he's really serious about everything he does here, Seb. Ethan even visits the farms himself, building relationships with the farmers. It's a lot of work, but it's paying off." Sebastian looked at Ethan with a newfound respect. He had always seen him as a rival for Sicil's affection, but in this moment, he saw a hard-working, passionate man who was genuinely dedicated to his craft. It made him realize why Sicil admires Ethan so much. "This is really impressive," Sebastian admitted. "You've built something special here." Ethan gave a humble nod, a genuine smile on his face. "Thanks, Sebastian. That means a lot coming from you." "Please call me Seb. I can see why Sicil respects you so much," added Sebastian respectfully. As they wrapped up the tour and returned to their table, Sebastian leaned back in his chair thoughtfully. "You know," he said, turning to Ethan, "we're planning a banquet for our upcoming event. We've been looking for a catering partner who aligns with our values, especially since it's focused on sustainability and environmental awareness. What do you think about providing the food for it?" Sicil's eyes widened in surprise. She glanced at Ethan, who looked equally shocked but incredibly pleased. It was an unexpected but welcome suggestion, bridging the gap between the two men. "I'd love to," Ethan replied earnestly. "It would be an honor to be a part of something like that, especially considering the cause. Thank you for thinking of me." Sicil's heart swelled with happiness. Seeing the two of them find common ground, even if just for a moment, felt like a small victory. She reached out and squeezed both of their hands, her smile radiant. "This makes me so happy. You two working together." Sebastian chuckled softly, giving Sicil's hand a gentle squeeze back. "Well, it seems like we both have good taste, in food and in company." Ethan laughed, the tension that usually existed between him and Sebastian dissolving for the first time. "Yeah, it seems so." As the evening went on, the conversation between the three of them grew more relaxed, peppered with moments of laughter and shared stories. Just as they were finishing their main course, Ethan returned to their table with a gleam in his eye, holding a steaming bowl of something new. "I've got a special dish I've been working on," Ethan announced, placing the bowl in front of Sicil and Sebastian. "It's a curry, my own creation. I'd love to know what you think." Sicil's eyes widened in surprise. "A curry?" She broke into a laugh, a memory from years ago flashing before her eyes. Back in college, she had once dared Ethan to try something bold like curry beyond his turkey sandwich. He had grimaced and joked that he'd never attempt something like that. But here he is now, presenting his own version with a proud smile. Ethan seemed to read her mind and chuckled. "Yeah, I know what you're thinking. But I've come a long way since those college days. Go on, try it." He picked up a spoon, scooped a small portion, and gently held it out to Sicil. It was a small, intimate gesture, one that felt like a second nature. Without hesitation, Sicil leaned forward and took the bite, closing her eyes to savor the taste. The flavors were rich and layered, creamy with a hint of spice, the depth of the mushroom sauce blending seamlessly with tender chicken pieces. "Ethan," she murmured, opening her eyes to meet his. "This is incredible. I can't believe you made this. It's got such a unique taste. I think I can taste chicken and a hint of mushrooms. Am I right?" Ethan's grin widened. "You've still got that sharp palate of yours. I was going for something comforting but with a twist." "I'm glad you like it." Sicil's face lit up with a smile, the kind that crinkled her eyes and made her look like the carefree, playful girl Ethan had first fallen for. "You need to name this dish," he added, his tone teasing. "Come on, Sicil. Give it one of your classic quirky names." Sicil tapped her chin thoughtfully, a spark of mischief in her eyes. "How about Sicil's Dare Curry? Because let's be honest, you wouldn't have even thought of making a curry if it weren't for me daring you back in college." Ethan burst into laughter, and for a brief moment the two of them were lost in their own bubble. The ease with which they interacted, the warmth between them created a visible connection, one that seemed unbreakable. They laughed together, Ethan shaking his head at her suggestion but clearly delighted. "You don't really want to scare the customers, Sicil, do you?" he said affectionately with a mock horror. Watching this unfold, Sebastian sat quietly, taking in the scene before him. He had not seen this side of Ethan before with such clarity. It was obvious how deeply they understood each other, the kind of bond forged through years, experiences, laughter, and love. There was a lightness to their interaction, an unguarded love and mutual respect that wasn't forced or exaggerated. It was just there, natural and real. Sebastian felt a pang of something he hadn't expected: loneliness. He had left Sicil, thinking it was for just a little while and he will be back even before she could start missing him. And then he was stuck between responsibility and love. He had to convince himself that letting her have her space the right decision, for health and well-being. And as he watched Ethan and Sicil share this private moment, he realized what he was losing. He swallowed hard, trying to keep his face neutral, but a part of him couldn't help but feel the weight of his choices pressing down on him. He'd been the one to walk away, and in his absence, Ethan had stepped up. And now, seeing them together like this, Sebastian couldn't deny that Ethan was a good man, a hard-working, sincere person who clearly loved Sicil deeply. Sicil noticed the slight shift in Sebastian's expression and turned to him, her laughter fading as she reached out to touch his arm. "Hey, Seb," she said softly, her smile kind and understanding. "What do you think of the curry? Isn't it amazing?" Sebastian forced a small smile and nodded. "It is delicious," he said, meaning every word. "I can see why Sicil is so proud of you." Ethan's expression softened, the competitive edge that usually marked his interactions with Sebastian completely absent tonight. "Thanks, Seb, that means a lot." For the first time, there was a moment of unspoken understanding between the two men. They both loved Sicil, but they were beginning to respect each other's place in her life. And as they continued to talk and share the dish, Sicil felt a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't without its complexities, but perhaps there was a silver lining. As Sebastian pulled up in front of Sicil's home, the car came to a gentle stop, and the engine's hum slowly died down. For a moment, neither of them moved, basking in the quiet of the night, a comforting silence that held words neither were ready to speak. Sebastian turned to her, his expression softer now, the faint light from the street lamp casting shadows across his face. He lifted his hand slowly, hesitating for just a second before he let his fingers trace the curve of her cheek. It was a light touch, almost feather-like, but it sent a shiver down Sicil's spine. In that fleeting moment, Sicil saw something in his eyes that made her heart clench, a raw, intense pain she couldn't quite place. His eyes were glassy, as if he was on the verge of saying something but couldn't bring himself to voice it. It was the kind of look that made her feel like time had slowed down, like they were standing on the edge of a precipice. She swallowed hard, feeling a sudden rush of worry. "Seb, are you okay?" she asked softly, her voice laced with genuine concern. She placed her hand over his, trying to read the emotions that played across his face. "You look..." He forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It's nothing," he murmured, pulling his hand away gently, almost reluctantly. "Just a long day, that's all. I'm probably more tired than I realized." Sicil frowned, not believing him for a second. She could see it clearly now, the hurt he was trying to mask, the struggle in his eyes as he held back whatever he was truly feeling, and it tore at her heart. She wanted to ask more, to press him until he told her what was going on inside his head. But the look he gave her was pleading, as if he needed her to let it go, just this once. Sebastian opened his door and stepped out, walking around the car to open hers. He offered his hand to help her out, and she took it, feeling the warmth of his touch despite the cool evening air. He walked her to the front steps of her home, their steps slow, neither of them wanting to break this fragile moment between them. When they reached her porch, he hesitated again, looking down at her with a tenderness that made her chest ache. "Good night, Sicil," he whispered, his voice barely above a breath. "Good night, Seb," she replied, her voice trembling ever so slightly. He turned away, walking back to his car without another word. Sicil stood there watching him as he got into his car and started the engine. She didn't move, didn't even blink as he pulled away from the curb. The tail lights of his car glowed red in the distance, fading slowly until they disappeared entirely from view. As the car vanished, she felt a strange hollowness settle inside her, The image of his sad, defeated eyes wouldn't leave her mind. It was then that she realized what she had seen tonight wasn't just exhaustion. It was a deep, unspoken pain. She knew it must have been difficult for him to see her and Ethan together, to witness the bond she shared with Ethan so intimately. And yet, through it all, he had been there supporting her, supporting Ethan, offering his help selflessly despite how much it must have hurt. He had set aside his own feelings, his own heartache to be there for her. Sicil stood on her porch, a knot forming in her throat, her chest tightening with a mix of sadness and longing. She wanted so desperately to make things right, to soothe the pain she had seen in his eyes, to make him smile again. But she felt paralyzed by the uncertainty of it all. How could she reach out to him without causing more hurt? How could she bridge the gap that seemed to be growing between them? She wrapped her arms around herself, staring out into the quiet street, the night air cool against her skin. She was caught between two incredible men, both of whom she cared for deeply, and the thought of losing Sebastian's bright, selfless love was almost unbearable. With a heavy sigh, she turned back towards her door, wiping away the tears she hadn't realized had formed. For now, all she could do was hope that time would bring clarity, that somehow she could find a way to heal the cracks forming between them. But as she closed the door behind her, the lingering image of Sebastian's sad eyes stayed with her, a reminder of the love she couldn't bear to lose. Sicil tossed and turned in her bed that night, unable to quiet the storm raging in her mind. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Sebastian's face, those sad, pained eyes staring back at her, filled with an emotion she couldn't fully understand, but felt deeply. The memory of how he gently touched her cheek before leaving lingered like a ghostly imprint, making her chest ache. She sat up, her breathing uneven. The moonlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting soft shadows across her room, but the gentle glow did nothing to soothe her turmoil. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of the house settling. "What is wrong with me?" she thought, clutching the blanket tighter around herself. Sicil replayed the events of the evening over and over in her mind. The quiet sacrifice Sebastian had made by suggesting Ethan cater for the event, his selfless support even when it visibly hurt him. He wasn't trying to win her over or compete anymore. He was just there, and it was killing her. For the first time, the fear gripped her that she might lose him, not to anger or resentment, but to his own pain. He was pulling away, slowly but surely, and the thought of a life without him in it left her feeling hollow. I can't lose him. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt, leaving her breathless, her heart warred with itself. She had Ethan, who loved her with everything he had, and yet, here she was, yearning for Sebastian in ways she didn't even want to admit to herself. She buried her face in her hands, trying to push away the image of him standing at her doorstep, looking at her as if she was slipping through his fingers. By the time the first rays of dawn peeked through her window, Sicil had made up her mind. She couldn't let things stay the way they were. She had to see him, to make him understand how much he mattered to her, even if she didn't know how to articulate the chaos inside her. Grabbing a coat and her keys, she slipped out of the house and started towards Sebastian's house. The early morning air was crisp, biting at her skin as she made her way down the familiar street. The world felt impossibly still, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. When she arrived at Sebastian's place, she hesitated at the door. Her heart hammered in her chest, and for a fleeting moment she considered turning back. But the thought of his sadness, the way it had etched itself into her soul, pushed her forward. She let herself in quietly. The faint hum of water running told her he was in the shower. Not wanting to disturb him, Sicil made her way to his bed and perched on the edge, nervously fidgeting with an old automobile magazine she found on the nightstand next to their photo from her birthday party at the beginning of the week. Her thoughts were a mess, a tangle of guilt, longing, and determination to set things right, or at least try. Minutes later, the sound of the water stopped, and Sicil's pulse quickened. She tried to compose herself, but when Sebastian stepped into the room, all the air seemed to leave her lungs. He was wrapped in nothing but a towel from his waist down, his skin still damp, and his hair tousled in a way that made him look impossibly handsome. He stopped in his tracks, surprised to find her there. "Sicil?" he asked, his voice rough from the shower and thick with confusion. "What a pleasant surprise. Is everything all right?" For a moment, she couldn't find her voice. Her eyes traced the droplets of water clinging to his collarbone, the way they trailed down to disappear beneath the edge of the towel. She swallowed hard, willing herself to look away, but her gaze betrayed her. She murmured, "You're beautiful," before she could stop herself. The words hung between them, raw and unfiltered. Sebastian's brows lifted in an amused smile, and then a faint blush inched up his cheeks. He shifted slightly, adjusting the towel around his waist. With a hint of bashfulness in his tone, he replied, Thank you?" Sicil stood, the magazine slipping from her fingers and falling to the floor. She didn't answer his question. Instead, she closed the distance between them, her movements slow but deliberate. Her hand reached out, brushing against his chest in a touch so tentative it made him shiver. "Sebastian," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I can't stop thinking about you, about last night, about the way you looked at me." Her words faltered, but the emotion in her eyes was loud and clear. He stared at her, his expression unreadable, though his eyes betrayed the storm of emotions brewing within him. He whispered back, "Sicil, don't," he began, but his voice lacked conviction, and when she stepped even closer, he didn't move away. Her fingers trailed up to his neck, resting there as she searched his face. "I don't know how to make this right," she admitted, tears brimming in her eyes, "but I can't stop feeling this, feeling us." Before he could respond, she stood on her tiptoes, her hands tangling in his damp hair, and pulled him down toward her. Their lips met in a kiss that was neither tentative nor gentle. It was searing, desperate, and filled with all the emotions that had been building between them for so long. Forever. Sebastian froze for a fraction of a second before he surrendered to the moment, his arms wrapping around her waist as if she might disappear. The kiss deepened, their movements becoming frantic, as though they were trying to make up for lost time. His hands gripped her waist, pulling her flush against him, and she melted into his embrace, her body responding to his touch in ways she couldn't control. The world around them blurred, fading into irrelevance. All that mattered was the fire igniting between them, a passion that had been held at bay for far too long. His lips trailed from her mouth to her jawline, down to her neck, leaving a trail of warmth in their wake. She gasped softly, her hands sliding down his back, feeling the strength in every muscle. "God, Sicil," Sebastian murmured against her skin, his voice low and heavy with emotion. "You will be the death of me." The rawness of his tone sent a shiver down her spine, every syllable carrying the weight of his longing. He pressed his forehead to hers, his eyes searching hers as though she held the answers to the universe. "You're everything I've ever wanted. I love you, Sicil, more than words could ever express." His confession was like a tidal wave, crashing over her, pulling her under. His love for her wasn't just words, it was in the way he touched her, the way he looked at her, as though she was his entire world. She felt herself drowning in it, her turmoil momentarily silenced by the intensity of his affection. He cupped her face, his thumb gently brushing her cheek, his gaze so full of devotion it was almost unbearable. The warmth of his hands on her skin sent jolts of electricity through her, igniting a fire deep within her. She pulled him closer, her arms locking around his neck as if letting go would mean the end of her world. His lips found hers again, urgent and consuming, their shared passion obliterating everything else. This moment was everything she had ever wanted, Sebastian holding her, loving her. She gave in completely, her heart beating with the reckless abandon of someone who knew no tomorrow. If this is the end, let it be here, in his arms, where everything feels whole. She had never felt so alive before, not even with Ethan. And then, a fragment of reality pierced through the haze. His words, raw and unguarded, echoed in her mind, pulling her back to the edge of reason, not even with Ethan. She realized what they were doing, what she was risking. Her heart soared and sank simultaneously, the joy of his love colliding with the crushing weight of guilt. She whispered into the kiss, "No," her hands trembling as they rested against his chest. She pushed, her strength faltering as her resolve crumbled under the enormity of what she had allowed to happen, and pulled him back again, unable to make up her mind. Finally, she managed to create a small space between them, her breath ragged, her chest heaving. Sebastian froze, his brow furrowed in concern as he searched her face, confusion etched in his features. "Sicil," he whispered, as if he wanted to ask what was wrong. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring her vision as the weight of her actions settled heavily on her chest. Just an inch away from his lips, she whispered back, "This is wrong," her voice breaking, softer than before, as if talking to herself. I shouldn't have done this, Seb. Her words faltered, swallowed by the storm of emotions clawing at her throat, and she kissed his lips once again, one last time, so that she could memorize how his lips felt on her. Before he could say another word, before his kindness and love could shatter her fragile defenses, she turned and fled. Sicil's fled out of Sebastian's house, scared to even turn back and see what she left behind into the crisp morning air. Each step felt like dragging weights behind her, the cold biting against her skin but unable to numb the firestorm within. She could still feel the warmth of his hands, the press of his lips, and the whispered confessions that had unraveled her. They lingered like a brand, searing her thoughts and making her heart ache. Her mind was in chaos. Every instinct screamed at her to turn back, to throw herself into his arms and lose herself in the safety of his embrace. But guilt gripped her harder with each stride, pulling her deeper into the abyss of regret. "What have I done?" she thought over and over. She had crossed a line that shouldn't be crossed, shattering not just her own life but those of the two men she cared for most, and the terrifying truth, if given the chance, she knew she would do it again. By the time she reached home, the early sunlight was already creeping across the horizon. She opened the door, her body trembling as though it had borne the weight of all her sins in that single morning. Tears streamed unchecked down her face as she stepped inside, closing the door behind her with a soft click. She hoped to disappear into her room unnoticed, but her mother's sharp voice called out from the living room. "Sicil, is that you?" Her mother appeared in the hallway, her expression softening when she saw her daughter's tear-streaked face. "What's wrong, darling?" Sicil shook her head, trying to brush past. "It's nothing, Mum." But her mother's hand gently caught her arm, stopping her in her tracks. "It's not nothing," she said, her voice full of concern. "Come here." She led Sicil into Sicil's room, sitting on the bed. The familiarity of the space and the warmth of her mother's presence were both a comfort and a torment. Sicil broke. The sobs came hard and fast as she buried her face in her hands. Her mother pulled her close, stroking her hair like she had when Sicil was a little girl with scraped knees. "Talk to me, sweetheart," she coaxed softly. "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out." Through her tears, Sicil finally spoke. "Mum, I don't know what to do. I love Sebastian. I've always loved him, but I'm scared." Her mother's hand paused for a moment before resuming its gentle rhythm. "Scared of what?" "Of everything," Sicil confessed, her voice cracking. "What if he leaves again? What if I give him my heart completely and he breaks it all over again? I barely survived last time. I don't think I could go through that again." Her mother didn't interrupt, letting the words spill out like a dam that had burst. "But I can't stop loving him," Sicil continued, her voice growing more desperate. "It's like he's part of me, and no matter how hard I try to move on, he's always there. But then there's Ethan. Ethan has been so good to me. He loves me, Mum, and I've betrayed him. I kissed Sebastian, and it was everything I've ever wanted. But it's wrong. Ethan doesn't deserve this. He doesn't deserve my disloyalty. I'm so selfish." Her mother pulled back slightly to look at her, her expression a mix of sadness and understanding. "Sicil, love is messy. It's complicated and painful, but it's also the most beautiful thing we get to experience in life. You can't keep running from your feelings because you're afraid of being hurt. That's not fair to you or to them." "But what about Ethan?" Sicil whispered. "I can't hurt him like this. He's been nothing but kind and loving to me." Her mother nodded, her eyes thoughtful. "Ethan deserves the truth, Sicil. He deserves to be with someone who loves him wholeheartedly, not someone torn between him and another man. And Sebastian, he deserves to know how you feel, even if you're scared." Sicil's tears slowed as she processed her mother's words, the weight of the advice settling in her heart. "What if Sebastian leaves again?" she asked quietly. Her mother smiled softly, brushing a strand of hair from Sicil's face. "Then you'll survive because you're stronger than you think. But you have to give him the chance to stay. Love is about trust, Sicil. And that starts with you trusting yourself and your feelings." "I just don't want to hurt anyone," Sicil said, her voice breaking. "Sweetheart, someone is going to get hurt no matter what," her mother said gently. "But pretending everything is fine when it's not will only make it worse. Be honest. With Ethan, with Sebastian, and most importantly with yourself, it won't be easy, but it's the only way forward." Sicil leaned into her mother's embrace, seeking solace in the warmth and wisdom she so desperately needed. Her mother's words echoed in her mind, a mix of comfort and challenge. Deep down, Sicil knew she couldn't keep running, not from her feelings, nor from the difficult decisions that awaited her. The time had come to face the truth, no matter how painful it might be. Meanwhile, Sebastian's heart thundered in his chest. The memory of their kiss still burned within him, the raw intensity of the moment seared into his soul. Yet beneath the rush of longing lay a gnawing sense of regret, not for the kiss itself, but for the confusion and pain it had caused her. He needed to see her, to make sure she didn't carry this burden alone. Sebastian trudged into his room, the weight of the morning's events pressing heavily on his chest. He felt as if something inside him had cracked wide open. He dressed himself, running a hand through his hair for the 100th time as the memory of Sicil's tear-streaked face flashed in his mind. For all the resentment he wanted to feel towards Ethan, Sebastian found himself struggling. He had seen Ethan with Sicil, his thoughtfulness, his unwavering support, and the gentle way he looked at her as though she was the center of his world. How could he hate someone who clearly loved her so much? How could he despise a man who even Sebastian had to admit was everything Sicil deserved? It wasn't Ethan he disliked. It was the circumstances, the timing, the fact that Sicil, the woman who still held his heart so completely, was caught between them. And maybe, Sebastian thought bitterly, it was himself, his inability to let go of her, to step aside and allow her the happiness he knew Ethan could give. He exhaled sharply, leaning back and closing his eyes. Maybe it was time to stop fighting. The thought clawed at his insides, leaving a raw ache in its wake. What if the best thing he could do for Sicil was to leave? If he stayed, he risked complicating her life further, forcing her into a choice she shouldn't have to make. But if he went back to Aunt Jasmine, to the family business she had so lovingly built, he could give Sicil the space to live her life with Ethan, free from the shadow of their past. The realization settled over him like a lead blanket. He would never stop loving her, that much was certain. But love isn't about holding on when it hurts the one you cherish. Sometimes, love means letting go. Still, the thought of stepping away left him hollow. The image of Sicil with Ethan, smiling, happy, loved, was bittersweet. He wanted her to have everything she deserved, even if it meant his heart would carry the weight of her absence for the rest of his life. Sebastian rose from the couch and paced the room, his emotions warring inside him. Could he really walk away? Would it even make a difference? His thoughts were interrupted by a memory of Sicil's eyes earlier that morning. Conflicted, pained, but undeniably filled with love. His love. It was that memory that compelled him to stop pacing, grab his jacket and step out of his house. If he was going to leave, he needed to make things right first. He needed Sicil to know that he didn't blame her, that what they had shared wasn't a mistake. And most importantly, she needed to know that she didn't owe him anything. Not her guilt, not her apologies, and certainly not her love. Sebastian found himself walking towards Sicil's house before he'd even realized it, his resolve strengthening with every passing moment. She deserved clarity, just as much as he needed closure. When he arrived, he hesitated at the doorstep, the weight of the morning pressing on him once more. He raised his hand to knock, but faltered, unsure if this was the right thing to do. Yet, as he heard faint murmurs from inside, he knew he couldn't leave without speaking to her. Summoning his courage, he knocked on the door only to be greeted by the butler, who informed him that Sicil was in her room. When he knocked on her room door gently, there was no answer. He cautiously pushed the door open. There she was, cradled in her mother's arms, her face streaked with fresh tears. The sight made his chest tighten, but he schooled his expression, masking the storm inside him. Jane looked up and offered him a small, knowing smile. "Good morning, Sebastian," she greeted softly. "You've come at the right time. She needs you." Sebastian nodded, grateful for the quiet understanding in her voice. "Thank you, Jane," he said, his tone sincere. "I'll talk to her." Jane stood, her hand brushing gently over Sicil's shoulder. "You both need to figure this out. I'll go check on breakfast." As her mother left, Sebastian took a careful step forward. Sicil looked up at him, her tear-filled eyes filled with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Sebastian approached Sicil cautiously, his gaze never leaving hers. "Sicil," he said, his voice low and steady, "I came here because I need you to know what happened between us. It wasn't your fault. It was a moment born out of something we've both been holding on to for so long, and I don't regret it. Not for a second." He knelt before her, taking her hand gently in his fingers brushing her cheek with a tenderness that made her shiver. "You have nothing to be ashamed of," he continued, his eyes searching hers. "Our feelings for each other, they're real. They always have been. And whatever happens next, I want you to know that I'm here for you, always." Sicil's breath hitched, tears welling up in her eyes once more. "Sebastian," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I love you. I've never stopped, but I'm scared. I'm terrified of giving you my heart again only to have it shattered. And Ethan, he's been so good to me, so constant. I care for him too. I feel like I'm betraying him by even saying this, by feeling this way." Her voice broke as she continued. "I don't know what to do. I've hurt you, hurt Ethan, and I hate myself for it. But no matter how hard I try, I can't let you go. You're part of me." Sebastian listened in silence, his expression unreadable but his touch grounding her. After a moment, he spoke, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "Sicil, I understand. Loving two people, it's not something anyone plans for, and it's not easy to admit. But I want you to know that I don't regret any of it. But I also see what you're going through, and I don't want to be the reason for your pain. You love Ethan. I see that. And I know he loves you, maybe in ways I never could. I think maybe it's time I step back." Her eyes widened, panic flashing across her face. "Sebastian, no, listen to me," he interrupted softly, his grip tightening ever so slightly on her hand. "I will never stop loving you, Sicil. You're in my blood, my soul. But I can't hold you back. You deserve to be happy, even if that happiness isn't with me." He smiled faintly, the expression bittersweet. "I've been thinking about going back to Aunt Jasmine. Of course, after we have successfully delivered the Climate Quest event. Maybe it's for the best. You'll have the space to figure things out, to live your life without me complicating it." Her tears fell freely now, her hand clutching his as if afraid to let him go. "But Seb, I don't want you to go," she admitted, her voice breaking. "I love you, I always have, and I'm scared of losing you again, scared of hurting you, who's done nothing but love me." He paused, his thumb brushing away a stray tear on her cheek. "If I'm part of your heart, then I'll stay there no matter what happens. But I don't want to cause you pain, or Ethan. And if stepping back gives you the clarity you need, I'll do it. I just want you to be happy, Sicil. That's all I've ever wanted." Her heart twisted at his words, the selflessness in his voice both comforting and heartbreaking. "Seb, I don't deserve your kindness," she murmured. "You deserve to figure out what you truly want," he countered gently. "And whatever decision you make, I'll respect it. But for now, let's focus on what's in front of us. We have an event to deliver, and our families are counting on us. We can't let our personal struggles overshadow that." Sicil nodded slowly, his words a lifeline amidst her inner turmoil. She wiped her tears and straightened her shoulders, finding strength in his unwavering presence. "You're right," she said quietly. "Our responsibilities come first. We owe it to them, and to ourselves, to see this through." Sebastian smiled softly, the warmth in his eyes easing the weight on her chest. "One step at a time," he said. "No pressure, no rush. We'll figure out the rest when the time comes." Unable to hold back, Sicil stepped forward and embraced him tightly, her face buried against his chest. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with gratitude, "for everything." Sebastian pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head, his arms wrapping around her protectively, always. Sebastian stepped out of the room quietly, leaving Sicil to gather herself and prepare for the day. He paused outside the door for a moment, letting out a steadying breath before making his way toward the dining room. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee and warm bread greeted him as he entered, where Jane and Albert were already seated at the table. Albert's sharp eyes landed on him immediately, his brow furrowing as if he could sense the weight Sebastian carried. "Sebastian," Albert greeted, gesturing for him to sit. "Join us. Breakfast is ready." Jane offered him a warm, welcoming smile. "Good morning, Sebastian. How are you holding up?" Sebastian hesitated but took a seat across from them, feeling the quiet scrutiny of Sicil's parents. "Good morning," he said softly, glancing between them. "I'm managing. It's been a lot to process." Jane poured him a cup of coffee, her movements calm and deliberate. "I imagine it has been. Sicil's been carrying a heavy burden, and it's clear you care about her deeply." Albert leaned forward, his expression firm but not unkind. "Care about her? He's in love with her, Jane. Anyone with eyes can see that." He fixed Sebastian with a determined stare. "So, what are you planning to do about it?" Sebastian's jaw tightened, his gaze dropping to the steam rising from his cup. "I've been thinking about stepping away after the event," he admitted. "Going back to Aunt Jasmine, giving Sicil space to figure out what she wants without me complicating things." Albert's chair scraped against the floor as he leaned back, his expression darkening. "Step away? Is that what you think love is? Walking away when things get hard?" "Albert," Jane interjected gently, her tone holding a note of caution. "No, Jane, he needs to hear this," Albert said, his voice firm but not unkind. He turned back to Sebastian. "I've seen the way you look at her. You don't just love Sicil. You belong with her, and she loves you too. Running away won't solve anything. It'll only hurt both of you more." Sebastian clenched his fists under the table, his voice low. "And what if staying hurts her more? She's torn, Albert. I've seen it. Ethan's a good man, and part of me feels like she'd be happier with him." Albert scoffed, shaking his head. "Happier? You think love is about logic, about weighing the pros and cons like it's some business deal? Love is messy, boy. It's painful, but it's also worth fighting for. If you walk away now, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Jane reached out, placing a gentle hand on Albert's arm. "Let him speak, Albert," she said softly before turning her kind eyes to Sebastian. "Sebastian, I understand why you feel the way you do. And I agree that pushing Sicil to make a choice she's not ready for isn't fair to her or you. But leaving might not be the solution either." Sebastian met her gaze, his own filled with doubt. "Then what do I do? I don't want to make things harder for her. I just want her to be happy." Jane nodded, her tone measured and calm. "And that's why you need to take your time. Give Sicil the space she needs, yes, but don't make any hasty decisions. Let her see for herself what her heart truly wants. Sometimes the best thing you can do for someone you love is simply to be there, steady, patient, and unwavering." Albert grumbled, but didn't interrupt, his arms crossed over his chest. Jane continued, her voice soothing. Leaving now might feel like the noble thing to do, but it could also leave Sicil feeling abandoned, confused, and even more torn. If you truly love her, be present, not to pressure her, but to support her. Let things unfold naturally without rushing to conclusions. Sebastian let her words sink in, the quiet wisdom of her advice striking a chord. "I just don't want to make the wrong choice," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Jane smiled gently, her eyes full of understanding. "The right choice isn't always the easiest one, Sebastian. But whatever you decide, make sure it's something you can live with." Albert leaned forward again, his tone softening slightly. "Sebastian, I may be old-fashioned, but I believe in fighting for the people you love. Don't give up on Sicil just because things are complicated. Life's full of complications. It's how we deal with them that defines us." Sebastian nodded slowly, the weight of their words settling over him like a heavy but comforting blanket. "Thank you," he said sincerely, his voice steadier now. "I'll think about it." Jane reached across the table, giving his hand a reassuring squeeze. "That's all we can ask. And whatever you decide, know that we're here for you and for Sicil." The three of them shared a quiet moment, the tension easing ever so slightly as the smell of breakfast filled the air. As the conversation tapered off, the clinking of cutlery against plates was the only sound filling the room. A few moments later, the soft patter of Sicil's footsteps echoed down the hallway, signaling her arrival. When she entered the dining room, her presence shifted the atmosphere. She looked refreshed, though the faint shadows under her eyes betrayed her restless night. Her gaze flitted briefly to Sebastian before she offered a quiet, "Good morning," to everyone. "Morning, darling," Jane greeted warmly, gesturing for her to sit. Albert gave her a little nod, his usual boisterous demeanor tempered by the weight of the unspoken. Sebastian managed a polite, "Good morning," keeping his tone neutral. Sicil took her seat, her movements composed but a little stiff, as though she could feel the undercurrents of tension in the room. She glanced around, noting the uncharacteristic silence. "Did I interrupt something?" she asked softly, her eyes darting between her parents and Sebastian. "Not at all," Jane assured her quickly, her voice smooth and reassuring. "We were just catching up with Sebastian. It's nothing important." Albert opened his mouth as if to speak, but caught Jane's subtle glance and thought better of it. He grunted softly and reached for his coffee instead. The silence stretched as the family settled into their breakfast. The occasional clink of forks on plates punctuated the stillness, but no one ventured to start a new conversation. Sebastian kept his eyes on his plate, occasionally stealing a glance at Sicil, who seemed to be lost in thought. The quiet wasn't entirely uncomfortable, but it was far from their usual lively breakfast atmosphere. Even Jane, who typically found a way to keep the conversation flowing, chose to let the silence linger, respecting the fragility of the moment. When the last bite was taken and the coffee cups emptied, Jane rose from her seat, smoothing her napkin over the table. "Well," she said brightly, breaking the silence with practiced ease, "it's time to get going. Another busy day ahead." Albert grumbled his agreement, standing to retrieve his coat. "Don't let me catch any of you slacking off," he teased lightly, his attempt to inject some normalcy into the moment. Sebastian nodded and pushed back his chair, glancing at Sicil once more as she stood. Their eyes met briefly, a world of unspoken words hanging in the air between them. "Let's head out," Sicil said quietly, her tone measured as she turned toward the door. Sebastian followed his resolve, firming with every step. Today was another day, and while the weight of their tangled emotions remained, there was work to be done, and time, however fleeting, to find clarity. As Sicil and Sebastian stepped into the office, the usual hum of activity surrounded them. Sebastian made his way to his desk and immediately noticed a neatly placed folder. Upon opening it, he finds a copy of the catering menu sent by Ethan. The document was precise and detailed, a testament to Ethan's professionalism. Sebastian skimmed through it, noting how Ethan had also proposed sending a tasting platter by the afternoon, provided confirmation was given by 9:30. "Punctual and thorough," Sebastian murmured, an admiring tone sneaking into his voice. He leaned back in his chair, glancing at Sicil, who had been waiting for his decision. "I'll confirm this," Sebastian decided, then looked at Sicil. "Would you mind letting Ethan know?" Sicil nodded, a soft smile playing on her lips. "Of course." As she turned to leave, she couldn't help but admire how composed and professional Sebastian was. Despite their personal entanglements, he handled work with precision and a sense of fairness. Inspired, she resolved to mirror his professionalism for the sake of their shared responsibilities. By afternoon, Ethan arrived at the office with his usual charm, carrying himself with a blend of confidence and humility. He'd been directed to lay out the tasting banquet in one of the conference rooms. After setting up the spread to perfection, Anna, Mr. Wilson's secretary, approached him with a polite smile. "Mr. Turner, Mr. Wilson has asked you to join him in his office when you're done. He'd like to introduce you to the team." Ethan nodded, grateful for the opportunity. On his way to Sebastian's office, he passed at the clear glass and paused momentarily. Inside, he saw Sicil and Sebastian standing at a whiteboard, brainstorming with their colleagues. Their dynamic energy filled the room as they exchanged ideas, bantered light-heartedly, and scribbled notes. Ethan's chest tightened as he observed how naturally they worked together. Their rapport was undeniable. Two halves of a whole, moving in sync as if they'd been partners for years. He pushed the thought aside and continued to Sebastian's office. When Ethan entered, Sebastian rose from his chair and greeted him warmly, his tone carrying a professional respect that instantly commanded the room's attention. Sebastian stepped aside to let Ethan take the spotlight. "Everyone," Sebastian began, his voice clear and confident. "I'd like to introduce Ethan, the chef and mastermind behind the incredible menu you'll be tasting shortly. But let me tell you, his work goes far beyond crafting delicious food." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle as he glanced at Ethan with an approving nod. Ethan's restaurant is not just about flavor, it's about values. He's built a business model that focuses on sustainability, eco-conscious practices, and, something I deeply admire, a commitment to ethical sourcing. Every ingredient on the menu has a story, and every story starts with the farmers he partners with directly. Sebastian's eyes scanned the room, drawing everyone in. Unlike many in the industry who rely on large distributors, Ethan has chosen to go straight to the source. He works with local farmers, ensuring not only the freshest ingredients, but also fair pay. He believes in a supply chain that's transparent and equitable, giving back to the communities that make our meals possible. Ethan nodded humbly, his hands clasped in front of him as Sebastian continued. "And it's not just about the ingredients," Sebastian added. "Ethan's strategy ensures that the farmers he works with are supported in growing their businesses sustainably. It's about more than profit. It's about mutual respect and creating a system where everyone wins. That's not an easy path in today's market, but it's the right one." The room murmured with approval, the admiration clearly visible. Several colleagues exchanged impressed glances, nodding in acknowledgement of the integrity behind Ethan's work. "Thank you, Sebastian," Ethan interjected with a polite smile, his voice steady but modest. "I appreciate the kind words. For me, it's always been about the people behind the produce. Every dish tells their story, of hard work, resilience, and dedication to their craft. I hope you'll enjoy what I've prepared today, not just for the taste, but for what it represents." The sincerity in Ethan's tone struck a chord, and the room broke into quiet applause. It wasn't just a menu they were about to taste. It was an experience rooted in purpose and authenticity. Sebastian smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting just enough to hint at genuine admiration. "Let's head to the conference room," he said, gesturing toward the door, "and taste the results of this incredible effort." The group made their way to the conference room, where the banquet Ethan had meticulously prepared was laid out like a work of art. Vibrant dishes filled the table. The aroma of fresh herbs and spices wafted through the room, drawing appreciative murmurs from everyone as they approached. "Wow!" one of the team members, Maria, exclaimed, leaning in to examine a platter of roasted vegetables glistening with a light glaze. "This looks almost too good to eat." Ethan smiled warmly, stepping forward. "Thank you. Everything you see here is sourced from local farms. The vegetables come from a cooperative just outside the city. They practice regenerative farming, which helps replenish the soil with every harvest." "That's incredible," said another colleague, Andrew, who was already snapping a photo of the spread. "I didn't even know regenerative farming was a thing. It's nice to know good food can come with good practices." Sebastian, standing near Sicil, gestured toward a dish at the center of the table. "What's this one, Ethan?" "That's a slow-cooked lamb with a honey mustard glaze," Ethan explained. "The lamb is from a family-run farm. They've been raising livestock for generations, and I've worked with them to ensure their operations are both humane and sustainable. The honey is from a local beekeeper. They use natural methods to support pollination." "Impressive," Maria said, loading a small portion onto her plate. "I feel like I'm tasting an ecosystem, not just a meal." As the group began tasting, the room filled with the sound of appreciative hums and comments. "This risotto is incredible," Andrew said. "You can taste the freshness." "That's because the asparagus was harvested less than 48 hours ago," Ethan replied. "The farmers work quickly to get their produce to us, and I make sure they're compensated fairly for that effort." Sebastian, who had been sampling the dishes, nodded in approval. "This is excellent, Ethan. You've outdone yourself. The flavors are balanced, the presentation is impeccable, and most importantly, the story behind each dish makes it even more meaningful." Ethan smiled, his humility shining through. "Thank you, Sebastian. It means a lot coming from you. I'm just glad everyone is enjoying it." Sicil stood quietly at Sebastian's side, her gaze shifting between the two men. She noticed the professional yet polite dynamic between them. Sebastian's commanding presence and way of drawing attention to Ethan's work elevated the moment, while Ethan's warm, grounded demeanor added a layer of authenticity. As the tasting wrapped up, Sebastian turned to Ethan. "I think it's safe to say you've secured the booking. This menu will be a highlight of the event." Ethan extended his hand, his smile genuine. "Thank you, Sebastian. I'll ensure everything is flawless on the day." The group slowly dispersed, leaving only Sicil, Sebastian, and Ethan in the room. For a moment, Sicil lingered, her eyes flitting between the two men. In one frame, they stood side by side. Sebastian, with his sharp suit and quiet confidence, and Ethan with his rolled-up sleeves and easy, approachable charm. "It's good to see two professionals working so well together," Sicil finally said, breaking the silence, though her voice was tinged with an emotion she couldn't quite place. Ethan glanced at her with a warm smile. "When you've got a good team and clear communication, everything falls into place." Sebastian added with a faint smile, "And when the team involves someone as dedicated as Ethan, it's hard to go wrong." The two men exchanged polite nods, and Sicil felt her heart twist. Seeing them like this, respectful, professional, and united in purpose, made her inner conflict sharper. She admired them both for different reasons, and knew her feelings were as tangled as ever. As the three of them exited the room, Sicil silently resolved that she couldn't keep her emotions hidden from Ethan much longer. He deserved to know the truth about how she felt, even if she wasn't sure how to articulate the storm of emotions inside her. For now, she resolved to take that step toward honesty, no matter the cost. As Sicil stepped out of the office building into the cool evening air, a sense of responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. The events of the day had left her emotionally drained, and she knew that she could not postpone the inevitable conversation with Ethan any longer. The short ride to Ethan's place felt like a journey into the unknown. Sicil's mind raced with thoughts of how she would confess what happened between her and Sebastian. The soft glow of the lamps in Ethan's apartment painted a warm, inviting ambience, but Sicil couldn't shake the chill of anxiety as she stood at his doorstep. She raised her hand to knock, hesitated for a moment, and then finally let her knuckles tap lightly on the wood. The door opened to reveal Ethan, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her. His smile was warm, but the slight edge of concern in his gaze didn't go unnoticed by Sicil. "Hey, Sicil," he said, stepping aside to let her in. "This is a nice surprise. Come on in. Was not expecting you today. Looks like it's my lucky week." She walked past him, her arms wrapped around herself as though trying to keep the world at bay. Ethan noticed immediately, the furrow in his brow deepening. "Is everything okay?" he asked, his voice full of concern. "Come on, sit down." Sicil hesitated, her mind racing, before slowly sinking into the couch. She fidgeted with her hands in her lap, unable to look at him, the weight of what she was about to say pressing heavily on her chest. Ethan settled beside her, trying to read her, but she kept her eyes focused on the floor, her thoughts consumed by the words she could no longer keep inside. "I needed to see you," Sicil began, her voice barely above a whisper, the fear of his reaction lacing her words. "There's something I need to tell you." Ethan's heart dropped as he leaned in slightly, his tone soft but heavy with the concern he felt. "What is it?" She took a deep breath, her chest tightening. "Ethan, I don't even know how to say this, but I need to be honest with you. This morning, something happened." She paused, her voice faltering. "Yesterday, after we left your place, I saw something in Sebastian's eyes. There was this sadness, like he was breaking inside. He looked at us, and I could tell he was torn. He was deciding whether to leave me again and go back to his life, and I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't just stand by and watch him leave, not again." She wiped a tear from her cheek, swallowing back the emotion building in her throat. "So I went to Sebastian's place this morning. He was in the shower, and I waited for him in his room, and when he came out," she hesitated, her heart racing, "things got out of hand, and I kissed him." The room seemed to close in on Ethan as he processed her words. The silence that followed felt suffocating. His chest tightened, and for a moment, he didn't know how to breathe. You kissed him?" he repeated, the words barely leaving his lips. His voice was strained, his body frozen in shock. Sicil nodded, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I didn't mean for it to happen. It wasn't planned. But it did. And now, I can't pretend it didn't." Ethan ran a hand through his hair, his breathing shallow. He leaned back, his gaze fixed on the floor as he tried to collect his thoughts. "I see," he said, his voice thick with pain. "I see." She couldn't look at him as she continued, her voice trembling. "I didn't come here to make excuses, Ethan. I came because you deserve the truth. I love you, I do. You've been my rock. You've always been there for me, and I cherish everything we've built together." Ethan's jaw tightened as he fought to keep his composure. But, she whispered, her voice breaking. "I can't deny that I love Sebastian too. I tried to push it away, to ignore it, but it's always there. And the kiss, it just made everything more confusing." As she spoke, Ethan's expression shifted from surprise to a quiet, aching hurt. His worst fear had come true. He wasn't just second place, he was the third wheel. "I didn't intend for any of this to happen," Sicil continued, her words soft but full of guilt. It was a moment of confusion. "I can't bear the thought of hiding this from you any longer." Ethan took a deep breath, his face hardening as the reality of her confession sank in. "Sicil," he said, his voice low, "you love Sebastian. You've always loved him. I thought maybe my love would take his place. But I was wrong." Sicil's heart cracked as she reached for him. But Ethan stepped back, the space between them now more than just physical. "I love you, Ethan," she insisted, her eyes pleading for him to understand. "I do, but I can't help how I feel. I've tried, but I can't fight it anymore." Ethan closed his eyes, his chest tight with frustration and hurt. "I know you love me, Sicil, but it's clear now, isn't it?" He laughed bitterly, though there was no humor in it. "It's clear that no matter what, I'm always going to be in his shadow. I'm the third wheel, the one who doesn't really belong." His voice cracked, and he let out a shaky breath. "Maybe I was never enough. Maybe I never was." Her tears spilled over as she reached for him again, but Ethan, overcome with the weight of her words, took a step back. "Ethan," she whispered, her voice breaking, "please don't say that. It's not you, it's me. It's not about you not being enough. It's about me being torn, about loving you both in different ways. I'm so sorry." Ethan turned to the window, his body tense, his face a mask of quiet anguish. "You love him, and you've always loved him," he repeated softly, almost to himself, as if trying to make sense of everything she just confessed. "Maybe Dean was right after all. Maybe you will always choose him no matter what." He shook his head, unable to look at her. "Maybe I was just fooling myself." Sicil's heart broke as she stepped closer to him, her hand reaching for his, but he gently pulled away, his voice thick with emotion. "No, Sicil, please, I need time. I need to process this. This isn't something I can just understand in a single conversation. I need time to figure out what this means for me and for us." Sicil stood there, the reality of the situation settling heavily in her chest. "I understand," she whispered, feeling the weight of his rejection and her own guilt. Ethan's voice was soft, almost distant. "Maybe it was never meant to be," he said quietly, as if speaking to himself more than to her. Her eyes glistened with tears as she nodded, understanding what he was saying even if she couldn't accept it. "I'm so sorry, Ethan. I never wanted to hurt you." She turned to leave, the door clicking softly behind her as she stepped into the night, the cool air doing nothing to ease the burning ache in her chest. The city lights blurred in her vision as she walked away, but all she could feel was the emptiness that lingered between them, knowing that their love, once certain, was now a question with no easy answers. Ethan stood by the window, his silhouette outlined against the city's glow, his heart heavy with the weight of her confession. His voice, barely a whisper, echoed in the stillness of the room. As he saw Sicil leaving in her car, he thought maybe it was never meant to be. His night air felt different. A sense of remorse lingered in both of their hearts. The path ahead was uncertain, but the honesty between them was a step toward facing the complexities of their relationships, even though they both knew it would never be the same again. Her heart ached with the realization of losing Ethan, the person who had been her love, her support through every moment in the last 5 years. Storm brewing in her heart, The lights in the living room glowed softly, and she immediately noticed her parents waiting there, their postures a mix of concern and expectation. Her father, tall and imposing yet tender in moments like these, stood as she entered. Without a word, he crossed the room and wrapped her in a firm embrace. The gesture caught her off guard, and for a moment she stiffened before relaxing into his arms. "Welcome home," he said, his deep voice tinged with quiet understanding. She clung to him briefly, drawing comfort from the fond display of affection. When they pulled apart, her mother approached, her soft eyes scanning Sicil's face with worry. She brushed a strand of hair from Sicil's cheek. "How did it go today?" her mother said gently. "Do you want to talk?" Sicil hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor. "Not tonight," she murmured. "I'm just tired." Her father's brow furrowed as he exchanged a glance with her mother. There was no mistaking the tension in Sicil's posture, the way her shoulders slumped as though she carried the weight of the world. "Sit," her father said, motioning to the couch. "Just for a moment." Sicil hesitated, then obeyed. She perched on the edge of the sofa, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Her parents sat beside her, her mother reaching for her hand while her father leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I know you are struggling," her father began. His tone was steady, almost commanding. "And while I don't expect you to share everything, you're my daughter, Sicil. If you're hurting, I want to know." Her throat tightened and she fought the tears that threatened to spill again. "It's complicated." Her father sighed, leaning back. "It always is, isn't it? Love, choices, people. It's never as simple as we want it to be." He paused, his expression softening. "Is this about Ethan or Sebastian?" At the mention of their names, Sicil's composure cracked. She let out a shaky breath, nodding. "It's about both." Her mother's grip on her hand tightened. "Oh, sweetheart," she said softly. "We had a feeling, but tell us, what's going on?" Sicil struggled to find the words, her gaze fixed on a spot on the floor. "I love them both," she admitted finally, her voice breaking. "And I've tried so hard to ignore it, to make a choice, but it's tearing me apart." Her father's face hardened slightly, the disapproval he had often voiced about Ethan flickering in his expression. "Ethan, he's been good to you," he acknowledged, though the words came reluctantly. "But I always believed Sebastian was the one who truly understood you. I saw it in the way he looked at you even when he was younger." "Dad," Sicil interjected, her voice trembling. "This isn't about who's better or who you think is right for me. It's about how I feel, and right now, I don't even know that." Her mother spoke up, her tone soothing. "Your father only wants what's best for you, Sicil. We both do, but we know that ultimately this is your decision. No one can make it for you." Her father sighed heavily, his expression softening as he looked at his daughter. "I'll admit," he said, "I wasn't thrilled when you chose Ethan. It wasn't because I thought he was a bad man. He's not. It's just that. He wasn't who I imagined for you. But Sicil..." He hesitated, his voice growing gentler. "If he's who makes you happy, I'll accept it. Just as I would accept Sebastian, if that's where your heart leads you." Sicil's tears finally spilled over at his words. "I don't want to hurt anyone," she said, her voice breaking. "I don't want to hurt them or you." Her father reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Happiness isn't about avoiding hurt, Sicil. It's about finding what's right for you. If you can look inside yourself and find that answer, we'll stand by you no matter what." Her mother nodded, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "You have our love always. That will never change." For the first time that evening, a small flicker of hope warmed Sicil's chest. "Thank you," she whispered. "I don't know what I'd do without you both." Her father gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze before standing. "We'll be traveling for work tomorrow," he said, his tone practical once again. "But we'll be back by the weekend. If you need us, just call." Her mother kissed her on the forehead. "Get some rest, sweetheart. We'll talk more when you're ready." As they left her alone, Sicil sat in the quiet living room, their words echoing in her mind. For all the confusion in her heart, their unwavering support was an anchor she desperately needed. She wiped her eyes and retreated to her room, where she lay awake, staring at the ceiling, trying to untangle the emotions that swirled within her. The night stretched on, but for the first time, Sicil felt she might find her way through the storm, one step at a time. Sebastian sat in his dimly lit room, the book in his hand, a forgotten prop in a scene dominated by his thoughts. He stared at the same sentence for the 11th time, the words dissolving into a meaningless blur. A sigh escaped his lips as he shut the book with a soft thud, his frustration mounting. The silence of the night felt oppressive, amplifying the turmoil in his heart. A gentle knock at the door pulled him from his spiral. Before he could answer, his father, Arthur, stepped in, his presence calm, yet commanding. He took one look at Sebastian's weary expression and knew his son was grappling with something heavy. "Can't sleep?" Arthur asked, his voice low but perceptive. Sebastian shook his head and placed the book on the bedside table. "Not really." Arthur pulled up a chair, sitting across from him. "What's on your mind, son?" Sebastian hesitated. His father's sharp gaze felt as though it could pierce through his defenses. Finally, the dam broke and the words tumbled out. "I've been a fool, Dad," Sebastian admitted, his voice laced with regret. "I thought distancing myself from Sicil was the right thing to do. I convinced myself that focusing on the family business, on everything else, was what mattered. But I see now what it cost her. She's spent years feeling unloved, and I can't take that pain away." Arthur leaned back slightly, his expression both contemplative and understanding. "It sounds like you've been carrying this guilt for a while." Sebastian nodded, his hands clasped tightly together. "I thought I was protecting her. From the chaos of my life, from my inability to be the man she needed. Instead, I pushed her away and made her feel like she didn't matter. And now, it might be too late. She's torn, and it's my fault." Arthur regarded his son thoughtfully, his face softening. "Sebastian, we all make choices we believe are right at the time. But life has a way of teaching us that the things we think are sacrifices can sometimes cause more harm than good. The question is, what are you going to do about it now?" Sebastian met his father's gaze, his voice unsteady. "I don't know. Part of me thinks I should leave. Let her be with Ethan if that's what makes her happy. But the other part, the part that still loves her, wants to stay, to fight for her, even if it's not what she chooses in the end." Arthur sighed, his eyes briefly clouded with a distant memory. "You know," he began softly, "you know when I lost your Uncle George, it felt like the ground beneath me had disappeared," he began, his eyes clouded with a distant memory. "He wasn't just my brother, he was my best friend, the kind of bond we had. It's hard to put into words. Losing him didn't just hurt, it shattered me. Every memory, every laugh we shared, it all felt like a cruel reminder that he was gone." Sebastian shifted uncomfortably, the raw emotion in his father's voice both touching and unsettling. He'd rarely seen Arthur open up like this. "But do you know who held me together?" Arthur continued, his voice softening. Sebastian shook his head, though he had a feeling he knew the answer. "Your Aunt Jasmine," Arthur said, his expression warming. "She had every reason to break down herself. George was the love of her life, her partner in everything. But she didn't try to fix me or force me to move on. She didn't make me feel weak for mourning. Instead, she showed me a kind of strength I didn't know was possible." Arthur paused, his gaze distant but fond. She faced her grief head-on, but she didn't let it define her. She didn't try to forget George. No one could ever forget him. But she made a choice, to treasure the best of him and use those memories as her strength, not her sorrow. She built her life for herself and for the kids, not because she stopped loving George, but because she kept loving him. That love didn't fade, it transformed. It became her foundation for moving forward, and of course you were there at every step to support her and guide her, and I couldn't be more proud of you." Sebastian's throat tightened as he listened. He had always admired Aunt Jasmine, but hearing this from his father cast her resilience in a new light. Arthur leaned forward now, his voice steady and sure. "Does she still love George?" "Absolutely. She'll never stop loving him. But she's accepted that her life had to keep going, even without him physically by her side. And because of that, she's found happiness again. She's built a life that honors his memory, not one that's trapped in it." Sebastian swallowed hard, trying to process the weight of his father's words. "You're saying she didn't let grief hold her back?" Arthur nodded. Exactly. She didn't let her love for George become a chain. It became a compass. It guided her to the kind of life George would have wanted for her. He placed a firm hand on Sebastian's shoulder. Son, if you truly love Sicil, you need to understand this. Love isn't about holding someone so tightly they can't breathe. It's about being strong enough to let them make their own choices. If Sicil chooses to walk a path without you, it doesn't mean your love was meaningless. It means it was selfless. And if she chooses you, it means she's ready to build something new together. Not out of guilt or obligation, but out of love. Sebastian felt his chest tighten. But what if I lose her? What if she decides not to choose me? Arthur's gaze was unwavering. Then you honor what you had with her, just as Jasmine honors what she had with George. You carry the best of her with you, and you let that be your strength. Because love, real love, doesn't end. It changes, but it stays with you. Sebastian nodded slowly, his father's words weaving their way into his heart. As Arthur stood to leave, he gave his son one last piece of advice. Sleep on it, he said. And remember, whatever you decide, I'm proud of you. Not for the choices you make, but for the man you're becoming. Good night, Dad, Sebastian said softly, watching his father retreat down the hallway. As the door clicked shut, Sebastian leaned back in his chair, his thoughts a little less tangled. He wasn't sure what the future held, but for the first time in a long while, he felt like he had the clarity to face it. On the other hand, Ethan drove to Tia and Alex's house, seeking refuge from the oppressive stillness of his own apartment. The shadows of his thoughts had grown too heavy to bear alone, and he craved the warmth of familiar company. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the familiar sound of bickering from the living room. I'm telling you, Tia, it's scientifically backed, holding a thick pregnancy book like a gospel. Studies show that babies can start recognizing voices even before birth. Alex's voice rang out, his tone a mix of exasperation and earnest enthusiasm. Oh, for goodness sake, Alex, I don't even have a bump yet. It's way too early for any of that, Tia retorted, holding another pregnancy book in one hand and gesturing animatedly with the other. Baby can't hear anything except the sound of my stomach growling. Ethan couldn't help but chuckle as he leaned against the doorway. Trouble in paradise? As he strolled in, he inquired, should I even ask what this is about? Tia turned to him with a dramatic sigh. Please, please tell Alex that he's lost his mind. But Alex was quick to jump in, undeterred. He thrust the book toward Ethan. Actually, I've found my mind. I've been reading up on this. Total immersion parenting. Talking to the baby, playing music, and even reading stories can help them bond with us. It's science. Ethan took the book and flipped through a few pages, his eyebrows raised. You've really done your homework, huh? Of course, Alex replied, puffing out his chest. I'm going to be the best dad. Tia groaned, sinking onto the couch. I'm not saying you won't be, but can we at least wait until I'm, showing? Alex ignored her, dramatically clearing his throat. Ethan, back me up here. Ethan grinned, tossing the book onto the coffee table. Actually, I think you're onto something, Alex. Tia's jaw dropped. Traitor? Think about it, Ethan said, sitting beside Tia. He's not wrong, Tia. I mean, who wouldn't want to hear their dad's voice before they're born? Frankly speaking, if the baby could hear, wouldn't you want it to recognize its dad's voice? And its uncle's? He gave Alex a conspiratorial wink. Tia groaned again, throwing her hands up. Great! Now you're both on a team over the top. Alex beamed, clearly delighted to have Ethan in his corner. See? I knew you'd get it. He grabbed a pillow and gestured dramatically. All right, Tia, let's start the bonding process. Bonding process? Tia echoed, her tone dripping with mockery. There's no baby to bond with yet. It's the size of a peanut. Ignoring her protests, Alex gently guided her to sit comfortably, arranging cushions behind her for support. Ethan, now fully invested in the absurdity of the moment, grabbed a nearby plush toy and mimicked holding a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced in a mock-serious tone, the world premiere of Voices for Baby, featuring Dad and Uncle Ethan. Tia couldn't suppress a laugh as Alex knelt beside her, placing his hand gently on her still flat belly. All right, little one, Alex began, his voice soft but serious. "This is your dad. You probably can't hear me yet, but when you can, just know, your mum is already rolling her eyes at us, and that's something you'll get used to." Ethan followed, crouching beside Alex and leaning toward Tia's belly. "And this is Uncle Ethan. I'm the fun one. Remember that when you're old enough to ask for extra dessert. Also, just between us, I'm going to be your favorite. Don't tell your dad." Alex interjected, leaning closer. "Don't listen to Uncle Ethan. He's delusional. I'll be your favorite." Tia threw a pillow at both of them, laughing despite herself. "You're both insane," her frustration melting into fond amusement. She said, shaking her head. "There's not even a bump yet." Details, Alex said with a wave of his hand. "It's called preparation." The light-hearted moment pulled Ethan out of his own thoughts for a while. For the first time in days, he felt the weight on his chest lift, even if just temporarily. Later, after hours of laughter and bickering, Ethan settled into the guest bedroom. The house was quiet, but his mind wasn't. As he stared at the ceiling, the reality of Sicil's turmoil and the decisions ahead resurfaced. He replayed the scene with Sicil in his mind. Her tears, the anguish in her voice, the love that seemed to stretch in two directions, pulling her apart. She loved him. He didn't doubt that. But she also loved Sebastian, perhaps in a way that was deeper and older, rooted in the years they'd spent together. Ethan had seen the conflict in her eyes, the guilt she carried for having to choose. Morning light filtered through the curtains, soft and unrelenting, illuminating the guest room where Ethan sat perched on the edge of the bed. He had spent the night turning over the same thoughts, the same fears, and the same hopes. But now, the dawn brought an odd clarity. He reached for his phone, his fingers pausing momentarily over the screen before dialing Sicil's number. She answered on the third ring, her voice quiet, tentative. "Ethan." "Sicil," he began, his tone calm but laced with something unspoken. "We need to talk. Can you meet me? At the university, under our oak tree." There was a pause, the kind that stretched with unspoken weight. Finally, she responded, her voice soft but steady. "I'll be there." When the call ended, Ethan remained where he was, staring out the window at the awakening world. The faint hum of city life reached him, a backdrop to his turbulent thoughts. His face betrayed nothing, though his mind was a battlefield of possibilities. Would he fight for her, refusing to let her slip away? Or would he step back, allowing her the freedom to choose, even if that choice wasn't him? Ethan leaned back, closing his eyes for a moment. His lips moved silently as if rehearsing the words he might say or bracing himself for the ones he might hear. The question lingered like the first gust of wind before a storm. What would he do when they stood face to face again? Meanwhile, at Sicil's home, the morning felt heavy with anticipation. After the call, Sicil sat on her bed, phone still in hand. She had known this conversation was coming, this moment where they would face the truth they had both been avoiding. Her heart ached, not from confusion, but from the knowledge that no choice she made would be without pain. She rose, the movements mechanical at first as she prepared for the day. Pulling on her work clothes, she tried to focus on the familiar routines, but her mind kept drifting to the oak tree, to Ethan, to the look in his eyes when she last saw him. A look of love, but also sadness. As she stepped out of her home, the faint sound of a car engine caught her attention. Looking outside, she saw Sebastian standing by his car, waiting for her. "Good morning," he greeted, his voice warm, trying to hide the sadness. "Let's begin another day at work. We have a packed day, like always." She hesitated, touched by his efforts to bring back normalcy, but also aware of the complications it added to an already fraught morning. "Thank you, Sebastian," she said, stepping into the car. The ride was quiet at first, filled only with the faint hum of the engine. Finally, Sicil broke the silence. "I need to make a detour before work." Sebastian glanced at her, curiosity and concern flickering in his eyes. "Of course. Where to?" "To the university," she said simply. "There's someone I need to meet." After a pause, she took a deep breath and said, "Ethan. I have to meet Ethan." There was no need for elaboration. Sebastian understood, though he said nothing. He simply nodded, his hands tightening slightly on the wheel as he drove toward the university. When they arrived at the gate, Sicil unbuckled her seatbelt and paused. "Thank you for this," she said, her tone genuine. Sebastian smiled faintly, masking the storm of emotions beneath. "Go on," he said. "I'll wait here." Sicil stepped out of the car, her heart pounding as she walked toward the familiar path leading to the oak tree. Behind her, Sebastian leaned back in his seat, staring out at the university's gates. His mind churned with memories, doubts, and an unspoken hope that whatever choice Sicil made, it would bring her peace, even if it wasn't with him. Sebastian sat in his car, parked discreetly a short distance from the oak tree. His hands gripped the steering wheel as he leaned forward, watching through the windshield. He wasn't sure why he had decided to stay back. Perhaps a part of him was bracing for the answer he had dreaded yet felt was inevitable. From where he sat, he could see Sicil and Ethan standing beneath the oak tree. The golden morning light surrounded them, painting a picture that seemed to belong to another world. A world where he wasn't part of the equation. He couldn't hear their words, but he didn't need to. Their body language said enough. He saw Sicil reach up, her hand touching Ethan's cheek, and then she leaned in to press a soft kiss against it. It was a fleeting gesture, but to Sebastian it felt like a lifetime. His chest tightened, his heart breaking as the weight of realization settled over him. She had chosen Ethan. Sebastian sat back in his seat, his eyes fixed on the scene as they stood together for a moment longer. He forced himself to look, to accept it. "Love is letting go for the happiness of the person you love," he repeated silently, a mantra to soothe the ache in his heart. If Sicil was happy, he could bear it. That was what love meant to him, putting her needs above his own, even if it meant stepping aside. He watched as Sicil turned and walked away, heading in his direction. He quickly composed himself, wiping his eyes and sitting up straighter. If this was the end of the story for them, he would face it with dignity. He wouldn't make it harder for her. But what Sebastian missed was when Sicil approached the familiar spot under the oak tree, her heart was heavy yet resolute. The memories of her and Ethan beneath this very tree came rushing back. Laughter, whispered dreams, and confessions of love. Now it was a place of bittersweet endings and hopeful beginnings. Ethan stood waiting, leaning against the tree. His hands were shoved into his pockets and his posture was relaxed, though his eyes betrayed a storm of emotions. When he saw Sicil, he straightened, a small, wistful smile playing on his lips. "Sicil!" he greeted, his voice calm yet tinged with sadness. She stopped a few steps away, her eyes meeting his. For a moment, neither spoke, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. Finally, she broke the silence, her voice steady but soft. "Ethan, I don't even know where to begin. You've been my anchor, my safe haven in so many ways. You've shown me what unconditional love feels like." Ethan nodded, his smile growing faint. "But your heart is elsewhere," he finished gently, his tone devoid of accusation. Tears glimmered in Sicil's eyes as she nodded. "It's not that I don't love you. I do, Ethan. But love isn't always enough, not when it's pulling me in different directions. My heart, it's always been tied to Sebastian in a way I can't explain." Ethan exhaled deeply, glancing away for a moment before meeting her gaze again. "I've known Sicil," he admitted. "I saw it in the way you looked at him, even when you were trying to deny it to yourself. I fought for you. Not because I wanted to win, but because I wanted you to have the freedom to choose without regret." Sicil stepped closer, the tears now spilling over. "You are one of the best parts of my life, Ethan. I'll never forget that. But I can't keep holding on to you when my heart belongs somewhere else. It's not fair, to you or to me." Ethan nodded slowly, his expression a mix of pain and acceptance. "I just want you to be happy, Sicil. That's all I've ever wanted." Sicil reached up, cupping his cheek for a brief moment before leaning in to press a soft kiss against it. "You deserve someone who can give you their whole heart, Ethan. I'll always care for you, but from now on, it has to be as a friend, a well-wisher." He smiled faintly, covering her hand with his for a fleeting moment. "And I'll be just that, always." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their goodbye settling over them. Then, with one last lingering look, Sicil turned and walked away, her steps purposeful, but her heart heavy. She wiped her tears as she approached the parking lot, where Sebastian waited by his car. Sebastian climbed out of the car as Sicil approached. He gave her a small, hesitant smile, his eyes searching hers for any trace of regret or hesitation. "Hey," he said softly, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside him. "Seb," Sicil began, her tone quiet but firm. "I need to talk to you." He nodded, his heart hammering. "Of course. I've made my choice," she said, pausing to take a deep breath. Sebastian braced himself, repeating his mantra again. "Love is letting go. Love is letting go. I choose us," she said, her voice breaking through the storm in his mind. For a moment he stood frozen, her words not registering. "What?" he managed to whisper. Sicil stepped closer, her expression soft but resolute. "I choose us, Seb. I want to see where this leads. I want to explore what we can be together." His heart, which had been on the verge of shattering, swelled with hope. "You mean it?" he asked, his voice trembling. She nodded, her eyes shining. "You've always been a part of me. I tried to fight it, but I can't anymore. If you're willing to give us a chance, so am I." Without thinking, he pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as though she might disappear. "I've waited for this moment my entire life," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "I promise, Sicil, I'll cherish this. I'll cherish you." They pulled back slightly, their eyes locking. Sicil smiled, a mix of relief and hope. "Let's build something together. No more running." Sebastian nodded, his heart finally at peace. "Together," he agreed, his voice filled with conviction. As they drove away, Sicil couldn't help but glance back at the oak tree in the rearview mirror, the place where one chapter had ended and another had begun. Beside her, Sebastian reached over, his hand finding hers. The road ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time, Sicil felt ready to face it, with Sebastian by her side. The past had shaped them, but it wouldn't define them. Together they would write their own story, one page at a time. The day at work felt like a sweet dream for Sicil and Sebastian, a delicate blend of nostalgia and something entirely new. Their tasks were mundane, meetings routine, but the space between them seemed to hum with an energy they'd never felt before. It was as though the walls that once kept them apart had crumbled, leaving behind a shared warmth that neither could ignore. "Seb, are you trying to murder your keyboard?" Sicil teased, leaning over his desk with a mischievous grin. Her shoulder brushed against his, and the brief contact sent a pleasant jolt through both of them. "You're typing like you're mad at it." Sebastian didn't look up, though a smile tugged at his lips. "I type with conviction, Sicil. Unlike you, who probably flutters over the keys like a butterfly." "Conviction?" she shot back, tilting her head. "More like destruction. If your keyboard could talk, it would file a restraining order." He finally glanced at her, his eyes dancing with amusement. "Says the woman who still has typo trauma from sending an email with the wrong attachment last week." She gasped in mock offense, shoving his arm lightly. "That was one time, and I fixed it before anyone noticed." "Sure you did," he teased, dodging another playful shove. Later, during a coffee break, Sicil waited until Sebastian was distracted on a call to stealthily grab his cup and take a long sip. He turned just in time to catch her mid-act, his jaw dropping in exaggerated disbelief. "You did not just steal my coffee," he said, clutching his chest dramatically. She grinned, wiping the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. "What? You left it unattended? I'm just enforcing the law of natural selection." "Natural selection, huh? Then don't complain when I start labeling my coffee cups with "Do Not Touch" Sicil-proof warnings." "You could try," she shot back with a smirk, "but we both know I'd still find a way." The hours slipped by, filled with brainstorming sessions, shared glances, and the kind of teasing only two people deeply comfortable with each other could share. At one point, while reviewing a document together, their hands brushed as they reached for the same paper. The contact was brief but electric, and Sicil quickly withdrew, pretending to adjust her pen. "Careful, Sicil," Sebastian said lightly, though his voice carried a teasing undertone. "I might start thinking you're doing that on purpose." She rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a smile. "Oh, please, don't flatter yourself, Mr. Ego." But her cheeks betrayed her, tinged pink from the flush of the moment. By lunchtime, they sat together, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Every so often, their eyes would meet across the table, and Sebastian would offer her a small smile that made her heart skip. "This feels different, doesn't it?" he asked softly as they gathered their things to head back to work. Sicil paused, meeting his gaze. "Yeah," she admitted with a gentle smile. "But it feels good." The rest of the day passed, leaving the feeling. This is just the beginning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the office in hues of warm amber, Sicil glanced at Sebastian, who was clearing up his desk. The day had been light-hearted and productive, filled with teasing banter and a quiet intimacy that now defined their bond. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Hey, Seb," she began, her tone casual. "What do you think about heading to your family's farmhouse by the beach? It's the weekend, and my parents aren't around. We could spend some time there, just us." Sebastian paused, his eyes lighting up at the suggestion. "The beach house? Are you kidding me? That's the best idea I've heard all day," he said with a grin. "Why didn't you bring this up earlier? We could have skipped the whole work thing." Sicil rolled her eyes, laughing. "Because, Mr. Responsible, we have jobs to keep and event to deliver. But now that we're done for the day, why not?" Without hesitation, Sebastian grabbed his car keys, pulled her in his arms as they walked to the car. Sicil pulled out her phone. "We should let our parents know." Sebastian nodded, unlocking the car as Sicil typed a quick message in the family group chat. "Sicil, hey guys, Sebastian and I are heading to the beach house for the weekend. Thought we'd spend some time there. Hope you're having a great trip." Sebastian smirked, pulling out his own phone to add to the message. Sebastian: "Yup, beach vibes it is. Don't worry, I won't let Sicil sink." The replies started pouring in almost instantly. Arthur: "Beach house. Sounds perfect. Enjoy yourselves, but don't burn it down." Jane: "Take lots of pictures, Sicil. And don't forget sunscreen, both of you. Albert: "Be good, you two. No surfing in the dark." Jenny: "I will ask the housekeeper to come and cook food for both of you. Don't fill up on marshmallows." Sebastian chuckled, nudging Sicil as he showed her the messages. "Well, they're cool about it. Let's hit the road." The drive to the farmhouse was filled with music and laughter. Sebastian turned the stereo up, and they sang along to their favorite songs, sometimes off-key, but always full of joy. "I don't know what's worse," Sicil teased. "Your singing or your crazy moves." Sebastian feigned offense. "Excuse me, I have moves." "The steering wheel cha-cha is a thing, thank you very much." "Sure it is," Sicil quipped, snapping a quick photo of him mid-dance. "This one's going to the family group chat." "No way," Sebastian said, reaching over to grab her phone while she laughed and leaned away. As they reached the farmhouse and stepped out of the car, the cool sea breeze greeted them, carrying the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the shore. The farmhouse stood tall and inviting, its weathered wood glowing softly under the moonlight. "This place never gets old," Sicil said, breathing in the salty air. Sebastian unlocked the door, gesturing dramatically. "Welcome to our humble abode. Mi casa es tu casa." Sicil laughed, stepping inside. The interior was cozy and rustic, with large windows overlooking the ocean and a fireplace that begged to be lit. "Okay, first things first," Sebastian said, rubbing his hands together. "What's the plan? Movie night? Midnight beach walk? Or just raiding the kitchen for snacks?" Sicil grinned, setting her bag down. "How about all of the above? But first, let's let our parents know we're here." They both typed in their family group chat. "Sicil, we're here safe and sound." Sebastian, "The waves are calling. Don't wait up for updates. We'll be busy living our best beach lives." The responses came almost immediately. Arthur, "Enjoy it, kids. But remember, no all-nighters. Your parents need grandkids someday." Jenny, "Behave yourselves and make sure you eat something decent. No living off marshmallows." Albert, "Marshmallows don't count as a food group. Take care." Jane, "Look who is talking. You spent an entire weekend getaway on marshmallows, remember?" Arthur, "And still that was the best holiday ever." "They act like we're teenagers," Sicil said, shaking her head. "Well," Sebastian said, smirking, "if the shoe fits." After a quiet dinner and a serene walk along the moonlit beach, Sicil and Sebastian returned to the farmhouse, the cozy warmth of the crackling fire casting soft golden hues over the room. The ocean's rhythmic melody played faintly in the background, a subtle harmony to the unspoken emotion simmering between them. They settled onto the couch, their bodies close enough for their shoulders to brush. Sicil broke the silence with a laugh, her voice light and teasing. "Remember that time we tried to build a sandcastle here as kids and the tide washed it away?" Sebastian smirked, his eyes glinting with playful mischief. "You mean you tried to build it? I warned you it was too close to the water, but you were too stubborn to listen." "Details," Sicil replied, waving her hand dismissively, her lips curving into a grin. Sebastian shook his head, chuckling softly. "Some things never change." A comfortable quiet fell between them as Sicil leaned back, her gaze drifting to the fire. The flames flickered, their glow reflected in her hazel eyes. She turned her face toward him, her expression shifting to something softer, more vulnerable. "This was a good idea," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Sebastian's smile deepened, his features bathed in tenderness as he leaned closer and pressed a feather-like kiss to her temple. "The best idea," he agreed, his voice rich with sincerity. Sicil tilted her head up to meet his gaze, her eyes searching his as if seeking reassurance. In the depths of his blue eyes, she found the answer she didn't realize she needed. With a surge of emotion, she leaned in, her lips brushing against his in a kiss that was gentle yet brimming with unspoken love. Sebastian stilled for only a moment before responding, his lips moving against hers in a kiss that grew from tentative to fervent, an unrestrained expression of his feelings. His hand rose to cradle her face, his thumb gently sweeping across her cheek as if to memorize her touch. When Sicil pulled back slightly, overwhelmed by the depth of their connection, tears welled in her eyes. "I'm sorry," she whispered, laughing softly at herself. "I don't know why I'm crying." Sebastian's thumb caught a stray tear before it could fall. "Don't apologize," he murmured, his voice low and soothing. "It just means you feel this as much as I do." She smiled through her tears, her fingers threading into his hair. With every caress, she felt a sense of calm wash over her, a feeling of safety and belonging she hadn't experienced in so long. Their lips met again, and this time, the kiss was deeper, infused with a hunger they could no longer deny. Their touches grew bolder, each caress a testament to their newfound intimacy. Sebastian's hands trailed along her arms, her back as if memorizing every inch of her. His lips left a trail of fire along her jawline, her neck, each kiss eliciting soft sighs from Sicil that echoed in the quiet room. When he lifted her effortlessly in his arms, she wrapped herself around him, her heart pounding in anticipation. He carried her to the bedroom, where the soft glow of the firelight spilled in, wrapping them in warmth. Gently, he laid her on the bed, his gaze never leaving hers. Their love unfolded like a symphony, each touch and whisper a note in the melody of their union. They moved together with a rhythm born of deep connection and trust, surrendering entirely to the moment. The world outside faded into obscurity, leaving only the two of them in their own timeless sanctuary. As the night deepened, the farmhouse echoed with the quiet symphony of their passion, a harmonious blend of tenderness and desire that tied them closer together. When the soft morning light filtered through the window, painting the room in golden hues, Sicil stirred. She traced the lines of Sebastian's jaw with her fingertips, her touch feather-light, waking him from his slumber. Sebastian opened his eyes slowly, his sleepy smile melting her heart. "Good morning," he murmured, his voice husky and warm. Sicil returned his smile, her fingers lingering on his chest, savoring the moment. "Good morning," she replied softly, leaning down to press a kiss to his lips. In the quiet intimacy of the new day, their love felt boundless, a promise of the beautiful journey they would continue to share. On the other side of town, Ethan spent his Friday lost in a fog of melancholy. The restaurant, once his pride and joy, felt strangely hollow without the comforting presence of Sicil. He went through the motions of his duties, checking inventory, tasting dishes, and reviewing the day's bookings, with a mechanical precision that lacked his usual flair. "Hey, Chef Broody," Alex called out, poking his head into the kitchen with his trademark grin. "You've been frowning so much today. I'm starting to think you're auditioning for a soap opera villain." Ethan managed a half-hearted chuckle. "Just a long night. Didn't sleep well." Alex raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Sure, it's just sleep. Or did your lady luck finally realise you're bad at charades and dump you for someone who can mime a proper penguin? The kitchen staff stifled laughter as Ethan shook his head. Alex, not now. Ah, so it is something serious, Alex quipped, leaning against the counter. Look, if you don't tell me what's bugging you, I'm just going to assume it's something embarrassing. Like, I don't know, a midlife crisis over your spice rack organisation. Ethan groaned. It's nothing important, okay? Just a lot on my mind. I'm fine. Right, fine. Classic Ethan code for I'm not fine, but I'll stew in silence until I explode, Alex muttered, crossing his arms. Ethan sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Drop it, Alex. I'm just tired, that's all. But Alex wasn't buying it. Throughout the day, he kept a close eye on Ethan, watching as his usually sharp focus wavered. Orders were double-checked unnecessarily. Dishes tasted without comment. By the time evening rolled around, Alex had seen enough. He cornered Ethan near the storage room, wagging a finger at him. All right, Mr. Melancholy, I've decided. You're leaving early tonight. What? No, there's still... Ethan began, but Alex cut him off with a dramatic wave. Shh! No arguments! The kingdom can survive without its brooding king for one night. Besides, Alex added with a mischievous grin, we both know there's only one person who can fix that sourpuss mood of yours. Ethan's lips twitched, the barest hint of a smile playing at the corners. Don't even start. Oh, I'm starting. Go find Sicil, Alex declared, clapping Ethan on the shoulder. She's probably somewhere being all smart and charming. Or maybe she's teaching a class on how to break hearts unintentionally. Ethan rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the pang of bittersweet emotion at Alex's words. You're unbelievable, you know that. I've been told. Now scram before I start singing sad breakup ballads to liven the kitchen mood, Alex said with a wink, shoving Ethan toward the door. Shaking his head, Ethan grabbed his jacket and left, muttering, Why do I put up with you? Because I'm family, and Tia wouldn't have it otherwise. Alex called after him, eliciting chuckles from the staff. As Ethan stepped into the cool evening air, his thoughts swirled. Alex's teasing had struck a chord, but it also left him with the gnawing ache of a question he couldn't quite answer. Could seeing Sicil bring clarity or just more confusion? Wandering into a nearby park, he found peace on a quiet bench beneath a canopy of stars. The distant hum of the city faded, leaving him alone with his thoughts. For a while, he simply sat there, staring at the sky and reflecting on the last 5 years. Each day with Sicil had been its own chapter, full of joy, companionship, and a connection he thought would last forever. But tonight, the bittersweet reality of those memories settled over him like a heavy fog. As Ethan sat lost in thought, a figure approached, a woman wrapped in a heavy coat, her tear-streaked face betraying her distress. She hesitated for a moment before sitting beside him, her quiet sniffles the only sound breaking the night's silence. Ethan, always one for small gestures of kindness, offered his sleeve with a lopsided smile. Here, he said softly. I don't have a tissue, but this might help. The woman glanced at him, her expression shifting from surprise to amusement. Your sleeve? She asked, raising an eyebrow. He shrugged. It's available. No judgment here. Despite her tearful state, she chuckled softly and pulled a tissue from her bag instead. Thanks, but I'm good, she said, dabbing at her cheeks. Ethan leaned back, the corners of his lips quirking upward. Rough day? The woman sighed, her voice carrying a mix of bitterness and humor. Something like that. Got dumped by my fake fiancé. Ethan tilted his head, intrigued. Fake fiancé? She chuckled softly. Long story. What about you? Ethan sighed, leaning back against the bench. Got dumped by my girlfriend of 5 years. The woman glanced at him with sympathy. You seem to be handling it a lot better than I am. Ethan's smile was faint, tinged with sadness. I had time to see it coming. I guess I was the third wheel all along. Sicil. He hesitated, then added, She was never really mine. Recognition sparked in the woman's eyes. Wait, Sicil Anderson? Ethan looked at her sharply. You know her? Know her? Everyone knows her. And yeah, you were a fool. She's only ever loved Sebastian. Ethan exhaled, his laugh dry. Yeah, seems like the whole world knew about their legendary love story except me. Well, Not completely, but I didn't understand the depth of it. The woman extended her hand. Lily, Sebastian's friend. Ethan shook her hand, intrigued. Small world. So, how did you get caught in their whirlwind? Lily leaned back with a bitter smile. Oh, I've got my own war stories. Prom, for starters. She ruined it for me. Yeah, I heard a bit about that, Ethan said. You're not in the version I know, though. Lily laughed darkly. That's because I was missing from my own prom, even though I was the damn prom queen. Can you believe that? Curiosity piqued, Ethan asked, but if Sebastian was so devoted to her, how did you get roped in? Lily's tone softened, laced with nostalgia. Sebastian was, well, you've seen him. Tall, smart, mysterious. Half the girls in school were in love with him, but he only cared about Sicil and his books. Still, I thought I'd take my shot. He was polite, agreed to go with me to prom, but it was clear I was just a placeholder for the night. Sicil had plans, you see, always did, and Sebastian, he'd drop everything for her, even then. Ethan nodded, a rueful smile playing on his lips. Seems like I wasn't the only one who fell for the wrong person. Lily met his gaze, her eyes sharp. How did you get caught in the Sicil web? Ethan rubbed the back of his neck. Sebastian was gone for 5 years. I met Sicil in college. She was kind, spirited, and beautiful. I didn't know what I was walking into. Lily groaned. Don't bother. I know the list. She's all that, and more. I lived through it, remember? Ethan chuckled, a touch of sarcasm in his tone. Well, I guess we're both casualties of the Sicil and Sebastian saga. Lily's laugh was dry. Ain't that the truth? Ethan shifted the focus. But enough about me, what's your story? Fake fiancé? Lily sighed, shivering slightly. It's a mess, but I'll tell you all about it, just not here. I need a drink, care to join? Ethan rose, offering her a hand. Lead the way. Lily grinned. There's a decent pub nearby, let's go. At the cozy pub, the evening shifted into a more relaxed pace as Ethan and Lily settled into a corner booth, both in need of a distraction from the weight of their respective lives. They ordered shots, and Lily, ever the bold one, raised her glass with a confident smile. I need something strong, she declared, her voice filled with the energy of someone who wasn't afraid to take control of the situation. Ethan, matching her mood, grinned. Likewise, he agreed, raising his own glass. They clinked their shot glasses together before tossing the contents back in one go, both squinting as the burn of the alcohol hit them. After a brief silence, Lily was the first to speak, her voice lighter now that the alcohol was beginning to settle in. All right, here's the story. After high school, I left town, went to law school, and got hired by this major law firm, one of the top firms everyone dreams of working for. I'm one of their best hires. Life's pretty good though, pretty busy. But now, my parents are on my case about marriage, specifically about my ex-boyfriend. They want me to date him again, but I'm just not interested. Ethan raised an eyebrow. And that's where the fake fiancé comes in. Lily gave a dramatic nod. Exactly. So I told them I already had one just to get them off my back. Since I've been away, no one cared enough to ask for proof. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. But then my brother Richard decides to get married, and the family insists that I bring my fiancé to the wedding. The one who doesn't exist. Ethan let out a laugh, nearly choking on his drink. Wait, you hired a fiancé? Yup, Lily said, her tone casual. You can hire anything if you've got the money and the right connections. It's all about the right price, right? She winked at him. Ethan shook his head in disbelief. So, where is this hired fiancé now? Lily sighed, clearly frustrated. I was supposed to meet him at a cafe the other day, but he never showed up. After a million calls, he finally picks up and tells me he's engaged now and can't make it. Just like that. That's cold, Ethan said, shaking his head in sympathy. Lily took a long gulp from her drink, then set the glass down with a sigh. I could have sued him for breach of contract, you know. I had a contract and everything, she said with a sarcastic edge. But honestly, what's the point? He didn't even sign it properly. It'd be a waste of time, and I don't have time to waste. Ethan raised an eyebrow. So you're just letting it go? Lily shrugged nonchalantly. What's the point in fighting it? It's just a mess. I don't even care enough to chase him down. I've got bigger things to focus on. She paused, her gaze growing distant for a moment before turning back to Ethan with a slightly amused look. And don't get me started on my ex-boyfriend. Ethan chuckled. "Oh, this sounds like a good story." Lily leaned in, narrowing her eyes as she began. "This guy, he's got the most ridiculous ego. Thinks he's God's gift to mankind because he won a local gym competition once, like that's supposed to make him a genius or something." She let out a small, humorless laugh. "Yeah, he's got an amazing physique, but that's it. He's all brawn, no brain. Sometimes I wonder what I ever saw in him." Ethan gave a teasing look. "Teenage years, you know," Lily continued, her tone growing more animated. "Back then, I guess I just wanted to pamper myself, feel like I was with someone who looked good. It's funny how those things work when you're young and insecure. But now, I can't stand him. He's so full of himself. He thinks he's the center of the universe. But now, I realize, he's just a guy with muscles and zero substance." She shook her head, the frustration from years past creeping into her voice. "And here I am, stuck in this ridiculous lie, trying to find a real solution to this wedding mess I'm in. Honestly, I'm just waiting for it all to blow over. I'm glad I have you to talk to about it." Ethan laughed weakly, the absurdity of it all settling in. He raised his glass. "To the mess we're in." As the night wore on, the alcohol loosened their tongues and they shared stories. About work, about life, about things that had shaped them. Ethan's mood, while still heavy, lifted just a little as he found a moment of distraction in Lily's carefree energy. "Another round," Ethan exclaimed, slamming his empty glass down with a grin. Lily laughed. "I think we might be pushing it, don't you?" But Ethan, lost in his own thoughts, barely heard her. "I miss her," he muttered, the weight of his emotions slipping out before he could catch himself. Lily's smile faded, her eyes softening as she leaned closer. "We'll figure it out, mate," she said gently, patting him on the back in an attempt at comfort. As the pub began to close its doors, the alcohol started to take its toll on both of them. Ethan's facade cracked completely, his sorrow for Sicil finally breaking free in the form of tears. Lily watched in sympathy, her heart aching for him. "Come on, what's your address?" she asked, her tone firm but kind. Ethan, now thoroughly drunk, could barely form a coherent sentence. His phone was in Lily's hand before he even realized it, and she dialed Ethan's last called number. Tears, looking for a way to get him home. Lily's call was answered after several rings, but it wasn't Tia who picked up. It was Alex. "Hello?" Alex's voice was groggy with sleep. "Hi, is this Tia?" Lily asked, her voice a mix of exhaustion and concern. "No, this is Alex. I'm her husband." "Who's this?" Alex responded, still half asleep, trying to piece together the situation. "It's Lily. I'm with Ethan right now, and he's pretty out of it. He's drunk, and I don't know where to take him," Lily said, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. There was a brief silence. "Wait, Ethan's with you? And who are you?" Alex asked, sounding confused. "I didn't even know Ethan knew someone named Lily. Are you guys close?" Lily sighed. "I'm just a stranger he met tonight. I need to get him somewhere safe. I'm stuck here." Alex let out a slow sigh, now fully awake. "Okay, hold on. So you're telling me that Ethan's drunk at 3 a.m. and you're a random woman I've never heard of?" He shook his head. "What's going on?" Lily winced at being called random, but kept her tone steady. "I know this is strange, but can you just help me? I can't leave him like this, and I really don't know where else to take him." Alex paused, rubbing his eyes as he processed the situation. "All right, fine. I can't leave him out there. Bring him to my place. It's probably best if he stays with me and Tia will look after him." Lily felt a rush of relief. "Thank you, Alex. I really appreciate this." "No problem," Alex replied, his voice softening. "You can drop him off at 48 Oak Street, Building B, Apartment 4A. You can't miss it. But seriously, what happened to him? He's usually so composed. Never imagined he'd be out getting wasted." "And with you?" Lily chuckled awkwardly. "It's a long story. I'm sure Ethan will fill you in when he's sober." "All right, I got it," Alex said, his voice still tinged with confusion but now more understanding. "Just get him here and we'll sort it out." "Thanks again, Alex. I'll be there soon," Lily said, hanging up the phone, feeling both relieved and strange about the situation. Now she had no choice but to take Ethan to Alex's place. She just hoped the night wouldn't spiral further. With the help of the taxi driver, Lily managed to get Ethan to Alex and Tia's house. As they arrived, she helped him out of the car, and they were met at the door by Tia and Alex, both of them immediately concerned at the sight of Ethan in his disheveled state, his eyes swollen from crying. "What happened?" Tia asked, her voice filled with concern. Lily, feeling like she had done all she could, muttered, "Girlfriend problem, I believe," before hurrying to avoid further questions. Sicil stirred, her body still entwined with Sebastian's, her head resting on his chest. Even when the morning light bathed them in its gentle embrace, neither seemed able to keep their hands, or their smiles, to themselves. Sebastian reached out, tucking a stray lock of her hair behind her ear as he gazed at her, his eyes filled with adoration. "You're beautiful," he murmured, his voice thick with sleep and love. Sicil blushed under his gaze, her lips curving into a shy smile. "And your trouble," she teased, though her tone betrayed the warmth blooming in her chest. Before she could say more, her stomach growled audibly, breaking the romantic stillness of the moment. Sicil covered her face with her hands, laughing in embarrassment. "Well, that's one way to ruin the mood," she said, her voice muffled. Sebastian chuckled, his laughter low and warm. "I think it's a perfect excuse to spoil you," he replied. Without waiting for a response, he sat up, effortlessly scooping her into his arms despite her playful protests. "Seb, I can walk!" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with both joy and surprise. "I know," he said, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "But where's the fun in that?" He carried her to the kitchen, the space alive with the cozy charm of a farmhouse. The sunlight painted the room in warm hues, bouncing off the rustic wooden cabinets and vintage tile work. Sicil let herself relax in his arms, her heart fluttering as she admired his strength and ease. Setting her gently on the kitchen counter, Sebastian pressed a quick kiss to her forehead before moving to the stove. "Stay right there," he said with a playful wink. "I'll handle everything." Sicil watched as he moved around the kitchen with a natural grace, opening cupboards, measuring coffee grounds, and filling the kettle with water. The rich, earthy aroma of brewing coffee began to fill the air, mingling with the light scent of morning dew wafting in through the open window. Leaning against the counter, Sicil found herself mesmerized by Sebastian. He wore nothing but a pair of loose-fitting pajama bottoms, the morning sunlight accentuating the planes of his toned back and shoulders as he worked. There was something captivating about seeing him in this domestic setting, so confident and at ease. It was a side of him she hadn't seen before, and it made her heart swell. Her gaze lingered as he poured the coffee into 2 mugs, his movements unhurried, yet deliberate. He turned back to her, catching her staring, and a crooked smile spread across his face. "Enjoying the view?" he teased, handing her a mug. Sicil took the coffee, her fingers brushing his in the exchange. "Very much," she admitted, her voice soft but sincere. "I didn't know you were so good in the kitchen." "There's a lot you don't know about me yet," Sebastian replied, leaning in to kiss her gently. His lips lingered on hers for a moment before he pulled away, his eyes sparkling with affection. "But I've got all the time in the world to show you." As they sipped their coffee, the world outside seemed to fade, leaving only the 2 of them in their cozy haven. Sicil swung her legs lightly from the counter, feeling a rare sense of peace and contentment. "You're full of surprises, Seb," she said, resting her mug beside her and pulling him closer by the waistband of his pajamas. "And I plan to keep surprising you," he replied, setting his mug down and wrapping his arms around her waist. "Starting with breakfast. But first..." He lifted her chin gently, his eyes locking onto hers. "Let me just keep admiring you a little longer." Their foreheads rested together for a moment, their breaths mingling as they basked in the love that seemed to fill every corner of the farmhouse. Sicil's phone rang on the nearby table. Sebastian retrieved it for her, noting the caller ID. "It's Tia," he mentioned, handing the phone to Sicil with a supportive smile. Sicil hesitated for a moment before answering, surprised by the early call on a Saturday morning. "Hey, what's up, Tia?" Sicil greeted, her voice mixed with curiosity. Tia's urgent tone on the other end immediately caught Sicil's attention. "Sicil, something has happened. Ethan showed up at our doorstep last night in a terrible state. He is here, sleeping in the guest room." Sicil's heart sank at the news of Ethan's distress. "Oh no, is he okay?" she asked, concern lacing her words. "He's in a state of mess, Sicil," Tia replied with worry evident in her voice. "He kept muttering about third wheel. Do you have any idea what is going on?" Sicil's mind raced with worry as she considered Ethan's situation. "I'm not sure," she admitted, her voice faltering slightly. "But I will come over right away. Thank you for letting me know, Tia." Sebastian had been listening intently. He nodded in agreement. "Let's go," he said, his tone firm yet supportive as he reached for his keys. "Thank you," she whispered, touched by his loyalty. "We'll get through this," Sebastian assured her, his hand gently squeezing hers as they left. They drove in silence towards Tia's house. Sicil could not help but feel grateful for Sebastian's presence by her side. Despite the sudden change in plans, she knew that they would face whatever awaited them together. They had an unforgettable evening together, basking in the warmth of their love and affection. Throughout the time, they were inseparable, their hands entwined as they explored every corner of their private sanctuary. Whether they were by the sea, sinking into the soft sand, or submerged in the cool waters of the sea, their connection remained unbreakable. Their passion ignited in the intimacy of their moments, and they revealed the joy of being together. But now, as they embarked on this unexpected journey to comfort Ethan, their bubble of happiness threatened to burst. Yet, despite the sudden interruption, Sebastian never hesitated to prioritize Sicil's well-being above his own. With devotion, he took the wheel, determined to ensure Ethan's welfare for Sicil's sake, even if it meant putting their own plans on hold. Sicil found comfort in Sebastian's support and understanding. She knew that with him by her side, they could weather any storm, even the turmoil of confronting her past with Ethan. Sebastian understood that Sicil and he could only find true happiness once they had closure with Ethan. Sicil needed Ethan's forgiveness to move forward, and Sebastian was willing to facilitate that process for her sake. He recognized the importance of resolving the past to pave the way for their future together, and he was committed to supporting Sicil every step of the way. As soon as Sebastian pulled the car in front of Tia's house, Sicil rushed inside, her heart racing with worry, and Sebastian followed closely behind. When Tia opened the door, relief washed over her at the sight of Sicil's prompt arrival, but confusion clouded her expression upon seeing Sebastian with her. A flicker of unpleasant suspicion crossed her mind. Could he be the reason for Ethan's heartbreak? Suppressing her doubts, Tia hugged Sicil tightly and asked, "What's wrong between you and Ethan?" Sicil took a deep breath, her mind already preparing for the difficult conversation ahead. "I'll tell you everything after I talk to Ethan," she replied. Tia nodded, her worry growing as she shared the details of Ethan's current state. "He's still sleeping, and he is in a very poor state. It looks like he drank the whole night along with a girl who eventually dropped him off," she explained, her voice heavy with concern. Sicil's suspicion heightened at the mention of another girl being with Ethan all night. Questions swirled in her mind as she wondered about the identity of this mystery woman and the nature of her relationship with Ethan. Determined to find out more, Sicil made her way to the room where Ethan was sleeping, her heart heavy with apprehension. Meanwhile, Sebastian opted to give them some space and settled into the living room, silently offering his support from a distance. Sicil stepped into the dimly lit room, her chest tightening at the sight of Ethan sprawled on the bed. He looked utterly broken, a version of him she'd never seen before. The air smelled faintly of alcohol, and an empty glass sat abandoned on the floor. Her heart ached, the weight of their unspoken pain hanging heavy in the silence. She walked over quietly, kneeling beside him, and reached out to gently place her hand on his head. Her touch was tender, hesitant. "Hey," she whispered, her voice soft but laced with concern. "Are you okay?" Ethan stirred, his bleary eyes fluttering open to meet hers. A bitter smile tugged at his lips, and for a moment it seemed like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sicil," he murmured, his voice hoarse. "You shouldn't be here." "I wanted to check on you," she said, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. "You didn't look okay yesterday." "I'm fine," he replied, though his words slurred slightly. His hand found its way to her cheek, his touch warm but trembling. "Or maybe I'm not. I don't even know anymore." His eyes searched hers, his expression raw, like he was unraveling in front of her. "But I know one thing. You're the love of my life, and I'm a selfish man, Sicil. I want all of you, every piece of you. I can't share you. Not with him." Sicil felt her breath hitch, her heart twisting painfully in her chest. "Ethan," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You know how much I care about you. I love you, I really do. That's never changed, but it's not enough." Ethan cut in, his voice rising, his words bitter. He sat up, leaning toward her, his gaze burning into hers. "I've known it for a while. I can see it in your eyes when you talk about him. I can feel it in the way you pull away from me without even realizing it." His voice cracked, and he looked away, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Do you know how much it hurts to see you slipping away piece by piece? And to him of all people, I hate him, Sicil. I hate Sebastian for taking you from me." The rawness of his confession struck her like a blow, leaving her momentarily speechless. She swallowed hard, tears pooling in her eyes. "Ethan," she began, her voice trembling, "this isn't fair. To you, to me, or to him. I didn't ask for this to happen. I didn't want to hurt you." "But you have," he said, his tone softer now, though no less pained. "You've ripped me apart. And the worst part is I can't even blame you because I know you love me too, just not in the way I need you to." She shook her head, biting her lip to keep the tears from falling. "I hate that I've hurt you. I wish I could make it all better, but I don't know how." Ethan laughed bitterly, the sound sharp and hollow. You can't fix this, Sicil, not unless you choose me." Her silence was deafening, and in that moment the truth hung heavy between them. She couldn't give him what he wanted. Blinking back her tears, she reached for the glass of water on the table, pressing it gently into his hands. "Here," she said quietly, "you need this." He stared at her for a long moment before taking a sip, his shoulders slumping as if all the fight had drained out of him. "You should go," he said, his voice barely audible. "I'll stay until you fall asleep," she offered, her tone soft but firm. He didn't argue, lying back down on the couch, his face turned away from her. She sat there until his breathing evened out, her heart breaking for the man she couldn't save. When she finally stepped out of the room, she found Sebastian and Tia waiting in the living room. They both stood as soon as they saw her, their expressions a mix of worry and anticipation. Sebastian's eyes locked onto hers, his voice careful, almost tentative. "Is he okay?" Sicil nodded, though the weight of everything that had just happened felt unbearable. "He's asleep now," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She glanced back at the closed door, a knot forming in her stomach. "But he's not okay." "None of this is okay." Her voice cracked, and she wrapped her arms around herself, as though trying to hold herself together. Sebastian stepped closer, his hand reaching out to rest lightly on her arm. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice steady but filled with sincerity. "For what you're going through, for what he's going through. This isn't easy for anyone." She nodded, tears finally spilling over as she leaned into his touch, her emotions threatening to overwhelm her. "I don't know how to fix this," she admitted, her voice breaking. Sebastian didn't have an answer, but he didn't let go. He simply held her, letting her fall apart in his arms, as the weight of love and loss pressed down on them both. Tia gently took Sicil's hand in her own, her eyes searching Sicil's for answers. "Sicil," she began softly, her voice tinged with worry. "Please help me understand what's going on with Ethan. He's hurting, and I don't know how to help him." Sicil hesitated, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. She glanced toward the room where Ethan was resting, knowing this wasn't a story she could share lightly, or without his consent. After a moment, she gave Tia a small, reassuring nod. "I'll tell you everything," she said carefully, her voice steady but low. "But not now. Let's wait until Ethan wakes up. Call me when he's ready to talk, and we'll have this conversation." Tia's lips pressed into a thin line as she studied Sicil's face, her concern for her brother evident. Reluctantly, she nodded. "All right," she said, her tone laced with resignation. Yet something in her expression remained unsettled. Her gaze flickered briefly to the tall man standing quietly by Sicil's side, Sebastian. There was something about him, something unspoken yet undeniable, that made Tia's heart clench with suspicion. Though she didn't know the details, she couldn't shake the feeling that he played a role in the heartbreak Ethan was enduring. But this wasn't the time to press for answers. For now, she swallowed her unease, forcing herself to offer a polite farewell. "See you later, Sicil," Tia said, her voice heavy with unspoken questions. Her heart ached as she watched Sicil and Sebastian leave, the unanswered tension lingering like a shadow in the air. As Sebastian and Sicil stepped into Sebastian's home, they were greeted by the warm, comforting aroma of a home-cooked meal wafting through the air. The familiar scene of their family, Jane, Jenny, Arthur, and Albert, gathered around the dining table filled the room with a cozy sense of belonging. However, the unexpected return of Sebastian and Sicil quickly shifted the atmosphere. Surprise flickered across their parents' faces, curiosity written in their raised eyebrows and questioning smiles. "Back so soon?" Jane asked, her voice tinged with both concern and intrigue. Sebastian took the lead, offering a reassuring smile. "We decided to cut our trip short. One of Sicil's friends isn't feeling well and we thought it best to return and check on things." Arthur nodded in understanding, while Jenny murmured a sympathetic, "That's thoughtful of you." Albert, however, remained more observant than vocal. His brows furrowed slightly as he processed the news, his gaze lingering on both Sebastian and Sicil. Without a word, he rose from his seat, his demeanor calm yet serious, and gestured toward the study. "Let's talk privately," Albert said, his voice leaving no room for argument. Once inside the study, the shift in Albert's tone became more evident. His eyes, sharp yet laced with a fatherly concern, fixed on the young couple. "I couldn't help but notice your sudden return," he began, his words measured. "Is there something you're not telling us?" Sebastian and Sicil exchanged a look, silently agreeing on the need for transparency. Sebastian spoke first, his tone steady. "We didn't want to bring this up at the table, but Ethan's been struggling. He's not doing well, and we felt it was important to be there for him," Sicil added softly, her voice filled with sincerity. "He's important, and we couldn't just stay away knowing he needed support." Albert listened carefully, his expression softening slightly, though a shadow of concern lingered. While he never openly admitted it, Albert had always respected Ethan. He saw Ethan as a good man, perhaps not ideal for his daughter, but someone who treated Sicil with love and respect. Ethan's heartbreak, in Albert's eyes, was undeserved. After a moment of silence, Albert sighed, his stern exterior giving way to a more compassionate tone. "I understand," he said, though there was a hint of reluctance in his voice. "It's admirable to care for a friend in need. But," his gaze sharpened as he looked between the two, "family must always come first. And by family I mean the two of you. Your relationship is the foundation of the family you're building together." Sebastian and Sicil listened intently, the weight of Albert's words settling heavily upon them. "While friendships are important," Albert continued, his voice firm but kind, "you've been given a second chance after years apart. Don't let anything distract you from rediscovering and cherishing what you have with each other. Love like this is rare. Protect it." Sebastian and Sicil could not ignore Albert's emphasis on the word friend for Ethan, but they nodded. Sebastian's expression was thoughtful when he replied, "We understand, and we'll keep that in mind." Sicil offered a small, grateful smile. "Thank you, Dad. Your words mean a lot." Albert's gaze softened further, and he gave a slight nod. "Good. Now go join the others. Lunch is getting cold, and I'm sure they're wondering what's taking so long." Tia's questions came at Ethan like an unrelenting storm, each one a lightning strike probing the fragile walls he had built around his emotions. She sat across the dining table, her eyes sharp with determination, refusing to let him deflect or evade her. Ethan, still nursing the dull ache of a hangover and the sharper sting of heartbreak, rubbed his temples in frustration, struggling to muster coherent answers. "Ethan, come on," Tia pressed, her voice firm but filled with worry. "You can't just leave me in the dark like this. What happened between you and Sicil? And who was that guy with her?" Ethan sighed deeply, his voice heavy with exhaustion and reluctance. "Tia, it's complicated. You shouldn't have called Sicil so early in the morning. That guy with her, that was Sebastian. He's her childhood friend. He just got back after finishing his studies overseas." Tia's brows furrowed, her skepticism evident. A friend? Are you sure about that? Because from where I stood, it looked like there was something more going on between them, and Sicil seemed upset. Did you two have a fight? Ethan hesitated, his gaze dropping to the table as he tried to form the right words. It wasn't a fight exactly, we talked. About us. About us, Tia repeated, leaning forward as if the physical movement could extract more clarity. What does that even mean, Ethan? Sicil looked like she was on the verge of tears. Did you say something to hurt her? The growing frustration in Ethan's voice cracked through as he replied, I'm trying to explain, Tia, but it's not easy. There's a lot of history between us, and it's messy. Sicil and I, we've been through so much, and this is harder than you think. Tia wasn't one to back down, especially not when her brother was clearly struggling. I get that it's messy, Ethan, but avoiding it won't fix anything. Sicil needs to know where you stand, and honestly, so do I. You can't just keep stumbling through this without figuring it out. You owe her and yourself that much. Ethan clenched his jaw, his hands gripping the edge of the table. You think I don't know that? Every part of me wishes we weren't in this mess, but it's not that simple. You saw Sebastian, right? He's not just some childhood friend, Tia. He's the love she lost and found again. Tia's eyes widened in shock. Wait, you're saying Sebastian is the one Sicil always talked about, the guy from her past? Ethan nodded, his voice cracking slightly. Yeah, he's that guy. And now he's back, standing in the middle of everything. Sicil's torn between the life she started building with me and the love she thought she'd lost forever. And me? I'm just the guy who got caught in the middle, the third wheel. Alex, who had been silently observing from the corner, finally spoke, his tone more serious than usual. That's a hell of a position to be in, Ethan. But if you know she's torn, what do you plan to do about it? You can't just keep pretending like nothing's wrong. Ethan's voice lowered, filled with quiet pain. I don't know, Alex. I hate this. I hate the way he stepped back into her life like he never left. And I hate that part of me wishes he'd never come back. But more than anything, I hate seeing her like this. Confused, hurting. She doesn't deserve this, and I don't want to be the reason she feels this way. Tia's sharp gaze bore into Ethan, while Alex leaned against the wall, arms crossed, silently observing the exchange. Ethan, I don't get it, Tia said, her voice rising. Why does Sebastian even think he has a right to Sicil? He left her. He wasn't here for her when she needed him. And now, out of nowhere, he waltzes back into her life like he owns her heart. It's not fair. She moved on with you, Ethan, and you've been the one by her side. You are no third wheel. Ethan sighed heavily, running his hands through his hair. Tia, you don't know the whole story. Then tell me, Tia shot back, her voice tinged with anger and concern. Because from where I'm standing, Sebastian looks like a selfish coward who abandoned her and now wants to claim what isn't his. Ethan's eyes darkened, his tone firm but calm as he replied. Ethan took a deep breath, his voice steady but tinged with emotion as he tried to make Tia understand. Tia, you're looking at this like Sebastian just walked away, but it's not that simple. When Sebastian left, Sicil was still a minor. She was young, too young for him to lay his heart bare in front of her. He thought it wasn't right to burden her with his feelings, especially when he knew he'd only be gone for 2 years. His plan was to come back when she was older, when she was 18, and tell her everything. He wanted to do things the right way. Tia frowned but stayed quiet, listening intently. Ethan continued, his voice softening. But destiny had other plans for him. 2 years turned into so much more. His uncle passed away unexpectedly, and suddenly, Sebastian wasn't just dealing with his father's illness. He had to take care of his grieving aunt, 2 young nephews, and the family business. He was stuck, Tia. Stuck in a situation he couldn't abandon without feeling like he was betraying his family. And through all of this, he didn't tell Sicil how he felt. And why not? Tia interjected, frustration evident in her tone. He could have told her, at least given her some clarity instead of leaving her in the dark. Ethan nodded, acknowledging her point. You're right, he could have told her. But in his mind, he thought he was sparing her pain. He was suffering, Tia, missing her, loving her from a distance. And he didn't want her to suffer along with him. He thought it was kinder to let her live her life without the weight of his struggles. What he didn't realize was that not sharing his pain made Sicil feel unloved, forgotten even. And in that emptiness, she fell for me. Tia leaned back, her expression conflicted. So what are you saying, Ethan? That he's some kind of martyr? That he had no choice but to leave her? Ethan's gaze was unwavering. I'm saying he was a victim of circumstances. He did what he thought was best, even if it turned out to be the wrong choice. He never stopped loving Sicil, Tia. Not for a second. And now he's back, not to take her from me, but because he couldn't stay away anymore. Because he's carried the weight of losing her for years. Tia's eyes softened, though her skepticism lingered. And what about you? You're just okay with all of this? With the fact that she's torn between the two of you? Ethan let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. No, I'm not okay with it. Do you think I like being the one who's hurting her? Seeing her struggle every day, caught between the love we built and the love she's always carried for him? But tell me, Tia, where is Sebastian wrong in all of this? He's a man who's only ever loved her and was trapped by circumstances beyond his control. You think I don't want to hate him? That I don't wish things were simpler? But I can't blame him for loving her. I can't fault him for the life he had to live. Alex, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up, his tone measured. So what you're saying is, no one's really to blame here. Not you, not him, not even Sicil. It's just life. Messy, complicated life. Ethan nodded, his shoulders slumping slightly. Exactly. If there's anyone to blame, it's fate. It put us all in this impossible situation. But Tia, try to see things from his perspective. He's not the villain you think he is. He's just a guy who's loved one woman his whole life and had to sacrifice her for reasons he didn't choose. Tia sat silently, processing Ethan's words. Her anger and frustration began to melt into a reluctant understanding. I still don't like it, she murmured. But I see what you mean. This isn't black and white. It's a mess. Ethan smiled faintly, a trace of sadness in his eyes. That's love, Tia. It's never simple. Tia stopped pacing, her expression softening as Ethan's words sank in. Poor Sicil. Her heart is caught between two loves. You, who's been her anchor here and now, and Sebastian, who's been her dream from the past. Yes, Ethan said, his voice barely above a whisper. And I hate it. I hate that I'm part of what's hurting her. But I can't blame Sebastian for loving her. If I were in his shoes, I'd have done the same. Tia frowned, struggling to reconcile her frustration with the truth Ethan was laying bare. But Ethan, you love her too. Doesn't that count for something? Shouldn't she see that you're the one who's here now, who's been here for her? Ethan gave her a sad smile. Of course it counts, Tia, but love isn't about who's right or wrong, or who was there when. It's about what heart wants. Alex let out a low whistle, breaking the tension. Well, damn. This isn't just a love triangle. It's a full-blown emotional chess game. Poor Sicil. She's stuck between two good guys who both love her in their own way. Ethan sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair as he leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. And here's the worst part, he said, his voice heavy with regret. I told her I would step aside. I told Sicil she didn't have to choose me because of guilt or loyalty. That if Sebastian is the one her heart truly belongs to, then I wouldn't stand in her way. I promised her that I would always be there for her, if not as her love, then as someone who deeply cares for her. Tia's expression softened as she listened, a flicker of compassion crossing her face. No, you didn't. That must have been so hard for you, Ethan, she murmured. It was, Ethan admitted, his voice cracking slightly. But it was the right thing to do. At least I thought it was. And then, I went and got drunk. He laughed bitterly, shaking his head. I made a mess of everything. Instead of giving her clarity, I've probably just made her feel more miserable. Now she's not just torn between us, she's feeling guilty for breaking my heart. Tia frowned, the weight of Ethan's words settling on her shoulders. But you were hurting, Ethan. It's not fair to expect you to just be okay with all of this. I know, Ethan replied, his voice tinged with frustration. But that's not what she needs right now. I don't want her sympathy, Tia. I want her love, not as a man who demands her heart, but as someone she can trust and rely on no matter what. I want to be the person she knows will stand by her side without her feeling like she's betraying me by choosing the life she wants. Alex, who had been leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed, finally spoke, his voice thoughtful. So you're saying you don't just love her? You respect her enough to let her go if that's what she needs? That's not easy, man. Ethan shrugged, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. I made peace with Sebastian, was and is her one true love, and they both deserve nothing less. Tia and Alex exchanged a look, their earlier frustration giving way to a newfound understanding. Tia reached out, placing a hand on Ethan's shoulder. You're a good man, Ethan, but this isn't just about their happiness. It's about yours too. Don't lose yourself in trying to make everything right for everyone else. You deserve peace too. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden interruption broke their exchange. A knock at the door through the room, halting their discussion in its tracks. Tia's brows furrowed in curiosity as Alex swung open the door, his grin wide and his usual playful energy filling the air. Standing on the other side was Lily, her expression a mix of urgency and frustration. Hey, unknown lady! What brings you here? Missing Ethan already? You've got impeccable timing, I must say. Alex teased, his voice light and teasing as he leaned against the doorframe. Lily rolled her eyes, clearly unamused by his antics. Alex, really? You know, I'm Lily, and I'm neither unknown nor some random lady wandering through your door. And yes, I'm here to see Ethan, if he's still home, that is. The urgency on Lily's face was unmistakable. Her normally composed demeanor was replaced by desperation and uncertainty. Her voice trembled just slightly as she spoke, and it didn't take much to see she wasn't here for a casual chat. Alex's grin faltered slightly as he caught sight of her expression, though he was quick to maintain his usual charm. Stepping aside, he gestured theatrically toward the living room. Well, come on in then. We don't want you standing on the porch like a lost tourist. I'll bet you're here for something very dramatic, aren't you? Lily just shook her head and stepped through the door, her gaze darting briefly around the space before breaking the awkward tension herself. She turned toward Ethan with her usual confident poise, though her voice carried a note of urgency. Hey, Ethan, I need to have a word with you, just the two of us. Is that okay? Before Ethan could even process her words, his expression shifted to one of understanding, his mind racing. He knew exactly how this would go down with Tia. His heart sank at the prospect of another intense, emotion-filled conversation. Ethan offered Tia a quick, polite smile and an even quicker apology. Sorry, Tia. I'll be right back, he said smoothly, cutting the conversation short before things escalated further. With that, he disappeared from view, his footsteps light as he gestured to Lily and guided her toward the guest bedroom. Tia watched their departure, a growing knot of unease tightening in her stomach as she observed Ethan's actions. Her gaze lingered on the closed door, suspicion gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. There was something about Lily, something that didn't sit right. Tia couldn't shake the feeling that whatever drama was brewing here, it wasn't going to be good news. She glanced at the space they had vacated with narrowed eyes, her mind racing. What's going on here? She wondered, crossing her arms in defiance as she stared at the closed door. Something about this didn't add up, and she wasn't about to let it slide. Inside the bedroom, Ethan studied Lily with a mix of concern and curiosity. His brows knit together as he looked at her, his voice soft and steady. What's going on, Lily? You seem troubled, he asked gently, his tone laced with genuine concern. Lily let out a heavy sigh, her shoulders slumping as if the weight of her words had become too much to carry. Ethan, I'm in a bit of a bind, she admitted, her voice trembling with anxiety. I need your help. Ethan's brows furrowed further, his gaze fixed on her troubled expression. What kind of help do you need? He asked, his tone careful yet understanding. It's complicated, she admitted, her words spilling out in a rush of desperation. I need a fake fiancé for my brother's wedding by the end of the month, and I was hoping you could pretend to be him. Ethan froze, his eyes widening at her request. Surprise, disbelief, and concern flashed across his face all at once. I don't think that's a good idea, Lily, he said cautiously, hesitation creeping into his voice as his mind tried to process what she was asking. But Ethan, I'm desperate, she implored, her gaze locked on his with pleading intensity. I don't know what else to do. Ethan hesitated, torn between his instinct to support her and his unease at the thought of participating in such deception. He exhaled slowly, his voice steady but compassionate. I understand your situation, Lily. he said, his words coming carefully. "But I can't in good conscience agree to deceive your friends and family like this. It wouldn't be fair to them. Or to you." Lily's shoulders slumped even further. Disappointment etched deeply on her face. "I understand," she whispered, her voice barely audible as her gaze dropped to the floor. "I had to try," she added with a sigh, her words tinged with defeat. "But thank you for being honest with me, Ethan." Ethan offered her a reassuring smile, his resolve firm. "You deserve better than a fake fiancé," he assured her. "I have faith that you'll find a solution that's true to yourself." With that, she nodded in silent gratitude and bid Ethan farewell, leaving him alone with his thoughts. As he watched her leave, an uneasy feeling lingered in the pit of his stomach. Not long after, as Lily stepped out of the room, both Alex and Tia turned toward Ethan in unison. "What was that?" they asked together, their voices filled with curiosity and suspicion. Ethan let out a short, dismissive sigh, shaking his head as he tried to deflect their questions. "Nothing at all that concerns us," he said quickly, his tone firm as he pushed the moment away. "I need to take a shower," he added, his voice taking on a brisk finality. "Tia, could you prepare some dinner? I'd like to eat before heading to my apartment." Without waiting for a response, he turned toward the bathroom, his mind a whirlwind of lingering thoughts and uneasy feelings. Tia and Alex exchanged glances, their suspicion unmistakable as they wondered just what had transpired between Ethan and Lily. After leaving Tia's place, Lily wandered through the vibrant displays of High Street, her gaze flitting over elegant dresses, towering high heels, and sparkling jewels under the soft glow of storefront lights. She was hoping that the beauty of the storefront displays would distract her from the tangle of thoughts swirling in her mind. The day had left her restless, and now, as evening fell, the allure of shiny stones and intricate designs called to her. By the time she found herself standing in front of a particularly well-lit jewelry store, the gentle glint of polished gems beneath the soft lighting brought her a brief moment of reprieve from her worries. Taking a deep breath, she stepped inside the store, hoping the ambience would settle her nerves even if only momentarily. And then her eyes landed on him. Across the store, standing in front of a display of sparkling, elegant rings, was Sebastian. His attention was completely absorbed in the shimmering array before him, his brow furrowed as he studied each option with keen interest. A strange warmth prickled at the edges of Lily's chest as she stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed on him. The air felt charged as if the moment had inexplicably slowed. She hesitated, then stepped forward, a smile forming naturally on her lips, her voice lifting with feigned lightness as she broke the silence. "Sebastian, what a pleasant surprise," she said, her words sweet yet laced with an edge she couldn't entirely control. Sebastian turned toward her, his smile bright, warm, and far too candid. A soft blush crept into his cheeks as his voice rang out easy and sure. "Yes, indeed," he said, gesturing toward the display with excitement. "I'm picking out a ring for Sicil." Lily's heart lurched. The words hit her like a sudden wave, and her initial burst of joy for her friend bubbled up before she could shove it down. Without giving herself time to overthink, she offered her help, stepping beside him as they browsed the glittering selection. Their laughter came easily, their shared thoughts about setting styles and preferences feeling light and uncomplicated. But just as they exchanged smiles, a sudden movement caught her attention. The sound of a door creaking followed by footsteps, and then there they were. Richard and Rose entered the store, their presence slicing through the moment like an unexpected gust of wind. Lily's stomach twisted. Richard's sharp gaze found her immediately, his brow knitting as he shifted his attention between her and Sebastian. His voice broke the calm, loud enough that it drew attention from nearby shoppers. "What a coincidence, Lily!" he exclaimed, his tone both startled and teasing. His gaze flickered between her and Sebastian as he hesitated mid-question. "Are you—" Before Richard could finish, Lily stepped in swiftly, her voice cutting through with practiced nonchalance. "Richard, Rose, meet Sebastian," she said with an almost mischievous glint in her eyes, her smile bright and smooth as she gestured toward him. "You know, Richard, Sebastian and I went to the same school together." Sebastian turned toward them, his smile as polite as it was unaware. His handshake came easily. "Nice to meet you both," he said, extending his hand with an easy smile. Lily continued with smooth, effortless charm, as though none of her nerves lingered just beneath the surface. "Sebastian, this is my brother Richard, and Rose is my soon-to-be sister-in-law." Richard's brow stayed furrowed, his sharp glance darting between the two of them. "Really? I didn't know you knew each other from your school days. Funny. Small world," he mused, his voice laced with suspicion. Lily forced herself to smile wider, trying to mask the sudden tension she felt creeping into her words. "Yes, it's been ages. Funny how life works, huh?" Richard shook Sebastian's hand warmly, his smile coming easily now. "Nice to meet you too, Sebastian. Would be great to have you at the wedding. It'll be a beautiful day, and it would be lovely if you could join us," he said with finality. Sebastian nodded, his smile gracious but composed, his cheeks still faintly flushed. "Thank you, Richard. I'd be honored." Before the exchange could linger, Richard's gaze fell on the delicate ring Lily was holding in her hand. His voice rang out again, more casual this time, but with undertones of scrutiny. "Well, in that case, we'll let you get back to your shopping. Rose and I are here to pick out our rings," he said, his words light but deliberate. "Congratulations again," Sebastian added smoothly, his smile a little tighter now. Richard's eyes flickered toward the ring and he added, "Don't let me stop you from finalizing that. It's very pretty, I must say. See you at the wedding, Sebastian." "Sure, Richard," Sebastian said politely, his tone steady but his expression shadowed by a hint of doubt. Something about the interaction didn't sit well with him. As Richard and Rose made their way toward the counter, Lily's heart was a storm of nerves. She suddenly felt trapped, her voice trembling as if she could barely think. As soon as Richard and Rose left the store, "I just realized I've got a ton of work waiting for me," she blurted out, her tone just a little too rushed. Sebastian raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp, searching her face for the truth. "Are you sure everything's okay?" His voice was soft, his concern genuine. Lily forced herself to nod, her smile all smooth edges. "Oh, of course. Just unexpected things piling up. Nothing to worry about." Sebastian hesitated, his gaze lingering on her for a beat too long. "All right. Take care of yourself. Let me know if you need help, okay?" "Thank you, Sebastian. I'll catch up with you soon," she managed, her voice catching just a little as she slipped out of the store. The sound of the little bell overhead chimed as she stepped out into the cool night air. Her heart felt too heavy as she made her way toward the dimly lit street. The deceptive calm outside did nothing to quell the storm inside. Turning the corner, she froze, her breath caught. There, just as her unease predicted, was Sicil. The tension between them was palpable as Sicil approached the store. Lily greeted her politely, her voice light, but Sicil returned the gesture with only a neutral, careful nod. Suspicion lingered in the air between them, unspoken, unresolved. Inside the store, Sebastian's attention had shifted again. His face lit up at the sight of Sicil, her presence sudden yet somehow familiar. His voice was bright, as if he were attempting to maintain normalcy. "What took you so long, Sicil?" he asked, his tone casual, but his words loaded with an undercurrent of uncertainty. "Traffic," she said simply, her voice even as her eyes darted subtly across the store. She couldn't shake the feeling that something about Lily's quick exit had been off. There was an unease, a connection just beyond her reach. Sebastian, always one to maintain composure, changed the subject with practiced ease. "So, what do you think about earrings?" Sicil laughed softly, her gaze dropping momentarily to a delicate necklace on display. I guess it depends. I've always liked things subtle, delicate designs, simple but elegant." But to Sicil, the conversation felt layered, like pieces of a puzzle she couldn't quite complete. She glanced again at Sebastian, her mind clouded with half-formed doubts. Sicil chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling. Well, it matches my daisy pendant perfectly. I've always been fond of delicate designs, something subtle yet elegant." Outside the store, Lily watched the scene unfold, her heart heavy with the burden of deception. Despite her tangled emotions, she found herself oddly comforted by the normalcy of Sebastian and Sicil's interaction. Guilt clawed at her. What mess have I just stepped into, she thought. The tangled web of secrets. Half-truths, suspicions, and misunderstandings grew stronger. Lily could feel it, an inevitability. She resolved silently to fix things before they become a bigger mess, but she didn't know how or when. The week slipped by in a blur of stolen smiles and shared moments as the sun rose on the morning of Sebastian's birthday. Sicil felt an unfamiliar but deeply satisfying sense of contentment as she stood by the window, watching the first rays of light filter through the curtains. She and Ethan had been navigating their complex dynamics with patience and understanding, and while things weren't perfect yet, they were undeniably better. But today wasn't about Ethan. It was about Sebastian. The thought of him brought a flutter of nervous excitement that bubbled up from deep within her. She had been planning this day for weeks, carefully orchestrating every detail to ensure it would be a memory he cherished forever. After seeing him off early in the morning, following a quiet midnight celebration that was just theirs, Sicil launched her plan. She picked up her phone and dialed Sebastian, putting on her best groggy voice. "I'm sorry," she said, her tone laced with faux exhaustion. "I've come down with a stomach bug. I think it's best I take the day off and rest." Sebastian, however, was not one to be easily fooled. He called barely an hour later, his voice laced with worry. "You were perfectly fine when I left," he remarked. "Are you sure you don't need me to come over? Maybe bring some medicine?" Sicil chuckled softly, hoping the warmth in her voice would mask her nerves. "I think I just ate something that didn't sit well," she said, feigning a weak laugh. "I'll be fine after some rest, don't worry." Sebastian's skepticism was evident, but he didn't press further. "All right, just call me if you need anything, okay?" "Promise," she replied, smiling even though he couldn't see it. The moment she hung up, Sicil let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "He's going to figure this out," she muttered to herself. But there was no time to dwell. Sebastian's home soon became a hive of activity as Sicil, Jenny, and a few of their close friends worked together to transform the space into a birthday wonderland. Sicil arrived first, along with Jane lugging boxes of decorations and immediately taking charge. "All right, everyone, let's make this the best birthday surprise he's ever had," Jenny declared, pulling Sicil into a quick hug. They were halfway through hanging fairy lights when Aunt Jasmine arrived with her 2 young children in tow. The moment Sicil saw the mischievous grins on their faces, she knew exactly who they were. The little tornadoes Sebastian had written about in his letters. "Aunt Jasmine," Sicil exclaimed, rushing to greet her. "You made it!" "Of course," Jasmine replied, her eyes twinkling. "I wouldn't miss this for the world. Though I hope you're ready for these too." She gestured to her kids, who had already started chasing each other around the room. "They're perfect," Sicil said, laughing as one of them nearly knocked over a stack of balloons. "Sebastian's mentioned them so many times. I feel like I already know them." The house quickly filled with laughter and playful chaos. The children's antics kept everyone on their toes, and Sicil couldn't help but feel a warm connection to them. Watching them reminded her of how fondly Sebastian had spoken about his family in the past. By late afternoon, the house was a vision of celebration, with balloons, streamers, and a cake that Sicil had painstakingly chosen taking center stage. "Do you think he'll cry?" Jenny asked as they admired their handiwork. "He'd never admit it," Sicil said, smiling. "But I think he'll be touched." In the meantime, Sebastian called Sicil multiple times throughout the day, his voice laced with concern as he checked in on her illness. With each call, Sicil reassured Sebastian that she was fine, doing her best to sound convincing despite the nerves that fluttered in her stomach. When Sebastian arrived at Sicil's house in the early evening, flowers in hand and worry etched on his face, the housekeeper greeted him at the door. "She's not here," the housekeeper said with a knowing smile. "Everyone's waiting for you at your place." Confused, Sebastian made his way home, his heart racing with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. As he stepped through the door, a chorus of voices erupted. "Surprise!" Sebastian froze, his eyes widening as he took in the scene. The room was filled with friends, family, and colleagues, all smiling at him. Before he could process the sight, 2 small figures hurtled toward him, nearly knocking him over. "Uncle Sebastian!" his nephews shouted in unison, clinging to his legs. Sebastian's heart melted as he knelt to their level, wrapping them in a tight embrace. "What are you two doing here?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. He glanced up to see Aunt Jasmine standing nearby, her smile warm and knowing. "You didn't think we'd miss your big day, did you?" she said. Sebastian's gaze shifted back to his nephews, his expression softening. "You two are the best surprise of all," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. As the evening unfolded, Sebastian was swept up in the warmth and love of the celebration. He moved through the crowd, thanking everyone, but his eyes always found their way back to Sicil. When he finally reached her, he pulled her into a quick hug. "You planned all of this?" he asked, his tone a mix of disbelief and gratitude. Sicil nodded, her cheeks flushing. "I just wanted to make your day special," she said softly. "You lied about being sick," he teased, his lips twitching into a smile. "Guilty?" she admitted, laughing. "Well, you're forgiven," he said, his voice warm. "This is incredible. Thank you, Sicil." Towards late in the evening, Sebastian guided Sicil to the heart of the garden, where a breathtaking gazebo stood adorned with twinkling fairy lights, fragrant blossoms, and a cascade of soft petals falling like whispers of a dream. The gentle hum of conversation faded as if the world itself was holding its breath. Beneath the velvety canopy of stars, Sebastian turned to Sicil, his eyes aglow with a tenderness that made her heart flutter. "Sicil," he began, his voice low and steady but brimming with emotion. "From the very first moment you stepped into my life, you brought with you a light I didn't even know I needed. Your kindness, your laughter, and your unwavering spirit have transformed my world in ways I never thought possible." His grip on her hand tightened slightly, as though grounding himself in the weight of this moment. "You've been my anchor in chaos, my solace in the storm, and my reason to dream again." His voice cracked ever so slightly, and Sicil felt a lump form in her throat as her eyes filled with tears. With a nervous yet heartfelt smile, Sebastian slowly dropped to one knee, the world around them melting into the background. Gasps rippled through the gathered friends and family as he looked up at her, his face illuminated by a glow that seemed to come from within. "Sicil Anderson," he said, his voice steady with conviction and love that echoed through the quiet evening. "Today, on my birthday, I want to ask for the greatest gift I could ever hope for. You, standing beside me, making life's triumphs brighter and its trials easier to bear." Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a small velvet box. As he opened it, the ring inside seemed to radiate its own light, capturing Sicil's breath and freezing the world around her. It was a daisy, its yellow sapphire at the center reflecting in her eyes, surrounded by sparkling diamonds forming delicate petals. It wasn't just a ring, it was a story, a perfect match to the daisy pendant, necklace and earrings Sebastian had given her over the years. Each gift had come at a moment that mattered, a prom night, Sicil's birthday, and their declaration of love. Together, they had become symbols of their enduring love, growing from innocent beginnings to the deep connection they now shared. The ring was the final piece, tying their journey together, a promise of a love that would never fade, just like the daisy that had come to define them. "Will you do me the honor of becoming my wife?" he asked, his voice soft but resolute. "Will you walk through this life with me, hand in hand, heart to heart, sharing every moment, every dream, and every challenge? Will you be mine, as I am already yours?" For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The world narrowed to just the two of them, the intensity of his gaze, the earnest plea in his voice, the warmth of his hand still holding hers. Overcome, Sicil fell to her knees, her tears spilling freely as she cupped his face with trembling hands. "Yes," she whispered, her voice breaking but full of certainty. 1,000 times yes. The cheers that erupted from their loved ones blended with the night's melody as they leaned in a deep kiss, creating a symphony of joy and celebration. Sebastian slipped the ring onto her finger with reverence, as though sealing not just a promise but a lifetime of devotion. He rose, pulling Sicil to her feet, and their lips met again in a tender kiss under the canopy of stars. A moment of pure, unfiltered love that seemed to weave their souls together forever. As the party swirled around them in a celebration of their love, Ethan approached Sicil, enveloping her in a tight embrace. It wasn't just a gesture of congratulations, it carried with it an unspoken promise of unwavering support. When he released her, Ethan turned to Sebastian, his expression both protective and resolute. "If she's ever sad," Ethan said, his voice steady and filled with warning, "you'll have to answer to me." Sebastian met Ethan's gaze, understanding the depth of his words. "I promise, Ethan," he replied, his voice firm with sincerity. "I will dedicate my life to her happiness and her safety." The two men exchanged a silent pact, a shared vow to protect and cherish the woman who held their hearts in different ways. And as the evening continued, Sicil stood in the center of it all, surrounded by love, feeling like the happiest person in the world, her heart full of gratitude for the life she was about to begin with Sebastian. Parallelly, in the days leading up to Richard's wedding, Lily found herself in a mix of emotions. She sought refuge in the familiar surroundings of Ethan's restaurant, a sanctuary where she could temporarily escape the complexities of her personal life. Lily chose to keep her family in the dark about the intricacies of her relationship with Sebastian, spinning a tale of his demanding schedule to justify his absence from family gatherings. She sat at the corner table of Ethan's restaurant, her fingers tracing patterns on the wooden surface as she contemplated her next move. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with the comforting scent of baked muffins, enveloping her in a cocoon of familiarity. Ethan approached her with a warm smile. "The usual, Lily?" he asked with affection and familiarity. "Yes, please," Lily replied with a grateful nod. As Ethan disappeared into the kitchen, Mary, Ethan's mother who became Lily's confidant in the last few weeks, emerged from the bustling kitchen, a tray of pastries in hand. "How are you holding up, darling?" she inquired, her gentle eyes filled with warmth. Lily managed a weak smile. "I am okay, Mary, just trying to stay busy," she replied with exhaustion. Mary placed a comforting hand on Lily's shoulder. "You know, dear, you can always talk to me if you need someone to listen," she offered. Lily's eyes welled up with unshed tears, touched by Mary's kindness. "Thank you, Mary. That means a lot to me," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. As Lily savored her coffee, lost in her thoughts, she could not help but wonder how she had ended up in this complicated situation. Her mind drifted to Sebastian, and she thought, "Poor him. He does not even know the mess I have involved him in." And the looming spectre of Richard's wedding hung heavy on her conscience. She knew she could not keep hiding the truth forever, but the thought of confronting her family filled her with dread. Lily's only hope lingered on the prospect that Sebastian might attend the wedding without Sicil, preserving the facade she had constructed. Her lie became a fragile shield, protecting her from the scrutiny of her family and allowing her to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Unaware of Lily's fabricated tale, Ethan provided her with steady support. They both became a constant presence in each other's lives, offering companionship and a distraction from the complexities that surrounded them. Lily twirled the teaspoon between her fingers, her gaze wandering absently as she sat across from Ethan in their favorite corner of the bustling restaurant. "You know, Ethan," she began, "I've been thinking about ways to streamline the booking process for the restaurant, especially during peak hours." Ethan leaned in, his interest piqued. "Oh, do tell," he replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he listened intently to Lily's idea. "Well, I've been noticing how hectic it gets during lunch and dinner rushes," Lily explained, her words flowing with a newfound enthusiasm. "What if we implemented an online booking system? Customers could reserve their tables in advance, saving them time and avoiding long wait times." Ethan nodded thoughtfully, his mind already racing with possibilities. "That is a brilliant idea, Lily," he exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. "It would definitely make things easier for both our staff and our customers." With a playful twinkle in his eye, Ethan added, "You seem to have become quite an expert on our customers in the last few weeks. I suppose this corner seat has become your new home during the past weeks?" Lily chuckled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She admitted, "You could say that." Grateful for the light-hearted banter that momentarily eased the weight of her worries. As they delved deeper into their discussion, Lily found herself momentarily swept away by the excitement of brainstorming solutions to improve the restaurant's efficiency. For a brief moment, the weight of her own troubles lifted, replaced by a sense of purpose and amity in working towards a common goal with Ethan. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, weaving through topics ranging from logistics to customer experience. With each passing moment, Lily felt a glimmer of hope flicker within her, a reminder that amidst the chaos of her personal life, there were still moments of clarity and connection to be found in the simple joys of friendship and collaboration. Meanwhile, at the Turner family gathering in Ethan's absence, opinions about Lily varied, and the topic quickly turned into a lively debate. "I'm just saying," Alex began, leaning back in his chair with a casual shrug. "Lily seems like a good distraction for Ethan right now. She's bright, funny, and honestly, he could use someone like her to lighten things up a bit. It's not like he's planning a wedding tomorrow." Mary nodded thoughtfully as she poured tea. "She's a kind girl, Alex. I've spent some time with her and she's going through a lot herself. I don't see any harm in Ethan being there for her. They're friends, and Ethan's always been the type to help someone in need." She glanced at Tia, sensing her tension. "I think your unease might just be your hormones talking, sweetheart. You've got so much going on right now with the baby on the way." Tia rolled her eyes and crossed her arms, her tone sharp. "It's not just hormones, Mum. Ethan barely got over Sicil, and now he's jumping headfirst into this friendship with Lily. I mean, what if it's not just friendship? What if he's setting himself up for more heartbreak?" Alex chuckled softly. "Tia, not everything has to be so serious. Maybe they're just enjoying each other's company. And even if it does turn into something more, so what? Ethan deserves to move on and be happy." "Happy?" Max Turner's voice cut through the room, firm and unmistakable. He set his newspaper down and fixed Alex with a stern gaze. "Jumping from one ambitious woman to another isn't going to bring Ethan happiness. It'll only complicate his life further." Mary sighed, her voice gentle but firm. "Max, that's not fair. Lily isn't Sicil. She's her own person, and from what I've seen, she's as kind and genuine as Sicil was." Max shook his head, his expression resolute. "Ambition like that comes with its own set of problems. Ethan needs someone who can ground him, not someone who'll keep him running after a whirlwind. I'm not saying Lily or Sicil are bad people, but they are not what Ethan needs right now. He needs to focus on himself and take a break from relationships altogether." Tia, fueled by her father's rigidity, smirked slightly. "You know, Dad, maybe Ethan falling for Lily wouldn't be the worst thing. She's strong and independent, and from what I've seen, she's brought out a good side of Ethan lately. But I'm sure you'd find a problem with that too." Max's gaze hardened. "Don't twist my words, Tia. I'm only thinking of what's best for your brother. Rushing into something new, especially with someone so similar to Sicil, isn't the answer." Alex raised his hands in mock surrender. "All right, let's not turn this into World War III. We all want what's best for Ethan. Maybe we should let him figure it out himself instead of turning it into a family referendum." Mary nodded, her voice calm and soothing. "Exactly. Ethan is a grown man. He'll make his own decisions, and we should trust him to do what's right for himself. If he and Lily are just friends, that's fine. And if it turns into something more, we'll support him, won't we?" Max grumbled under his breath but didn't argue further, his disapproval evident. Tia remained quiet, her conflicting emotions swirling within her. Part of her still felt uneasy about Ethan moving on so quickly, but a small, rebellious part of her almost wanted him to fall for Lily, if only to challenge her father's narrow perspective. Alex shifted the conversation to the lighter topics, of debating whether it's a good idea to find out the baby's gender, or get surprised, launching a fresh debate amongst all, each family member silently hoping for Ethan's happiness in their own way. The golden hues of the setting sun painted the wedding venue in a warm, ethereal glow as Sebastian arrived, punctual as ever. His steps echoed softly against the path leading to the venue. Sebastian could not help but admire the meticulous preparations that had gone into creating the perfect setting for Richard and Rose's special day. The scent of freshly cut flowers mingled with the gentle breeze, adding to the enchanting ambience of the occasion. Upon reaching the entrance, Sebastian was greeted with smiles and warm welcomes from the wedding party. Richard, radiant with excitement, rushed forward to greet him, his face alight with joy at his early arrival. "Sebastian, you're here!" Richard exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine happiness. "I am so glad you could make it." Sebastian returned his smile with a warm one of his own, his heart warmed by their genuine affection. "I wouldn't miss it. Thank you for having me on your special day," he replied, sincerity lacing his words. "Thanks to you, Sebastian," Richard responded graciously, a grateful smile playing on his lips as he acknowledged the unexpected reception. Sebastian exchanged a glance with Richard, trying to decipher the reason behind the special treatment. Was it simply Richard's generous nature, or was there more to it? Whereas Richard, though extremely polite, was evaluating how much Sebastian cares for Lily, and if he is a good match for his younger sister. "Lily will be so thrilled to see you today. She was not in her element for the last few days, but that will change now," Richard said warmly, his tone sincere and genuine. Sebastian nodded in agreement, masking his confusion with a polite demeanor. He decided to go along with the situation, not wanting to spoil the joyful atmosphere surrounding Richard and Rose's wedding day. He followed Richard further into the venue, but could not shake off the nagging feeling of curiosity. Why did Richard hold him in such high regard, and why did Richard think he was special to Lily? The questions lingered in his mind as he prepared to join the festivities. In the meantime, Sebastian also anxiously glanced at his watch. His patience grew thinner with each passing moment. He could not help but steal glances at the door, eagerly awaiting Sicil's arrival. She had promised to join him for the wedding after changing from work clothes into something more suitable, but time moved slower when she was not around. When Richard was showing Sebastian his place to sit, he got distracted by the wedding planner, who came to whisk him away to discuss something about the arrangement details. Lily noticed Sebastian's restless demeanor and approached him with a warm smile. Relief washed over her as she realized Sicil had not arrived, preserving the delicate facade she had woven. With feigned cheerfulness, Lily greeted Sebastian, hoping to maintain the illusion a little longer. "Hey Sebastian, it is great to see you here," Lily exclaimed, her voice stained with forced enthusiasm. "I'm glad you could make it," she added, hoping to make small talk. Sebastian returned Lily's smile. "Thanks, Lily. Richard's been really kind," he replied, his gaze flickering towards the entrance once more. "I am waiting for Sicil. She is running a bit behind schedule," he explained, his tone laced with impatience. Lily's heart sank at Sebastian's words, her hopes of maintaining the charade crumbling with each passing second. As she forced a smile and nodded in response, Lily could not shake the gnawing sense of unease that settled in the pit of her stomach. Richard felt very excited when he noticed Sebastian and Lily sitting nearby. He was genuinely pleased to see them together, thinking Lily had finally found someone special. Standing at a distance, Ethan observed Lily and Sebastian's interaction, and how Richard was treating Sebastian, and sensed that there was something amiss, but chose to remain silent. Sebastian finally spotted Sicil making her way through the gathering, and could not help but show his affection. With a warm smile, he approached towards her, gently kissing her cheeks. "You look beautiful," he complimented, his eyes reflecting the sincerity of his words. "Thank you, by the way, I am parched," she said, and Sebastian immediately said, "Don't worry, I will get you a glass of water." The atmosphere around them shifted subtly, as Sicil's presence ignited a series of questions among Lily's family. Observing the chemistry between Sebastian and Sicil, Richard could not contain his curiosity. With piqued interest, he approached Lily and Sicil and extended his hand towards Sicil with a smile on his face. "Hi there. I do not think we have met. I am Richard, the groom. And you are?" he inquired. Lily deftly introduced Sicil, spinning a tale to divert attention and keep the delicate balance intact. She began with a friendly tone. "Richard, meet Sicil, my friend. Funny how small the world is, right? Sebastian, Sicil, and I all went to the same school." This introduction was not just casual. It was a strategic move by Lily to hide Sicil's true identity. By weaving their connection through their school days, Lily aimed to create a believable scenario and ease suspicions. Richard warmly welcomed Sicil into the gathering, showing respect by kissing her hand. However, his welcoming demeanor quickly turned to confusion and suspicion as he noticed the engagement ring on Sicil's finger. It was the same ring he had seen Sebastian and Lily picking out at the jeweller's, intended for Lily, or so he had thought. Richard's brow furrowed in puzzlement as he questioned Sicil about the ring, his tone tinged with accusation and disbelief. "How did you come to possess this ring?" he inquired, his voice carrying a hint of concern. Sicil felt a discomfort wash over her as she found herself thrust into an unexpected interrogation. "It's my engagement ring," she began, her voice faltering slightly as she spoke. "Sebastian proposed to me just a few days ago," she explained, her words laced with genuine surprise and confusion. As Richard processed her response, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "I don't understand," Richard began, his voice edged with frustration. "You say Sebastian proposed to you, but this ring was meant for Lily. I saw Sebastian and Lily selecting this together. They were so much in love just the other day. How could you come between them like this?" His words, fueled by a sense of betrayal and anger to protect his sister, hung in the air, casting a pall over the once joyous occasion. Sicil's voice cut through the tension like a blade, her confusion evident as she addressed Richard directly. "Excuse me, I don't understand," she began, her tone tinged with disbelief. "What are you talking about?" Sebastian joined them with a glass of water and his gaze shifted to Lily, his expression a mix of concern and bewilderment. "Lily, what's going on?" he asked, his voice low but urgent. The sudden turn of events had caught him off guard, leaving him with a whirlwind of questions. Lily's heart raced as she met Sebastian's gaze, her mind racing for a plausible explanation. It's a misunderstanding," she stammered, her voice unsteady. "Let me explain everything." But Sicil accused Lily, her voice laced with hurt and betrayal. "Are you dating Sebastian behind my back?" she demanded, her eyes searching Lily's face for a semblance of truth. Lily's breath caught in her throat, her mind racing to find the right words to defend herself. "Sicil, it's not what you think," she protested, her voice trembling with uncertainty. "I can explain." Before Lily could continue, Sebastian came back with a glass of water, and his voice cut through the ambiguity, his tone firm and resolute. "Sicil, that's not true," he interjected, his eyes locking with hers. "Lily and I are just friends. I would never do anything to hurt you." Sicil's gaze flickered between Lily and Sebastian, her mind reeling with disbelief. "But Richard saw you together," she insisted, her voice wavering with emotion. "He saw you buying a ring for Lily." Richard, drawn into the confrontation, stepped forward, his expression grave. "It's true," he confirmed, his tone heavy with accusation. "I saw them at the jeweler's together, selecting a ring. They were so much in love." Sicil's heart sank as betrayal unfolded before her, struggling to comprehend the chaos. She stormed out of the venue, the weight of Richard's accusation heavy on her mind. Her trust was shattered, and each step she took away from the wedding venue felt like a retreat from shattered fragments of her once-beloved reality. Amidst the turmoil, Ethan, having observed everything from a distance, felt a surge of concern for Sicil and fury towards Lily's intricate lies. Determined, he moved fast through the throng of guests to intercept Sicil before she could vanish into the evening sky. Meanwhile, Lily's facade crumbled under the weight of her deceit. The weight of Richard's accusing gaze bore down on her, his disappointment palpable as she struggled to find the courage to confess her transgressions. Ethan's keen senses caught Lily's confession confirming his suspicions. He soon caught Sicil in the car park, his hand gently grasping her arm to halt her flight. "Sicil, please," he implored, his voice urgent. "Don't leave, listen to me." Sicil turned to face Ethan, her eyes filled with unshed tears. "I don't know what to believe anyone anymore, Ethan," she admitted, her voice choked with emotion. Ethan knew that this was not an easy answer, but he was determined to stand by Sicil's side. With the utmost sincerity, he said, "You have to trust me when I say this. Sebastian is innocent. You cannot believe Lily or Richard." Inside the venue, taking a deep breath, Lily addressed Sebastian. "I owe you an apology, Sebastian. The ring you chose was indeed for Sicil, not me. I misled Richard, and for that, I am terribly sorry." Turning to face Richard, whose initial warmth had turned into a stern gaze, Lily continued her admission. "Richard, I fabricated a story about having a fiancé to avoid the constant pressure to rekindle my relationship with Ryan. I did not anticipate the misunderstandings that would arise from my lies, and I deeply regret the chaos I have caused." With a heavy heart, Lily continued, her words measured and sincere. Sebastian and Sicil are engaged. Sebastian bought the ring for Sicil, and I just happened to be at the same jeweler's when Sebastian was buying the ring. Unfortunately, you saw us together and misunderstood the situation and thought Sebastian and I were dating." A murmur rippled through the crowd as Lily's admission sunk in, the implications of her deception unraveling before everyone's eyes. Yet, Lily pressed on. "I'm not in love with anyone," she confessed, her voice faltering slightly. "I came back to town only for your wedding. I thought lying would help me escape the situation, but all it did was cause confusion and hurt. I'm truly sorry for how I've treated everyone here," she concluded with a heartfelt and sincere apology. The room was filled with a heavy silence, the consequences of her actions reverberating through the gathered crowd. On the other side, as Sicil's tears dampened Ethan's sleeves, he held her close, his arms providing a comforting embrace. "Sicil, I understand why you're upset, but you have to trust me," Ethan continued, his tone gentle yet firm. "Sebastian would never betray you. He has always been loyal, and I believe there is a logical explanation for all of this." Sicil sniffled, her voice thick with emotion as she responded, "But how can you be so sure, Ethan? What if there is more to this than meets the eye?" Ethan sighed softly, his fingers gently brushing away a stray tear from Sicil's cheek. "I know Sebastian. He's not the type to deceive anyone, especially not you. As for Lily, well, I did not realize that she will go to this extent to come out of her situation until now." Sicil's brow furrowed in confusion. "What situation?" she questioned. Her curiosity piqued despite her distress. "Lily's been struggling," Ethan explained, his voice combined with sympathy. "She's been feeling pressured by her family to reconcile with her ex-boyfriend Ryan. I think she concocted this elaborate lie about having a fiancé to escape that pressure." Sicil's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing to process this newfound information. "But why wouldn't she just tell the truth?" she wondered aloud in frustration. Ethan sighed, his gaze filled with understanding. "Sometimes, Sicil, the truth is difficult to confront. Lily was afraid of disappointing her family or facing the judgment of others. It is not an excuse for her actions, but it is important to try to understand where she is coming from." Sicil mulled over Ethan's words as a pang of disappointment washed over her, but despite the lingering tension, Sicil found solace in Ethan's comforting presence. They both knew that their bond was resilient enough to weather any storm. Sebastian and Lily emerged from the hotel, only to find Sicil in tears, cradled in Ethan's comforting embrace. As they approached, aware of the complexity of the situation, Ethan gently told Sicil, "Here's Sebastian out." "Okay," and stood her in front of him. Sebastian, surprised by Ethan's supportive stance, felt a wave of gratitude. He had anticipated Ethan taking advantage of the situation to create distance between him and Sicil. But instead, Ethan prioritized Sicil's happiness over any personal feelings. Sebastian was grateful for Ethan's unexpected understanding. Before Sebastian could begin to explain, Lily stepped forward and took ownership of the misunderstandings. She gazed at the tear-stained Sicil in Ethan's comforting embrace. Lily's voice trembled with remorse as she spoke directly to her. "Sicil, I never meant to hurt you. I got caught up in a web of my own making, trying to escape the expectations forced upon me." Sebastian was unaware of the lies. "I understand if you cannot forgive me, but I needed you to know the truth." Lily's heartfelt apology echoed through the air, and Sicil felt a wave of compassion wash over her. With grace and understanding, she acknowledged Lily's words, recognizing the courage it took to admit her mistakes. Taking over from Ethan, Sebastian took Sicil in his comforting embrace, wrapping his arms around her. Amid this reconciliation, Richard came to apologize to Sicil too, his expression contrite. "I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions," he admitted, his voice remorseful. "I shouldn't have accused you without knowing the full story." Sicil offered Richard a forgiving smile, her heart swelling with empathy. "It's okay, Richard," she reassured him. "I understand why you were concerned. Let us put this behind us and enjoy your wedding today." With tensions diffused and forgiveness extended, they all made their way inside the venue, ready to celebrate the joyous occasion. Sebastian pressed a gentle kiss on Sicil's forehead, his eyes filled with love. "Never doubt me, Sicil," he murmured softly, his words a promise of fidelity and devotion. Sicil nodded in agreement, her trust in Sebastian reaffirmed. With a glance of understanding, they followed the rest of the guests into the wedding, ready to embrace the festivities with open hearts. Richard gently turned to Lily, his tone softened with understanding. "We'll have a conversation about this later, Lily," he began, his expression conveying both concern and compassion. "I'm sorry if you felt pressured, but remember, our family is here to support each other, not to add to each other's burdens. I will always stand by you, but I need you to promise me one thing: never lie to me again. I will support you through anything, but honesty is key." Lily agreed immediately. "Thank you, Richard, and sorry I spoiled your wedding." Later, amidst the festivities, Sebastian sought out Ethan, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Ethan," he said earnestly, his voice filled with sincerity. "For everything. I could not have gotten through this without you today." Ethan smiled warmly, his gaze reflecting a deep bond of understanding. "You don't have to thank me, Sebastian. Sicil comes first for both of us." With a nod of mutual understanding, they rejoined the celebration, united in their support for each other. Lily approached Ethan, Ethan's sense of pride mingling with the sadness in Lily's eyes. "I'm proud of you, Lily," Ethan said softly, admiration evident in his voice. "Facing this situation head-on took courage, and taking ownership of your actions spoke volumes." "It was the least I could do," Lily admitted, her gaze shifting to Sebastian and Sicil. "I never wanted to be the one to come in between them. I just hope they can forgive me." With an expression weighed down by the gravity of her decision, Lily revealed, "I have made up my mind, Ethan. I cannot stay here anymore. I need to go back to my old life, where things were simpler." Ethan's brow furrowed in concern as he listened, silently absorbing her words. "I understand, Lily," he replied with sadness. "It's been a chaotic time for all of us, and if leaving is what you need to do for your peace of mind, then I support you." Lily took a deep breath, steeling herself for what came next. "I'm sorry, Ethan," she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. "I never meant for any of this to happen." Ethan reached out, enveloping Lily in a comforting embrace. "I know, Lily," he murmured, his tone gentle yet filled with understanding. "Life has a way of throwing us a curveball, but our friendship will always remain steadfast, no matter where life takes us." With a final hug, they both parted ways, each carrying the weight of their experiences and the bond that might endure test of time. Sicil and Sebastian discovered something truly special together, a passion for making the world a better place. It started with their charity event, which wasn't just about raising money, but about creating something meaningful. The evening exceeded everyone's expectations. People came together inspired by the causes they championed, things like education, environmental conservation, and community aid. The turnout was overwhelming, and the amount of money raised left Sicil and Sebastian both stunned and deeply grateful. Seeing so many people unite for something bigger than themselves lit a fire in them to do even more. Their families, who'd been through plenty of ups and downs together, couldn't have been prouder. Watching Sicil and Sebastian grow into people who weren't just chasing success but truly giving back filled them with pride. Arthur and Albert, always keen to spot potential, decided it was time for a big change. Looking at Sebastian's earlier success in running Uncle George's business after him and the current commitment to the ongoing business alongside the event, they were more than confident about his skills, his strategic mindset, and his ability to manage multiple projects while driving value to each of them. They announced that Sebastian would take over as CEO of the Wilson business. It was a huge responsibility, but they knew he had the leadership and heart to guide the company into a future focused on sustainability and innovation. At the same time, Sicil's compassion and dedication to philanthropy didn't go unnoticed. She was given the chance to lead the foundation side of the Wilson and Anderson conglomerate, focusing on initiatives that truly mattered, helping communities, supporting education, and fighting for the environment. She dove into the role wholeheartedly, knowing she could make a real difference. Together, Sicil and Sebastian were more than a couple. They were a team, building a life that wasn't just about themselves, but about the world around them. Even as Sicil embraced her new life, she didn't forget the past. she stayed in touch with Ethan. And while things hadn't worked out between them romantically, she valued the role he'd played in her life. They shared the understanding that sometimes people come into your life to help you grow, and that's exactly what they'd done for each other. Ethan was thriving too. His restaurant had become a huge success, drawing crowds with its warmth, charm, and amazing food. Sicil couldn't help but smile when she heard how happy he was. The love triangle that once seemed so complicated had faded into a distant memory, replaced by clarity and peace. Sicil, Sebastian, and Ethan had all found their own paths, and there was no bitterness, just gratitude for how everything had unfolded. They'd each grown in ways they never expected, and the lessons from their journey would stay with them forever. The air was charged with emotion as Sicil stepped into the quaint chapel, her delicate white gown flowing like a whisper of grace. She held tightly to Albert's arm, her heart a symphony of emotions, love, anticipation, and the bittersweet pang of leaving one chapter behind to step into another. The soft melody of 1,000 years wove through the air, a promise of forever whispered in every note, wrapping around her like a gentle embrace. With each step down the aisle, Sicil felt as though she were walking on the threads of time, bridging her past with the radiant future awaiting her. Familiar faces filled the pews, Lily, Tia, Alex, Olivia, Rose, and so many others, all beaming with joy. But it was when her gaze locked with Ethan's that her heart caught in her chest. Standing in the front row beside her family, his eyes held a warmth and encouragement that spoke volumes, silently reassuring her that she was exactly where she was meant to be. His subtle smile offered a tender farewell to what once was, and a blessing on what was to come. As Sicil approached the altar, her breath hitched at the sight of Sebastian waiting for her. He stood there, a picture of quiet strength and uncontainable anticipation, his love for her radiating like a beacon. At that moment, the world around her softened, and all she could see was him, the man who had filled her life with passion, adventure, and the kind of love she had only ever dreamed of. Albert, his eyes glistening with pride, leaned down to kiss her cheek before gently placing her hand in Sebastian's. It was a small gesture, but it carried the weight of a lifetime of love and trust. As Sebastian's fingers entwined with hers, a spark ignited between them, a promise that this moment was the start of everything they'd ever hoped for. "Sicil," Sebastian began, his voice steady yet tender. "My partner in mischief, my first love, and my last. From playground shenanigans to our teenage adventures, you've been the constant in my life. The reason for my laughter, my strength when I faltered. Today I promise to treasure every part of you, to embrace your quirks and celebrate your brilliance. With you, I feel unstoppable. I vow to protect your heart fiercely and love you endlessly, to create a life filled with adventure and joy by your side. You are my heart, my home, my everything." Sicil's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she spoke, her voice soft but unwavering. "Sebastian, my fellow dreamer and my eternal partner in crime, you filled my days with laughter, warmth, and boundless joy. From the moment you walked into my life, you've made it an adventure worth living. Today, I promise to keep that spark alive, to be your partner in all things, your biggest fan and your greatest ally. Together, we'll write a love story that's ours alone, filled with passion, resilience, and endless wonder. With all that I am, I vow to love you, to fight for you, and to stand by you in this beautiful, unpredictable journey of life." As their vows ended, Sebastian cupped her face, his eyes searching hers as if memorizing every detail. When their lips met in a kiss, it was slow, deep, and filled with the kind of love that could move mountains. The chapel erupted into applause, the cheers of their loved ones filling the sacred space with joy. Setting off on a solo trip felt like the beginning of something transformative. Losing Sicil to Sebastian had left him adrift, smiling for the world while loneliness gnawed at him in private. When Sebastian handed him the keys to his prized yacht, suggesting he take it to explore the depths of the sea while they departed for their honeymoon, Ethan saw an opportunity, not to escape, but to find himself amidst the vast, uncharted waters. The journey began like a dream. The sea stretched out before him, an endless expanse of blues and silvers shimmering under the sun. Each sunrise painted the horizon with fiery oranges and delicate pinks, as if the universe itself conspired to renew him. Pods of dolphins danced alongside the yacht, their joyful leaps echoing the freedom he sought. By evening, golden sunsets bathed the waves in warmth, wrapping him in a sense of wonder he hadn't felt in years. It was everything Ethan had imagined and more, a symphony of peace and beauty, a perfect canvas for introspection and healing. But the sea, like life, was unpredictable, and its beauty was merely a veil, concealing the storm that lay ahead. On the fourth evening, a chill wind swept over the deck, the calm replaced by an unsettling stillness. Ethan glanced up to see the first ominous streaks of dark clouds clawing across the horizon. "This doesn't look good," he muttered, his voice swallowed by the growing winds. The sea began to shift beneath him, small ripples swelling into restless waves. He tried to convince himself it was just a passing storm, but as the wind howled louder and the first flash of lightning illuminated the monstrous clouds, fear clawed at his chest. The storm was no fleeting tantrum, it was a full-scale assault. "Come on, Ethan, you've got this," he told himself, gripping the wheel tighter as the first violent wave slammed into the boat. "Stay calm, you can handle this." But the storm didn't listen. The once majestic sea turned feral, waves towering like beasts ready to devour him. Rain lashed at him with unrelenting fury, and the deafening roar of thunder felt like a cruel laugh echoing through the chaos. His boat groaned under the onslaught, the wooden hull cracking ominously. "Damn it! No, no, no!" he yelled as the engine sputtered. He frantically twisted the ignition, his heart pounding in his ears. "Not now! Not now!" The engine died with a shudder, leaving him at the mercy of the storm. Lightning split the sky again, illuminating Ethan's terrified face as he screamed into the void. "Why? Why now?" But the storm had no mercy, and his voice was swallowed by the howling winds. When the storm finally passed, it left behind an eerie silence. Ethan lay sprawled on the deck, his body trembling with exhaustion and cold. He opened his eyes slowly, blinking against the harsh sunlight that now mocked him with its indifference. The boat, his sanctuary, was beyond repair. Pieces of it floated around him like the remnants of a dream turned nightmare. "God, what now?" he whispered, his voice raw and barely audible. He sat up, his muscles protesting, and surveyed his grim reality. The horizon stretched endlessly, offering no sign of land, no hint of rescue. His throat burned with thirst, and his stomach ached with a hollow, gnawing pain. His supplies were gone, his radio silent, his flares lost to the storm. The first night after the storm was the worst. As darkness fell, it wrapped him in a suffocating loneliness. The stars, once a source of wonder, now seemed cruel and distant. He talked to himself, his voice a desperate lifeline against the oppressive silence. "You're going to die out here," he said aloud, his voice trembling. "No one knows where you are. No one's coming." Then, almost angrily, he spat, "No, don't think like that. Someone will find you. They have to." But even as he said the words, doubt clawed at his resolve. By the third day, delirium had begun to set in. The relentless sun beat down on him and the salty air stung his cracked lips. He lay on the deck, staring blankly at the sky, his mind teetering on the edge of despair. "This is it," he whispered. "This is how it ends. Alone, forgotten." He thought of his family, of Sicil, and of all the moments he'd never have. Tears slid down his face, mixing with the salt water that crusted his skin. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his voice breaking. Just as he was ready to surrender to the vast, uncaring sea, his blurry eyes caught something, a faint smudge on the horizon. He squinted, his heart lurching. It wasn't a mirage. It was land. Adrenaline coursed through him, and he scrambled to his feet, his body screaming in protest. Oh my God," he muttered, his voice cracking with disbelief and hope. He staggered toward the edge of the boat, his hands trembling as he clung to the railing. As he drifted closer, the shape of the island became clearer, a small, rugged landmass, and then movement, a figure. Someone was waving from the shore. "Thank you, God," Ethan whispered, tears streaming down his face. His heart swelled with gratitude, a faint smile breaking through his cracked lips. But as his boat drifted nearer, the figure on the shore became clearer, and his relief turned to shock. "No, that's not possible," he breathed, his voice shaking. The person waving at him wasn't just anyone. Ethan's mind raced, his body frozen as a chill ran down his spine. How could this be possible on this barren island in the middle of nowhere? The waves pushed his broken boat closer, and her figure grew sharper, unmistakable. But something about her expression, the way she stood, made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Ethan's heart thundered in his chest as a single, terrifying thought surfaced. Was it really her? Or was it something else entirely? The woman waving from the shore was now unmistakable. He whispered hoarsely, his voice lost to the wind. "Lily." Dear listeners, a heartfelt thank you for joining me on this incredible journey through my debut novel, From First to Forever. It's been such a joy to bring this story to life, and I hope you've enjoyed listening to it as much as I loved writing it. But don't worry, the adventure isn't over yet. There's so much more to discover. What really happened on the deserted island? What's Lily been up to, and what's next for her and Ethan? All of these questions will be answered in Book 2, Perspective. I can't wait to share it with you. If you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to my channel, KoRaVerse, so you don't miss any updates and stay tuned for more exciting chapters ahead. Thank you for being part of this journey, and as always, lots of love from the KoRaVerse.